A crimson meteor streaked across the horizon, plunging human civilization into a state of stagnation. From that fateful day forth, humanity found itself incapable of crafting a single rocket, a nuclear weapon, an aircraft, or even an automobile. The towering pyramid of modern science, meticulously constructed, crumbled in a resounding collapse, and the ensuing catastrophe was far from over. The world, now shrouded in gray, descended into chaos, resembling a ghostly reflection behind a mirror, gradually dragging civilization into an abyss of disorder. In this era, human life was as insignificant as dust. In this era, humanity shone like stars. As the edifice teetered, some bore witness to an unsettling sight. Chapter 1. The Return of the Ghost. Who am I? With a deafening rumble, pale lightning cleaved through the inky clouds, and torrential rain cascaded down, drenching the muddy earth. In the rippling reflections of the puddles, a fragmented figure appeared. Bathed in a scarlet HUIT was a youth clad in a brilliant red theatrical robe, staggering through the mire, as if intoxicated, his wide sleeves billowing in the tempestuous wind. The mud and grime that coated his robe were washed away by the rain, revealing a blood-like crimson that starkly contrasted against the night. Silence. Silence. Everyone be quiet. I am on the verge of recalling, just on the verge of remembering. I have a name that belongs to me. The youth's drenched black hair fell to his brows, and his vacant eyes were filled with confusion. He struggled to move forward, cradling his head in his hands, as if wrestling with elusive memories. His anguished cries echoed in the deserted street, but their resonance was quickly swallowed by the relentless downpour. With a sudden thud, he stumbled over a protruding stone, crashing heavily to the ground. A trickle of crimson blood rolled down his forehead, and as he lay there dazed, a flicker of realization sparked in his murky gaze. Qinling. A name abruptly flashed in his mind. The instant he uttered those two syllables, fragments of memory surged forth from the endless murmurs threatening to overwhelm him, merging with his frail form. What is this? A traversal? Qinling furrowed his brow, struggling to process the memories of this body. His mind throbbed as if torn apart. He was Qinling, 28 years old, an intern director at a theater in the capital. That day, after the performance concluded, he had been alone on stage, arranging the actors' positions when a violent earthquake struck. He felt a sharp pain above his head before losing consciousness entirely. In retrospect, he likely met his demise from falling spotlight. Now, as he began to assimilate the memories of this body, he was astonished to discover that its original owner also bore the name Qinling. Yet their fundamental perceptions of the world were strikingly different. The shattered memories clashed violently, and Qinling felt as though his mind was on the brink of explosion. He took deep breaths, struggling to rise from the ground, his theatrical robe stained with patches of black and red, a picture of disarray. For reasons unknown, his body felt unbearably heavy, as if he were exhausted from several days of sleepless nights spent drafting a script. I should head home. His weary body and fractured thoughts rendered him almost incapable of reasoning. He could only rely on the instincts of his body to move toward the direction of home. Though he was unsure of how he ended up here, the original owner's memories contained knowledge of this place. He would walk this route daily after caring for his younger brother at the clinic. The journey from here to home typically took only 2 or 3 minutes. Yet for him, in this moment, that distance felt interminably long. The icy rain coursed through Qinling's body, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. After enduring 10 minutes of walking in the cold and fatigue, he finally arrived at the door of the home etched in his memory. Qinling rummaged through his pockets, realizing he had no keys. Thus, he deftly retrieved a spare key from the bottom of the newspaper box beside the door and unlocked it. Creaking open, warm light spilled from within, illuminating a corner of the dark, rainy night and casting a glow on Qinling's pale face. Upon seeing the light, the tension in Qinling's body eased, and the chill and fatigue seemed to dissipate slightly in the presence of that single flame. He stepped inside, only to find 2 figures seated at the dining table, their eyes red-rimmed as if they had just wept. Upon hearing the door open, the 2 paused for a moment, then turned in unison. "Dad, Mom, I'm back." Qinling, battling a heavy head, instinctively prepared to change his shoes at the entrance, only to realize he was barefoot. His soles and toes were caked with mud, leaving 2 large black footprints on the floor. The figures at the dining table, upon seeing the red-robed Chen-Ling enter, had their pupils constrict in shock. You. The man's throat tightened as he gaped in disbelief, his expression akin to that of someone witnessing a ghost. Mom, is there water at home? I'm so thirsty. After returning home, Chen-Ling felt utterly relaxed, his consciousness teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. He murmured to himself as he staggered into the kitchen and grabbed a water jug, drinking greedily. Gulp, gulp, gulp. In the kitchen, the figure in red resembled a beast, ravenously consuming the water. Water dripped from the corners of his mouth, pooling on the floor and reflecting the terrified, pale faces of the two in the living room. Alling. The woman mustered her courage, trembling as she spoke. How did you come back? Chen-Ling continued to guzzle from the jug, oblivious to her words. Then, feeling that this was too slow, he shoved the jug, as thick as his fist, into his mouth and bit down, shattering it. The synthetic plastic crunched under his teeth, and torrents of water surged into his mouth. A blissful release. I walked back. A voice echoed from behind Chen-Ling. Indeed, from behind, that moment. Chen-Ling remained immersed in his thirst, yet his words resonated clearly in the ears of the two, as if another red-robed Chen-Ling stood behind him, arms outstretched, answering nonchalantly. The rain was heavy. I think I got lost. I think I stumbled a few times on the way, and my shoes are gone. Mom, I made a mess of the floor. If it's not urgent, just wait for me to clean up tomorrow. I'm too tired now. Witnessing this chilling scene, the man and woman in the living room felt a chill creep down their spines. The flame of the oil lamp flickered incessantly, as if an invisible hand was playfully toying with the wick. Their faces turned ashen, yet they stood rigidly in place, too terrified to move. At last, the jug was emptied. Chen-Ling wiped his mouth and set the jug down, then turned, leaving a trail of black footprints across the floor as he staggered toward his bedroom. Dad, Mom, you should get some rest too. Good night. He mumbled a vague farewell, closing his bedroom door behind him with a thud as he collapsed onto the bed. Silence enveloped the living room. Time passed, and the two figures, resembling statues, finally turned their heads, locking eyes with one another. The flickering flame stabilized, and the eerie oil lamp cast a dim light over the shadowy living room, as they sat trembling in their chairs, devoid of any color in their faces. He has returned. The man croaked. How is this possible? If he truly is Alling, then who did we kill last night? Chapter 2. We are watching you. Is it a ghost? The relentless rain beat against the cold window, and their hearts flickered like flames within a lantern, unsteady and uncertain. I don't know. The woman swallowed hard. Should we notify the enforcers? Have you lost your mind? Upon hearing the term enforcer, the man, momentarily paralyzed by fear, regained a sliver of his composure. Once the enforcers intervene, our actions will inevitably come to light. Absolutely not. What about him? The woman paused for a moment. You don't suppose there's a calamity attached to Ailing's corpse, do you? They both directed their gaze toward the tightly shut bedroom door, falling into silence once more. After a prolonged silence, the man seemed to arrive at a resolute decision. He retrieved a black raincoat from the doorway and stepped outside. Where are you going? To the place where we buried the body. Now? What for? To verify. Raindrops cascaded down the man's pale face as he spoke hoarsely. Whatever is in that room, it cannot possibly be Ailing. I must see his corpse with my own eyes. I'll go with you. No one wished to venture out into the tempest, yet the woman preferred this over being alone with the mysterious entity in the bedroom. Amidst the heavy rain, two figures clad in raincoats hurried away in the bedroom. Chen-Ling, already deep in slumber, felt his eyelashes quiver slightly, as if he were trapped in a nightmare. In his dreams, his consciousness sank deeper, akin to plummeting into an abyss. After what felt like an eternity, he landed on a solid surface, finally stabilizing himself. A series of dull mechanical sounds reverberated, followed by a beam of light slicing through the darkness, converging on a figure clad in red. Instinctively, Chen-Ling raised a hand to shield his eyes. Where's this? As his muddled consciousness gradually awakened, he began to adapt to the blinding light and looked around in confusion. Within the confines of the light, he could discern his scarlet theatrical robe, the aged wooden floor beneath his feet, and the black curtain illuminated in the beam behind him. Beyond the light lay an expanse of unknown darkness. Upon witnessing this scene, Chen-Ling froze momentarily IT seemed he had recalled something, squinting upwards. The illuminating beams originated from spotlights affixed to a steel framework. A stage? As a director employed in a theater, Chun-Ling was all too familiar with stages. Even in his previous life, until his demise beneath a falling light, he had pondered his positioning on stage, his understanding of it surpassing that of most actors. Thus, his immediate reaction was to conclude that he had returned once more. However, something felt amiss. The lighting effects of the stage from his past life were far superior. The curtains were not black, and the floor was not this antiquated wooden surface. Was he dreaming? Tentatively, Chun-Ling took a step forward. The old floor creaked ominously as he was about to step out of the light. Another beam followed closely behind him, trailing into the darkness. Chase light? A surge of alarm gripped Chun-Ling as he instinctively shouted, "Who is there?" If these lights could pursue him, it was highly likely they were controlled by someone, unless this stage employed an automated tracking system, which seemed improbable given its dilapidated state. "Who is there? Who is there? There!" His voice echoed in the darkness, growing increasingly eerie. Meanwhile, an electronic screen at the edge of the stage flickered to life. In stage design, this location typically housed a prompter, preventing actors or hosts from forgetting their lines. Yet, the screen now displayed a string of red characters. Audience expectation level, 29. In the lower left corner of the screen, a few smaller words read, "Please do not allow the audience's expectation level to fall below 20, or the theater cannot guarantee the safety of the actors." Upon seeing the screen, Chun-Ling felt bewildered. Audience? What audience? The familiar sound of lights being activated echoed once more. The darkness before the stage receded like a tide, revealing hundreds of wooden chairs arranged in tiers, densely surrounding the front of the stage. The term auditorium flashed in Chun-Ling's mind. It was reasonable for an auditorium to accompany a stage. Yet what truly sent chills down his spine was the realization that at some unknown point, these seats had filled with audience members. They were humanoid figures shrouded in shadows. Even with ample light, Chun-Ling could not discern their forms, as if they were embodiments of the abyss. The sole exception lay in their eyes. Countless crimson pupils opened in the dimness, seated on their respective chairs, fixated on Chun-Ling upon the stage, akin to a pack of cats cornering a mouse. Their gazes, mocking and ravenous. Under their scrutiny, Chun-Ling felt a cold shiver run down his neck. He had no idea what these audience members were, but they could not possibly be human. Determined not to look at those unsettling eyes any longer, Chun-Ling turned and sprinted toward the opposite end of the stage. Logically, the exits from the stage should lie at both ends. Once he left the stage, he should be able to temporarily escape those ghastly entities. The spotlight locked onto the fleeing figure in red and darted toward the stage's edge, only to reveal a barren wall awaiting him. Chun-Ling stood frozen. He refused to believe it and ran to the opposite side of the stage. Yet the outcome remained unchanged. This stage had no exits in the dimly lit auditorium. The countless crimson pupils followed his frantic escape, shifting like an audience immersed in a performance, utterly engrossed. And the protagonist of this performance was none other than Chun-Ling in his red attire. Simultaneously, the characters on the central display flickered. The audience expectation level had risen from 29 to 30. Damn it, what kind of ridiculous nightmare was this? Chun-Ling pinched himself forcefully, attempting to awaken from the dream, but aside from the familiar sting of pain, there were no signs of awakening. "Intermission is over. Please continue the performance." Another line of text danced across the screen, and suddenly, a clear bell chimed from above the stage. Ding, ding, ding. Before Chun-Ling could react, the scene before him shattered piece by piece, and his consciousness began to blur rapidly. Just before losing awareness, he caught a fleeting glimpse of the enormous, enigmatic black curtain behind him slowly drawing open. With a jolt, Chun-Ling awoke abruptly from his bed. The sheets were soaked with cold sweat, his chest heaving violently, his eyes wide with terror. He swallowed hard, scanning his surroundings to confirm he was in his own room and not that damned stage before finally relaxing. Was it a dream? This dream is too bizarre. He steadied his racing heart, got out of bed, and walked to the living room. Why now? The rain outside had mostly ceased, yet the sky remained dim. Chun-Ling called out for his parents, but there was no response. The house was eerily silent. Did they leave for work this early? Chun-Ling murmured to himself. He felt his empty stomach. The nightmare from the previous night seemed to have drained him of energy, leaving him feeling lightheaded. Reluctantly, he made his way to the kitchen in search of something to eat. As he stepped inside, he tripped over something, glancing down to see the remnants of a bucket, as if it had been ravaged by a beast. What happened to this bucket? Did the cold cause it to crack? Chun-Ling could not recall anything from the previous night, skepticism swirling in his mind as he muttered to himself. He then propped the bucket up and tossed it into the corner, turning to find a cloth to wipe away the water stains on the floor. As he crouched down, he froze in place. To his astonishment, the water stains began to move autonomously, as if an invisible figure were squatting opposite him, dipping its fingertip into the water and inscribing something upon the floor. In the next instant, the transparent water stains visibly transformed into a deep crimson, forming a twisted and eerie message that unfolded before Chun-Ling. "We are watching you." Chapter 3, Catastrophe. Chun-Ling's pupils abruptly contracted. However, when he blinked, the crimson characters on the ground vanished in an instant, as if they had never existed. Was it an illusion? Chun-Ling stood dazed. Those words seemed to have penetrated his mind, impossible to forget. "We are watching you." Chun-Ling turned his head sharply. In the empty living room, it felt as though unseen crimson eyes were observing him, the sensation of being watched akin to a nightmare. He stood frozen like a statue for what felt like an eternity, forcing himself to take deep breaths. Perhaps the exhaustion from staying up late to prepare for the enforcer examination had taken its toll, leaving his mind overly tense. Yet, this was the doing of the original owner of this body. It had nothing to do with him. Could it be that something went awry during the merging of their souls, causing damage to his psyche? It is said that severe schizophrenia can indeed lead to indistinguishable hallucinations. Chun-Ling temporarily quelled his inner fear, attempting to rationalize everything scientifically. A profound hunger surged within him. He casually seized a roasted sausage from the cutting board and swallowed it in a few bites, regaining some composure. "Perhaps I need a psychiatrist." Startled, Chun-Ling, without even the desire to wash his face, hastily donned a black cotton coat and pushed the door open. Nevertheless, the cold air rushing in from outside made him shiver. This was Chun-Ling's first formal encounter with this world after regaining consciousness. He took a deep breath, steeling himself to face all the unknowns and challenges. However, when he inadvertently looked up at the sky, he couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. The dawn's light spilled from the east, with ribbons of dreamlike blue floating above the small town, seemingly within reach yet utterly unattainable. The aurora in daylight. Chun-Ling stood at his doorstep, staring blankly at the sky filled with auroras for a long time, murmuring to himself, "What on earth is this world? Damn it, why is this road so difficult to traverse? The weather is too cold, and last night's heavy rain has frozen the mountain paths. We must tread carefully." After dawdling for a while, the sun had already risen. The man wiped the sweat from his brow, asking, "How much further do we have to go?" The mass grave should be just ahead. Two staggering figures climbed over the peak, finally catching sight of the mounds of earth ahead. These mounds, both new and old, mostly bore no inscriptions, with only a wooden sign or personal belongings of the deceased haphazardly placed in front. However, after the downpour last night, many of these mounds had been washed away, with sticks and other items scattered chaotically around, leaving the scene in disarray. To their surprise, the mass grave was now cordoned off with yellow warning tape, and several figures moved within the restricted area, their expressions grave. Enforcers? Seeing the conspicuous black and red uniforms, the man widened his eyes in shock. How would they be here? Have they already discovered something? The woman turned pale. Is it ailing? Did he go to find the enforcers? Is he really not dead? They had assumed they had killed Chun-Ling, only for him to return the next day. Coupled with the sudden appearance of the enforcers at the burial site, leaving little room for alternative explanations. No, the man fixed his gaze on those figures. The enforcers from Area 3, even when dealing with criminal cases, would typically deploy no more than 3 individuals. The presence of so many at once could only signify. Has a catastrophe emerged? The woman seemed to realize something, cold sweat instantly soaking her back. Could the monster in the bedroom be the cause? Run. The man grasped the woman's wrist tightly and turned to flee. Just then, a cold voice rang out from nearby. Stop. Their figures froze instantly. An enforcer slipped past the warning line, slowly approaching them, his eyes narrowing. Who are you? What are you doing here? The woman stammered, unable to articulate a coherent response. We came to see our son. The man attempted to maintain his composure, stating, he is buried here. Today marks his death anniversary. Then why are you running? Because we are afraid. Afraid? Deploying so many enforcers at once indicates a convergence of the gray realm here, does it not? The man swallowed nervously. Perhaps a catastrophe has emerged from within, and we fear being caught in the crossfire. Oh, you seem to be quite knowledgeable. The enforcer raised an eyebrow in surprise. The man forced a pale smile. Enforcer, the woman cautiously inquired, has a catastrophe truly emerged from the gray realm? That is classified information, the enforcer replied coolly. Unfortunately, you cannot visit your son today. You must return. What you have seen here cannot be disclosed. You understand the rules, do you not? Yes, we understand. Let us go. Upon hearing those words, the man finally felt a sense of relief, promptly turning to leave. Wait. Their hearts skipped a beat. Please provide your names and addresses. The enforcer took out a pen and paper, apologizing for the necessity of the confidentiality regulations. Chen Tan, Li Xiu Chun, 128, Hanswang Street, Area 3. After recording the information, the enforcer allowed them to leave, crossing the yellow warning line to approach a man clad in a black coat, handing over the documents. Menggu, it has been confirmed. They came to see their son. Han Meng, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, took a deep drag, the acrid smoke mingling with his breath, dispersing in the cold wind. He casually glanced at the document and spoke calmly. Send a few people to follow them discreetly. They are suspicious. Huh. Hanswang Street is at least 10 kilometers from here. If they arrive now, they must have set out no later than 4 in the morning. And the rain hadn't stopped yet. Who would venture up the mountain to pay respects in the dark during a downpour? Moreover, this is a mass grave, a resting place for those without kin or who have died far from home. How could they, as parents, bury their child here? The enforcer was taken aback, suddenly slapping his forehead. Right, how did I not think of that? Xiao Qin, how did you manage to pass the enforcer examination? The enforcer known as Xiao Qin chuckled awkwardly, swiftly changing the subject. By the way, Menggu, was there really a catastrophe that emerged from the gray realm last night? Han Meng did not respond, but instead retrieved a palm-sized device from the pocket of his coat. The device featured a pointer mechanism resembling a compass, with different colors marking various levels of danger, clear and distinct. Is this the catastrophe pointer? Jiang Qin inquired curiously, reaching out to touch it, only to receive a sharp slap on the back of his hand. This device is extremely valuable. You will have your chance to handle it once you ascend to the rank of enforcer. Jiang Qin rubbed his hand, wondering how it was used. This device detects the danger level of catastrophes. Once activated, the pointer will indicate the magnitude of catastrophe fluctuations in the vicinity. If it only signifies a simple convergence of the gray realm, without any catastrophe entering the real world, it will not react. The higher the level of catastrophe, the more violently the pointer will shake. Jiang Qin nodded, expressing his concern. Menggu, it should be possible for a catastrophe to emerge, right? There's a high probability that it hasn't. After all, if a catastrophe had truly descended here yesterday, areas 2 and 3 would have already descended into chaos. That is a relief. For safety's sake, we must still conduct the test. As Han Meng spoke, he activated the catastrophe pointer, drawing the curious gazes of the other enforcers. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The catastrophe pointer remained unresponsive. Just as Han Meng breathed a sigh of relief, the pointer on the compass suddenly began to tremble violently. The pointer swept frantically across different colored zones, a piercing screech emanating from within the device. Han Meng's pupils dilated in shock, instinctively releasing the catastrophe pointer. Bang! Countless components shattered in midair, and the sharp end of the pointer grazed Han Meng's cheek, leaving a streak of crimson blood. The catastrophe pointer has exploded. Chapter 4. They exist, Chu. In the biting wind, Chun Ling let out a sudden sneeze. In his past life as a resident of the north, Chun Ling found himself somewhat overwhelmed by the climate here, cold and damp. Despite the sun shining brightly overhead, he felt no warmth whatsoever. Excuse me. A languid voice called from ahead, snapping Chun Ling back to reality. He instinctively moved to the side of the road, where he spotted a tricycle slowly approaching. A young boy pedaled the vehicle while another sat on the back, flanked by 2 large buckets of salt. The boy scooped salt with a spoon, sprinkling it onto the frosted road, causing the frost to gradually melt away with each falling grain. "Hey, Chunling." The boy salting the road caught sight of Chunling standing by the roadside and raised an eyebrow, surprised to see a top student here. "Aren't you supposed to be taking the enforcer's exam? Did you fail?" Chunling recognized that face, and a wave of memories surged forth. His name was Zhao Yi, a childhood acquaintance who had grown up on the same street as Chunling. However, he was inherently envious. In high school, when Chunling excelled academically, Zhao Yi's mother often compared him to Chunling, which made Zhao Yi resentful of Chunling. "The written exam has passed. Now, there's the physical test," Chunling replied, casually standing at the roadside. "Well, I wish you good luck with your exam," Zhao Yi said, scooping a large spoonful of salt and flinging it towards the side of the road, inadvertently splattering Chunling with it. The airborne salt coated Chunling's hair and cotton robe. He had not anticipated such a prank from Zhao Yi and quickly brushed off the salt, turning to glare at him. Meanwhile, Zhao Yi had already settled onto the tricycle, wobbling away with one foot perched on a salt bucket, sticking out his tongue and making a face at Chunling. As a 28-year-old adult who had weathered the trials of life, Chunling felt a mix of annoyance and amusement at such a crude prank. However, he had no intention of chasing after Zhao Yi to exact revenge. He silently committed the incident to memory as he had more pressing matters at hand. Just as Chunling prepared to continue on his way, his peripheral vision caught sight of the ground beneath his feet, causing him to pause momentarily. The frost that had come into contact with the salt began to melt, leaving a faint white residue on the ground. In that instant, Chunling noticed a line of text forming. Audience expectation, 27. Before he could fully comprehend what he had seen, the salt dissolved completely, and the previous scene felt like a fleeting illusion. Rubbing his eyes vigorously, Chunling murmured to himself, "No way." A sense of urgency surged within him, prompting him to quicken his pace toward the clinic. A few minutes later, he pushed open the clinic's door. Although it was referred to as a clinic, it was merely a two-story house on Hans Wang Street, its appearance square and drab, instantly reminding Chunling of the homes in his rural hometown. Yet, despite its rusticity, it was one of the better establishments on Hans Wang Street, at least providing 2 levels and some shelter from the wind. "Ah, it's you," said a man in a white coat, slightly turning from behind a wooden desk. "Here, to pick up medicine for your brother again? Didn't he transfer to the hospital in District 2? This time it's not a yin. It's me," Chunling replied, his brother having previously been hospitalized here, and he was familiar with this Dr. Lin. He approached the desk and sat down, feeling somewhat tense. "Oh, are you feeling unwell?" Dr. Lin inquired. "I have a bit of discomfort in my head," Chunling admitted. "Is it a physical headache or—" "Recently, it seems I've been experiencing hallucinations." "Psychiatric issues?" Dr. Lin raised an eyebrow, adjusting his black-framed glasses. "Let's discuss your symptoms." "Last night, I had a dream where I stood on a stage with many spectators below, their faces obscured. They didn't seem human. I ran desperately on the stage, but could never find an exit. Dream interpretation is not within my expertise." "I understand." Chunling took a deep breath. "But after waking up, I felt as if they were still watching me." Hearing this, Dr. Lin's interest peaked. "You mean you feel like you're being observed?" "It doesn't feel like a mere fantasy. It's as if they reside in my mind, seated in the audience, watching my every move, and I am merely a performer, a tool to amuse them." "Are you suggesting that your life is a stage, and you are its sole protagonist?" "That's the gist of it, though it's not as positive as you imply." "And the audience? Aside from watching you, do they do anything else?" Chunling paused, uncertain. "I can't shake the feeling that they might influence things around me." "Influence reality? That sounds rather fantastical," Dr. Lin remarked, taking a sip from his teacup. Just as he was about to say more, his expression suddenly shifted. Dr. Lin coughed up a mouthful of crimson blood, splattering it on the floor. "Dr. Lin," Chunling exclaimed, alarmed. "What illness have you contracted?" "No." Dr. Lin wiped the blood from his lips. It wasn't his own. Furrowing his brow, he focused on the teacup at the corner of the desk. "When did this happen?" he wondered, as the cup was already full of thick, viscous blood. "Dr." Lin's expression darkened. He distinctly remembered brewing a bag of pure tea just a minute ago. During that time, there were only the 2 of them in the clinic. Chunling had remained under his watchful gaze, making it impossible for him to have switched the tea. The full cup of blood had appeared as if by magic. Chunling, too, began to grasp the gravity of the situation, his face paling further. "Just as I mentioned," he croaked, "they might indeed exist." "Doctor." Lin scrutinized the cup of blood for a long moment before slowly turning his gaze back to Chunling. How long has this condition persisted? One day, Chunling paused. Since I became aware, it has only been a day. And before your awareness? What were you doing? A vision of himself stumbling through the rain last night flashed in Chunling's mind. I don't know. I can't recall. So, you're not certain if this symptom began last night and have no memories preceding it? Correct. Have you ever been possessed by a calamity? Dr. Lin adjusted his glasses. Or let me rephrase. Did you encounter the intersection of the Gray Realm last night? Chapter 5. The Gray Realm, the intersection of the Gray Realm? Chunling recalled that term existed in his memory, likely something the original owner had come across. Don't tell me you've forgotten about the Gray Realm altogether. Doctor. Lin stood up and poured the blood from the teacup down the drain, speaking slowly. Before the cataclysm, a hypothesis was proposed. In this universe, countless parallel timelines exist, each formed from the birth of the earliest universe, like the light released from a candle's flame, spreading in all directions. However, because the light is infinite, it extends into all possibilities without ever intersecting. But after the crimson meteor streaked across the sky, everything was thrown into chaos. Each timeline was disrupted, and an unknown, bizarre gray world began to overlap with our reality. After washing the teacup, Dr. Lin did not discard the water, but instead placed it back on the table, causing ripples in the water due to the force applied. He tore off a piece of paper and placed it above the undulating water, which began to dampen the paper with uneven spots of water, gradually soaking through. Initially, only a small section was overlapping, but as time passed, the area of intersection grew larger, and the matter and creatures from that world began to appear in ours. In fact, a significant portion of what once belonged to humanity's habitats has been overtaken by that world, leaving only 9 domains to shelter humanity and preserve the flame of existence. Because the sky of that world is gray, we refer to it as the Gray Realm. When the Gray Realm intersects with reality, a series of incomprehensible and eerie events occur, and even monsters from the Gray Realm may descend, which we refer to as calamities. Generally, among the survivors who encounter the Gray Realm or are attacked by calamities, 80% will exhibit signs of mental instability, with most never recovering. I suspect that your current condition is indeed related to the Gray Realm. Have you truly considered whether you have ever encountered the convergence of the Gray Realm and been ensnared within it? In response to Dr. Lin's inquiry, Chunling diligently probed the depths of the original owner's memories, yet ultimately found nothing. No matter how hard he tried to recall, he could not remember any other memories from the previous night. I do not know. He spoke bitterly. Dr. Lin pondered for a moment, then retrieved a piece of stationery from his drawer and began to write swiftly. Your condition transcends mere mental illness. I am but an ordinary person and unable to cure you. However, I know someone who might assist with the aftermath of Gray Realm contamination. After all, he is a true doctor. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of hope ignited within Chunling. Where can I find him? He resides in Jiguang City, but he often travels to provide free consultations. It is said that wherever there are perplexing ailments, he will go there. This is their path to divinity. In any case, deliver this letter to the enforcers at the entrance of Jiguang City, leaving your name and address. They will forward it to him within 3 days at most. That doctor will come to you. Thank you. Chunling gratefully accepted the envelope. In fact, upon witnessing the salt grains melting along the way, he had already sensed something amiss. The events unfolding in his life seemed beyond mere illness to explain. He had arrived at this small clinic partly because he was already halfway there, and partly because he genuinely did not know where else to seek help. From Dr. Lin's words, it appeared that this doctor possessed something extraordinary, having even mentioned the path to divinity. Could it be that this world harbored a unique system of human cultivation? Otherwise, according to Dr. Lin's assertions, humanity should have perished during the so-called cataclysm and convergence with the Gray Realm. Chunling even speculated that the distorted scientific level of this world might be related to the cataclysm. No need to thank me. Please send my regards to your brother. Dr. Lin smiled slightly. He is still hospitalized in Area 2. I will bring him something when I visit next. Chunling stood to bid farewell to Dr. Lin, pushing the door open and departing. As his figure gradually faded beneath the flowing sky of Jiguang, Dr. Lin's eyes narrowed slightly. An actor, perhaps? The first time he saw the screen in a dream, the audience's expectation was at 29. When I attempted to escape, it jumped to 30. On the way here, It regressed back to 27. Just now, Dr. Lin had been pranked, causing it to rise again to 29. If the audience truly resides within my mind, and these numbers are not mere illusions, what precisely influences the fluctuations of expectation? The cold wind howled, and Chun Ling, wrapped in a thick padded coat, walked towards home while deep in thought. The stage, the audience, the expectation. Each increase in expectation seemed to accompany the occurrence of an event. Could these events be perceived as the plot on stage? The more intriguing the events occurring around him, the greater the allure of the plot for the audience, thereby elevating expectations. The screen indicated that when the audience's expectation fell below 20, the safety of the actors could not be guaranteed. Chun Ling was unaware of the specific dangers, but given that the audience could interfere with reality to some extent, it was entirely possible that he could become their outlet for frustration, potentially meeting a grim fate. Chun Ling believed his reasoning was sound, yet to validate it, he would need to take tangible action. Perhaps I should endeavor to actively design the plot, he murmured to himself. Ling, have you had breakfast? Turning his head, Chun Ling saw a middle-aged man, his head wrapped in a towel, enthusiastically calling out from a breakfast stall. Upon seeing him, an idea suddenly flashed through Chun Ling's mind. Not yet, Uncle Zhao. Chun Ling's lips curled into a slight smile as he made his way toward the stall. Gulme, Gulme, let me prepare some soybean milk and fried dough sticks for you. It rained heavily last night, and with all this humidity, it's essential to eat breakfast to warm up. Uncle Zhao ladled a bowl of steaming soybean milk and approached him. Thank you, Uncle Zhao. Chun Ling rummaged through his pocket, producing 3 copper coins to offer Uncle Zhao, only to have the latter push them back. How could I let you pay for breakfast? No, Uncle Zhao, although we are neighbors of over a decade, I still need to settle my debts. Oh, this child, I won't take your money. Just help my little E with his studies when you have time, and I will bring you breakfast every day. Uncle Zhao grinned, revealing a set of large, yellowed teeth. Hasn't he already graduated? Does he still need tutoring? With those grades, he couldn't even secure a job placement. I plan to have him repeat the year. He can't just be working odd jobs every day, can he? Ah, Ling, you are so clever and filial. If one day little E could become an enforcer like you, I would wake up laughing in my dreams. Uncle Zhao sighed deeply, lamenting. What a pity, this boy is so unambitious. Chun Ling paused momentarily, his hand hesitating with the chopsticks. After some deliberation, he finally spoke. Uncle Zhao, do you know why Zhao he struggles with his studies? Huh? Why? Just as Chun Ling was about to say something, he fell into a long silence, eventually shaking his head. Forget it, Uncle Zhao. Consider it as if I never mentioned it. I promised him I would keep it confidential. No. Uncle Zhao's heart raced, and he anxiously added a marinated egg to Chun Ling's order, scratching his head in distress. Ling, I know you're little Yi's good friend, but there are some things that I, as his father, ought to know, right? I have raised little E on my own, waking up early and working late to afford his education. Also, he can have a better future. If you know anything, you must tell me. We all want what is best for him. Seeing Uncle Zhao's fervent inquiry, Chun Ling felt a stir of emotion. After a moment of internal conflict, as if he had made a decision, he replied, Uncle Zhao, you are right. As a friend, I cannot bear to watch Zhao continue down this path. Down? What has happened to him? He is in a relationship. Huh? Uncle Zhao was taken aback. That boy is charm. Chun Ling, unperturbed, took a bite of the fried dough stick and calmly uttered 3 words, with a boy. Chapter 6, Chen's Directing Principles. Chen's Directing Principles, Article 9. To create and develop a plot, the core lies in establishing conflict and contradiction. If the story's inherent conflicts lack intensity or fail to engage, then misunderstandings should be manufactured to propel the plot forward. A smile flickered in Chun Ling's eyes as he recalled some rules he had surreptitiously summarized during his past life as a director. Audience expectation level, 3. Current expectation level, 32. The moment Chun Ling glimpsed those 2 lines of text flashing in the soybean milk, he knew he had deduced correctly. Uncle Zhao's expression visibly stiffened. He stared at Chun Ling in disbelief, his demeanor shifting from confusion to shock, ultimately plunging into a profound silence. Uncle Zhao, I promised little E to keep it confidential, but you only have this one son. You must be hoping he can carry on the family line. And with him always hanging around with another boy, it could genuinely affect his studies. Chun Ling sighed. Today, I even saw him sitting in the back seat of that boy's car, smiling without a care in the world. Uncle Zhao's body trembled slightly, his hands clenching into fists as his breathing grew heavier. I see. He managed to force a smile that appeared somewhat unsettling. Thank you, Ling. By the way, uncle, I promised little E to keep this confidential, so you absolutely must not let him know it was me who told you. Rest assured, I understand. After finishing the last sip of soybean milk, Chunling bid farewell to Uncle Zhao and left the stall. Meanwhile, Uncle Zhao seemed oblivious, rummaging around the shop for something. Minutes later, he retrieved a thick stick from the corner and slowly sat down on the bench at the shop's entrance. A gust of cold wind swept through the street, ruffling Uncle Zhao's sparse hair and the towel soaked in sweat atop his forehead. He sat there quietly, propping the stick against the ground with one hand, his bloodshot eyes fixated intently on the end of the street, resembling a general emanating a menacing aura. Chunling appeared to have left the street, yet he secretly circled back through the alley, standing in the shade of a tree, just in time to observe the entire shop. A few minutes later, a tricycle wobbled into view from the far end of the road. Zhao, he casually perched on the edge of the cart, his legs crossed nonchalantly. Behind him, 2 barrels of salt lay completely emptied. He toyed with the few copper coins he had just earned, a grin stretching wide across his face. Hey, earning money isn't as difficult as it seems. Brother E, it's certainly easy for you, but I'm the one pedaling all day. The young lad in front stood up, pedaling the tricycle with all his might, breathless as he spoke. We're all brothers here. Why the division? Zhao, he took out 2 copper coins from his palm and stuffed them into the boy's pocket. Here, this is for you. Not far off, Zhao Shu, who had witnessed Zhao E's gesture, felt a flicker of irritation. Brother E, I've ridden the cart all day, and you only give me 2 coins? Didn't you receive 20 from the road administration? Riding is a test of stamina, while scattering salt requires skill. Naturally, my share should be greater, Zhao E lazily replied. He then leaped down from the tricycle, squinting and flashing a smile as he waved goodbye to the boy. I'll be at our usual spot tomorrow. If you dare not show up, I'll make sure to give you a beating each time I see you. Understand? With that, he clutched the remaining 18 copper coins tightly, striding confidently towards his shop. The cycling boy glared at him in anger, but upon receiving a fierce look from Zhao E, he quickly wilted, his head hung low as he continued pedaling homeward. Zhao E, the notorious bully of Han Shuang Street, was feared by nearly all in the younger generation. The boy had been taken advantage of for a day, and he could only swallow his grievances in silence. Dad, I'm home, Zhao E announced, stepping in with a firm gait, his hand gripping 18 copper coins. He had never felt so confident returning home. However, as he approached the shop, an unexpected chill enveloped him. A figure wielding a wooden stick slowly rose, and the atmosphere plunged to a freezing point. Zhao Shu's furious gaze locked on Zhao E, advancing upon him like a general brandishing a spear. Old man? Zhao E instinctively took a step back upon seeing the stick. Is it you? Zhao Shu pointed at the boy who was pedaling away, his hand trembling with rage. You little rascal. Instead of studying hard, you sneakily engage in these antics? If you were seriously pursuing a girl, that would be one thing, but you choose a boy? Can a boy give you children? Can he carry on the Zhao family line? Are you intent on ending your father's lineage? As Zhao Shu ranted, he raised the stick and began to chase Zhao E, who yelped in pain. The neighbors along half the street perked up their ears at Zhao Shu's furious shouts. Curiosity drew them closer, pointing and whispering about the scene unfolding before them, their faces etched with astonishment. Audience anticipation level 111, as Zhao E cried out in distress. The numbers before Chunling began to fluctuate. If he could once again step into the theater of his mind, he would see a multitude of shadowy figures. The audience keenly engrossed in the unfolding drama, their lips curled in subtle smiles. The conflict was set, but the cast was insufficient. Chunling's gaze drifted towards the distant tricycle. Xiaolu. At the sound of Chunling's call, the bewildered cycling boy turned around. Aling, you're here too? How much did Xiao E give you for riding today? 2 coins. The boy's face contorted with indignation. He promised me a fair share, but in the end, he gave me so little and even threatened me to work for him again tomorrow. Do you wish to retaliate against him? Chunling fixed his gaze on the boy. Or perhaps you want him to never dare bully you again, to avoid you entirely? I do. Then I shall teach you. As the two whispered conspiratorially. Zhao, he was already exhausted from the chase. Dad, please stop hitting me. I swear, I've only ever liked girls. Zhao, he finally realized, desperately explaining. Misa, Zhao, have always preferred women, especially those who are voluptuous and charming. The onlookers gasped slightly, pondering his words. Zhao Shu paused, his steps faltering. Then what is your relationship with that boy on the tricycle? We're just ordinary friends. Is that true? Of course. Suddenly, a youthful figure burst through the crowd, rushing to Zhao Yi's side and enveloping him in a protective embrace, shielding him from the wooden stick. Zha Yi froze. Zhao Shu was equally taken aback. You. Zhao, he felt his mind go blank. Before he could respond, the boy, tears welling in his eyes, shouted at Zhao Shu, "If you must hit someone, then hit me. Do not harm my brother, E." The atmosphere fell into a profound silence. Audience anticipation level 22, Chapter 7. Total lockdown that afternoon. The cries echoing through Han Shuang Street seemed unending. Yet the orchestrator of it all, Chun Ling, sat quietly beneath a tree, propping his head up while munching on snacks alongside the gathered crowd, attentively monitoring the fluctuations in audience anticipation. Initially, when Zhao Shu struck Zhao Yi, the anticipation level would increase slightly, but after several blows, the growth plateaued, ultimately settling at 48. After observing for a while longer, the anticipation level even dipped by 1, dropping to 47. It seemed the audience had grown somewhat weary of the spectacle. Surely, not all the spectators in my mind are mere jesters, Chun-Ling mused. From this experiment, Chun-Ling confirmed that the audience's anticipation level fluctuated based on the events unfolding. If the experiences were sufficiently engaging, the anticipation would rise. However, prolonged dullness would cause it to wane. Does this mean that if he wishes to maintain an anticipation level above 20, he must continuously fabricate scenarios? Today, Zhao Yi instigated the situation, and given that he was the bully of Han Shuang Street, a light reprimand was justifiable, but this could not become a daily occurrence. If this continued, he would inevitably become a villain wreaking havoc. With these thoughts weighing heavily on him, Chun-Ling felt a sense of fatigue. His only glimmer of hope lay in the doctor from Aurora City that Dr. Lin mentioned. Perhaps he could rid him of the calamities tainting his being, liberating him from this passive role of a jester in life. Just as Chun-Ling pondered, a deep, resonant bell tolled from afar. Ding, ding, ding. 3 chimes echoed, seemingly penetrating the very fabric of reality, reverberating through every corner of the earth. Upon hearing the sound, the expressions of the surrounding crowd shifted dramatically. Even Zhao Shu, who had been pursuing Zhao Yi, halted in his tracks, bewildered as he gazed into the distance. 3 tolls of the disaster bell. An elder's face turned ghastly pale. This cannot be. The tolling of the disaster bell was a warning signal from the enforcers, indicating that traces of the Gray Realm had been detected within the district, heralding an incursion of calamity. Wasn't it said that the Aurora domain was protected, making it nearly impossible for it to intersect with the Gray Realm? In the past decade, calamities had emerged no more than thrice. Where could this calamity be now? I don't know. Just hurry home. Don't venture out. Upon hearing the 3 tolls, the faces of the crowd turned uniformly pale, and Zhao Yi, who had just been yelping in pain, felt his legs buckle, collapsing onto the ground. The earth beneath them trembled slightly as Chun-Ling turned to see over a dozen swift steeds galloping from a distance. Each horse bore a rider clad in black and red uniforms, their expressions equally grave, holstering pistols at their sides. Possible high-risk calamity detected. All sectors on lockdown. No one is permitted to enter or exit. Remain vigilant for any suspicious signs, such as roads or structures appearing out of thin air, peculiar creatures, or individuals displaying abnormal behavior. Report any anomalies immediately to the enforcers. All citizens, please cooperate with the investigation. The enforcers' voices echoed throughout Han Shuang Street, reaching every corner of the district as the remnants of the disaster bell reverberated through the air, enveloping the world in an inexplicable tension. At this moment, no one is interested in gossip. Everyone is hastily making their way home. Even Zhao Yi, after receiving a sharp reprimand, was dragged inside by his father. Chun-Ling stood alone beneath a tree, preparing to leave as 2 lines of characters flickered amidst the fallen leaves. Audience anticipation value, 18. Current anticipation value, 65. Stunned by the sudden surge in anticipation, Chun-Ling was struck by a chilling thought. Could they be coming for me? District 3, headquarters of the enforcers. Dim sunlight filtered through the hemispherical glass dome, casting a kaleidoscope of colors that illuminated the interior. In the center hung a banner several meters long, displaying 2 overlapping cyan hexagrams against a dark background, reminiscent of stars shining in the polar night sky. Beneath the banner stood a dozen enforcers clad in black and red uniforms, their expressions grave as they stood in a straight line, facing the entrance of the headquarters, seemingly waiting for something. As the door swung open, 5 enforcers draped in black trench coats strode in unison. Among them, Han Meng occupied the central position, his coat adorned with 4 silver patterns, while the others bore 3. Upon their arrival, all enforcers snapped to attention. "What is the situation?" Han Meng inquired in a deep voice. "The disaster bell has sounded. District 3 is currently under complete lockdown, yet there has been no sign of the calamity." One enforcer hesitated before asking, "Brother Meng, what does the self-destruction of the disaster indicator mean?" The self-destruction of the disaster indicator can only indicate 2 scenarios. Han Meng replied calmly. The first possibility is that a special calamity has descended, one whose powers render the disaster indicator ineffective. However, this explanation is purely theoretical. Thus far, no such calamity has been identified. The second possibility is the invasion of a level 9 calamity, commonly known as a cataclysmic disaster, whose residual energy exceeds the limit of the indicator, causing it to explode. A cataclysmic disaster? The faces of the onlookers turned ashen. There's no need to be so alarmed. Surely you do not believe a cataclysm is imminent? A cataclysmic disaster has the potential to annihilate an entire human domain. There are but a few such entities in the Grey Realm. If a true cataclysm were to descend, not only District 3, but even Aurora City would be reduced to ashes in an instant. Hearing this, the group finally exhaled in relief. So, it should merely be a special calamity? Currently, that is the only explanation. But if the disaster indicator is malfunctioning, how can we assess it? It cannot be assessed. Han Meng shook his head. Unless it reappears and we engage it directly. The most pressing matter now is to deploy all personnel in a thorough search before it harms anyone. A thorough search? But our manpower may be insufficient. Then we shall temporarily summon the reserve enforcers. The written examination concluded a few days ago, so gather those qualified individuals and inform them that this is a practical test. Understood. Chapter 8. The Killing Game on Han Shuang Street. 2 disheveled figures stood at the doorway, their faces etched with hesitation. The house that once belonged to them was now occupied by a being, or perhaps a thing, that had returned from the dead. The burial ground had been tainted by the Grey Realm the previous night, so it was highly likely that the entity inside was a calamity disguised as Chun Ling. What should we do now? Li Xiuquan swallowed hard. What can we do? Chen Tin took a deep breath. We go inside, quickly gather our belongings, and then run. To District 5 or 6. The farther we get from here, the better. But still inside. What if we wake it up? It has already left. Chun Tan gazed at the muddy footprints at the entrance, speaking with conviction. Upon hearing this, the woman finally breathed a sigh of relief. She unlocked the door, and the 2 rushed inside. Only take coins and valuables. Leave anything too heavy behind. I'll go to the bedroom. You check the living room. Hurry. We don't know when it will return. The 2 frantically pulled out 2 burlap sacks and began to gather their possessions. The man opened a drawer and stuffed all the money into his pocket. Just as he was about to leave, he noticed the axe on the bedside table, used for self-defense. After a brief hesitation, he tossed it into the sack as well. Their family was not affluent, and valuable items were scarce. But it was precisely for these reasons that they could not bear to abandon what little they had worked so hard to earn. Li Xiuquan stuffed 3 cotton and linen garments into her sack, confirming there was nothing left behind, before hurriedly moving to the living room. The 2 hoisted the sacks onto their shoulders and were about to leave when Li Xiuquan suddenly spoke. What about Ayen? What if he returns? Then we'll go to District 2 first. After we bring him out, we can all escape together. He will surely look for his brother. His brother is already dead. As Chun Tan spoke, he prepared to open the door. At that moment, the sound of a key turning in the lock echoed. Both figures froze in place. The door creaked open, and a boy walked in. Chun Ling, seeing the 2 with their sacks, paused in confusion and asked, "Dad, Mom, where are you going?" Chun Tan and Li Xiuquan looked as if they had seen a ghost, their faces pale. Outside, a galloping horse rushed past, and the enforcer's shouts reverberated through the streets. Suspected high-risk calamity detected. District 3 is under complete lockdown. No one is allowed to enter or exit. Be vigilant of any suspicious signs around you, such as roads or buildings that appear out of thin air, strange-looking mysterious creatures, or humans displaying abnormal behavior. Report any anomalies immediately to the enforcers. As the enforcers' voices gradually faded, the atmosphere within the cramped house descended into an eerie silence. We heard the commotion outside. The two said, their legs trembling. They looked fearfully at the boy before them, who appeared as a sinister specter from the depths of hell. Chunling's gaze fell upon the two burlap sacks, and, recalling the enforcer's shouts, he attempted to reassure them, "You need not worry too much. That calamity seems to be absent from the vicinity. The streets appear to be fine, don't they?" Shentan, Li Xiuchun, Shenling felt aquadelplas. Initially, upon hearing the news of a cataclysmic disaster's invasion, he had not thought much of it. However, upon witnessing the dramatic increase in audience anticipation, he immediately sensed that something was amiss. Zhao Yi had endured a beating all afternoon, yet only managed to raise his anticipation value by a few points. The enforcer's mere shout had sent the anticipation soaring to over 60. From what Chunling currently understood, this indicated that they had discovered something exceedingly entertaining. Unfortunately, that entertainment might very well be himself. Previously, Dr. Lin had mentioned the convergence of the Gray Realm and calamities, and it was precisely he who had traversed into this realm last night, with the original owner's memories of that evening having vanished. All these clues pointed towards the notion that this calamity could only be him. Chunling surmised that what the enforcers were seeking might be the audience residing within his mind. He had considered whether to directly surrender to the enforcers, allowing them to devise a means to resolve the issue of the audience in his head. Yet given their attitude towards calamities, it seemed more likely that they would eliminate him alongside it. In conclusion, it was best to attempt to ride out this storm and observe the situation further. Noticing that the two remained tense and appeared exceedingly anxious, Chunling sighed and took the initiative to help Li Xiuchuan carry the sack. "Mom, at this point, where can you run to? District 2 and District 3 are both locked down. We cannot escape. Are we to sleep on the streets?" Upon hearing the first sentence, Li Xiuchuan was left speechless. After processing the latter part, she managed a dry laugh. "You are right. Dad, you should also put that down. Don't be too anxious. If we escape, what will happen to Ayen?" Chun Tan swallowed hard, his gaze fixed intently on Chunling, searching for even the faintest hint of anomaly or malice in the latter's expression, yet he found none. Chunling's every action was indistinguishable from that of the Chunling in his mind, bearing no resemblance to a calamity. However, Chun Tan was acutely aware that he was not Chunling. Chunling was dead. "Please, take a seat for a moment. I will fetch you some water from the kitchen," Chunling said, noticing the pallor on their faces. He pulled out a chair from the table and then turned to enter the kitchen. Li Xiuchuan and Chun Tan exchanged a glance, ultimately complying and sitting down quietly. While pouring water in the kitchen, Chunling pondered how to ease the tension in the air and casually remarked, "By the way, Mom, that grilled sausage you left for me this morning was delightful." "How did you make it?" "Grilled sausage?" Li Xiuchuan appeared bewildered. "Just last night, she and Chun Tan had visited the mass grave. There was no grilled sausage left. The one on the cutting board," Chunling replied. The confusion in Li Xiuchuan's eyes deepened as she struggled to recall and finally seemed to remember something, her face turning as pale as paper. "What did you leave him, a grilled sausage?" Chun Tan asked in a hushed tone. I didn't leave any," Li Xiuchuan stammered, trembling as she spoke. "There was a bone-slicing knife on the cutting board, but I noticed it was missing when I tidied up. Shen Tan's complexion shifta dramatically." Meanwhile, Chunling, still facing away from the two in the kitchen, continued, "That grilled sausage smelled wonderful, but seemed a bit tough, Mom. Please remember to grill it softer for me tomorrow." The living room fell into a deathly silence. Chunling finished pouring the water and handed it to the pair, only to find their faces had grown even paler. "Are you all right? Not feeling well?" Chunling asked, perplexed, as he sat down across from them. "I'm fine," Chun Tan replied, taking a deep breath and discreetly pulling the burlap sack beneath his feet. His voice steadied somewhat. "Ling, yes. Do you remember what happened yesterday?" "Yesterday?" Chunling struggled to recall, shaking his head. "I can't quite remember. What happened?" "Nothing." Chun Tan gently sipped some water, as if steeling himself, and locked eyes with Chunling. "How do you think we treat you?" "Very well," Chunling answered as if it were obvious. "If it weren't for you taking me in back then, I would have likely frozen to death by the roadside. My biological parents abandoned me, and it was you who raised me, working tirelessly to support my education. Everything I have is thanks to you." Hearing those words, a flicker of relief passed through Chun Tan's gaze. Then, if one day a yin were to fall ill and only your heart could save him, would you be willing to help? Chunling was taken aback. At that moment, he felt a strange familiarity with the question. Fractured memories surged from the original owner's mind, and a headache struck him. He suddenly recalled that the original owner had seemingly heard similar words the night before. I. Chunling clutched his head, a look of anguish crossing his face. A yin is our flesh and blood. Your mother sacrificed her health to conceive him. We labored for 10 years to finally have this one child, a true child of ours. Now that he is ill, we cannot stand by and watch him die. The shaman in District 2 said that if we acquire a heart from a young person not exceeding 20 years of age, it can replace a yan's failing heart. A yin has called you brother for so many years. You have been treated as our son for so long. Our parents have never asked anything of you. But this time, we plead with you to save a yin. Tell me you are willing, right? Chun Tan's body trembled slightly as he looked into Chunling's pleading and expectant eyes. He resembled a child who had erred, awaiting delayed forgiveness. At that moment, the fragmented memories buried beneath last night's torrential rain began to resurface for Chunling. He fought against the pain in his head and took a deep breath, hoarsely uttering, "So it was you who killed him." Does the yin know? He does not know. If he were aware that the heart he was about to receive was yours, he would never consent. Chun Tan emerged from the depths of his inner turmoil and guilt, reaching into the burlap sack at his feet, slowly extracting a sharp axe. "Aling, you are already dead. You should not be here." Chun Tan's eyes reddened as he gripped the axe tightly, speaking in a hoarse voice. "No matter what occupies your body, I will set you free." A deep rumble of thunder echoed across the dim sky. The axe was raised high and swung down with force. Bang! A warm spray splattered onto Chun Tan's face, and crimson blood bloomed on the floor like a bouquet. Chunling's body fell limply to the ground, producing a muffled thud. The axe embedded itself in his neck, nearly severing his head, his vacant gaze staring into the void. His countenance still bearing traces of agony and confusion. He was dead. No heartbeat, no breath. His body grew progressively cold, resembling a martyr fallen among a field of bright red flowers. Chun Tan's chest heaved violently as he fixated on the lifeless body, his shirt drenched in sweat. Dead? Li Xiaochuan slumped in her chair, her voice trembling. "Dead? What about the calamity?" Chun Tan paused. "I don't know." Li Xiaochuan stared blankly at the corpse, suddenly speaking. "Do you think it is possible that he was not a calamity, but rather that God has given us another chance for redemption? If that is the case," Chun Tan scoffed bitterly, "then we truly deserve to go to hell. It's also possible that the calamity was too weak and one axe strike ended it entirely," Li Xiaochuan suggested. Chun Tan remained silent, gazing at the figure in the pool of blood for a long while before turning back to the kitchen to retrieve a kitchen knife. "What are you going to do?" "Open his chest to see if the heart is still there," Chun Tan rasped. "At the very least, I need to know whether I've killed a monster or a redemption sent by God." He knelt beside Chunling's corpse, laboriously slicing open the chest, while Li Xiaochuan turned pale and rushed into the kitchen, violently retching. Minutes later, Chun Tan slowly rose. "How is it?" Li Xiaochuan inquired. "Empty." Chun Tan gazed into the hollow interior of the chest, as if exhaling a sigh of relief. "He has no heart." "No heart? Then how is he?" "I don't know." Chen Tan paused. "Whatever it was, it is dead now. What about the body?" "Let us hide it in the cellar. There are enforcers outside, and we cannot take it out." Chun Tan dragged the heavy wooden board from the corner of the living room, revealing a dark, narrow underground space. In an age without refrigerators, utilizing the cellar's natural insulation to store food was the best option. He was preparing to dispose of Chunling's body when he caught sight of the horrific neck wound and hesitated. "Go fetch a Yan's costume," Chun Tan instructed. "No matter what it is, this is a Ling's vessel. He should at least be dressed decently for burial." Upon mentioning the costume, Li Xiaochuan shuddered slightly. "But he was wearing that outfit when he returned last night." "It's just a piece of clothing," Chun Tan was about to retort. But recalling the horrific scene of Chunling coming home the previous night, he decided against further argument. "Fine, let it be." Chun Tan tossed Chunling's body into the cellar, replaced the wooden board, and pressed the table down on top, thus concluding the grim task. Following this, Li Xiaochuan began to clean the bloodstains in the house. Though the task made her feel nauseous, she pinched her nose and persevered. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks echoed at the door. Li Xiaochuan, who was cleaning, felt her heart skip a beat, and turned abruptly to look at Chun Tan. Is someone here? Ignore it. Pretend no one is home. Li Xiuquan nodded, and the two held their breath in the living room, the only sound being the heavy knocking reverberating through the silence. Yet the knocking showed no signs of abating. Instead, it grew more insistent, followed by a deep voice from outside. Enforcers request an audience. Open the door immediately. Upon hearing the words enforcers, both their faces turned pale. Chun Tan hesitated for a moment before giving Li Xiuquan a glance, quickly changing his shirt, buttoning it haphazardly as he approached the door. Creak. The door opened a crack. Chun Tan stepped outside, closing the door behind him. Is there something you need, esteemed law enforcement officer? A light drizzle fell from the overcast sky, as two figures clad in black and red uniforms stood outside, their expressions somewhat grim. Why haven't you opened the door after knocking for so long? I was just waking up and took a moment to dress, he replied sheepishly. The two officers glanced at his hastily donned attire, their demeanor slightly easing. Is this Chun Ling's residence? Yes. Where is he? He left home early this morning and has not yet returned. When he comes back, please deliver this notice to him. One of the officers produced a document from within his coat. The entirety of Zones 2 and 3 is under lockdown. All preparatory law enforcement candidates who pass the written examination are to assemble. He is on the summons list. Be present at the law enforcement headquarters in Zone 3 at 7 a.m. tomorrow. Failure to attend will be regarded as a forfeiture of his position. Chun Tan's heart raced, yet he maintained a composed facade as he accepted the notice. Nodding, very well, I shall ensure he receives it. The two officers turned to leave, and Chun Tan exhaled in relief as he re-entered the house. Upon entering, a jarring metallic scraping sound assaulted his ears, reminiscent of nails dragged across a chalkboard, sending a chill down his spine. At that moment, Li Xiuquan huddled in the corner, trembling uncontrollably. Upon seeing Chun Tan return, her nearly shattered gaze finally lifted, slowly extending a hand towards the kitchen. There a crimson figure stood with its back to them, head bowed as if chewing something. Chun Tan's mind went blank at the sight. It was a youth whose neck was nearly severed, blood and flesh regenerating at a visible rate. In his left hand, he clutched a kitchen knife, while the right held a bloodied axe, both being fed into his mouth. Sensing Chun Tan's return, the figure draped in a scarlet costume slowly turned. It was Chun Ling, devoid of a heart, nearly beheaded. His cheeks bulged as he chewed on remnants of metal and wood, his vacant eyes resembling those of a beast, eerie and unsettling. Dad, a voice emerged from behind him. I'm hungry. Chun Ling had dreamed a dream. It was an afternoon shrouded in dark clouds, and as usual, he had just finished training at the martial arts field in the suburbs, pushing open the door to his home, drenched in sweat. It was not his birthday, yet a cream cake adorned the dining table. The flickering orange flame of a candle trembled in the dim living room, where two figures sat at the table, their eyes slightly reddened. A cream cake, valued at 200 copper coins, was beyond their family's usual means. Confused, he inquired about the occasion, and his parents informed him that it was the day his younger brother, Yan, was to undergo surgery. Upon hearing this, he felt elated, for Yan's congenital heart disease had haunted their family. Together, his parents had tirelessly sought help, but every clinic had been at a loss. Recently, they had mentioned finding a hospital in Zone 2, confident in their ability to heal him. Overjoyed by the good news, he devoured the cake. But soon his consciousness began to fade, and he collapsed onto the table. The last image he saw was that of his mother, Li Xiuquan, covering her mouth, weeping profusely. I'm so sorry, truly sorry, he heard his father's murmurs. Yan's illness requires a heart. You would be willing, wouldn't you? He opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to respond, but ultimately succumbed to unconsciousness. Then he felt himself being placed in a bag, rain pattering against its surface. After what felt like an eternity, he was finally lifted onto a surface. He sensed his chest being opened, something extracted from within. Following that, he was draped in clothing and moved to a location amidst heavy rain, the dense earth gradually engulfing him, plunging everything into darkness and silence. In the darkness, Chun Ling's eyes suddenly opened. Spotlights illuminated the stage as he lay at its center. After a moment's disorientation, he pushed himself up, trembling. Damn it, how did I return? Chun Ling's complexion paled slightly, his gaze instinctively drawn to the screen at the center of the stage, his pupils constricting. Audience expectation level 1. Audience expectation level 1. Current expectation level 67. Connection with the actor lost. Performance interrupted. Audience expectation level 50. Current expectation level 17. Warning. Warning. Audience begins to intervene in the performance. Chapter 10. The audience Chun Tan could not suppress a gulp. How is this possible? He rasped, no heart, and his head was severed. Yet he can still move? Where did that costume come from? We never dressed him in it. I don't know. Li Xiuquan was utterly consumed by fear, responding incoherently. When he crawled out from the ground, he was already wearing that costume. It was the one we draped over him when we buried him last night. He is a ghost. He truly is a ghost. Nonsense. There are no ghosts in this world. The scene before them was too bizarre, and Chun Tan's legs trembled with fright. Nevertheless, he summoned his courage, picked up a kitchen knife from the ground, and lunged toward Chunling's face. He had killed Chunling twice. Surely he could do so a third time. Regardless of what resided within, it appeared less terrifying than the calamities rumored outside, instilling in him a significant measure of bravery. The sharp knife sliced through the air, and just as it was about to make contact with Chunling, it abruptly halted mid-air. Chun Tan froze, desperately exerting force with his hand. Yet it could advance no further, as if an invisible hand had seized the knife, pinning it in place. A chilling giggle echoed from behind Chunling. In the next moment, the knife vanished from Chun Tan's grasp, replaced by a slender red paper slip. Chunling, with his vacant eyes, swallowed the axe and knife he had been chewing, fixating his gaze on Chun Tan. He stepped forward, mechanically and hoarsely repeating a single phrase, "Dad, I'm hungry." Those simple 3 words sent a shiver down Chun Tan's spine. He had no doubt that in the next moment, Chunling would seize his head and force it into his mouth, crunching his bones, which would be no less formidable than the axe and knife. Run. Seek out the law enforcement officers. Chun Tan spun and dashed toward the door. He understood that the current situation was beyond their control. Their only hope for survival lay in seeking assistance from the law enforcement officers, who undoubtedly possessed the means to resolve this calamity. As for how the officers would judge their deliberate murder and organ theft, that was a concern for another day. After all, imprisonment was preferable to losing one's life. Li Xiuquan, trembling in the corner, was jolted back to reality by a shout, scrambling toward the closed door. Seizing the moment while Chunling's attention was fixed on Chun Tan, she reached for the doorknob but grasped at nothing. Bewildered, she looked down to discover that the doorknob had vanished. No, not just the knob. The entire door had transformed into an image on red paper, shifting from 3-dimensional to 2-dimensional. She could not open a door drawn on paper. A cacophony of sinister laughter filled the air, as if countless invisible figures now occupied the room, their scarlet eyes glinting with mockery. Red paper flew around Li Xiuquan, and in her dazed state, she glimpsed bizarre faces, her screams echoing as she retreated. Her eyes filled with pure terror. At last, her eyes rolled back, and she collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness. Simultaneously, Chun Tan felt a void beneath his feet and fell heavily to the ground, stunned. Turning around in shock, he discovered that the entire floor had transformed into a sea of red, surging like waves. He stared blankly at the approaching figure of Chunling in her crimson attire. A realization dawning upon him as he cried out in terror. It is true. The law enforcers were right. You are the calamity. You are the disaster that has usurped Ailing's body. Upon hearing these words, Chunling halted her advance. A sinister smile crept across her crimson lips, and she raised a pale finger to her lips, signaling silence. Just as the endless red paper was about to engulf Chun Tan, 2 shattering glass sounds echoed from aside. Disaster sighted at 128 Han Shuang Street. Destruction level assessed at 4. Immediate assistance requested. 2 figures in black and red uniforms burst through the window. One scanned the room and quickly spoke, acknowledged assistance has been dispatched. Please try to hold the adversary. A serious voice emanated from the walkie-talkie of one of the enforcers. One enforcer chuckled bitterly. A level 4 disaster? How do we possibly hold it? Upon witnessing the sudden intrusion of the 2 enforcers, the ethereal audience gasped, as if discovering a more intriguing toy. With a flick of her wrist, Chunling sent the fallen Chun Tan into unconsciousness, blood streaming from his 7 orifices, gradually staining the ground beneath him. Create distance. Preserving life is paramount. One enforcer quickly retreated, drawing his weapon and firing rapidly. The brass bullets tore through the void but transformed into tiny red paper pieces before reaching Chunling. With a gentle lift of her hand, Countless paper shards emerged from the wide sleeves of her costume, wrapping around the two enforcers like serpents. The encasing paper twisted violently, as if twisted into a braid, before crashing to the ground. Chun-Ling's form began to swell, her costume straining against an unseen force. As if numerous faces were attempting to break free from beneath her skin, chaotic whispers filling the air. Within mere seconds, she transformed into a grotesque creature, her body adorned with writhing red paper tendrils, crimson eyes opening upon the paper surface, erasing any trace of Chun-Ling's former self. With a sudden force, she burst through the paper door and dashed into the deserted street, the light rain falling upon her without a sound. She chose a direction at random and vanished like a crimson specter. Almost simultaneously, a figure clad in black sliced through the dark clouds, swiftly pursuing her. Target disaster identified. Hamengstatiet calmly. Is it a world-ending level? A worried voice crackled through the walkie-talkie. From the aura, it seems only a level 5 at most. It appears a disaster did indeed descend last night, but the readings misjudged its energy levels. A level 5 is still quite dangerous. Be careful, Meng Ji. Han Meng remained silent, closely following the red specter to the desolate outskirts of Zone 3, and then, like a cannonball, he plunged downwards. The impact sent tremors through the wilderness, scattering sand and stones in all directions, forcing the red specter to halt. The myriad red paper tendrils swayed in the wind, all eyes fixating on the dust-laden ground. A figure emerged, igniting a thick cigar, and stepped forward, the silver patterns on the hem of his black trench coat faintly glowing. An ethereal domain unfurled, enveloping the red paper creature. I am Han Meng, chief enforcer of Zone 3 in the Aurora realm. With one hand holding the cigar, he drew a pitch-black handgun from his waist, clicking off the safety. The ground beneath him trembled slightly, a latent killing intent locking onto the red paper creature. He parted his lips, his words resonating with a rhythmic cadence of some ancient law. In the name of human civilization's justice, I shall pass judgment upon your demise. The moment those words fell, Han Meng pulled the trigger. The click of the hammer echoed, yet no bullet was expelled. Simultaneously, the earth before him crumbled, soil and debris dissolving into nothingness, as if an invisible bullet had shattered matter on a molecular level. In an instant, this deconstructive force reached the red paper monster. Under the pressure of this intangible force, the floating red paper tendrils were forced apart, revealing a gaping wound. A circular hole with a 1-meter radius that pierced through the creature's form. Through the massive opening, Han Meng could even see the distant streets of Zone 3, realizing that this shot had obliterated 2/3 of its body. Just as he prepared to withdraw his weapon, an unexpected occurrence transpired. The red paper monster, with a gaping hole in its center, did not perish. Instead, it continued to extend its red paper tendrils, frantically expanding outward. In just 2 seconds, it not only repaired the central void, but had also grown to over 3 times its original size. Now, it resembled a colossal paper-crafted sun, with countless paper fragments twisting and hovering above the desolate expanse. Han Meng's pupils constricted slightly. He immediately raised his gun, aiming upwards, and pulled the trigger 3 times. The deconstructive force tore 3 large openings in the red sun. Drizzling rain fell through the 3 gaping wounds, splashing against Han Meng's solemn face, chilling him to the bone. Suddenly, an avalanche of paper shards descended, resembling a torrential red rain, instantly transforming the wilderness into a hive of chaos. Han Meng feared frantically, barely managing to carve out a narrow escape route to save himself. Panic set in as Han Meng felt the sweat soaking through his back. He sensed that he was no match for this disaster. For some reason, the creature's aura seemed to swell even further, escalating from a mere level 5 to the pinnacle of level 5, just a hair's breadth away from the terrifying realm of level 6. At that moment, a hand clad in a theatrical robe emerged from the paper monster, delicately yet precisely pressing down on Han Meng's head. A light giggle echoed in Han Meng's ears. In the next instant, he was forcefully pushed down, his head crashing heavily onto the ground. The earth cracked, and Han Meng coughed up blood, rendered motionless as if turned to mud. The flames of battle had extinguished, and the sky was filled with red paper returning to the creature's body, while a light rain fell upon the scarred earth. The red paper monster was about to depart when the hand that had emerged suddenly gripped the red paper formed tightly, pulling with force, as if something was striving to break free from within. 5 minutes earlier, the audience began to intervene in the performance. Chunling felt a chill run down his spine as he read the last line. He abruptly lifted his gaze towards the stage. Countless crimson eyes continued to watch him from the darkness. Yet in one corner of the audience, a row of wooden chairs stood empty. Audience members had vanished. The shadows in the audience stomped rhythmically on the theater floor, producing a dull and thunderous sound. In the confined space, the noise resonated like relentless thunder. Their crimson eyes fixated on Chunling, filled with fury and accusation. With each synchronized stomp, Chunling felt the stage tremble, the spotlight above quivering as if it could not hold out for much longer. Chunling began to comprehend the situation. Having been struck down by an axe in reality, had abruptly halted the performance on stage. The interruption had incited the audience's wrath. Yet they could not communicate directly with Chunling, resorting instead to this form of expression to convey their dissatisfaction and threats. So, in truth, I am not dead. Chunling stared blankly at his own hands. But if my consciousness remains here, then who is controlling my body now? Chunling seemed to have a sudden realization. He turned back and beheld a vast black curtain obscuring the latter half of the stage. With great effort, he tugged at a corner, and a cascade of images flooded his mind. He saw himself transforming a dinner knife into a paper fragment, rendering Li Xiuquan and Chun Tan unconscious and battling two enforcers. This sensation was peculiar, akin to sitting before a grand screen, observing his actions from a third-person perspective. Of course, at this moment, he was no longer the protagonist. Rather, it was the audience that had usurped his body. The audience was intervening in the performance. As Chunling caught a glimpse of the characters flickering on the screen, he noticed another group of figures vanish from the audience. The diminishing expectation levels led to an increase in the number of audience members intervening. As he spoke, he raised his hands, witnessing his body gradually becoming transparent. Concurrently, he pondered the terrifying thought: would his existence be erased as well? Indeed, if the audience became the true protagonists, what purpose would he serve? A sense of despair engulfed him, prompting the realization that he had to act decisively. Standing before the grand curtain, Chunling took a deep breath and tentatively extended his palm towards the flickering images behind it. He faced two choices: reclaim his body and resume his role as the protagonist, or perish. His fingertips penetrated the curtain, encountering a barrier that forced him to slow down. This barrier was not impenetrably hard. Rather, it resembled a membrane, soft and remarkably resilient. After several attempts, he finally managed to push through with a single finger. A glimmer of hope sparked in his eyes. Summoning all his strength, he thrust his palm through the barrier, followed by his forearm and elbow. At that moment, the characters on the screen flickered once more, indicating the audience's expectation level had dropped to 14, causing yet another group of spectators to vanish. Chunling sensed the barrier becoming increasingly firm, realizing that it was not the barrier that had strengthened, but rather his body that had weakened. Gritting his teeth, he continued to inch his arm past the curtain, but his speed had slowed to a fraction of what it had been before, filling him with anxiety. Given the current resistance, he estimated that if the expectation level dropped to around 10, he would never be able to breach the curtain. Ultimately, through relentless effort, his arm fully passed through the curtain. He observed Han Meng struggling beneath the crimson rain. After a moment's hesitation, he slapped Han Meng on the forehead, utilizing the power of the red paper monster to render him unconscious on the ground. Thus, no one would witness him crossing the curtain and returning to reality. He inverted the curtain from the other side, yanking it forcefully to create a narrow gap. With his second hand, he pried it open until it could accommodate his body, inhaling deeply before plunging through. Chapter 12. Chun Yin, a figure clad in a theatrical robe, emerged from the red paper monster, suspended in midair. Sensing Chunling's imminent return, the red paper monster thrashed wildly, its form becoming increasingly transparent, akin to paper soaked in rain, growing thinner by the moment. Chunling was ensnared by it, flying low to the ground while swinging uncontrollably, his head spinning. The torn paper's edges writhed, seemingly intent on swallowing him back, while he desperately clung to his upper body, resisting the dizziness in a battle of wills. At that moment, a drenched youth sprinted across the ravaged earth, drawing closer. Brother, a hand gripped Chunling's arm, yanking him downward with force. Chun-Ling felt a surge of strength, his lower body breaking free from the paper as he crashed heavily onto the ground, passing through the gap between the theater and reality. In the instant Chun-Ling escaped, the airborne paper monster completely dissolved, as if it had never existed. Lying on the muddy ground, clad in a vibrant red robe, Chun-Ling gasped heavily. The sky was shrouded in oppressive rain clouds, droplets trickling down his hair. As he spun in a daze, he caught sight of a familiar face anxiously shaking him. "Brother, are you all right?" The sensation of dizziness gradually faded, and, as he focused, he was momentarily startled. "Yin, what are you doing here?" The youth before him was none other than his younger brother, Chun-Yin. In the memories of the original host, Chun-Ling had only two sources of pride throughout his life. The first was his own arduous efforts that led him to become an enforcer. The second was having Chun-Yin as a brother. This was not to imply that Chun-Yin was particularly intelligent or gifted. On the contrary, he struggled academically, often being the target of bullying at school. Yet, since Chun-Yin was in short pants, he had followed Chun-Ling everywhere, obediently doing whatever he was asked. Even when he mischievously buried Chun-Yin in sand as a child, nearly suffocating him, Chun-Yin's first reaction upon being rescued was not to cry, but to grin foolishly at him. From that moment on, Chun-Ling took Chun-Yin everywhere, and no matter what he did, Chun-Yin unconditionally trusted him. Chun-Ling was an ordinary individual, but in Chun-Yin's eyes, he saw a different version of himself, a self-worth aspiring to be. I'm soaked," the youth stammered after I woke up from the surgery. "I waited in the hospital for you to come pick me up. Then, I heard outside that a world-ending catastrophe was invading, and I became very worried about you. I snuck out while the hospital staff weren't looking, intending to go home and find you, only to see you hanging on a monster. Weren't areas 2 and 3 sealed off? How did you manage to get through?" It seems the enforcers are short-staffed. They only sealed the perimeters of areas 2 and 3. But there aren't many stationed between the two areas, so I slipped past. Chun-Ling shook his head, finally managing to sit up. He gazed at the worried expression on Chun-Yan's face, feeling a mix of emotions. Li Xiuquan and Chun Tan had orchestrated his murder solely to give his heart to Chun-Yan and save his life. In a sense, it was Chun-Yan who had caused Chun-Ling's demise. Yet, upon reflection, Chun-Yan was entirely unaware of any of this. He was merely a 15-year-old boy, who only understood that his parents mentioned a way to cure him, leading him to obediently lie on the operating table. Even if he were cured, he would remain oblivious to the fact that the heart beating within him belonged to his brother. As this thought crossed his mind, Chun-Ling looked into Chun-Yan's eyes, and a hint of sorrow flickered within. "Brother, did you kill someone?" Chun-Yan's gaze fell upon the bloodied Han Meng, his youthful face as pale as parchment. "I didn't kill him," Chun-Ling instinctively replied. "That wasn't me, it was," but before he could finish, he fell silent. He struggled to find a way to explain everything to Chun-Yin. Chun-Yin had witnessed him emerging from the red paper monster, and now, with a gruesome wound on his neck and blood covering him, he appeared anything but a normal human. How could he tell him that a group of spectators resided within his mind? That he had just been possessed? Chun-Ling's thoughts were in disarray. He inherited the original host's memories and feelings for his brother, and deep within, he harbored a fear that Chun-Yin might perceive him as a monster, just as their parents did. But Chun-Yin simply looked at him, his chestnut eyes devoid of any fear. After contemplating for a moment, he approached Han Meng, mustering all his strength to lift him onto his back, then staggered deeper into the wilderness. "What are you doing?" Chun-Ling was taken aback. The slender figure of the youth bore the weight of Han Meng, who was nearly twice his size, each step leaving deep impressions in the wet earth. Yet, he gritted his teeth and pressed on. "Brother, he is an enforcer. I know, killing an enforcer is a grave crime. Once they discover this, regardless of whether it was you who killed him or not, they will come for you." "I understand," Chun-Yin murmured. "I will help you bury him." Upon witnessing the unwavering and earnest gaze of Chun-Yin, Chun-Ling felt a slight tremor in his heart. After a moment of hesitation, he finally completed his sentence. "No, Yin, what I mean is that he is not dead yet." Chun-Yin looked puzzled. Turning around, he noticed Han Meng's eyelids fluttering, accompanied by faint groans, suggesting that he was on the verge of regaining consciousness. In shock, he cried out and lost his balance, causing Han Meng, who was unconscious behind him, to tumble to the ground with a thud. In a daze, Han Meng gradually opened his eyes to a narrow slit, only to see a red figure rushing towards him, raising a fist high and striking the back of his head. Bang! Just as Han Meng was about to awaken, a sharp pain shot through his skull, causing him to roll his eyes and faint once more. Chun Ling shook his aching palm and sighed in relief. He had nearly allowed this fellow to turn the tables on him. Moments earlier, through the stage curtain, Chun Ling had witnessed the entire battle between Han Meng and the red paper monster. Although he was unaware of the man's unique ability, he knew that without the red paper monster, he would undoubtedly be outmatched. "Let us go," he urged, glancing at the increasingly heavy rain. He promptly pulled Chun Yin away from the scene. There were not only Han Meng's presence within Area 3. His arrival here may have been due to his swift speed. If they delayed any longer, other enforcers would arrive. An escape would become impossible. Han Meng lay motionless in the pit, while the two boys gradually distanced themselves. The torrential rain washed over the ravaged wilderness, with muddy water flowing and erasing all traces. Moments later, a group of figures clad in black and red uniforms hurriedly arrived. Chapter 13. The second one? The aura of judgment had vanished. The air of disaster had also dissipated. If all went as expected, Meng Gu should have succeeded. Han Meng was too swift. Even if we wished to claim credit, we could not catch up. Under the rain-soaked night, for figures clad in black cloaks rushed toward the battlefield. The remaining enforcers of Area 3. Their gazes swept across the devastated wilderness, and they were internally astonished. What kind of fierce battle could have resulted in such destruction? This disaster seems to hold some significance, they murmured, glancing toward the other side of the battlefield, where a blood-soaked figure lay motionless on the ground, resembling a corpse. Meng Ye. One enforcer rushed forward, lifting the unconscious Han Meng and anxiously checking for signs of life. The other three enforcers exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a peculiar glimmer. "Is he dead?" One of them inquired, the second-ranking enforcer in Area 3, Ma Zhong. "Not dead. He is still alive." A barely perceptible flicker of disappointment crossed the faces of the three. Two of them turned to Ma Zhong, who hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. "What about the disaster? Where's the body? It must have fled, with no trace left behind due to the rain's cleansing." The disaster that had recently battled Han Meng seemed to have vanished into thin air. Ma Jie. At that moment, an enforcer in black and red hurriedly approached from a distance. "What's the rush?" Ma Zhong raised an eyebrow. "We just received intelligence from Area 2. Last night, a disaster struck there, leaving half a street drenched in blood, with a total of 36 casualties." "What?" Ma Zhong exclaimed in surprise. "Is it the same one?" "Reportedly. The one attacking Area 2 is a level 3 disaster. It should not be the same." Two disasters emerging simultaneously from the same gray boundary? That is quite rare. Ma Zhong pondered. Were they eliminated? No, they said that after the disaster killed, it retreated to the rear mountains. There is a possibility it crossed the mountains into Area 3. Understood. I will handle this matter. The enforcers swiftly transported the unconscious Han Meng to the hospital. Ma Zhong's gaze lingered on the battlefield's ruins and the silhouette of the rear mountains obscured by the night, deep in thought. Two disasters from the same gray boundary is intriguing. "Brother, aren't you going to run?" As night fell, the two boys walked along an uninhabited path toward Hanshuang Street. "Why should we run?" Chun Ling countered. Chun Yin paused, scratching his head as he contemplated for a long time, hesitating to respond. "Besides, even if we ran, where'd we go?" Chun Ling sighed. The Aurora domain is only so vast, with 1 city and 7 districts. Ordinary people certainly cannot enter Aurora City, and the other 7 districts are sealed off from each other. Then should we find a valley to hide in? Hiding is futile. They will eventually find us. We cannot constantly retreat, Chun Ling vaguely rebutted. In truth, he too wished to find a place to hide, but he felt unable to do so. Although he had regained control of the stage, the audience's anticipation remained at 20. If he did not take action to elevate their expectations, he would risk losing his body again and transforming into a monster. Chun Yin sensed that something was logically amiss, but did not dwell on it. Since his brother insisted they could not hide, there must be a reason behind it. "A yen, yes? Are you not afraid of me?" In the darkness, Chun Ling turned to look at him. "You must have seen me transform into a monster." Chun Yin lowered his head, remaining silent for a long time. "Brother, becoming a monster is not a problem as long as you are still you." "How do you know I am still me?" "Just a feeling." Chun Ling gazed deeply at him. In the darkness, the youth's expression was indistinct. By the way, how is your body? He inquired. Typically, after a heart transplant, one must rest for an extended period. Is it all right for you to be out here? The doctor seems quite capable. I am recovering quickly. Oh, Chun-Ling suddenly recalled that this world seemed to possess extraordinary powers. Otherwise, there would be no electricity, making heart transplants impossible. Perhaps there were methods for rapid recovery? His gaze fell on Chun Yan's smooth neck, as if recalling something. By the way, what happened to the talisman I gave you? The one you usually wear around your neck. Chun Yan paused, reaching for his chest and finding it empty. I don't know. It might have fallen off when I ran back. That's all right. I will make you another one when we return. Chun Yan spoke again, brother. Are you really not going to clean up a bit? Walking on the streets like this will frighten people. Chun-Ling was taken aback, instinctively touching his neck, feeling the slickness of blood on his hands. Oddly enough, after emerging from the red paper monster, his neck wound had healed remarkably quickly. In just half an hour, the flesh had reconnected significantly, yet it still appeared crimson, presenting him as a demon emerging from hell. Reluctantly, Chun-Ling sought out a nearby stream, removed the large red theatrical robe, and began washing away the bloodstains. Brother, there's something I wanted to ask earlier, Chun Yan said, puzzled. Why are you wearing my theatrical robe? I don't know. Chun-Ling looked bewilderedly at the robe he wore. He recalled that when he was struck down by the axe, he had not been wearing this garment. Upon reflection, he remembered draping this large red robe over himself when returning home that night. According to Chun Tan and Li Xiuchun's words, it seemed they had used it to wrap his body after murdering him. But why had they not dressed him in it this time? And how had the robe returned to him? Perplexed, Chun-Ling decided not to dwell on it. Ever since he had crossed into this world, bizarre occurrences had increased. He initially intended to burn the ill-fated robe, but upon seeing Chun Yan's pitiful expression, sighed and silently washed it alongside the robe. Chapter 14. You are a calamity. This theatrical robe undoubtedly belongs to Chun Yan. 8 years ago, a small and dilapidated troop visited the 3rd district, setting up a modest stage in the wilderness to perform a couple of plays. At the tender age of 7, Chun Yan became enamored with this art form. In this world, theatrical culture is not prevalent. The troupe, having labored for 2 days to construct their stage, drew an audience of merely 5. Chun-Ling, who was momentarily attracted to the performance, a passing porter who was pulled in to make up the numbers, a beggar who approached the troupe for alms, and a teacher from the 2nd district who genuinely appreciated the theatrical arts. Among the 5, only Chun Yan and the teacher attentively absorbed the entire performance. While Chun-Ling fell asleep midway, the porter hastily departed at the outset, and the beggar, during the intermission, rushed onto the stage demanding alms, only to be kicked off by a martial actor, cursing as he left. However, Chun-Ling noticed the spark of fascination in his brother's eyes as he gazed at the stage. From that day forward, Chun Yan embarked on a self-directed study of drama. He scavenged 2 books from unknown sources and would rise early each day to practice singing and transcribing scripts, even teaching himself needlework to sew costumes. The robe Chun-Ling wore was crafted by Chun Yan's own hands, adorned at the hem with a tiny blue flower he stitched during its creation. Here, take it back, Chun-Ling said, having washed the robe, and handed it to Chun Yan. He gazed into the flowing water, where his reflection revealed that his wounds and bloodstains had nearly vanished. The two cautiously made their way along a narrow path to the edge of Hanshuang Street, glancing towards home. They beheld the remnants of their shattered doorway, now completely cordoned off by police tape, as several enforcers clad in black and red uniforms moved about. On 2 stretchers at the entrance lay 2 bodies, covered in white cloth. What is the situation? It's hopeless, one enforcer lamented, casting a sorrowful glance at the white sheets. The deceased were the couple previously ordered by Manga to be shadowed. They must have discovered the chaos inside and attempted to fight back against the calamity, sacrificing their lives in the process. What a couple. Are they dead as well? No. The enforcer's gaze shifted to the doorway, where a man and woman were being assisted out by other enforcers, their eyes vacant, faces ashen, trembling uncontrollably as if they had lost their souls. They survived. Weren't they the first to be attacked by the calamity? How did they manage to survive? We speculate that although they were the initial targets, they did not resist. The 2 enforcers' gunfire provoked the calamity, leading to their demise. You mean the calamity was toying with them at that moment? Precisely. Are there any other leads? Almost none. The capabilities of that calamity are exceedingly peculiar. It shredded much of the house, leaving behind no valuable information. We cannot even ascertain from which direction it entered. Han Shuang Street is vast, yet it just happened to invade this home. Is that mere coincidence? Hard to say. Han Shuang Street lies on the outskirts of the 3rd District, with a back street leading to the rear mountains, beyond which lies the chaotic graveyard where the Gray Realm converged. It is entirely plausible that if the calamity emerged from the Gray Realm, it first rampaged through the 2nd District, then retreated into the rear mountains, before advancing towards this stretch of Han Shuang Street. Is the location of the 2nd District's incident also near the rear mountains? Yes, these sites are not far apart and lie in a straight line. The enforcer nodded slightly. As the two were about to continue their conversation, a sharp scream pierced the air from a nearby distance. Calamity! Calamity! Li Xiuquan suddenly broke free from the enforcer beside her, as if witnessing something exceedingly terrifying, glaring at them while retreating frantically. You want to harm me? You want to harm me? In her frantic retreat, she collided with those supporting Chintan, causing his pupils to constrict sharply. He curled into a ball, clutching his head, muttering meaningless phrases, his eyes filled with terror. The enforcers exchanged glances, a flicker of helplessness crossing their faces. They were not surprised, but rather adeptly bound the pair, stuffing white cloth into their mouths to prevent disturbance, then proceeded directly to the headquarters of the 3rd District. Witnessing this scene, Qinling felt a sense of relief. Dr. Lin had mentioned that among survivors of Gray Realm encounters, or calamity attacks, 80% would exhibit signs of mental instability, most of whom would remain incurable for life. It now appeared that this symptom had manifested in Li Xiuquan and Chintan. For Qinling, this was fortunate, since only 4 individuals witnessed his transformation into a calamity, and 2 enforcers had already been slain by the audience. Should Li Xiuquan and Chintan reveal everything, he would immediately be hunted. Thankfully, both Li Xiuquan and Chintan had succumbed to madness, thus concealing his identity, allowing him to continue walking the streets openly as Qinling. Of course, this relied on the enforcers not discovering his involvement. Nonetheless, it was still precarious. He needed a way to completely obstruct their investigation. Qinling disliked taking risks, especially with his fate in the hands of others. His mind raced, striving to devise the most secure method. Just then, a figure dashed past him. Dad! Mom! Qin Yin cried out, sprinting towards the 2 figures being taken away, his haggard face filled with anxiety. Qin Yin was oblivious to the unfolding chaos as a mere 15-year-old. Witnessing his parents being extracted from the ruins felt akin to the sky collapsing. Qinling's gaze sharpened. Instinctively, he reached out to grab Qin Yin. But after a moment's hesitation, he quickly followed behind his brother, calling out for their parents as well. Upon hearing their shouts, the enforcers turned simultaneously, spotting the 2 youths rushing towards them before lowering their heads to sift through their documents. This couple has 2 children, one 18, the other 15. I had found any bodies inside the house earlier. I was just preparing to send someone to search when they appeared. Alas, poor children, several enforcers murmured. Qin Yin reached Li Xiuquan, ready to speak, when her pupils dilated in shock. Somehow, she spat out the white cloth, glaring forward as she shouted, Calamity! You are a calamity! You want to kill me too? Qin Yin froze in place. Chapter 15. It's you. Meanwhile, Qinling stepped quietly behind him, his gaze cutting through the throng of enforcers to meet Li Xiuquan's eyes. Upon seeing him, her pupils contracted once more. It's you. Li Xiuquan frantically struggled against the ropes, but the other enforcers held her firmly in place. You should be dead. You should have died long ago. Calamity! You are a calamity! Her screams echoed through the night as Qinling stood silently, his gaze toward her filled with complexity. Yin. He softly called to Qin Yin beside him. You go wait over there. I will handle this. Qin Yin stared blankly at the frenzied Li Xiuquan, but Qinling's voice snapped him back to reality. After a prolonged silence, he nodded and retreated to a secluded corner, curling up with his knees drawn to his chest, trembling uncontrollably. What's wrong? Can't even keep your mouth shut. An enforcer shot a glare at his colleague, promptly bending down to retrieve the white cloth and stuff it back into Li Xiuquan's mouth. He then sighed deeply, offering reassurance. Child, don't take it to heart. Your mother has lost her mind and doesn't even know what she is saying. For public safety, we will take them to a psychiatric hospital for stabilization treatment. There is still hope for them to regain their sanity. During this time, you may visit them whenever you wish. He exchanged a knowing glance with the other enforcers. who immediately understood and hastened their pace, escorting the two towards headquarters. Chunling calmly observed the scene before him, a myriad of emotions swirling within him. These two individuals had nurtured the original master, only to take his life. From the original master's perspective, their grievances had long been settled. Having inherited the original master's memories and emotions, Chunling sensed that the original master harbored little resentment, largely because he genuinely cherished his younger brother, Qian. Had the Shu Chun and her companion been forthright with the original master, he would have willingly traded his life to restore his brother. Regrettably, the original master had placed his trust in them, while they doubted him simply because he was an adopted child. "Are you Chunling?" A figure approached him. "Were you just now?" Turning his head, Chunling, momentarily lost in thought, hoarsely replied, "Is there something amiss here? It is I who should be inquiring of you." The figure frowned. Yet, considering the circumstances the youth was facing, he hesitated before adding, "A calamity has entered your home, frightening your parents." Thankfully, they did not resist, so there is no immediate danger to life. "Oh," Chunling replied, as if awakening from a dream. "I took my brother to practice today." "What did you practice?" "Traditional opera." Chunling raised his hand, revealing a neatly folded opera costume cradled in his arms. Upon witnessing this, the enforcer's vigilance eased somewhat. After all, it was not common for individuals to carry opera attire when venturing out. Thus, he was inclined to believe Chunling's assertion, but still inquired, "Where did you practice? Was anyone there to witness it?" "In the desolate land at the end of Han Shuang Street. No one saw us. My brother is rather shy and does not dare to sing in crowded places. Otherwise, we would have practiced right at our doorstep." The enforcer nodded. "It is unsafe outside lately. Do not wander about. If you notice anything suspicious, remember to seek me out. I am Jiang Xin, patrolling these streets daily." "Understood. By the way, where is your brother?" "He was startled by our mother and is hiding over there." Chunling pointed to a shadowy corner where a small figure curled up, seemingly weeping. Jiang Xin glanced in that direction and nodded slightly. At that moment, he seemed to recall something. "How many children are there in your family?" "Two." Jiang Xin narrowed his eyes. "Two?" Upon detecting the subtle shift in Jiang Xin's tone, Chunling's heart sank. With years of experience and performance, he was acutely aware of the nuances in dialogue. He steadied himself and innocently replied, "What of it? The records indicate you have 2 children, and you have confirmed this. However, last night we encountered your parents at the mass grave. They claim to be there to pay tribute to their son. If both of your sons are alive, then who is it they wish to honor?" The atmosphere thickened with tension. "Ah, I see what you mean," Chunling thought rapidly, his expression shifting to one of understanding. Many years prior, after their first son was born, their mother had become ill during her next pregnancy, resulting in a stillborn child. They could only bury him on the hillside behind their home, and every year on his birthday, they would pay their respects. At that time, Ian was merely 2 years old and unaware of the events, and Chunling could only recall vague fragments. His final statement was a precaution to prevent Jiang Xin from separating him and Qingyan for individual interrogations, thus providing a plausible defense should Jiang Xin grow suspicious and wish to question Qingyan further. Naturally, he could also use his young age as an excuse to evade deeper inquiries from the enforcer. A child lost too soon. No wonder it was not recorded in the documents. As it turned out, Chunling had overthought the situation. Jiang Xin did not exhibit such acute vigilance. He nodded, made a note, and turned to leave. Chunling sighed in relief internally. He had not anticipated that on the very night of his return, Li Shuchun and her companion would also visit the mass grave, nearly exposing their secret to the enforcer. "Oh wait," Jiang Xin turned back once more. "Is there no end to this?" Chunling thought, feeling a knot tighten in his throat. Jiang Xin produced a letter from his pocket and handed it to him. "We found this on Kintan. It is a summons from the enforcers for you. Report to headquarters tomorrow morning. Do not be late." With that, Jiang Xin departed, this time truly leaving. As the enforcers exited, Han Shuang Street fell into a deep silence once more. Chunling approached the dark corner, his emotions in turmoil. He gazed at the bowed figure of Jian, unsure of what to say. At this juncture, even if Xinyan were oblivious, he must surely understand that the calamity that had befallen their home was a consequence of his actions, although he had been usurped by the audience at that moment. He struggled to find the words to explain it to Qingyan. "Brother," Qingyan spoke softly, "I am tired." Startled, Chunling never anticipated that Qingyan would utter such 3 simple words. There was no anger, no questions, no confusion. Qing's chestnut-colored eyes gazed at him, clear and tranquil, as always. After a long pause, Chunling realized he could not discern the thoughts of this youth. He gently bent down, brushing his fingers through chest hair. If you're tired, then sleep. I will watch over you. Their once warm home had been marred by 2 gaping holes, the living room a wreck. Were a thief to pass by, it would indeed be a disservice to his profession if they did not take something. Chunyan returned to his familiar bed, curling up silently beneath the covers. Chunling settled beside him, leaning against the crumbling wall, slowly sitting down. Through the shattered roof, he beheld the endless blue auroras dancing in the night sky, like delicate ribbons draping across the heavens. It was the first time Chunling quietly admired the auroras of this world, and in that fleeting moment, all his restless thoughts vanished, leaving only an eternal tranquility. Are you cold? Chunyan's voice emerged from beneath the blanket. I am not cold. Oh. Chunyan fell silent, and after a prolonged interval, only the sound of their steady breaths lingered in the air. Time passed, and gradually Chunyan's eyelids grew heavy. He drifted into slumber. Chapter 16. The Dance of Carnage. When he opened his eyes once more, a familiar brightness filled his vision. Have I returned? Chunling adjusted to the spotlight's intensity, his gaze sweeping across the surroundings. The aged stage, the black curtain, the fully occupied audience seats. He had returned to this nightmare once more. It appeared that slumber or death would always lead him back here, a conclusion he had drawn from previous experiences. Since reclaiming control of his body, the audience members who had once departed the theater returned, their expressions somewhat displeased, yet at least they did not seem inclined to act against him again. Chunling's gaze naturally drifted to the screen at the center of the stage. Audience anticipation, 24. From the historical records, it was evident that upon regaining control of his body, the anticipation level automatically surged to 20. After engaging in a battle of wits with the enforcers, it rose once more, ultimately stabilizing at 24. The last time he had perished, a staggering 50 points had been deducted from his anticipation level. What would transpire if his anticipation level fell below 50 upon his next demise? Chunling was uncertain of the answer, yet he speculated that if the anticipation became negative, he would likely face total obliteration, forever occupied by the audience and unable to reclaim his existence. Just as he intended to divert his gaze, he suddenly noticed a small, trembling treasure chest appear in the lower right corner of the screen, something he distinctly recalled had not been present when he first entered the theater. After a moment's hesitation, Chunling tentatively reached out and tapped the chest. Ding, ding, ding. As soon as his fingertip brushed the chest, an exhilarating melody erupted from the speakers flanking the stage. Startled by the sudden music, he turned to see a table materialize in the center of the stage. It was an unremarkable wooden table, its surface seemingly aged, harmonizing seamlessly with the wooden floor of the stage. The spotlight illuminated the table, casting a pale halo on a piece of paper. Chunling strode directly towards the table, where 2 beams of light converged, ultimately merging into one. At the top of the paper, a few lines of small text were inscribed. Audience anticipation has first surpassed 60, unlocking the achievement of mostly favorable reviews. You have earned an extra lottery chance. Upon usage, a random character skill will be drawn from all characters in this performance for you to learn. Chunling's gaze swept over the text, and before he could fully comprehend, the white paper abruptly vanished, replaced by a series of cards laid out on the table. These cards varied in color, predominantly white and gray, with an occasional blue one. The patterns on their surfaces ranged from simple to intricate. The more vibrant the color, the more elaborate the design, suggesting a higher value. In the next moment, the cards were flipped over simultaneously, revealing a uniform back. Then they astonishingly stacked together at an incredible speed, finally settling neatly on the table. Chunling attempted to track the blue cards, but this bizarre shuffling method made it impossible to follow the faces with the naked eye. The prospect of a lottery seemed to indicate that not all was dire in this theater. Taking a deep breath, Chunling randomly selected a card in front of him and gently flipped it over onto the table. It was a blue card. After making his choice, all the remaining cards vanished simultaneously, and several lines of text materialized on the blue card. Skill: Killing Waltz, Affiliation, War God Path, Judgment, Route 3rd Tier. Character: Hanmeng. Upon seeing the name Hanmeng, Chunling's mind conjured the image of the trench coat figure he had encountered in a fierce exchange with the red paper monster the night before. At that moment, only one thought remained in his mind. This is a windfall. Among all the individuals Chunling had encountered since his arrival in this realm, Han Ming undoubtedly possessed the highest combat prowess. Although Chen Ling could not decipher the meaning of the war god path's judgment route at the third tier, it was indisputable that he had drawn the best option available. The blue card dissolved into nothingness, and Chen Ling felt something wondrous awaken within him. Grateful for the gift, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. Having pilfered this skill from Han Ming, in a sense, Han Ming was now his benefactor, yet just hours ago, he had dealt a severe blow to this very benefactor. Surely, that strike had not been fatal? A hint of guilt crept over him. The crimson calamity whirled above, its terrifying pressure sending shivers through his being. A long hand protruding from the calamity pressed down upon him, akin to the hand of a deity descending from the heavens. On the hospital bed, Han Ming abruptly opened his eyes, nearly springing up. A sharp pain shot through the back of his head, causing him to grimace. The world before him swayed, and he collapsed back onto the bed. Meng Yi, an enforcer napping beside him, was startled, quickly steadying his figure. Meng Yi, what are you doing? Don't move around. You might pull out your stitches. Han Ming lay on the bed, struggling to regain his composure, and muttered in confusion. Where is this? The hospital. The long hand? What about that red calamity? The enforcer paused. It should have escaped. When we arrived at the scene, we only found you lying there. Fragmented memories surged through Han Ming's mind, and he instinctively touched the back of his head, wincing in pain. Does this calamity enjoy ambushing from behind? What's the situation? Are there any other casualties? Not for now. After it fought you, that calamity hasn't reappeared. It's likely you wounded it too severely. Han Ming was about to assert that he hadn't actually harmed it, but hesitated and swallowed the words. In front of the enforcer, he needed to maintain his image. What time is it? 6:50. Help me up. Minggu, the doctor said you need a rest. Rest my foot. Han Ming gritted his teeth as he stood up. That calamity is insidious. If we allow it to roam free any longer, it will inevitably cause great trouble. Insidious? Minggu, are you implying it is dangerous? The enforcer, experienced but taken aback, had never heard anyone describe a calamity as insidious. Dangerous, but even more insidious. Han Ming instinctively touched the back of his head. Moreover, I suspect it may have truly fused with a human. Fused? At the mention of this term, the enforcer's expression changed dramatically. Should we immediately notify Aurora City? Hearing the latter part of the statement, Han Ming gradually calmed down. No, not yet. I need to investigate further. This is merely my conjecture without any theoretical basis. Then what should we do now? Let's head to headquarters. The new recruits should be arriving soon. We can discuss the specifics on the way. All right. Chapter 17. Guidelines. The early morning sunlight bathed Chen Ling's face, and he slowly opened his eyes, feeling a sense of return. He rubbed his eyes and let out a long breath. After the lottery, he had wandered the stage for quite some time, yet he still hadn't found any exit. It was only when the stage bell rang and the curtain lifted that he automatically returned. The current anticipation level stood at 23, nearing the brink of life and death. Chen Ling recalled the screen characters from before his departure, murmuring to himself, I must take action quickly. Brother? The blanket was pulled back, and Chunyan rubbed his red eyes as he sat up. Morning. Chen Ling glanced at the clock on the wall, took out the last few copper coins from his pocket, and handed them to Chunyan. I need to go out for a while. I don't know when I'll be back. Eat something on your own today. Brother, where are you going? To catch myself. Chen Ling donned a cotton coat, tucked the envelope given by the enforcer into his pocket, and turned to ruffle Chun Yan's hair. Don't ask too many questions. Just wait for me at home, all right? Understood. Chun Yan nodded obediently. After watching Chen Ling leave, he climbed out of bed, gazing at the two large holes at the entrance of their home, his brow furrowing in concern. How am I supposed to fix this? He glanced at the few remaining copper coins in his hand and silently tucked them away. He retrieved a heavy hammer and some wooden boards from inside the house, beginning to measure the dimensions. At that moment, a figure appeared behind the large hole, startling Chun Yan. It was a man dressed in a woolen coat, with a deep blue scarf wrapped around his collar and silver-rimmed glasses perched on his nose, exuding an air of cultured wisdom. However, at that moment, as he surveyed the house with its two gaping holes, confusion flickered in his intelligent eyes. He opened his mouth as if to speak, but deemed it impolite and attempted to knock. However, after circling the house, he could not locate the door. He returned to the hole and peered inside. Is there something you need? Chun Yan tilted his head. May I ask if Mr. Chen Ling is present? Upon hearing his brother's name, a glimmer of wariness flashed in Chen Yan's eyes. He scrutinized the man closely and asked again, "What do you need?" The man removed his white gloves and produced a letter from his coat pocket. Holding the letter open in his hand, he calmly addressed the interior. "I have heard that Mr. Chen requires a doctor. Thus I have come." A chilling gust of wind seeped in through the collar, causing Chun Ling to shiver involuntarily. "Young man, where are you headed? I can give you a lift." A lean, dark-skinned man pulling a rickshaw hurriedly approached Chun Ling, flashing a grin that revealed a set of yellowed teeth. Chun Ling glanced at him. "To the Enforcer headquarters. I know that place well. Just dropped off 2 people there. You're all going to be on the reserve team, right? How about this? Since you seem fated, I'll charge you 7 coins. Forget it. 6 coins. 6 coins at most. Can't go lower. I don't have any money." "No money?" The man frowned, eyeing him critically before muttering and walking away with the rickshaw. "No money? What kind of enforcer are you? That's bad luck." Chun Ling contemplated the poor quality of humanity in this world, rubbing her frostbitten hands together. She could not help but quicken her pace towards the center of District 3. Prior to last night, she had been pondering how to avoid detection by the enforcers and divert attention away from herself. Now, she had found her answer: to become an enforcer herself. By becoming an enforcer and participating in all investigations of calamities, she could disrupt their efforts and ensure they could never pinpoint her. I will participate, I will create chaos, I will escape. This was Chun Ling's current strategy. Navigating through several streets, she arrived at a colossal structure resembling a glass dome. Finally coming to a halt. What impressive sight! She marveled as she gazed up at the dome, unable to suppress her astonishment. How much funding must have gone into this? In a district filled with 2-story mud houses, the emergence of such a distinctive building was as conspicuous and jarring as an art gallery suddenly appearing in a rural village from her past life. At that moment, a few young individuals hurried past her, clutching letters as they made their way towards the headquarters. They exchanged polite smiles and nods. The number of individuals who passed the written examination in the entire District 3 was around 70, with an elimination rate of approximately 50% in the physical trials. Consequently, only about 30 individuals could become enforcers each year. Although the format of this year's physical trials had changed, the final elimination rate would remain the same. Thus, every person entering this building was, in essence, a potential competitor. Upon entering the headquarters, beneath the glass dome, several rows of individuals stood in neat formation. Like Chun Ling, they donned the attire of ordinary citizens, standing tall with their heads held high, every muscle taut, resembling warriors poised for summons. Chun Ling had arrived late, relegated to the edge of the last row. Once she took her place, an enforcer glanced over the roster and nodded slightly. Everyone was present. Another enforcer picked up a prepared speech and was about to speak when the headquarters door was forcefully pushed open, revealing 2 figures who strode in. Han Meng crushed the extinguished cigarette, but underfoot, the 4 silver stripes on his black coat gleaming. His calm gaze swept over all the candidates, and an inexplicable sense of oppression enveloped everyone. Save for Chun Ling raised an eyebrow in surprise, instinctively focusing on the back of Han Meng's head. He recovered from such a severe blow so quickly? Is this fellow's head that hard? It was indeed Han Meng. How could he possibly be here? Han Meng was the chief enforcer of District 3, the only 4-stripe enforcer in the area. It was said he was a prodigious talent, having ascended to 4 stripes at the age of 24, and he had once overwhelmed all concurrent enforcers within Aurora City. He was the pride of the 7 districts. Did he really crush the concurrent enforcers of Aurora City? Is that true? If he is so formidable, why wasn't he absorbed into Aurora City? I don't know. I've heard he has a feud with some bigwig there. They say he is quite formidable. My mother is particularly fond of him. How old is your mother? Nearly 50, I suppose. With Han Meng's arrival, the candidates began to whisper among themselves, and even the enforcers nearby instinctively straightened their backs, their expressions serious. Han Meng stood beneath the dome and suddenly felt a chill at the back of his head, as if someone was scrutinizing his weaknesses. He instinctively turned around, only to find the candidates quietly observing him. Meeting Han Meng's gaze, the candidates quickly lowered their heads, silenced, and the entire headquarters fell into an eerie stillness. My name is Han Meng, and I am the current highest official of District 3. Han Meng adjusted his demeanor and spoke slowly. The next 3 days will be your physical trial assessments. Out of the 72 of you, only 30 will remain. The announcement of merely 30 spots lower than the anticipated pass rate, left Chun-Ling pensive. This ratio astonished the other candidates as well, prompting them to exchange bewildered glances. However, among these 30 individuals, 3 will gain the qualification to enter the ancient weapon path. With this statement, the headquarters erupted in an uproar. Even the enforcers standing nearby widened their eyes in shock. Chun-Ling was perplexed, and a significant portion of the candidates appeared equally confused. Seeing this, Han Meng calmly explained, "Do you know the difference between an enforcer and an enforcer officer?" The crowd shook their heads. The difference between an enforcer and an enforcer officer is a matter of profound significance, not merely a distinction of rank, but of power. An enforcer is merely an ordinary individual endowed with enforcement authority, whereas an enforcer officer possesses a unique divine path. It is said that prior to the Great Cataclysm, there were 18 divine paths in the world, each distinct. However, as time progressed and civilizations declined, only 14 divine paths remain today. These 14 paths are Shu, Yi Bing, Guang, Xing, Xiao, Yi, Li, Ou, Lu, Li, Bu, Dao, and Shang. It is rumored that each divine path leads to a divine position, and one who traverses them all may transcend the mortal realm and ascend to divinity. The enforcers of our Aurora domain govern the divine path of weapons. According to the regulations of Aurora City, each enforcer, after 3 years of service, is granted the opportunity to enter the ancient weapon path. If they succeed in the trials within the ancient repository, they may be chosen by the divine path of weapons and officially embark on this divine journey. Upon stepping onto this path, Aurora City will alter your status from enforcer to enforcer officer. Upon hearing Han Meng's explanation, the eyes of the crowd sparkled with excitement. To traverse the divine path was an enticing prospect for these newly adult candidates. Images of the battle between the Crimson Paper Monster and Han Meng from the previous night flashed in Chun-Ling's mind. Han Meng seemed to have unleashed some mysterious domain, exhibiting extraordinary prowess. So that was the power of the divine path of weapons. Is it only through entering the ancient repository that one can obtain the divine path? A voice timidly inquired from the crowd. Theoretically, no, Han Meng shook his head. The key to embarking on the divine path lies in gaining the recognition of the divine. If you possess exceptional talent on a particular divine path, or if the divine believes you are destined to walk that path, it will naturally guide you. Such individuals are referred to as divinely favored. I once encountered a youth from the South Sea domain who, at the age of 3, learned to paint intuitively, and, at 5, created a remarkable piece titled 100 Boats Competing, earning the favor of the Green Divine Path, becoming the youngest divine path possessor in history. The crowd erupted in astonishment. However, the number of individuals chosen by the divine is exceedingly rare, and most who wish to walk the divine path must rely on entering the ancient repository. Of course, not all ancient repositories are within the realm of humanity. Some are located at the intersection of the gray realm and reality, making it exceptionally difficult for ordinary humans to access. This results in a scarcity of individuals who can enter and pass the trials. The only path to these divine roads is to gain divine favor. Hence their numbers are exceedingly few, including the Yellow Divine Path, the Drama Divine Path, the Theft Divine Path, and the Prostitution Divine Path. In summary, these 14 divine paths are the only extraordinary routes recognized by the realm of humanity. And in the Aurora domain, the vast majority of individuals only have the option of the divine path of weapons. Only recognized paths of humanity? Chun-Ling interjected. Are there indeed paths that are unrecognized? Han Meng glanced at her, remaining silent for a moment before responding. Yes, and there are quite a few, such as those who attempt to forsake their humanity and merge with calamities, the cultists who venerate the celestial disaster Red Star, the Jiang sect. However, you must never tread upon these paths. Those who embark upon them face only one fate, being hunted down and eradicated by the entire realm of humanity. Upon hearing the words hunted down and eradicated, Chun-Ling's heart raced. If her suspicions were correct, the audience within her should be a calamity itself. Does this mean she has already merged with a calamity? Chun-Ling was uncertain and dared not inquire further. He suddenly felt that his prior decision to refrain from seeking assistance from the enforcement officers was indeed wise. If he truly was her own the enforcement officer's initial reaction upon discovering this fact would likely involve eliminating both him and the calamity within him. Observing the imposing presence of a large contingent of enforcement officers not far away, Chunling felt beads of sweat begin to form in the palms of his hands. Two lines of characters flickered in the void before his eyes, and he inwardly cursed the audience for their perverse enjoyment, which was entirely predicated on the precariousness of his life and death. However, despite his anxiety, Chunling felt a surprising lack of fear. After all, it was unlikely even Han Meng would anticipate that her own Heja would not flee from enforcement officers, but instead approach them, attempting to blend into their ranks. Could factions like the Onghuapai, Ronghapai, and Jiang Kanjiao, Jiang Tianjiao, possibly grasp the path to divinity? Someone asked again. Almost impossible, Han Meng replied coolly. No path to divinity would bestow divine favor upon those who embrace evil. A flicker of disappointment crossed Chunling's eyes. As a traveler from another realm, he certainly hoped to possess powers that transcended the mundane. To be frank, when the mention of the path to divinity arose, he felt a stirring within. However, if he were indeed Erong Heja, that path would be inaccessible to him. Next, tasks will be assigned to each of you. In 3 days. Whether you remain or not will depend on your own efforts, Han Meng stated before turning to leave. The crowd began to murmur once more. Subsequently, several enforcement officers stepped forward to announce the upcoming assignments. Jiang Lipeng and Nye Yining, responsible for assisting in the patrol of Han Yun Street in District 3. Deng Feilyang and Gong Heng, tasked with assisting the patrol of Han Shui Street in District 3. The attendees were all reserves, lacking the ability to patrol independently, thus relegated to assisting formal enforcement officers with minor tasks. The names mentioned initially were manageable, but as the list progressed, the assigned streets became increasingly obscure, culminating in personnel being dispatched across districts to provide support in District 2. Wu Yudong and Chunling, responsible for assisting in the patrol of Bing Quan Street in District 2. Upon hearing his name linked to District 2, Chunling was momentarily taken aback. He distinctly recalled that no one had yet been assigned to patrol Han Shuang Street in District 3, of which he was a resident. Why was he being transferred to District 2? Although the two districts were not far apart, the daily commute would require at least 4 hours, effectively consuming his time. The assessment starts today. Each of you now has 3 hours to prepare for your return home. After 3 hours, you must report for duty. Once the enforcement officers finished reading the list, they dismissed the gathering. Chunling sensed something amiss, though he could not articulate what it was. Brother, are you Chunling? A slender youth cautiously approached him. You are? I am Wu Yudong, heading to District 2 with you. Oh, hello. Wu Yudong glanced around and lowered his voice, asking, Did you bribe them? Bribe? Chunling was momentarily taken aback. The officer who just read the list, Mahjong, is responsible for personnel transfers. Where we go and what we do is all determined by him. Wu Yudong sighed at Chunling's reaction. By your expression, it seems you haven't bribed anyone. No wonder we are the worst off. At that moment, Chunling finally grasped the situation. He recalled the words of the rickshaw puller he had encountered on the way here. Without money, how could one be an enforcement officer? It appeared that the enforcement officers were not particularly noble. Chunling scoffed inwardly. Even the rickshaw puller understood the nature of the enforcement officers, which spoke volumes about the internal issues within that organization. Where do you live? Han Shuang Street, number 128. What a coincidence. I also reside on Han Shuang Street. But at the other end, brother, we are indeed kindred spirits. Once we reach District 2, let us help each other out. After exchanging a few more words, Wu Yudong hurried off to gather his belongings. As Chunling exited the headquarters, a cold voice rang out from the entrance. Halt! Chunling paused, slowly turning his head to see Han Meng leaning against the wall, a cigarette dangling from his lips, his eyes fixed on him like a serpent. You are Chunling? Commander Meng. In that instant when Han Meng called out to him, a flicker of guilt crossed Chunling's gaze, but he quickly regained his composure. What can I do for you? Erong Heja, daring to infiltrate the ranks of the enforcement officers. Your audacity is quite remarkable. Han Meng began slowly. Speak. What is your intention? These words struck Chunling like a thunderclap. He had been discovered. No, it was impossible. The entity he had battled the night before was a red paper monster, and he had never revealed his face. How could Han Meng recognize him at a glance? Huh? Chunling's eyes were filled with confusion. Commander Meng, what are you talking about? I mean, do you not understand? I do not. Where were you last night? Asleep at home. And before that? Practicing opera in the wild with my younger brother. Your brother was practicing opera, and what were you doing? He is timid and needed me to accompany him. What piece were you rehearsing? Ba Wang Biji, Ba Wang Biji. What was the last line? And the second to last line? Dai Gu Kan Lai, Dai Gu Gan Lai. Han Meng's questioning was rapid fire, leaving Ling no time to react. As he answered, beads of cold sweat trickled down his back. By the final 3 questions, he was nearly overwhelmed with the urge to flee. Ling had no experience with the theatrical works of this world and did not know what productions existed. He could only bluff, hoping Han Meng had no knowledge of drama. Fortunately, the lines posed no challenge for him. He had heard Ba Wang Biji no less than 20 times in his past life. He vividly recalled the scene where Xiang Yu turned to find Yu Ji taking her own life. It proved that Ling's gamble was successful. After the final question, Han Meng stared intently at Ling, his gaze seeming to pierce through to his very soul. After a brief silence, Han Meng finally spoke. Oh, perhaps I misjudged. This man was indeed trying to deceive him. It appeared that the blow he had dealt last night had not been sufficient. Ling took a deep breath. Commander Han Meng, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Wait, Han Meng called after him. Which street were you assigned to? Bingquan Street in District 2. Do not return home. Proceed directly there. Huh? Did you not say we had 3 hours to prepare? This is an order. The simplicity of Han Meng's 4 words silenced all of Ling's protests. The 2 men met each other's gaze in the frigid air, their coats billowing in the wind. The world around them enveloped in silence. After an indeterminate amount of time, Ling finally spoke. Understood. It will take a maximum of 2 hours to get from here to Bingquan Street in District 2. 2 hours from now, I will confirm whether you have arrived. Is that clear? Ling gritted his teeth. My legs are tired. It may take a little longer. I will summon a rickshaw. Han Meng embodied the very essence of decisiveness. Flagging down a rickshaw puller on the street, none other than the one who had spoken with Ling earlier, and instructed him to ensure Ling arrived at Bingquan Street on time, promising to reimburse him for the fare. Thus, under Han Meng's watchful gaze, Ling reluctantly climbed into the rickshaw, heading straight for District 2. As he watched Ling depart, Han Meng crushed the spent cigarette but beneath his foot and let out a cold snort. Boss Meng, why are you targeting him? Jiang Qin approached, puzzled. Do you not find it strange? Meng replied calmly. On the night of the convergence in the Grey Realm, Li Xiuquan and Shan Tan braved the rain to visit the mass grave, claiming they were there to pay respects to their son. The next day, calamity conveniently struck their home, killing 2 enforcement officers following them, yet miraculously sparing those 2. During this incident, the Chun brothers just so happened to be absent, without an alibi. However, the act of venerating the son has already been elucidated. Many years ago, this couple suffered the loss of a child who passed away prematurely. You have misplaced the focus. Is it truly reasonable for them to pay homage to a child devoid of emotional ties? Especially when they venture out in the midst of an exceptionally rare deluge, one that has not been witnessed for a decade before dawn. Jiang Qin fell silent, rendered speechless. The notion of a prematurely deceased child and the practice of singing were merely the unilateral assertions of Ling, lacking any substantiating evidence. Han Meng gently patted Jiang Qin's shoulder, stating, as enforcers, we must observe with our own eyes, rather than listen with our ears. I understand, Meng Ye. Let us proceed to Han Shuang Street, number 128. What purpose does this serve? I have already dispatched Ling. What remains is the interrogation of Yan. Han Meng's eyes narrowed slightly. The rhythmic sound of a hammer striking a nail resonated as it was driven into the wall. As the wooden boards were neatly arranged upon the wall, the original gaping hole was gradually mended. Yan wiped the sweat from his brow, secured the final piece of wood into place, and then collapsed into a chair, panting heavily. He glanced back into the living room, where a man with silver-rimmed glasses was curiously inspecting the freshly laid wooden boards, lost in thought. No one even offered to help. Yan muttered softly. In truth, he had no desire to allow this man entry into his home. However, the latter possessed a handwritten letter from his brother, thus qualifying him as a legitimate guest. Yet, he had never heard his brother mention any friends residing in Aurora City. Once Yan completed his task, the man stood up and approached the impeccably nailed wooden boards. Astonished as he inquired, how is this possible? Repairing a house is not particularly difficult. My brother once took me to build a wooden house for birds during our childhood. Yan proudly lifted his head, remarking, I have heard that the people of Aurora City are quite delicate. Your carpentry skills must not be so exceptional. Just as the man was about to respond, a sudden, urgent knocking echoed at the door. Enforcers are here to inquire. Open the door immediately. Upon hearing these words, Chen Yan's face drained of color. He could not fathom why the enforcers had come knocking, but his instincts told him that their unexpected visit at this hour boded ill. Chen Yan quickly devised a plan and instructed the man, when they arrive, you shall say that no one is home. With that, he swiftly concealed himself in the bedroom. The enforcer hesitated, brow furrowed, yet after a moment's pause, he stepped forward to open the door. Standing at the threshold were Han Meng and Jiang Qin. Upon seeing a stranger open the door, Jiang Qin was momentarily taken aback and then, glancing at the doorplate, queried in confusion, "This is peculiar. We are in the right place, aren't we?" Han Meng's eyes narrowed slightly upon seeing the man. "What are you doing here? I thought it was someone else. But it turns out to be you." The man's lips curled into a smile as he adjusted his silver-rimmed glasses, speaking leisurely. "I should have anticipated this. Area 3 is your territory." Observing their immediate rapport, Jiang Qin leaned closer to Han Meng and whispered, "Meng Ge, who is he?" "Aurora City's renowned healer. Kumuyun." Chapter 20. The integrator he ought to return to find a yen. The rickshaw trundled along the gravel road, with Chun Ling seated inside, his expression grave. He was uncertain which aspect had gone awry, causing Han Meng to suspect him so swiftly, even to the extent of personally financing his departure to interrogate Chen Yan. Yet the reality was that all his paths were now obstructed. Even if he turned back to seek Chen Yan, disregarding whether he could reach home faster than the enforcers. Once he abandoned the rickshaw, Han Meng would soon be informed, and at that point, clearing his name would become exceedingly difficult. Henceforth, it would depend on how Chen Yan chose to respond. Nonetheless, Chen Ling had already resolved that, should his identity be exposed, he would escape directly from Area 2. For Han Meng would require time to traverse from Area 3. As for Chen Yan, he was an ordinary individual, entirely unaware of his identity as an integrator, and even ignorant of what an integrator truly entailed. Even if he were to encounter trouble, he would not be implicated. "Brother, you still claim you're out of funds," the rickshaw puller remarked, glancing back. "Even Enforcer Han Meng has reimbursed your travel expenses. Your status is anything but ordinary." "Indeed, it is rather remarkable," Chen Ling mused, the image of Han Meng floating in his mind, a sense of resentment brewing within his chest. He then inquired, "How much longer until we arrive?" "Soon, perhaps in about 10 more minutes. There is no need to rush. Circle this street a few more times." "Huh, you want me to run? Fine. I'll do as you say, as I am paid by the distance traveled." Chen Ling scoffed. He has money to spare, so I shall indulge myself a bit. "Well, I will truly run then. Make sure to run where there are many people. Let them see you. Thus he cannot evade responsibility." "Understood." The puller complied, taking Chen Ling on a lengthy run through the busiest streets of Area 2, visibly exhilarated, as the extra distance would suffice for his earnings for several days. Upon disembarking, Chen Ling noted the puller's grin stretching from ear to ear, as if he wished to bow before this benefactor, as he was the only one forcibly set in motion. Wu Yudong would not arrive for several more hours. Thus Chen Ling proceeded alone to Bing Quan Street to rendezvous with the enforcers stationed there from Area 2. Upon reaching Bing Quan Street, Chen Ling's brow furrowed. Yellow caution tape nearly sealed off the entire street, and the air was thick with the stench of blood. The dilapidated, low buildings stood devoid of life, save for a few crimson stains splattered against the white walls, a sight both shocking and grim. Chen Ling bent to slide beneath the caution tape, stepping over shattered stones, as if a ferocious beast had once ravaged this street. Confusion washed over him. In the distance, figures clad in black and red uniforms moved among the ruins, and upon noticing Chen Ling crossing the caution line, they approached directly. "Are you from Area 3's reserve team? Why are you here so early?" Chen Ling presented his orders, shifting the blame onto Han Meng, claiming it was he who had instructed him to set off promptly. The enforcer nodded. "It is fortuitous that you arrived early. We are in need of manpower. I am Qian Fan, currently overseeing Bing Quan Street. You will work with me for the next few days." "Understood." Chen Ling paused before asking, "Brother Fan, what exactly transpired here? Haven't you heard?" Qian Fan queried in surprise. "The night before last, on the very day of the convergence of the Grey Realm, a calamity slipped into Area 2 and slaughtered an entire half of the street." Chen Ling was taken aback. "The night before last?" "Yes," Qian Fan affirmed. "Didn't Tima Zhong, the enforcer from your Area 3, inform you?" During this gray realm convergence, it is likely that two calamities emerged, one at level 5 and another at level 3. The one that appeared near Area 3 was level 5, but it seems to have caused minimal destruction, resulting in few casualties. However, the level 3 calamity in our Area 2, despite its lower tier, has been quite lethal. Hearing this, Chunling's mind struggled to comprehend. He had always believed that the sole calamity that had escaped from the Grey Realm was the one he envisioned in his mind, yet now another had emerged? What a level 3 one? Has it been captured? If it had been captured, why would we require so many personnel here? Qian Fan sighed. After the massacre, that calamity vanished without a trace, although some enforcers witnessed its departure heading towards the back mountain. The back mountain, Chunling recalled, situated between Area 2 and Area 3. It is peculiar. Typically, such calamities, after creating a ruckus, are swiftly apprehended, both due to their size and their uncontrollable urge to continue killing. Yet this time, both calamities have vanished simultaneously, as if they had evaporated into thin air. A thought struck Chunling, and he casually asked, I have heard of beings known as integrators? Integrators? Qian Fan shook his head. Do you think the merging of calamities with humans is a simple task? To merge with a calamity and survive, 3 essential conditions must be met. Firstly, you must ensure that the calamity does not kill you. This single requirement is sufficient to eliminate 99 of calamities. As the vast majority lack self-control, you could argue that one might incapacitate it first, but the next issue arises. You must guarantee that your constitution is compatible with it, which is inherently unpredictable. A human being and a calamity are not of the same species. For the two to align is as improbable as casually picking up a stone only to find its natural pattern spell your name. Even if fortune smiles upon you and the first 2 conditions are satisfied, you must ensure that once merged with the calamity, you will not be driven insane by its will. As far as I know, most who have merged with calamities end up as lunatics and do not survive beyond a few years. Chunling retorted, so according to you, the probability of a merger is nearly 0? Indeed, Qian Fan nodded. However, I have heard that some in the merging faction are researching methods to enhance the success rate of such mergers. To what extent they have progressed, I am uncertain. Chunling had always believed himself to be a merger, but after listening to Qian Fan's description, he began to doubt himself. His connection with the audience was entirely established upon the theater. It did not seem to involve the merging process he had envisioned, even though these spectators occasionally drove him to madness. Meanwhile, a thought flashed through Chunling's mind. Since he did not qualify as a merger, could it be possible for him to master a divine path of his own? In Chapter 21, The Peace Charm, your task over the next few days is to scour this street for any calamity hairs or other unusual items that may lie beneath the ruins. Unusual items? The power of a calamity can influence the surrounding reality. How it impacts varies with each calamity. Some calamities merely standing in place can distort everything nearby, while others may ignite flames. It is said that the more bizarre ones can even manipulate humans. We refer to this influence as the domain of calamity. The higher the level of a calamity, the greater the destructiveness and range of its domain. Overall, we categorize all known calamities into 9 levels, with each level having alternative names to visually represent their destructive power. For instance, a 9th level calamity is commonly termed world annihilation. Chunling was taken aback. So a 9th level calamity can truly annihilate the world? While there is an element of exaggeration, it is not far from the truth. It is said that a world annihilation level calamity possesses the power to completely eradicate a human domain. Qian Fan, as if struck by a thought, lowered his voice and spoke. Did you not know? The calamity that escaped from your district the night before last was indeed a world annihilation level. Chunling's face turned pale. Haha, I was just joking, Qian Fan chuckled, patting Chunling on the shoulder. I heard that the calamity pointer in your district indeed exploded. Such occurrences only happen when a world annihilation descends. But it seems impossible, doesn't it? It has been nearly a century since a world annihilation has occurred. And if it truly had, I reckon your district would have been obliterated immediately, leaving no room for stability. Thus, it is likely that a calamity has descended that happens to influence the calamity pointer. Did not your Hanming enforcers engage it yesterday? They confirmed it was only a 5th level calamity, not a world annihilation. So take heart, Qian Fan said, hands on his hips, a broad smile on his face. Yet, Chunling could not muster a smile. as the perpetrator behind the beating of Han Meng. He understood very well the truth behind the fifth-level calamity spoken of by Qian Fan. The fifth-level calamity encountered by Han Meng was not genuinely a fifth level. It was merely due to the audience expectation being precisely at 1415 at that moment. And the spectators who seized the stage corresponded to the combat power of a fifth-level calamity. Chunling distinctly recalled that the number of spectators who fled then was less than 1% of the total audience. What if the entire audience fled? Does that not imply that a complete world annihilation would descend? The thought sent chills down Chunling's spine. He had considered that the calamity among the audience could be formidable, but he had not anticipated it to be this powerful. A super calamity capable of world annihilation. A ticking time bomb that could obliterate the human domain. Enough, you must get back to work, Qian Fan said contentedly. Understood. As Qian Fan departed, Chunling found himself alone on the desolate street. He took a deep breath, momentarily suppressing the fear within, and bent down to begin searching through the rubble. Regardless of the audience's level, they seemed to adhere to the theater's rules. As long as Chunling maintained the audience expectation above 20, no mishap would occur. Audience expectation 1, current expectation 32. 2 lines of characters sketched themselves amidst the rubble and vanished in an instant. Ever since the undercover infiltrator entered the enforcers, the audience expectation had surged by 10, yet over time, it had begun to decline at a steady rate. At the current pace, if he did nothing, it would fall back to 20 within a maximum of 36 hours. For the next few hours, Chunling meticulously searched the ruins, but despite his efforts, he found no hairs or traces left by the calamity domain. Frankly, Chunling was quite curious about the calamity that had escaped alongside his audience. Chunling, a voice called from a distance. Chunling, focused on searching for clues, looked up to see his comrade, Wu Yudong, approaching. I heard you arrived early this morning? Wu Yudong, drenched in sweat, had likely walked from District 3. How did you get here so fast? Didn't you go home? Why didn't you go home? Something came up. Is it related to your brother? Hearing this, Chunling abruptly lifted his head. What did you say? Oh, I passed by your house on my way here and saw Commander Han Meng there, looking for your brother. Wu Yudong wiped his brow, unable to suppress a comment. But brother, your house is in worse condition than mine. There are holes all over. Chunling chose to ignore Wu Yudong's jibe and inquired again. Did Han Meng question my brother? No, there was a tall man with silver-framed glasses speaking to him inside. I didn't catch the specifics, but after a brief exchange, Commander Han left without entering. A tall man with silver-framed glasses? Chunling paused, a thought striking him suddenly. He had completely forgotten about this matter. Previously, he had sent a message to Aurora City, intending for that doctor to come and treat him. However, in the chaos of recent events, he had entirely set it aside. Now, it appeared that the doctor had indeed arrived as promised to attend to his ailment. But how did he enter District 3, which was supposed to be sealed? A flurry of questions raced through Chunling's mind. He was eager to return home to uncover what had transpired. I can't chat any longer. My task is to assist the surviving residents of Ice Spring Street, and I have a multitude of things to do. Wu Yudong glanced at the time, bid farewell to Chunling, and hurried off. Since Han Meng had been diverted, there would be no opportunity to interrogate Chunyan, and with his home remaining safe. Chunling thought as he swiftly made his way toward Qian Fan and the others. The doctor was an entirely unknown entity to Chunling, and he did not dare to leave Chunyan alone with him for too long. He needed to return home immediately. With a creak, as Chunling stepped forward, he crushed a piece of debris underfoot, glancing down to see a faint hint of red trapped beneath the fragments. Chunling furrowed his brow and brushed away the debris, revealing the outline of the object beneath. As the full form came into view, his pupils dilated in shock. It was a tattered peace charm. In the corner of the charm, 2 delicate characters were embroidered. Chunyan. Chapter 22. Chumuyun, is it already this late? Chumuyun sat at the door, glancing down at his pocket watch with a deep sigh. Where could my brother be? Chunyan, resting his chin on his hand, sat beside Chumuyun, equally fixated on the street outside, waiting with bated breath. The dim yellow sun gradually sank below the horizon, the blue aurora in the sky becoming ever more vivid. The two sat in a row, the cold wind seeping through the gaps in the wooden boards, causing the oil lamp on the table to flicker unsteadily. At long last, at the end of the street where the aurora danced, a figure began to materialize. He asked back. Chunyan suddenly sat up, waving at the figure in the distance. Brother. Qinling, dragging his weary body, made his way home, squinting slightly as he spotted the two seated at the entrance. Yet he promptly waved back at Qinyan. Qinmuyun was momentarily taken aback. Rising from the ground, while supporting himself on his knees and offering a polite smile and wave. You must be Mr. Qinling, am I correct? Qinmuyun adjusted his silver-rimmed glasses. My name is Qinmuyun, a doctor hailing from Jiguang City. Oh, hello there. Qinling shook his hand. Have you been waiting long? Not too long, thankfully. Quite a while. Actually, Qinyan interjected. Brother, you left this morning, and he arrived shortly after, sitting in the living room until now. He arrived this morning? Did you not offer him any water? I did, but he didn't drink. Qinling shifted his gaze from Qinyan, apologetically addressing Qinmuyun. Dr. Chu, I sincerely apologize for making you come all this way and wait for me. In truth, my ailment has already resolved. How about I treat you to dinner tonight and send you back tomorrow? Initially, Qinling sought medical assistance due to a frightening experience. But now he no longer perceives it as an illness nor believes anyone can cure him. A catastrophe of apocalyptic proportions cannot be remedied by just any doctor, especially with a mysterious theater capable of suppressing such devastation. Qinmuyun was taken aback. He studied Qinling for a moment before hesitantly speaking. Well, Mr. Qin, often our bodies do not realize when we are unwell. You might feel fine now, but that does not necessarily mean you are. Perhaps you require a comprehensive examination. No, I do not need that. Qinling's refusal was resolute. He could not allow Qinmuyun to examine his heart. That would expose his identity. Qinmuyun replied, Dr. Chu, I am exceedingly grateful for your journey from Jiguang City, but I truly do not require any examination or treatment. Qinling sensed the abruptness of his demeanor and immediately added with sincerity, I apologize for my attitude. Very well, Qinmuyun sighed. However, I may not be able to leave at this time. Why not? The 3rd district has been completely sealed off. No one is allowed to enter or exit. You were unaware? How did you manage to get in? I have a friend within the enforcers who helped facilitate my entry. Qinmuyun replied with a wry smile. However, while it is simple to get in, it is not nearly as easy to get out. The enforcers sealed off the 3rd district to prevent any catastrophe from escaping. After all, some calamities are small enough to hide in human backpacks or even within their bodies. Or they might fuse with humans. Thus, the difficulty of entry and exit is not comparable. Qinling, who had recently joined the Enforcers Reserve, understood this very well. He felt somewhat troubled. Qinmuyun had come all the way from Jiguang City specifically to treat him, and he had not asked for any remuneration. It would not be fair to simply cast him out into the streets. Brother, I don't think he is a bad person. Qinyan chimed in at the right moment. Today, that officer Haman came by, and he was quite fierce. He was the one who chased me away. Upon hearing this, Qinling's eyes brightened slightly. May I ask a question? Go ahead, Qinmuyun nodded. Today, when Officer Han came, how did you manage to send him away? Oh, I simply told him that no one was home, and that entering someone's residence without the owner's permission is rather impolite. But he is an enforcer. They have the authority to search private residences. Qinling doubted that such a formidable figure could be dismissed so easily. When I speak, he tends to listen, Qinmuyun replied lightly. A few years ago, I saved his life, not once but twice. I see, Qinling nodded. Then before the 3rd district is unsealed, please make yourself at home here. However, I have one condition. What condition? No examinations of any kind are to be conducted on me or my brother without my permission. Agreed, Qinmuyun replied decisively, adjusting his silver glasses. Upon returning home, Qinling discovered that the original opening had been boarded up. While there were still some drafts, it was significantly better than the previous night's exposure. He turned to see Qinyan standing with his hands clasped behind his back, his head slightly bowed as if anticipating praise. Thank you for your help, Qinling said, ruffling his brother's hair. Otherwise, we would have had to sleep outdoors again tonight. There's still a few gaps that need sealing. I'll go collect some clay from the back mountain tomorrow to patch them up, Qinyan replied with a hint of sheepishness. As Qinmuyun entered, he smiled at the scene. You two have a wonderful brotherly bond. Of course, Qinyan pouted. You do resemble each other quite a bit. Do we? Qinling glanced at Qinyan, thinking it wasn't too striking, considering they weren't biological brothers. However, living together for a long time would inevitably lead to similarities. I think you look quite alike, Qinyan replied earnestly. By the way, that room over there is yours. The environment is a bit simple. I hope you won't mind, Qinling said, having cleared out the room that originally belonged to Qintan and his wife. It's no trouble. I'm not picky, Chimuyun responded. Watching this interaction, Qinyin's eyes revealed a hint of complexity. Next, Chunling took it upon himself to prepare dinner for the three of them. After a day of toil, he was famished. Luckily, he had honed his culinary skills during his past life as a working individual, enabling him to sustain himself in this new world. Half an hour later, the hot dishes emerged from the stove, their aroma causing Qinyin and Chumiyun seated at the table to swallow with anticipation. Mr. Qin, your cooking is quite impressive, Chumiyun remarked after tasting a slice of potato, unable to suppress his admiration. It is far superior to most restaurants in Jiguang City. Just call me Qinling, he replied, eating while discreetly observing Chumuyun. Judging by his attire and demeanor, he was a quintessential intellectual. His manner of speaking and eating exuded an elegant charm, providing a refreshing sense of comfort. This quality was something Qinling had never encountered in the 3rd or 2nd district. Indeed, those who came from Jiguang City were distinctly different. Suddenly, Qinling seemed to recall something. Dr. Chu, yes. How much do you know about the path of divine communication? Chapter 23. Divine favor. Upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise crossed Chumiyun's eyes. What? Are you also interested in the path of divine communication? A little. And I plan to become an enforcer soon. So an enforcer, Chumiyun nodded. So, you intend to pursue the path of the war god? I suppose so. Aren't enforcers limited to the path of the war god? Who says? Chumiyun chuckled lightly. Enforcers, or rather, most enforcers, are indeed on the path of the war god, as it is the only path of divine communication recognized in the Jiguang realm. However, there are also other divine favored individuals among the enforcers of Jiguang City who can equally serve as enforcers. I lack any special talent. Perhaps I have no chance of becoming a divine favored one. Qinling sighed. Most likely, I will have to wait 3 years until I become an enforcer before I can take a chance at the ancient repositories of the war goddess path. Brother, who says you lack talent? Qinyin abruptly set down his chopsticks, speaking earnestly. You are amazing. Surely many of those divine paths will be vying for you. Qinling smiled bitterly. His words were truthful. Since his previous life, he had merely been an inconspicuous droplet lost in the tide of the ordinary. In his childhood, his parents indeed compelled him to learn various arts, such as music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, yet he never mastered any of them. As he grew older, he forgot everything, and his academic performance was mediocre. His physical condition was also subpar, rendering him an ordinary individual who might possess a smattering of knowledge, but, when it came down to it, amounted to nothing significant. In this life, Qinling was no different. The convergence of 2 lives of mediocrity led him to believe he lacked the potential for divine selection. Talent, he mused, is indeed unpredictable. Chu Muyun pondered and remarked that some individuals might possess a certain gift that remains unexpressed until the opportune moment arises. If we're discussing the path of the war god, how does one ascertain whether they possess such a talent? He inquired. It is simple. Chu Muyun's smile gradually faded as he spoke with an air of indifference. You must take a life. If 1 is insufficient, take 10. If 10 is not enough, take 100. Should you reach 1,000 and the war god has yet to favor you, it is certain you lack this talent. Chunling's chopsticks froze midair, and the living room fell into a profound silence. I was only jesting. Chu Muyun chuckled, as if the icy grip of winter had melted away. A warm breeze once again sweeping across the dining table. If you're not inclined to take lives, you may instead enter the ancient sanctuary for 3 years. Though lengthy, you are still young. You can afford to wait. Take lives? Chunling stared at the rice in his bowl, recalling the night when the crimson paper monster claimed the lives of 2 enforcers, causing a wave of nausea to wash over him. Chunling was an ordinary person, and although he had slain countless foes in his past life within the realm of games and had viewed numerous bloody films, the thought of wielding a blade against another filled him with trepidation. He could not surmount the moral threshold established by reason and compassion. What is that path? Chunling remembered the killing dance he had drawn from Han Meng, which stemmed from the judgment path of the war god, yet its true nature eluded him. You are aware of the path? Chu Muyun regarded him with surprise. To put it this way, if becoming a deity is akin to climbing a mountain, then besides the main road, there are also smaller paths. The divine path represents the main road, while the paths are the extensions shaped by individual personalities and talents. For instance, Han Ming is rather headstrong and possesses a strong sense of justice. Thus, he aligns with the judgment path. The abilities he acquires as he ascends different tiers may vary from others, more distinctly reflecting his personal traits. Chun Ling contemplated, how many paths does the divine road possess? This is uncertain. Some divine paths have many followers, thus naturally giving rise to numerous explored paths. For instance, the war god path, as far as I know, has 7 distinct paths, while some lesser-known divine paths may have few. Dr. Chu, are you also a possessor of the divine path? Chun Ling recalled Dr. Lin's assessment of him and inquired curiously. Indeed, Chu Mu Yun acknowledged candidly. I tread the path of the medical god. The medical god? Is the medical path also within the Aurora realm? The moment the question escaped his lips, Chun Ling realized, astonished. You are a divinely favored one? Chu Mu Yun smiled enigmatically without a word. Although Chun Ling had long suspected that Chu Mu Yun followed the path of the medical god, he was taken aback to learn that he was a divinely favored one. Wasn't he such a thing exceedingly rare? How was it that he encountered one so casually? What does it feel like to become a divinely favored one? Chun Ling could not help but ask. Chu Mu Yun pondered. Well, it is somewhat difficult to describe. It is as if, in an instant, you transcend, a gaze from beyond observes you, and suddenly, the surrounding environment shifts. A divine path leading into the void appears before you. The divine path? Is it a tangible reality? Not an illusion. It is real, at least in that moment. However, before you embark upon it, it will hover above, swaying continuously, much like. Chu Mu Yun struggled to find a fitting descriptor. Like a ribbon? Chun Yen, engrossed in his meal, suddenly interjected. A ribbon? Chun Ling turned to look at him, surprised. Yes, a ribbon. Chu Mu Yun's eyes brightened as he continued. And the moment you step onto it, it solidifies and then vanishes. Though you cannot see it, it will always remain within you. Chun Ling gazed at Chun Yen, who withdrew his neck and murmured, I just mentioned what I heard from his description. Very well. Chun Ling sighed. I hope that one day, I too will tread the divine path. After finishing their meal, Chun Yen voluntarily rolled up his sleeves to wash the dishes, while Chu Mu Yun produced a book from somewhere and sat by the oil lamp, reading by its dim light, occasionally furrowing his brow in contemplation. As night deepened, the three retreated to their respective rooms to rest. Chun Ling was the last to leave, extinguishing the candle on the table. The flickering flame plunged the room into darkness as he gazed towards Chun Yan's room. With deliberate steps, he approached Chun Yan's door, retrieving a broken peace talisman from his pocket. Just as he was about to knock, his fingers froze mid-air. I woke up from the surgery and waited for you all at the hospital. Then, I heard outside that a world-ending calamity was invading. I became very worried about you all. I took advantage of the hospital staff's inattention to sneak out, intending to return home to find you, only to see you hanging from a creature. It seems the enforcers were short-staffed. They merely sealed off the areas outside zones 2 and 3. Yet the guard between the 2 zones were few, so I sneaked over. Brother, are we not running? Brother, becoming a monster is not so bad. As long as you remain you. That doctor seems quite formidable. I am recovering swiftly. I don't know. Perhaps I escaped when I ran away. Chun Yan's words echoed in his mind, and Chun Ling's grip on the peace talisman tightened as confusion and bewilderment filled his eyes. Ever since he discovered this talisman amidst the ruins of Ice Spring Street, his heart had been in turmoil. Even after a 2-hour trek back, his thoughts were fixated on this matter. Upon reflection, numerous inexplicable occurrences had transpired since Chun Yan's arrival. The timing of his appearance and the location were far too fortuitous. Could a boy who had just undergone a heart transplant truly traverse the enforcer's blockade and walk for over 2 hours to the back mountain? Or was he no longer human? Chapter 24. Poker Wait. Why am I using also? Chun Yan is Chun Yan, not some other entity disguised in his skin. This is something Chun Ling is certain of. Since both are experiencing the same calamity, and since the audience can merge with oneself, why can't the other calamity converge with humanity? Yet all of this remains speculation. The truth may only be revealed through direct inquiry. Just as Chun Ling hesitated on whether to knock, the door swung open from within. Brother, Chun Yan rubbed his eyes. What are you doing? I have something to ask you. As Chun Yan was about to say something, he glanced at the opposite room belonging to Chu Mu Yun and pulled Chun Ling inside, shutting the door behind them. Yin, I shall ask directly. Chun Ling gazed earnestly into his eyes. Was it you who stained Ice Spring Street with blood? Chun Yan's body trembled as he noticed the fragment of the peace talisman in Chun Ling's hand, silently bowing his head. Yes. Seeing Chun Yan's straightforward admission, Chun Ling, who was preparing to persuade him further, was momentarily taken aback. It truly was you? Chun Ling pressed on. So, you have also merged with the calamity? I do not know. I was already standing there when I woke up. You have lost a portion of your memory? Yes. Chun Ling's brow furrowed slightly. He trusted that Chun Yan would not deceive him, and he himself was in a similar predicament, mysteriously crossing over and inexplicably gaining an audience in his mind. When he awoke, he found himself back at home. However, the convergence point of the Gray Realm was in the back mountain, was it not? Shouldn't he have still been in surgery? Why was he affected? I do not know. Chun Yan shook his head once more. All I recall is being administered anesthesia by the doctor, and upon awakening, I found myself on Bingquan Street, engulfed by fear. I sought refuge in the rear mountains, and when I emerged, I witnessed my brother crawling out from within that monstrous entity. Upon hearing this, Chun Ling was able to piece together the events leading up to this moment. However, the question remained, why was Chun Yan affected by the convergence of the Gray Realm? Was it possible that the calamity, after breaching Zone 2, coincidentally encountered Chun Yan on the operating table, leading to some form of fusion? Chun Ling struggled to comprehend the process of this fusion and could conjure no further insights. Understood. Chun Ling nodded. For the next few days, you shall remain at home, refrain from venturing out. Do you understand? I will handle the other matters. Chun Yan hesitated. What is it? I had intended to visit our parents. Chun Ling paused, contemplating for a long moment before softly responding. Once I have cleared your name, and the storm has settled, I will take you to see them, all right? All right. Chun Yan obediently nodded. In the coming days, keep your distance from Chu Muyun. Do not allow him to approach you, and engage in minimal conversation with him. Understood. If Han Meng seeks you out with inquiries, simply respond as instructed. Understood. After imparting these instructions, Chun Ling turned to leave. Chun Yan gently secured the door and returned to lie on the hard wooden bed. He turned his gaze towards the window, where the reflection of the vast blue aurora danced in his chestnut-colored eyes. Suddenly, at the horizon of the aurora sky, a faint red glimmer emerged, resembling a cinnabar star. Here it comes again, Chun Yan murmured to himself, as the cinnabar star grew increasingly radiant. A dreamlike path extended from the void, connecting directly to the head of Chun Yan's bed. This path floated and swayed between the star and him, akin to a delicate satin ribbon. Chun Yan lay on his bed, calmly observing this divine pathway, which appeared as an olive branch extended by a deity. After a moment, he slowly raised his hand and grasped the elusive ribbon with determination. Then he crushed it forcefully, with a faint sound. A barely audible echo lingered in Chun Yan's ears as he shattered the divine path with a single hand, transforming it into a cascade of dust that dissipated into the void. Simultaneously, the cinnabar star in the sky swiftly dimmed. He rejected divine favor. Chun Yan opened his palm, revealing a fragment of the divine path the size of a thumb, resting quietly in his hand, resembling a piece of cinnabar glass. He opened the drawer of his bedside table, discarded the cinnabar glass within, and then closed it, securing it tightly. In the dark drawer, over 30 identical pieces of cinnabar glass flickered faintly. Morning arrived. Chun Ling rose early to wash and prepare. Without a benevolent soul to reimburse his transportation costs, he had to walk to Bingquan Street on foot, a journey that required over 4 hours round trip. Thus, he had to rise earlier and return later than the other reserve enforcers. To his astonishment, Chu Muyun seemed to be up even earlier than him. As Chun Ling entered the living room, he saw Chu Muyun, dressed in a casual shirt and knitted vest, sitting sideways at the table, engrossed in an ancient medical book while occasionally adjusting his glasses. It appeared he was not seated in a drafty, dilapidated living room, but rather in an elegant cafe within Aurora City. Noticing Chun Ling's entrance, he smiled and set down his book. Good morning. Morning. Chun Ling replied absent-mindedly before hastily exiting to the nearby Zhao's breakfast shop for a meal. Ever since he had tipped off Uncle Zhao, he felt somewhat guilty, so he made it a point to visit them every morning as a means of offering additional business to Uncle Zhao. As for Zhao, he had been grounded by Uncle Zhao for a week and had yet to step outside. After Chun Ling departed, Chu Muyun slowly set his book aside. He stood up and walked directly towards Chun Ling's room, his feet gliding silently over the aged floorboards like a specter. Reaching Chun Ling's bedside, His eyes narrowed slightly behind his glasses. He donned white gloves, retrieving a pair of tweezers from his pocket. Collecting a few strands of hair scattered across the pillow along with tiny flakes of skin, and placed them into a brown, empty vial. After completing this task, he quietly exited the room, his hands sweeping lightly to erase any trace of his presence from the floor. Instead of returning to his own room, he walked straight out of the house, traversing several streets until he arrived at the entrance of a run-down convenience store. With a soft jingle, the bell rang as he pushed the door open. "What would you like?" A woman seated at the counter yawned lazily, inquiring casually. "I seek a glimmer of hope." Upon hearing this response, the woman's demeanor instantly shifted. The previous nonchalance vanished, replaced by a pair of icy, piercing eyes as she scrutinized Chu Mu-yun before slowly speaking. "Present your identification." Chu Mu-yun raised his fingertips, and a white card appeared in his palm as though by magic, which he flipped onto the table. The woman revealed the face of the card, Spade 7. "The password." She spoke again. Chu Mu-yun replied calmly, "Civilizations of humanity shall never extinguish." Chapter 25. Bowing, Spade 7. "What is your request?" "I require a quiet room." "Reason?" "To investigate a suspected fusionist and conduct a calamity-level assessment experiment." "A fusionist?" The woman's brows arched in surprise. "Is there a possibility of assimilation?" "The target can be ruled out as a member of the fusion faction. However, they exhibit a tendency to join the enforcers, so their potential for assimilation will depend on my assessment." "Understood." The woman retrieved a key from beneath the counter, stating that the quiet room is located on the second underground level. Chu Mu-yun accepted the key, opened the dark door to the basement, and vanished in a flash. The woman stepped out from behind the counter, discreetly scanning the surroundings before flipping the open sign to closed. In the darkness, Chu Mu-yun lit an oil lamp and descended the narrow staircase step by step. The dim light flickered as he reached the bottom of the stairs, which opened into a space of approximately 10 square meters. Chu Mu-yun bent down to place the oil lamp in the center of the floor before taking out the small brown vial and emptying its contents. He removed his glasses, and a cerulean glow began to emanate from his eyes, a formidable pressure transforming into a whirlwind that stirred the air within the space. The diagnosis begins. On Bingquan Street, Chun-Ling navigated through the shattered ruins, diligently searching. He felt immensely grateful to have been assigned to this location, tasked with uncovering clues. If Chun Yin had left any traces here, he would be the first to discover them, and the first to sever the connection. Had the talisman he found yesterday fallen into the hands of another enforcer, the consequences would have been dire. However, it became evident that Chun Yin had left no other remnants. Chun-Ling spent the entire morning turning the ruins of Bingquan Street upside down, and aside from various remnants of flesh and blood, he found nothing else, not even the traces of calamity that Yin Fan had mentioned. Chun-Ling could not help but speculate on the nature of the calamity residing within Chun Yin. Just as he pondered this, a figure approached from the distance. "Wu Yudong?" Chun-Ling recognized the individual, momentarily taken aback. Wu Yudong was also present on Bingquan Street, which was not surprising. But the issue lay in his appearance. He was now relying on a metal crutch, one leg encased in plaster, his body marred by wounds and bandages, his left eye bruised and filthy, resembling someone who had just crawled out of a trench. Hearing Chun-Ling's voice, Wu Yudong, who had been looking down, finally displayed a glimmer of light in his eyes. Chun-Ling Wu Yudong offered a bitter smile. "I thought I wouldn't survive to see you again. What happened to you?" "I no longer intend to be an enforcer." Wu Yudong lifted his head to gaze at the distant aurora, a hint of sorrow and desolation flickering in his bruised eyes. "What transpired?" Chun-Ling distinctly recalled that when he left yesterday, Wu Yudong had eagerly set off to complete his mission. How had he ended up in such a state today? "Enforcers in Bingquan Street are no good." "Chun-Ling, do you know what kind of individuals reside on this street?" "They are debt collectors, cultists, fugitives. The streets are rife with illegal arms trading, drug trafficking, and organ trade. Yesterday, I sought out the survivors on this street to gather information, only to be met with mockery and scorn. They kicked me into the restroom and demanded I clean the toilets. When I refused, they broke my legs." Wu Yodong's voice trembled increasingly, as if he was recalling a painful memory, the veins on his neck bulging. "They did this deliberately. The enforcers of District 2 are well aware of the nature of this street. None of them are willing to come here, opting instead to seek help from District 3. I have no idea what sort of deal they struck with Mahjong, but he brought people over from District 3's reserve. He knows we are newcomers, poor and powerless. If not us, then who else would he bring? To put it nicely, we are here to provide support. To put it bluntly, we are nothing more than sacrifices given by the higher-ups of the enforcers. I swear on my life. The higher-ups of the enforcers must be involved in the underground dealings of Bingquan Jie. Why is this happening? My parents worked tirelessly to send me to school. I earned my place among the enforcers through my own merit. Why do they have the right to humiliate me like this? Wu Yudong roared in anger, his eyes bloodshot. Yet even at this point, he dared not raise his voice too loudly, for the enforcers of District 2 were not far off. Under the watchful gaze of the lion, even the smallest ant must suppress its fury and remain silent. Wu Yodong's chest heaved violently, as if he were about to confront either Bingquan Jie or the enforcers, but a voice interrupted him, causing him to tremble once more. Wu Yudong? Chunling? What are you discussing? Qianfan approached, dressed in a black and red uniform, arms crossed, with a curious expression. Wu Yodong's face turned pale. Wu Yudong, did you not say you would no longer be an enforcer? Qianfan continued, voluntarily withdrawing from the enforcer examination. Yet for people like you, there is no chance for repentance. Is this truly the opportunity to change your fate? Or, if you believe the enforcers are currently lacking in some area, feel free to voice your concerns, and we can discuss it further. Wu Yodong's expression changed repeatedly, hesitating several times to speak, but under Qianfan's gaze. He ultimately shook his head. No, I voluntarily withdraw. Such a pity. Chunling regarded Wu Yudong with a complex mixture of emotions. Wu Yudong could boldly accuse the enforcers of their crimes in front of Chunling, yet before the enforcers, he dared not utter a word. However, it would be unfair to label Wu Yudong as cowardly, for regardless of whether he became an enforcer or not, he would still have to live in District 3 or the other major districts of the Aurora Realm, where enforcers would always be present. To all who reside in the Aurora Realm, the enforcers are akin to the heavens. Wu Yudong cast a deep glance at Chunling, then lowered his head again, painfully leaning on his cheap crutches, gritting his teeth as he limped toward District 3. His silhouette gradually diminished as he moved away, until he became but a speck of fine sand, scattered at the end of the road. Chunling understood that henceforth, Wu Yudong might never lift his head again. Sigh, I actually think he is quite commendable, hardworking, and with great potential. Qianfan sighed as he watched Wu Yodong's departing figure. By the way, with Wu Yudong gone, his duties will be left unattended. From today onward, you will take his place. Chunling was taken aback and turned to Qianfan, who smiled and met his gaze. In the sunlight, his smile resembled that of a demon. Chapter 26, Are you prepared to answer my questions? After saying this, Qianfan walked away. Chunling stood frozen, involuntarily recalling the image of Wu Yudong with his head bowed, his fists slightly clenched. Wu Yudong has bowed his head. What about him? If this were a past life, perhaps Chunling would have been no different from Wu Yudong, only bowing his head to carve out a path in society. But this time, Chunling slowly turned his head, gazing at the remnants of that street on Bingquan Jie, his eyes icy to the core. You want me to bow my head? Huh. District 3. In the basement, a chilling gale surged from the void, howling as it struck Chu Muyun. The kerosene lamp on the ground shook violently and extinguished, plunging the entire basement into a suffocating darkness. Chu Muyun groaned and fell heavily to the ground. He raised his head in disbelief, his eyes filled with shock and incredulity. Just moments ago, when he activated the Eye of Origin, it was as if he glimpsed pairs of crimson eyes peering in from the endless void. Merely that glance caused his path to divinity to tremble. This, after a long moment of dazed stillness, Chu Mu-yin suddenly regained his senses, scrambling to his feet and racing up the stairs back to the convenience store. What happened? Black Spade 7? The woman frowned slightly at Chu Mu-yun's hurried and flustered appearance. I saw it. What? The destruction of the world. The woman paused, momentarily confused by the meaning of his words. That being is a harbinger of annihilation. Mu-yun asserted firmly. This is impossible. The woman immediately shook her head. No one can merge with annihilation. Not even the leader of the fusion faction could do it. You must have misseen it. I absolutely did not missee. Its gaze even instilled fear in my divine sense. This must be reported to the Red King and the Gray King immediately. Chu Mu-yun approached the counter, pulling out paper and a pen, writing swiftly. If this is true, it could spell disaster. The woman instantly recognized the severity of the situation. Even if both the Red King and Gray King were present, we may not be able to confront it, unless the Aurora Lord also joins us. Upon hearing this, Chu Muyin paused with his fingertips. What's wrong? The woman inquired. A harbinger of annihilation possesses the power to extinguish an entire human realm. Chu Muyin slowly turned to look at her, his eyes flashing with madness. Then what if we kill it? If we free it from annihilation? Wouldn't that negate the need to execute that plan? The woman was stunned. That is a harbinger of annihilation. Are you insane? The woman began to speak, but then shook her head, nearly forgetting that all of you formal members are essentially madmen. I merely mentioned it offhandedly. Chu Muyin adjusted his glasses, calming himself, and replied in a composed manner. Let us first consult the Gray King and the Red King. After completing the letter, Chu Muyin handed it to the woman. She glanced at him, saying, By the way, were you not supposed to conduct an absorption assessment for it? Are you still going to proceed? Yes. As a recommender. What is your rating? S. Chu Muyin's expression turned unusually serious. It is extremely dangerous. A crisp knock echoed through the air, startling the numerous enforcers of District 2 who had been leisurely sipping tea, causing them to turn in confusion. Who could be arriving at this hour? I don't know. Qian Fan replied as he opened the door to the tea house. Chun Ling stood quietly outside the door, smiling as he waved at the enforcers inside. These were the enforcers who were originally responsible for Bingquan Jie, yet now they huddled here drinking tea, leaving all matters to Chun Ling and Wu Yudong, which in itself spoke volumes. It now appeared that Wu Yudong had spoken the truth. This group of enforcers was indeed colluding with the people of Bingquan Jie, opting not to conduct any searches, but merely sending 2 newcomers to perform a superficial gesture. In this way, should the headquarters of Aurora City inquire, they could claim a lack of personnel, stating that the matters of Bingquan Jie were handled solely by Chun Ling and Wu Yudong, thereby deflecting blame while simultaneously maintaining good relations with Bingquan Jie. A perfect 2 birds with 1 stone. Upon seeing Chun Ling, the enforcers immediately lost interest, lowering their heads to drink tea, showing no inclination to engage him in conversation. It's you? What brings you here? Qian Fan exclaimed in surprise upon spotting Chun Ling. There are still some matters regarding my work that require clarification from all of you esteemed individuals. What matters? My task is to inquire about the disaster-related information from the survivors of Bingquan Jie, correct? Yes. And what if they refuse to cooperate? Upon hearing the inquiry, Qian Fan could not help but smirk inwardly while maintaining an outward facade of patience as he replied, If they refuse to cooperate, then devise a means to compel their compliance. We are the enforcers, endowed with the authority to enforce the law. Thus, may I resort to violence? Certainly. Chun Ling, upon hearing the laughter of the other enforcers within the room, could not suppress a chuckle. Now I understand, he nodded. If they do not cooperate, I shall drag them here for your esteemed judgment. That is good to hear. Off you go. As your assessment concludes tomorrow, you must accomplish your tasks today. As Chun Ling exited, Qian Fan closed the door behind him, and soon thereafter, unrestrained laughter echoed in the room. This lad is truly stubborn. Even more so than that Wu Yudong. Did you hear? He intends to resort to violence. Has he truly not inquired about the nature of Bingquan Street? Alas, he hails from a poverty-stricken background. He lacks access to many information channels. Let us not mock him. Let us have some tea. The faint laughter drifted through the door's crack, reaching Chun Ling's ears, yet he remained oblivious. At this moment, his attention was captured by the flashing prompt before him. Audience Anticipation, Level 111, Chun Clan Directing Principles, Article 13, in scenarios where conflicts are distinctly defined. One may appropriately amplify emotional climaxes through character relationships to enhance the audience's emotional engagement, intensifying the satisfaction derived from the resolution of the original conflict, and even introducing subsequent conflicts for added enjoyment. Chun Ling could certainly create chaos on Bingquan Street, but such an action would render the conflict rather simplistic, and the audience anticipation level would not significantly increase. Thus, he opted to involve the enforcers. Chun Ling traversed the half-ruined Bingquan Street, arriving at the Black Axe Tavern, the current refuge for the greatest number of survivors. This establishment was a frequent gathering place for the residents of Bingquan Street, and now, amidst the ruins, it served as a temporary shelter for some. It was here that Wu Yudong had suffered humiliation the previous day. However, Chun Ling was not Wu Yudong. One hand held an investigative form, while the other pushed open the tavern's door. With a piercing creak, The entire tavern fell into an eerie silence. Countless cold, menacing gazes converged upon Chun-Ling as he announced, "Greetings, I am Enforcer Chun-Ling. Are you prepared to answer my questions?" Chapter 27. Inquiry after a brief silence. The tavern erupted in laughter. Just as one Wu Yudong leaves, another arrives. Officer Ma truly shows great sincerity. And what of it? If you hadn't been so reckless yesterday, that little Wu would not have fled. That lad was so meek, it would have been better for him to stay and entertain us longer. But this one seems even better looking than the last. Let us not frighten him away. Old Qian warned that if we let this one escape, there will be no one left. Escape? This time, don't expect to run. A gaunt man slowly rose, his deep-set eyes resembling those of a zombie as they fixed on Chun-Ling. Not bad, quite young, and in good health. The parts on him should fetch a decent price. Boneblade, you've gone too far. This will not end well for you. The gaunt man, referred to as Boneblade, sneered. The patrons in the tavern scrutinized Chun-Ling as if he were prey presented before a pack of ravenous beasts. Chun-Ling stood there, seemingly unfazed by their taunts, pulling out a pen and tapping it against the form. "Boneblade, is it? Let us begin with you. On the night of the massacre at Bingquan Street, where were you?" Noticing the audacity of this youth to inquire, the others exchanged incredulous glances. For Wu Yudong had been rendered speechless in the same situation just the day before. Was this lad truly bold or merely foolish? Boneblade narrowed his eyes and approached Chun-Ling, his demeanor predatory. "Where was I?" He blew on his darkened nails, then his pale fingers, resembling an eagle's talons, lunged toward Chun-Ling's neck. "I was in your mother's bed." In a flash, a glint of cold light flickered in Chun-Ling's eyes. His right hand, gripping the pen, retaliated with a swift thrust, the pen's tip piercing through Boneblade's palm. With an excruciating scream, Boneblade had no time to react before a hand rapidly expanded in his view, forcefully pressing his head down, slamming it into the ground. Divine path of war. Judgment, pathway. Third stage, dance of slaughter. A resounding crash echoed as wood splintered and crimson flowed. The patrons blinked in astonishment as Boneblade was smashed into the floor by the youth's single hand, his heavy coat slightly lifting. And the tavern fell into a profound silence. "Assaulting an enforcer is a grave offense," Chun-Ling remarked coolly. He slowly straightened up, brushing the blood from his hands. Casting a glance at the others. Audience anticipation level 2. Audience anticipation level 2. Audience anticipation level. After a brief stillness, the patrons finally regained their senses. Their initial astonishment and shock overshadowed by a surge of furious intent. 3 individuals drew their firearms, aiming them at Chun-Ling. What the hell, a tough nut. Chun-Ling had anticipated their armed state. As they drew their guns, he overturned the nearest table. The massive table flipped in midair, causing a flurry of bodies to scatter, plunging the scene into chaos. Meanwhile, Chun-Ling ducked beneath the table, brandishing a bottle and striking the closest gunman squarely in the face. The bottle shattered, sharp shards slicing across the man's cheek, leaving gory trails. Chun-Ling followed with an elbow strike, knocking him unconscious. In an instant, 2 shots rang out from afar, bullets whizzing toward Chun-Ling. In the dim light, Chun-Ling moved with the agility of a specter, his heavy coat swirling as 2 bullets pierced through it. Yet none found their mark on his body. This was Chun-Ling's first experience utilizing Dance of Slaughter, and the most pronounced sensation was an ethereal lightness enveloping him. In the confined chaos of the tavern, he navigated seamlessly, able to evade bullets as long as he could anticipate the gunman's movements, provided their numbers were limited. As he dispatched the first gunman, the remaining 2 felt an instinctive fear, their gazes attempting to track Chun-Ling's position. However, with Chun-Ling continuously overturning tables to obscure their view, this became nearly impossible. A whistling sound approached his ear, and the next moment, one of them was struck in the head, collapsing unconscious. Chun-Ling swiftly eliminated another gunman, seizing the firearm and firing at the approaching knife-wielding brutes. Bang, bang, bang. Blood bloomed on their legs, and they screamed in agony, tumbling to the ground. Cries of pain, curses, gunfire, and the clattering of furniture resonated throughout the tavern. And within a mere 30 seconds since Chun-Ling had entered, chaos reigned as he had taken down 13 out of the 14 patrons present. Chun-Ling discarded the empty handgun and stepped over a man with broken ribs, who howled in anguish, before leisurely making his way to the tavern's only intact chair. "Barkeep, a glass of whiskey," he ordered, kicking the groaning man once more, provoking another scream. The one-eyed barkeep, who had remained behind the counter throughout, finally snapped to attention. His eyes filled with fear as he regarded Chun Ling running a tavern on Binquan Street, a hub for many residents. This one-eyed owner was no ordinary individual. He had traversed the 7 districts and encountered many people. Yet, he had never seen a young man as decisive and ruthless as Chun Ling. "Is this a preparatory seat? If you told me this fellow was an enforcer, I would believe it." The one-eyed barkeep wisely stowed away the revolver he had secretly grasped and began pouring whiskey into a glass. "Your name?" Chun Ling casually crossed his legs, placing the form on his lap. Silence enveloped the tavern, and no one responded. "I ask you." He delivered a kick to the man's broken ribs. "Ah, Li Mang, Li Mang." The man surrendered immediately. "On the night of the Calamity's invasion, where were you?" "I was right here in this tavern." "Did you catch a glimpse of that dreadful figure?" "I just happened to step outside for a moment and saw it flit by in the street. It appeared to be humanoid." The burly man trembled as he spoke the truth. Chun Ling remained silent, rising to retrieve a whiskey from the counter. He gave it a gentle shake, the crystalline ice clinking melodiously against the glass. Then he raised the glass to the man's gruesome wound, slowly pouring the liquid down. A heart-wrenching scream echoed through the street. "I am telling the truth. It is all true. Do you understand?" In the absence of concrete evidence, relying solely on words like seems and should when reporting to the authorities amounts to spreading rumors. Chun Ling's eyes narrowed slightly. "I will ask you once more. Did you see it?" Truly. Chun Ling's glass tilted further, more whiskey cascading onto the wound. The pain made the man tremble uncontrollably. "No, I saw nothing. I did not see anything." Chapter 28. He finished work upon hearing this. Chun Ling finally set the glass down, inscribing a note on the form, "No witnesses." He then ordered another whiskey and approached the next resident of Binquan Street. Name. Sun Lao Lu. "Did you see the calamity?" I did not see anything after witnessing that man's plight." I swallowed hard. Chun Ling nodded and moved on to the next person, observing Chun Ling single-handedly subduing everyone and calmly interrogating them. An idea simultaneously emerged in the minds of Sun Lao Lu and the others. Is Ma playing us for fools? Did they not say that those sent over were merely fledgling reserves? With that ghostly agility he displayed, he seemed nearly on par with the enforcers. Or could it be that he was indeed an enforcer? Was the situation on Binquan Street exposed? And was Ma planning to seize this opportunity to eliminate them all, thereby cleansing his own name? The more they pondered, the grimmer their expressions became, their gazes fixed on Chun Ling, fearing that once he finished questioning, he would draw his gun and execute them all. Chun Ling methodically recorded all testimonies, affixing fingerprints where needed, for those already rendered unconscious. He simply noted no witness and forcibly pressed a fingerprint. He then requested a length of thick rope from the owner, binding all their hands together before pushing open the tavern's door. "Thank you for your cooperation. See you tomorrow." The youth in the tattered cotton coat stood at the threshold, offering a faint smile to the tavern's occupants before turning to leave. Inside the disarrayed tavern, silence fell like a shroud. They were not dead. Uncertain how much time passed, Sun Lao Lu awakened from his stupor, his back drenched in cold sweat. He turned to the owner. "Why are you just standing there? Hurry and help us untie this." "Did you hear any gunfire?" Inside the tea house, an enforcer hesitated to speak. "No, did you mishear?" Qian Fan casually replied while shuffling mahjong tiles. "Rest assured, the folks from Binquan Street know their limits. At most, they might brandish a knife. If they pull guns and escalate the matter, it would be bad for everyone." "Indeed. That lad named Chun Ling. Will he be out today?" "Hard to say. His salesmanship surpasses Wu Yudong's. If those people were ruthless, what if someone ends up dead? Wouldn't that be hard to explain in Area 3? What is difficult to explain? Just a poor boy from Hanswang Street. I heard his parents were terrified into silence by the calamity. If he dies here, just bury him somewhere. And who would know? Who would come to stir trouble? Rest easy. Area 3 is under Ma Ji's control. He can handle matters with ease." Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed once more. Who could it be now? Qian Fan stood up, somewhat annoyed. Day after day, so many disturbances. It's probably that lad who has realized something is amiss and come to report us, huh? He hasn't been gone long. He wouldn't have just taken a look outside and returned, would he? Amidst the chatter, Qian Fan opened the door to find Chun Ling standing there, his brow instantly furrowed. What are you doing here again? Haven't I made myself clear? This is my work report. Chun Ling produced a form from his pocket, ready to hand it to Qian Fan. But upon noticing a bloodstain and some torn skin on the corner of the form, he flicked it off with his finger, cleaned it, and smiled as he presented it to him. Qian Fan was taken aback. Those enforcers inside playing mahjong were also stunned. Qian Fan took the form, scrutinizing it with suspicion. Then chuckled, "Little Chun, I know this job is somewhat challenging for you, but you can't just slap your fingerprint on it and call it a day." "I did not fabricate anything," Chun Ling asserted earnestly. "They are right there in the tavern. If you don't believe me, you can go ask them." Qian Fan's frown deepened as he regarded Chun Ling, uncertain whether he was joking or genuinely serious. How could that group be so compliant with his inquiry? This lad, he couldn't have traded his charms for their cooperation, could he? But that was too quick, wasn't it? I'll go take a look. Qian Fan promptly stood up, preparing to exit, but suddenly thought of something and turned back. "You do realize that falsely reporting task results will lead to disqualification from the exam, correct?" "Understood." Qian Fan lit a cigarette, skeptically striding toward the tavern. While the other enforcers exchanged glances, their curiosity piqued and followed suit. As the enforcers departed, Chun Ling lowered his gaze at the mahjong table. And a few lines of characters flashed by. Audience anticipation 111 Black Axe Tavern. Can you move a bit faster? In the chaotic tavern, wails rose and fell like a chorus. Sun Lao Lu, among the less injured, watched the owner sluggishly cutting the ropes and couldn't help but curse. The owner shot him a cold glance. "Speak another word, and I'll end you. Why weren't you this bold earlier? That lad is an enforcer. What good would it do for us to be bold? He is truly an enforcer?" Sun Lao Lu's eyes widened. "Are you sure? Years ago, when I was dealing drugs in Area 3, I was once pursued by an enforcer whose agility matched that young man's perfectly. If I hadn't been fortunate, I would have escaped to Area 2. The owner paused. "Do you know who that enforcer was?" "Who?" "The chief enforcer of Area 3, Han Ming." Sun Lao Lu stood frozen in place. Creak. The tavern door swung open. Qian Fan stood at the entrance, taking in the scene of devastation within. The tavern strewn with bloodied, barely conscious residents of Bingquan Street, disbelief washing over his features. Was this the handiwork of that lad? The enforcers who arrived shortly thereafter were equally aghast. Qian Fan stepped into the tavern, carefully navigating over bodies and the moans of the wounded. Those still conscious glared at the enforcers, their eyes ablaze with fury. "Qian Fan," Sun Lao Lu growled, sitting up. "You bastard. I'll kill you." Qian Fan frowned. "What are you cursing about?" Click. The sound of a bullet being chambered echoed as the owner approached, gun aimed at Qian Fan's forehead. The other enforcers gasped, drawing their weapons in unison, aiming at the owner and the struggling patrons. The atmosphere in the blood-soaked tavern grew tense. "What do you intend to do?" Qian Fan's forehead trickled with cold sweat as he spoke in a low voice. "Do not forget, we are in partnership." "Partnership? You send that guy to wreck our place and then talk to me about partnership?" Sun Lao Lu spat. "I do not know how this happened. Chun Ling is merely a reserve. A load of nonsense." Sun Lao Lu pointed at the moaning crowd. "Don't you dare tell me again that this is a reserve?" Qian Fan was left speechless. "Where is Chun Ling?" He turned to another enforcer. "He seems to have left." "Left?" He told him that work had ended. Chapter 29, Danjiao. Alas, what a loss. Chun Ling walked along the mountain path home, casting a glance at the 2 holes in his cotton coat. His eyes filled with sorrow. During the exam period, the preparatory seat received no salary, and with his clothes tattered, there were naturally no subsidies. Calculating this, he realized that during his work period, he had lost a piece of clothing for no reason, adding to the burdens of a family already devoid of income. Nevertheless, he had gained something today. Since being instructed by Qian Fan to replace Wu Dong for an investigation, audience anticipation had steadily risen. During his trip to find the enforcers at the tea house, it increased by 5 and surged by 10 after he stormed the tavern. Chun Ling initially thought that the enforcers' return to the tavern would also yield anticipation, but in fact, it did not. It appeared that only when he personally witnessed the events could audience anticipation grow. Chun Ling felt he was beginning to discern the path to rapidly acquiring anticipation. After walking for over 2 hours along the mountain road, he finally returned to Hanshuang Street. Before stepping through the door, he heard a melodious and clear operatic voice emanating from within. The young nun, barely 20, in her prime, had her hair shorn by her master. Each day, She paid homage at the Buddha Hall, observing several disciples playing beneath the mountain gate. They exchanged glances, each concerned for the other. Upon hearing this segment of opera, Chunling's brows lifted slightly. This excerpt from Siphon is a classic moment in opera, known to the world through the illustrious film Farewell, My Concubine. Chunling had heard it numerous times, yet he was astonished to discover that the operatic repertoire in this world was identical to that of his previous life. What surprised him even more was Chun Yan's voice, which was extraordinarily melodious and his singing skills remarkably solid. Even the renowned performers from his past life paled in comparison. Logically, without a distinguished teacher, it seemed implausible that one could reach such a level. Contemplating this, he entered his home, where he found Chu Mu Yun in the same posture as before, engrossed in a book. "You haven't been here all day, have you?" Chunling couldn't help but inquire. "I moved around a bit this morning, just to get some fresh air," Chu Mu Yun replied. Chunling nodded. "Did Yin disturb you?" "Not at all," came the reply. "That's good." Chunling settled at the table, his gaze drifting toward the bedroom, where Chun Yin practiced eyebrow shaping before a mirror while vocalizing. With a complex expression, he began, "Yin has had an interest in opera since childhood, but unfortunately, the district is too small for anyone to teach him, and we cannot afford a tutor." Indeed, opera had become a rarity in these times. Chu Muyun glanced toward the bedroom and remarked, "As far as I know, very few in Aurora City understand it." Chun Yan's singing gradually softened, and sensing Chunling's return, he hurriedly dashed into the living room, excitement radiating from him. "Brother, do you think I look good in this makeup?" Chun Yan blinked. The red peach blossom eyeshadow, blending gently at the sides, soft and elegant, accentuated by the bold strokes of eyeliner that lifted his gaze, making his eyes exceptionally vibrant. Chunling recognized this was the makeup of a Danjiao performer, though perhaps due to Chun Yan's self-taught nature, it differed somewhat from what he remembered. Nonetheless, it was still an impeccable, faultless visage of a beautiful youth. "You look splendid," Chunling replied earnestly, "but some details seem off. I can help you adjust them when I have time." "Brother, do you understand opera makeup?" "Just a little." Chun Yan's eyes sparkled with admiration. "Brother, do you think I can perform at the New Year's gala after I return to school?" "Of course you can. In the entire district, only our Yin knows how to sing opera. When the time comes, don your costume, apply your makeup, and when you sing out, your classmates will surely be astonished." Chunling chuckled. "Is he still going to school?" Chu Muyin asked in surprise. "Yes," Chunling affirmed. "He just started high school, but he fell ill shortly after enrollment. Now that he has recovered, he should be able to join the next batch of freshmen." "Brother, what should I sing then?" "If you're singing solo, Siphon would be quite fitting. Then I'll practice more." Chun Yan's eyes sparkled, and he dashed back to the bedroom, eager to resume his practice. Ultimately, Chun Yan was merely a 15-year-old boy, at an age when one yearns for friendships and attention. Back when Chunling was in school, he too had fantasized countless times about stepping onto a stage with a guitar before a multitude of teachers and students. Unfortunately, he never learned. However, for Chun Yan, merging his passion with performance brought exhilarating excitement. "Not so fast," Chunling said with a helpless smile. "Let us tidy up before dinner." Seeing this, Chun Yan obediently helped wash the vegetables, but then his peripheral vision caught the two large holes in Chunling's coat, causing his eyes to narrow slightly. "Brother, what happened to your coat?" His tone suddenly turned serious. "It's nothing, just got snagged," Chunling replied. Chu Mu Yun, who had been reading, glanced over, his eyes narrowing behind his glasses. "Were you shot?" Chun Yan abruptly lifted his head. "No, I wasn't hit," Chunling quickly explained, sensing Chun Yan's gaze. "They fired too slowly. I managed to dodge." "I am unharmed." Chu Muyin scrutinized him for a moment, then nodded slightly, confirming that he was indeed uninjured. "Who shot at you?" Chun Yan asked coldly. "Well," Chunling hesitated, wanting to mention Binquan Street, but seeing the chilling glint in Chun Yan's eyes, he ultimately said, "Just a couple of punks. They've already been apprehended by the enforcers." He knew that Chun Yan was an integrator and was aware that on that fateful night, Chun Yan had wreaked havoc on Binquan Street. If he uttered those 3 words, he feared Chun Yan might rush out that very night to annihilate the street. It was crucial to note that the area was likely under the control of the enforcers by now, and should Chun Yan go there again, he could very well encounter the adjudicator. Upon hearing this, Chun Yan's expression softened. He quietly picked up the damaged cotton coat. "I'll mend it for you." Since Chun Yan had made his own opera robes, repairing a piece of clothing was no challenge for him. "How did you defeat them when they had guns?" Chu Muyin fixed his gaze on Chunling, seemingly attempting to peer into his soul. They had guns but didn't know how to use them. They even missed several shots, hitting only my clothes. Why do you ask? Chunling could not reveal that he possessed killing melody, as it pertained to the theater and the audience. Nothing much. Chu Mu Yun withdrew his gaze, staring contemplatively at the cover of his book. After dinner, the three retired to their respective rooms, the night enveloping the sky, with only the azure aurora floating silently. As Chunling succumbed to slumber, his consciousness drifted into the theater, where in a dark, silent room, a figure approached slowly. It was Chu Mu Yun. The glasses reflected a pale glow under the aurora, and his cold gaze fixed upon the sleeping Chunling, a flicker of murderous intent surfacing in his eyes. He slowly raised his right hand, clutching a short blade akin to a cold moon. However, just as his hand reached halfway up, it froze. A beam of moonlight pierced through the clouds, perfectly illuminating the wooden floor beneath him, casting dancing shadows and revealing two characters. Return. Beneath these characters was a playing card, a gray Joyar, a gray king. Upon seeing this card, Chu Mu Yun's pupils constricted, and he immediately lowered his arm, the short blade slipping into his sleeve like a serpent, vanishing from sight. A gray-black cloud rolled in with the wind, obscuring the dim moonlight, and the line of characters on the floor faded away as if they had never existed. Chu Mu Yun cast a deep glance at the sleeping Chunling before turning to leave. As he gently closed the door behind him, the room fell into silence. Moments later, from the shadows of a corner, Chun Yin, clad in pajamas, stepped out slowly. The youthful figure with scarlet eyes fixated intently on the direction of Chu Mu Yun's bedroom, clutching a bloodied bone knife that had somehow made its way into his grasp. As the door to Chu Mu Yun's room swung shut, the boy lowered his eyelids, and when he opened them again, the chilling intent to kill lay buried deep within. Ethereal auroras danced beyond the window, and Chun Yin turned slightly to gaze at the slumbering Chunling on the bed. "Good night, brother," he murmured. With those words, his form silently passed through the wall, returning to his own room. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the enforcement agency in District 3, an office was bustling with urgency. "Mage, news has arrived from Bingchuan Street." A third-tier enforcement officer hurriedly entered. Mahjong raised an eyebrow. "What is the situation?" The officer hesitated for a moment. They had some rather harsh words. Mahjong pressed, "Why is that? Is it because the blockade hasn't been lifted?" "No," the officer replied. "They claim you lack integrity, not only failing to uphold your end of the agreement, but sending people to insult them." He added, "The reinforcements dispatched to Bingchuan Street, particularly Wu Yodong and Chunling, have stirred trouble. The people at Black Axe Tavern were beaten, and the bone knife is nearly shattered with rage." "The reinforcements?" Mahjong queried. "Who are they?" "One named Wu Yodong and another named Chunling. Wu Yodong was so frightened by them that he voluntarily withdrew from the enforcement exam, while it was Chunling who did the beating." Mahjong recalled. "Isn't he the boy from Hanchuang Street whose parents were driven mad by calamity?" "Yes, that is him. Can he truly defeat the people at Black Axe Tavern?" "I too find it hard to believe, yet the facts speak otherwise." The officer paused, cautiously inquiring, "Mage, could he have received the divine favor?" Mahjong remained silent, frowning as he lit a cigarette. The officer quickly produced a lighter to ignite it. "Is District 3 about to gain another enforcement officer?" Mahjong exhaled a plume of smoke. "Currently, 3 out of the 5 enforcement officers in District 3 are our people. Another one would complicate matters." The officer murmured. Having beaten those from Bingchuan Street, he must know certain things, making it difficult for him to join our side. Rather than allowing him to grow and become a boon to Hanmeng, we should act preemptively. The officer's eyes narrowed as he gestured across his neck. Mahjong scoffed. "Chonglin, your perspective needs refinement." The officer named Chonglin appeared taken aback. "Am I mistaken?" "Indeed, yet your vision is limited." Mahjong flicked the ash from his cigarette, continuing, "Even if this boy has gained the divine favor, he is merely at the first level. Posing a threat to us will take considerable time. Instead of targeting him, we should redirect our focus to fundamentally resolving the issue." "Are you suggesting Hanmeng?" Chonglin inquired. "Before Hanmeng arrived, District 3 was our domain. Our enterprises were once the largest among the 7 districts. Even now, Bingchuan Street is only half our scale. But ever since this boy assumed the role of District 3's captain, he has purged the area and severed our financial lifeline, forcing us to re-establish connections in Bingchuan Street." Mahjong's gaze grew icy as he stubbed out his cigarette. As the captain of the enforcement officers in District 3, we rarely have the chance to take action, but now is different. What makes it different? Changlin pondered. Under what circumstances could a 4-tier enforcement officer perish in District 3? After a moment's contemplation, realization dawned upon him. Calamity? Each district's enforcement officer captain holds a crucial position. Should anything occur, Aurora City would undoubtedly send investigators. While we cannot act against him in ordinary circumstances, there now exists a ready-made scapegoat, a killer who has previously defeated Hanmeng and vanished without trace. Mahjong smirked. If we eliminate Hanmeng, framing it as a calamity attack leading to mutual destruction, we not only rid ourselves of this persistent threat, but also have a legitimate reason to lift the blockade of District 3, promptly restoring trade with District 2. Consequently, the ire from Bingqiuan Street would also subside. But what if, after the matter concludes, the calamity resurfaces? Changlin questioned. Who could prove that the one appearing later is the current one? Changlin paused, unable to suppress his admiration. It seems you truly are insightful, mage. With Hanmeng injured by calamity and weakened, as long as we prepare adequately, his demise is certain. A glint of murderous intent flashed in Mahjong's eyes. Summon Lao Tao. We need to strategize thoroughly. By the way, what about Qinling? He added. A glimmer of cunning crossed Mahjong's gaze. We must prevent him from associating with those from Bingqiuan Street again to avoid further provoking them. Let's fabricate a reason for him to join the enforcement agency. Once we deal with Hanmeng, he will be under our command. At that point, we can maneuver as we please. Understood. Good morning, brother. Qinling greeted as he opened the door, spotting Qinyan in the living room, who smiled back. You're up early? Qinling remarked, surprised. I couldn't sleep last night, so I got up early to review my lines, Qinyan replied, holding up a handwritten script earnestly. Qinling nodded, preparing to wash up as Chu Miyun emerged from his room. Today, it's your turn to rise late. Chu Miyun nonchalantly responded, his eyes slightly darkened, suggesting he too had endured a sleepless night. Is your exam concluding today? Chu Miyun seemed to recall something. Yes, it's the final day. Good luck, brother. Qinyan encouraged. You will surely become an enforcement officer. I hope so, Qinling smiled back. After yesterday's events, Qinling had little expectation of passing the exam. For someone like him, an ordinary person, becoming enforcement officer through sheer effort seemed nearly impossible. Moreover, having beaten the people from Black Axe Tavern yesterday, he had undoubtedly made an enemy of enforcement officer Mahjong, who would not allow his advancement. However, even if he couldn't become an enforcement officer, harvesting some experience from Bingqiuan Street wouldn't be too bad, he thought to himself. As Qinling pondered, he stepped outside, and a flurry of white flakes drifted across his vision. Taken aback, he looked up at the sky. Is it snowing? Beneath the azure auroras, snowflakes fell like delicate petals. Qinling caught one in his hand, the octagonal crystal slowly melting in warmth. The Aurora realm, unlike other realms, lacked seasons, only a perpetual winter. Chu Miyun stepped out, also reaching for a snowflake, expressing some confusion, but this snowfall seems rather abrupt. Doesn't it? Is it sudden? Qinling inquired. A few days ago, we had a once-in-a-decade torrential rain, and now it suddenly snows again. It feels as though the celestial phenomena in the Aurora realm are increasingly chaotic. Chu Miyun contemplated, his brows knitting tighter. Brother, the snow is falling quite rapidly, Qinyan exclaimed, donning a theatrical robe as he dashed into the street. Amidst the thickening snowflakes, his chestnut eyes sparkled with delight and anticipation. At this rate, we'll have enough snow to build a snowman by tomorrow. Watching the red-clad youth reaching out to catch snowflakes, warmth blossomed in Qinling's eyes. He chuckled. We build snowmen every year. Isn't that enough? This time is different. Qinyan insisted earnestly. The snowfall is substantial. Perhaps I can build dozens at once. If we construct a tall enough platform, I can rehearse my performance on it, with the snowmen as my audience. Am I not enough as your audience? Qinling teased. Brother, who performs with only one audience member? Qinyan pouted. What if I freeze up when I perform at school without an audience? True enough, Qinling laughed softly, slowly tilting his head skyward. Then let us hope this snowfall continues. If it keeps falling, it could lead to a snow disaster, Chu Miyun interjected, pushing up his glasses. After hesitating for a moment, he retrieved a wool coat from inside. I need to step out for a bit. Qinling and Qinyan exchanged glances. Will you return for dinner? I will. As Chu Miyun's figure gradually vanished at the street's end, Qinling glanced at the time. I should also get going. The mountain roads are treacherous in the snow. Wait. Chun Yin seemed to have recalled something, hastily returning to the house and handing the cotton coat he had mended overnight to Chunling. Brother, I've repaired it for you. Be cautious on the mountain today and refrain from getting into fights again. Chun Yan's tone was unusually grave. Chunling examined the coat closely, discovering it to be nearly flawless, as if it had never been damaged. Unable to suppress his admiration, he exclaimed, "Indeed, our Yin is quite skilled." Chun Yin chuckled and bid farewell. Chunling waved his hand and proceeded directly towards the second district. The snow fell increasingly, just as Chun Yin had anticipated. By the time Chunling reached the halfway point, the accumulated snow had enveloped his shoes, the icy water seeping through his soles, chilling him to the core. As he rubbed his hands together, he trudged forward, murmuring to himself, could this truly turn into a snow disaster? He walked for a considerable time, and the number of pedestrians diminished, yet the enforcement officers rushed by in greater numbers. Clad in black and red uniforms, they galloped swiftly in a specific direction, not sparing a glance at Chunling. The winds stirred the snowflakes, striking Chunling's face, and he wiped it away, puzzled as he gazed after their departing figures. What was happening? Chunling was uncertain and lacked the inclination to investigate further, as long as their destination was not Han Shuang Street. He had no reason to concern himself with their whereabouts. After approximately 3 hours of walking, he returned to the familiar Bing Chuan Street. The ruins had been mostly cleared, and the desolate half of the street appeared even more lifeless beneath the blanket of snow. Just as he intended to seek out Qian Fan and the others for today's task, several figures approached briskly, waving at him enthusiastically. Chunling, my younger brother. It was none other than Qian Fan and his companions. Lord Qian, Chunling politely appended the honorific, for he and Qian Fan had not completely severed ties. An semblance of courtesy was still necessary. What is today's task? Task. No need for a task. Qian Fan waved his hand grandly. In light of your commendable performance yesterday, the higher-ups have decided to grant you a slot as an enforcement officer. You may return home today and report to the headquarters in the 3rd district tomorrow. Chunling was taken aback. He had envisioned countless possibilities on the way, such as being ambushed by those from Bing Chuan Street seeking revenge, or a Qian Fan and the others turning hostile and making things difficult for him, or even being informed that he was disqualified from the enforcement officer position and told to return home. Yet, he never imagined he would be directly accepted. Impossible. Could it be that Ma Zhong truly recognized my capabilities and wishes to recruit me? Chunling had only met Ma Zhong once and did not know him well, leaving him perplexed about the man's intentions. From now on, we shall be colleagues, Qian Fan said, smiling as he patted Chunling's shoulder as if they were longtime friends. Perhaps there were some misunderstandings between us before. Please do not take offense, my younger brother. Indeed, Chunling. Do visit us in the 2nd district for card games whenever you have the time. We would be delighted to have you. I almost forgot about this. Regarding the examination, unlike previous years, although you are on the reserve list, you have indeed assisted the official enforcement officers for 3 days. Thus, the higher-ups have decided to grant you a stipend. While the amount may not be substantial, the road ahead is long, and the salary of an enforcement officer is quite generous. Qian Fan handed Chunling a small tube of oiled paper. Surprised, Chunling accepted it and peeked inside, revealing 10 silver coins. Astonished, Chunling realized that in this world, a single silver coin held the purchasing power equivalent to 250 copper coins, and the value of copper coins paralleled that of renminbi in his previous life. Thus, this small tube contained what amounted to 2,500 yuan. Although not a sum to be trifled with, it was noteworthy that Chunling had only worked for 2 days. In contrast, Zhao Yi and his colleague had toiled the entire day for merely 20 copper coins. The stipend for just 2 days on the reserve list was already so high. One could only imagine the salary of a formal enforcement officer. Chunling regarded them deeply, feeling a sense of respect and decorum that was indeed reserved for the powerful. Just yesterday, they had forced Wu Yudong out. Had it not been for his possession of killing dance, he might have met a similar fate. Now, with his newfound qualifications, they could only wear smiles for him. Chunling did not consider himself a typical protagonist of a thrilling narrative, one who would act recklessly out of vengeance. To eliminate these hypocritical individuals would be tantamount to declaring war against the entire enforcement system of the Aurora realm. His home remained on Han Shuang Street. He had a younger brother soon to return to school, and he needed the identity of an enforcement officer to pursue the path of the God of War. From any perspective, it was prudent to go with the flow and allow matters to conclude here. Thank you, everyone, Chunling said, not raising his head. Speaking in a calm tone, be cautious on the slippery roads in this heavy snow, my younger brother, Qian Fan replied, still smiling. The list of those promoted from the reserve should be posted by noon today. Keep an eye out on your way home. Perhaps we shall meet again by fate. Chunling returned a few indifferent words and turned to head home. As he walked away, the warm smiles on Qian Fan and the others gradually faded, replaced by coldness and disdain. This Chunling truly has no sense of gratitude, one enforcement officer scoffed. Once things settle down at Ma Guo's side, the 3rd District will undergo a transformation, and we shall see how far he can run. Has there been any news from Ma Guo? Not yet. It should be soon. Just then, a figure rushed toward them from a distance, stumbling in the thick snow and nearly falling. He's dead. Who is dead? The chief enforcement officer of the 3rd District, Han Meng, is dead. The figure stood up and proclaimed loudly. Word from the 3rd District states that he fought valiantly against 2 calamities and perished in the process. Enforcement Officer Ma Zhong has taken over as acting chief and has ordered the 3rd District to be unsealed immediately, and the 2nd District shall follow suit. Upon hearing this news, their eyes lit up with excitement. Is it confirmed? Han Meng is truly dead? Qian Fan inquired again. That is the message from the 3rd District. Reled by Magie est dead. Qian Fan sighed in relief, his face breaking into a smile. With Han Meng's downfall, our lives will improve. The businesses on Bingchuan Street can finally resume operations. We can gather the Boneblade Gang and find more dancers and courtesans, indulging in fine food and drink for a celebratory feast. Let them know who they should follow for a prosperous future. Understood, Fanye. With 10 silver coins in hand, Chunling leisurely crossed over the rear mountain, the falling snow glazing his dark hair with frost. He had just spent 2 hours traversing from the 3rd District, stayed for merely 5 minutes, and now he was to return the same way. By the time he reached Han Shuang Street, it would likely be noon. Nonetheless, he had received good news and acquired 10 silver coins, enough to procure a few new garments for himself and Chun Yen, and to find someone to repair the leaks in his home, preventing the cold from seeping in during the snowy days. He still had much to look forward to, hoping for a few stable days ahead. Chunling glanced at the characters flashing in the snow and murmured to himself. However, he realized that compared to when he first crossed over, things had indeed improved significantly. Ever since he reclaimed his body from the audience, they had not interfered with his surroundings for quite some time, and everything seemed to be progressing in a more favorable direction. He walked through the snow for a long time, until the accumulation reached his ankles, finally returning to Han Shuang Street. Just as he intended to head straight home, he caught sight of a snack shop that was preparing to close. A thought crossed his mind, and he slowed his pace. Boss, how much for that cake? Chunling inquired, pointing at an exquisitely shaped cake displayed in the window. 200 copper coins. The boss looked up, recognizing Chunling, and slightly raised his brow. It's A Ling. What brings you to buy a cake all of a sudden? The proprietor of the shop on Han Shuang Street recognized Chunling, as they were neighbors. However, given Chunling's family's circumstances, it was a rare occasion for them to purchase anything from the store. In truth, very few households on Han Shuang Street could afford a cake priced at 200, and even the smaller cake cups priced at 50 were seldom bought. After completing the examination, Chunling smiled and decided to buy a cake to celebrate. His younger brother had never tasted cake throughout his life. Have you officially become an enforcer? The shopkeeper asked in astonishment. Then it is indeed a cause for celebration. I shall charge you 150. Thank you, boss. No need for thanks. We shall rely on you to look after Han Shuang Street in the future. The shopkeeper carefully wrapped the cake, adorned it with a festive red ribbon, and presented it to Chunling with both hands. Chunling accepted the cake, settled the payment, and proceeded directly home. After walking only a few steps, he heard several enforcers rush past, proclaiming, "The calamity has been eradicated. Area 3 is now unsealed." As the echoes of their voices faded, some residents of Han Shuang Street began to emerge from their homes, experiencing a profound sense of relief. Ever since the disaster bell had tolled, Area 3 had been sealed for 5 days, instilling a pervasive sense of anxiety among the people. Now that the calamity had been vanquished, life could return to normal. With this thought, they found the heavy snowfall suddenly less burdensome. However, upon hearing the news, Chunling's heart skipped a beat. The calamity has been eradicated? Is it possible that a yin is still here? Instinctively, he quickened his pace, hurrying home, But upon reaching his doorstep, he realized his worries were unfounded. There, at the entrance, was the familiar figure of a boy in red, diligently rolling snowballs. He carefully stacked them to form the outline of a snowman. But a slip of his hand caused the two snowballs to collide and break apart. Chun Yin sighed, noticing Chun Ling approach from a distance. His previously furrowed brow relaxed into a bright smile. "Brother, why are you back so early?" "I passed the assessment early, so I returned a bit ahead of schedule." Chun Ling sighed in relief, smiling broadly. He was unaware of what had transpired among the enforcers or which calamity had been eliminated. As long as he and Chun Yin were safe, nothing else mattered. "You passed." Chun Yan's eyes widened in astonishment. "Brother, you are truly an enforcer now?" "Indeed." Chun Ling entered the house, placed the cake on the table, and beckoned Chun Yan. "This is a rare opportunity. I bought a cake for us to celebrate together." Upon hearing the word cake, Chun Yan's eyes sparkled with excitement. He rushed into the house, his flowing robe swirling amidst the falling snowflakes, and sat eagerly at the table, watching Chun Ling unwrap the packaging. "Brother, this cake must be quite expensive, right?" "Not really." Chun Ling chuckled, revealing a handful of silver coins spread out on the table. "Brother now has some money, and our family will be even better off." "So much money!" Chun Yin exclaimed, his eyes wide with amazement. "This will last us a long time, just in time for you to start school. This solves the tuition issue as well." Chun Ling unwrapped the packaging, revealing a large cream cake on the table. While its craftsmanship and ingredients paled in comparison to those of his previous life, for Chun Yin, it was something he had long gazed at longingly through shop windows. Chun Yin could not help but swallow hard. "Should we wait for Dr. Chu?" "No need to wait. He does not know when he will return. Just save him a piece." Chun Ling took out several complimentary candles, inserted them into the cake, and lit them one by one. The orange candlelight flickered in the room, illuminating the faces of the two youths and the dancing snowflakes outside. "Yin, you blow out the candles. Can we blow them out even if it's not a birthday?" Chun Yin asked. "Of course, just remember to make a wish first." "Okay." Chun Yin clasped his hands together and bowed his head solemnly under the candlelight, resembling a devout supplicant. Chun Ling was unaware of what wish Chun Yin had made. He only saw Chun Yin open his eyes and smile at him, his chestnut brown eyes clear as water. "What did you wish for?" Chun Ling inquired. "I can't tell you. If I do, it won't come true." "Fair enough." At that moment, a voice called from outside, "Is Chun Ling at home?" A figure cautiously approached the door, peering in through the heavy snowfall. "Wu Yudong?" Chun Ling recognized the figure leaning on a cane, raising an eyebrow in surprise. "What brings you here? Come in and talk." Wu Yudong smiled sheepishly and slowly entered the house. He glanced at the cake and candles on the table, his eyes filled with envy. "I just saw the public announcement on the street. You've officially become an enforcer?" "Yes." "Congratulations." Wu Yudong's smile bore a hint of bitterness. "I thought you would be forced to leave like I was. I never expected you to truly succeed." As he spoke, Chun Ling discerned the underlying sourness and helplessness in his words. "Brother, who is he?" Chun Yin asked curiously, observing Wu Yudong. "This is Wu Yudong, a friend I've been with these past few days on Bingquan Street." Wu Yudong was taken aback. "A friend?" Chun Yin pondered for a moment. "Then, let him have a piece of cake too?" "Of course. He should definitely have a piece. Do you want to cut it, or shall I?" "There's no rush. The candles haven't been blown out yet," Chun Ling said, gesturing for the bewildered Wu Yudong to sit down. "Yudong, don't just stand there. Come and have a piece with us." "Huh? Oh, all right." Wu Yudong slowly sat down at the table, casting an odd glance at Chun Ling before looking at the empty seat beside him. Chun Ling. May I ask a question?" "Sure. Since earlier, who had you been talking to?" Chun Ling was taken aback. A sudden gust of bone-chilling wind swept through the room, extinguishing the burning candles. Chapter 32. The remnants of the snowman melted in silence, and after the candles were snuffed out, Chun Ling's face turned as pale as parchment. Chun Ling stammered, "I was speaking with my brother." "Where's your brother?" Wu Yudong glanced at the vacant chair. "Isn't it just the two of us in here?" Chun Ling looked at the opposite seat, which had inexplicably become empty. In a daze, a fleeting image of a smiling boy faded from memory. Large beads of sweat trickled down Chun Ling's forehead, his back soaked through his clothing. His bewildered and hollow eyes trembled incessantly, akin to one who had just awakened from a nightmare. "No, it can't be." Chun Ling abruptly stood up, the table legs screeching against the floor. "How could it only be the two of us?" His voice rose sharply. "My brother was just here. He was building a snowman at the door. He even mended my coat this morning. He forcefully removed his coat, pointing at the impeccable patch. Look, this is what a yin repaired. I can't sew it all. And all these wooden boards on the wall? He fixed those too. We also have a doctor from Aurora City living with us. He has seen a yin as well. You can ask him if you don't believe me. I understand. Wu Yudong seemed taken aback by Chun-Ling's outburst, stammering. I just asked because it was a bit unsettling to see you talking to the air. I was not talking to the air. Chun-Ling pointed at the void across from him. His bloodshot eyes locked onto Wu Yudong. My brother was sitting right there. You should have seen him when you walked in, right? I truly didn't TC anyone. Wu Yudong looked aggrieved, observing the odd behavior of Chun-Ling. After a long hesitation, he tentatively asked, Chun-Ling, have you encountered calamity recently? Chun-Ling froze in place. So, you two have merged with the calamity? I don't know. When I woke up, I was already standing there. You lost a portion of your memory as well? Yes. But the convergence point of the gray realm ISNT in the back mountain? You should have still been in surgery. How could you have been affected? I don't know. I only remember the doctor administering anesthesia, and when I woke up, familiar dialogues echoed in Chun-Ling's ears. And he vaguely felt he was grasping something, his pupils slightly constricting. Do not speak to Chun-Ling in a murmuring manner. Do not, Chun-Ling. Are you all right? The back mountain? Chun-Ling suddenly lifted his head, gazing towards a certain direction, and dashed out of the house like a madman, leaving behind even the cotton coat he had just removed. He burst forth into the heavy snowfall clad only in a thin top. Just as his figure vanished at the end of the street, Chu Mu Yun approached the entrance of his home. He cast a surprised glance towards the direction in which Chun-Ling had departed. Just as he was about to enter, he spotted Wu Yudong standing alone in the living room, his brow furrowing instantly. Who are you? I'm a friend of Chun-Ling. Beneath the silver-rimmed glasses, those eyes narrowed immediately, exuding a dangerous aura. What did you just say to him? I said nothing. I just found it odd that he was talking to himself. So I inquired whom he was speaking with, and then Chu Mu Yun's expression changed dramatically. He glanced once more in the direction Chun-Ling had taken. Do you understand what you have done? Chu Mu Yun's voice seemed to emerge from the depths of the abyss. At the moment Wu Yudong locked eyes with Chu Mu Yun, a shiver coursed through him. He had never witnessed such a cold and frenzied gaze. Overwhelmed with fear, Wu Yudong stumbled back a step, tripping over a chair and crashing to the ground with a thud. Hu Mu Yun inhaled deeply, stepping into the house and gently closing the door behind him. The drafty entrance obscured the light and snow from outside, cloaking the living room in dimness. The figure draped in a woolen coat slowly approached Wu Yudong, adjusting his glasses. Beneath his refined exterior, a sinister ruthlessness emerged, akin to a ferocious beast confined within a human shell, shedding its disguise and baring its bloody, menacing fangs. Do you realize how rare it is to find a being that maintains a delicate balance between madness and normalcy, emerging of such kinds? Do you comprehend the effort I exerted to ensure he remained oblivious to his own anomalies? Do you grasp the kind of monster you might unleash? Wu Yudong was rendered speechless with fear. Already hindered by his injured legs, he attempted to escape, but found himself unable, dragging his body backward inch by inch. I do not know. I truly do not know, he uttered in a near pleading tone. I have stood guard for 3 days, preventing anyone from approaching Chun-Ling in this house, and yet you chose to barge in. Why? Suddenly, Chu Mu Yun seized a corner of a chair and swung it down upon Wu Yudong's head with a fierce roar. Bang! A dull thud echoed throughout the room, and Wu Yudong instantly lost consciousness, his forehead split open, crimson blood gushing forth and quickly pooling around him. Chu Mu Yun showed no signs of relenting, his gaze fixated on the seemingly lifeless Wu Yudong as he lifted the chair, striking him repeatedly. Why? Scalding blood splattered across the woolen coat, a splash of crimson staining the lenses of the silver-rimmed glasses. Chu Mu Yun no longer bore the demeanor of a cultured gentleman. He had transformed into a barbaric executioner, violently unleashing his wrath in the unnoticed darkness. With each blow of the chair upon the battered body, Wu Yudong's breath gradually faded. With a final strike, the chair shattered, and as Chu Mu Yun wiped the sweat from his brow, his chest heaved violently. Bloodied fingertips adjusted his glasses. His deep blue eyes fixated on the blood-stained puddle beneath him. Time seemed to stretch into eternity as the madness in his gaze slowly receded, a sharp scalpel falling into his palm. Meanwhile, a figure stumbled through the snow, arriving at the back mountain. His thin clothing was drenched in sweat, the heat and cold intertwining upon Chunling's body. He climbed over the deserted yellow caution tape, traversing through mounds of snow marked with wooden signs, as if searching for something. This was the origin of it all, the place where the truth lay buried. The Chaos Burial Ground. Chapter 33. Memory. Chunling had never been here, except in the memories he inherited when he was dragged here by Chun Tan and others to be buried. Yet, inexplicably, as he set foot on the chaotic burial ground, a strange sense of familiarity washed over him. This familiarity was not singular but dual. He gazed at the mounds of graves buried beneath the heavy snow. Fragments of fragmented memories surged in his mind, as if two entirely different recollections converged here. One belonged to Chunling and the other to Chun Yen. Guided by instinct, he wove through the graves, as if in search of something. Finally, he halted before a mound of earth devoid of any markers or identifiers. He stared blankly at this mound for a long time, kneeling upon the thick snow, the pale white expanse swaying in his vision. In a daze, the memory belonging to Chun Yen became increasingly vivid. Name: Chun Yen. Age: 15. Number: 39180. On the cold operating table, Chun Yen answered cautiously. A bright light shone down from above, rendering him unable to open his eyes, only able to see vague figures moving around the operating table. It's confirmed. No doubt about it. Such a young age, afflicted with this illness. When does the operation begin? Just a moment. The heart hasn't arrived yet. If we fail to secure it, we want to be able to manage this side. The price of hearts is so high on the black market now. Did those parents truly procure the heart we demanded? Procure? They're just a family of impoverished wretches. They couldn't even afford it if they sold their house. Then where would the heart come from? Hey, don't you know? What? They plan to take their eldest son's heart to save this younger one. Really? That's unnecessary. Isn't it? That couple was diagnosed early on, claiming they could not have children, so they picked one off the street to raise, intending to rely on it for their old age. But years later, unexpectedly, they conceived again and had a younger son. Initially resigned to their fate, they were overjoyed, immediately treating him like a precious gem. If it were you, which would you choose? A street child picked up or a biological son born after divine blessing? Hearing this conversation, Chun Yen, lying on the operating table, suddenly opened his eyes wide. He struggled to sit up, looking at the two speakers, his pale face filled with shock and disbelief. Whose heart are you talking about? Your brother S. The surgeon in sterile attire casually blew on his nails. What? Didn't your parents tell you? Otherwise, how could you expect that with your family's finances, they could possibly find a suitable heart for you? Brother. Chun Yen lingered on the operating table for a long while until the two doctors began to push him back down. Only then did he regain his senses and began to struggle frantically. I don't want to undergo surgery. Chun Yen's voice quivered with a hint of tears. I don't want my brother's heart. Let me go. I don't want his heart. The heart is already on its way. Whether you want it or not is no longer your choice. I beg you, please tell my parents. Tell them I don't want the heart anymore. I don't want to go back to school. I don't want to go on stage to sing. I don't want anything. Let them spare my brother, I beg you. Lie down, lie down. It was unclear where Chun Yen summoned such strength, but he forcefully broke free from the grip of two adults, suddenly flipping off the operating table and stumbling toward the surgical door. Just then, the surgical door swung open automatically, and a figure entered, carrying a mysterious metallic box. Chun Yen collided into him, falling to the ground. The heart is secured. The man stated, well, those parents seem like cowards, but their efficiency is surprisingly high. The surgeon took the metallic box with a look of astonishment, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Chun Yen sat dazed on the floor, his vacant pupils reflecting the shadow of the metallic box. His lips and face turned ashen, his body trembling uncontrollably. No, I don't want it. A syringe gently pierced his body. The bone knife crouched slowly behind Chun Yen, the elongated corners of its eyes narrowing like a serpent's. You don't want it? He. As the liquid from the syringe was gradually injected, Chun Yen felt his head growing increasingly heavy, his consciousness ebbing away like a retreating tide. Just before he succumbed to complete oblivion, he vaguely sensed someone leaning close to his ear, whispering like a demon. You truly don't believe we would transplant the heart to you, do you? Chunling was jolted awake. The cold wind swirled with snowflakes, howling through the mass grave. His eyebrows and hair were dusted white with snow, and the biting chill seeped through his clothes, chilling him to the bone. Even so, he could not stop the cold sweat from breaking out on his body. He stared blankly at the mound of earth buried beneath the heavy snowfall, trembling as he raised his hand to begin digging. His palms scraped away the layers of ice and snow, turning red from the cold, only to encounter the hard, frozen soil beneath. At that moment, he nearly ceased all thought. His mind was consumed solely by this solitary mound of earth and the struggling visage of Chun Yen. As he continued to excavate deeper, a second memory surged uncontrollably into his mind. Damn, why is it raining so heavily? Be careful. The mountain is muddy. Don't slip. Why do we have to come here to dispose of the body? Wouldn't it be better to find a spot near Ice Spring Street? Fool. If we bury it near the street, the wild dogs passing by will eventually smell it. Once discovered, the enforcers will have no choice but to dig it up, and then an investigation will ensue. Qian Fan said this mass grave is full of bodies. Disposing of it here won't attract attention. Do we have to share the payment with Qian Fan's crew for this job? The business on Ice Spring Street means the enforcers take a 30% cut. Do you think they would help us otherwise? 30%? What a greedy lion. Has that kid been drained dry of all his worth? Kidneys, liver, corneas, bone marrow, blood. Everything that could be harvested has already been taken. Now, he is nothing but an empty shell. You didn't see? Well, he came off the operating table. He was already like mush, disgusting. Too bad we don't know where that couple buried his brother. Otherwise, we could dig him up for another round. Two figures clad in raincoats struggled through the torrential downpour, carrying a black cloth bag, arriving before the mass grave. They sought out a patch of open ground, placed the black bag down, and each took a shovel, expertly beginning to dig until the depth was adequate. They casually tossed the black bag into the pit, as if it were refuse. Done, let's pack up. The two men patted the mud off their clothes, confirmed that the pit had been filled, and turned to leave. The torrential rain poured over countless desolate graves, the dark red blood mingling with the muddy water cascading down the cliff. Moments later, two more figures cloaked in raincoats trudged up from the mountain below. Right here, the two of them, holding a glass kerosene lamp, scanned the surroundings, oblivious to the dark red water flowing in the shadows, heading straight for the freshly dug pit. They placed their cloth bag on the ground and began to excavate, little by little, beside the dark red hole. Ayan will be fine, right? The rain pattered against their raincoats, creating a rhythmic sound. The woman's pale hands clenched tightly within her sleeves, her voice hoarse. He definitely will. The man, digging, spoke in a deep voice. The heart has already been delivered. The operation should be underway. Tomorrow, we'll be able to visit him in Zone 2. Upon hearing this, the woman's expression softened slightly. She glanced at the black cloth bag at her feet, her eyes filled with guilt. It's just hard on Aling. This matter must remain buried in our hearts. But what if Ayin asks about his brother when he returns? Then we will say he has passed the Enforcer S exam and has been assigned to Zone 7, unable to return. Will he believe that? The man said nothing, silently plunging the iron shovel into the ground, forcefully lifting a large chunk of soil. Let me be buried like this, he said. Together. They threw the black bag into the pit, gradually covering it with earth. The woman hesitated for a moment, picking up a piece of wood as if to write something. But the man stopped her. What are you doing? After all, it's a mother-son bond. We should put up a marker for Aling. No. If we put a marker here, what if the enforcers or others see it? I said, from now on, this matter must remain in our hearts. The woman fell silent for a long while before finally casting the wood aside. The man, seeing this, gently reassured her, it's all right. When tomorrow comes, everything will be behind us. The two of them took one last look at the earth before turning to disappear into the rain. The heavy downpour washed over the dark red soil, as if trying to cleanse their hatred and grievances. Two lonely graves lay separated by a thin layer of sand, connected in their solitude. Just as everything seemed poised to succumb to the storm, a strange grayness began to spread from the void. The gray realm intersected. Ayan! Ayan! Tears streamed uncontrollably from Chun Ling's eyes as he frantically clawed at the mud, his fingertips blurring with blood. He had no understanding of what transpired after the gray realm's convergence. Why only he had survived, while Chun Ling did not. He had merely transformed into himself. Yet, in this moment, who he was became insignificant. The world had played a cruel joke on him, allowing him to perish at the hands of the Chun Tan couple who raised him. At the same time, the world had played an even greater prank on the Chun Tan couple, Chun-Ling's vision blurred with tears, and frantic memories of the past days flashed through his mind. As the gray realm intersected, a figure struggled to rise from the mass grave, the wound on its chest gradually healing. Countless blood-red eyes opened behind it, and the rainwater on the ground converged into a line of characters. Audience expectation. 17. A broken peace talisman, lodged in his fingernails, swayed gently in the wind. The second disaster that struck Ice Spring Street perhaps never existed at all. From the very beginning, it was Chun-Ling himself, or rather, the self that had just resurrected expectation, that fell below 20, losing rationality. He was being controlled by the audience, slaughtering half of Ice Spring Street until they were satisfied, leisurely making his way toward Zone 3. No, it cannot be like this, Chun-Ling murmured. Could I have truly been alone from the very beginning? On the mountainside, he had washed the theatrical robe by the stream, handing it to Chun Yin, yet when questioned by Jiang Qin, the robe had mysteriously reappeared in his arms. The Chun-Tan couple, escorted away by the enforcers, gazed through Chun Yan's body, glaring fixedly at him, screaming in fury. On Frosty Street, enforcer Jiang Qin followed the direction of his finger, looking into the darkness of the street corner, yet saw only a vague shadow. Chu Muyun stood at the doorway of his dilapidated home, holding a letter, speaking to the empty house. I heard that Mr. Chun needs a doctor. So here I am. The vacant room was being repaired, and the torn cotton coat was mended. Yet throughout it all, no one ever conversed with Chun Yin. All of this seemed to indicate that Chun Yin had once existed, like a ghost beside him, or perhaps merely a bizarre delusion of his own. Chun-Ling continued to dig, the soil below gradually seeping with a sanguine hue. Just as he was about to continue, a hand suddenly grasped his wrist. Then, a large red theatrical robe was gently draped over him, shielding him from the swirling snow. Chun-Ling froze. He looked up to see the familiar youth crouching before him, tears streaming down his cheeks. Brother, please stop digging. I beg you, don't dig any further. Ayan. Chun-Ling stared at him blankly. His bloodied and muddy palm raised as if to touch Chun Yan's cheek. And he did. Ayan, are you alive? Chun-Ling's voice trembled. You're alive, right? Aye. Chun Yan glanced at the blood-soaked earth, lowering his head, unable to meet Chun-Ling's gaze. I'm already dead, brother. But you are right here. I am here because of your strength. Chun-Ling was momentarily taken aback. Me? I possess no such power. Before my words could fully escape my lips, a surging blizzard engulfed Chun-Ling's vision. In the next instant, Chun Yan's form vanished once more, as though he had never existed. Chun-Ling's gaze was uncontrollably drawn to the two lines of characters that materialized in the snow, as if a realization struck him, causing his pupils to slightly constrict. The audience possesses the power to influence reality. Since my crossing over, they have repeatedly affected the world around me. The water stains in the kitchen, the trick played on Dr. Lin, the gnawbone knife. Yet, ever since Chun Yan appeared, they seem to have withdrawn their meddling from my life. Therefore, was Chun Yan's emergence in my eyes merely a creation of the audience? It is you. Chun-Ling clenched his bloodied hands tightly, his furious gaze fixed on the void before him, the veins in his neck bulging. It is you who made me see him. It is you who made me accustomed to his presence from the very beginning. You treated him merely as a prop to manipulate my emotions, only to destroy him with your own hands. You have awaited this moment for so long, haven't you? Another line of small text appeared, igniting the suppressed fury within Chun-Ling. He suddenly sprang up from the snow, his red attire roaring in the storm, resembling an enraged lion. Are you satisfied now? Have you had enough of this spectacle? Was it entertaining to watch? Did you enjoy my performance? Damn you. Chun-Ling seemed to envision, in that dim theater, countless pairs of crimson eyes peering through the curtain, observing his conversations with Chun Yin over the past few days, watching as he agreed to perform at the New Year's Eve gala, witnessing Chu Muyun deep in thought beside him. They orchestrated everything. They knew it all. They watched as he poured his emotions into his performance on stage, the corners of their mouths in the darkness curling uncontrollably upwards. He felt like a jester, a clown lost in a false performance, a mere source of amusement for others. His chest heaved violently, the flames of anger threatening to consume the snow, as he frantically searched the snow for a blade or a gun to end this absurd life. He refused to be a clown, and even less a tool for the audience's entertainment. At that moment, his foot slipped and several items tumbled from his pockets, falling onto the pristine snow. Reflecting a silvery glimmer, 9 silver coins. These were the rewards that Qian Fan had personally handed to him with a smile that very morning. The instant Chun Ling saw the coins, his pupils constricted, and he halted, a flicker of clarity surfacing amidst his furious gaze, soon transforming into a deeper hatred. He stood in silence for a long while, bending down to pick up the coins one by one. Very well. Chun Ling's voice was raspy. He slowly raised his head and gazed in the direction of District 2, his eyes glimmering with an unprecedented murderous intent and madness. Do you not wish to witness a grand performance? Then I shall present you with another. Chun Ling laughed, his mirth amidst the swirling snow resembling that of a demon. Chapter 35. Lost in District 2. At the end of the street, a mansion spanning hundreds of square meters was alive with fervor, torches scattered throughout the estate. Under the heat wave, the soaring snow had yet to touch the ground, dissipating silently. This place, usually uninhabited, resembled a forsaken abode. Yet only a select few knew that this grand residence, capable of purchasing half of Han Shuang Street in District 3, belonged to Ma Zhong. At this moment, the mansion had transformed from its former desolation into a vibrant scene, with enchanting melodies flowing continuously, the playful banter of women mingling with the laughter of men. Resembling an earthly paradise, Ma Ji's mansion is truly remarkable. Such neglect for so long seems a pity. Qian Fan, donning the black and red uniform of a law enforcer, sat in the front row, squinting as he watched the scantily clad women dance on stage, unable to suppress his admiration. What a pity. Ma Ji's residence in District 3 is far larger than this. Another enforcer seated beside him clinked his wine glass against Qian Fan's, draining the fine wine in one go. I envy this. When can I purchase a mansion like this? With Han Meng's death, no one can disrupt our business. In a few years, each of us will have our own. Ha ha ha, come, let us toast again. By the way, hasn't Timago arrived yet? He is on his way, having told us to enjoy ourselves first. Qian Fan nodded, about to say something more when Gu Dao, with a bone knife in hand, approached with a dance girl in his embrace, grinning as he came closer. Let us toast to our boss Qian. We had our misunderstandings before. I hope for your continued guidance in future business matters. Gu Lao, you jest. This time, Ma Gu is treating us, and I am merely here to tag along. Qian Fan replied with a smile. However, in business, we must ensure sincere cooperation and mutual benefit. Well said, mutual benefit. The 19 residents of Bingquan Street present rose to clink glasses with Qian Fan. Among them were those engaged in arms dealing, drug trafficking, and human trafficking. Yet at this moment, they all smiled so harmlessly that anyone who stumbled upon this scene might think it was a gathering of business tycoons. Boss Qian, how did that batch of goods fare a few days ago? Gu Dao, as if recalling something, lowered his voice and laughed. Inquiring about the heart and those organs, the quality was satisfactory, right? Quite so. Qian Fan nodded slightly. The buyer was quite pleased. It is rare to find a buyer capable of such a significant purchase, acquiring all the organs in one go. That batch was sent to Aurora City, correct? Hearing the words Aurora City, Qian Fan's eyes narrowed as he slowly replied, Gu Lao, in this line of work, it is best to refrain from prying into matters best left undisturbed. Be wary of courting disaster. Ha ha ha. I was presumptuous. I shall punish myself with a drink. Gu Dao downed his cup in one gulp, his gaze drifting to the alluring and voluptuous dancers on stage, his hands sliding down the shoulder of the woman beside him, idly toying with her as she protested playfully. Speaking of which, is there no variety in these performances? What else would you like to see? I have heard that performances in Aurora City include singing, skits, magic, and opera. Why do we only have dancing here? You mentioned it. That is in District 3 of Aurora City. In a place like this, how could there be so many diversions? Just securing this many dancers and accompaniment is already commendable. How dull. Gu Dao's cheeks flushed from the wine, and he abruptly pushed away the two beauties in his embrace, striding directly to the center of the stage, disrupting the formation of the dancers, who looked at one another in confusion and shock. The musicians playing the rhythm abruptly halted. Do not stop. Continue dancing. Gu Dao's body leaned against one of the dancers from behind, his hands slithering like serpents over her form, ultimately seizing her wrist and manipulating her movements like a marionette. Awkwardly writhing on stage, the dancer's face turned pale with fear, yet she dared not resist, allowing Gu Dao to control her body. While the other dancers glanced at Qian Fan below the stage, feigning ignorance and continuing their synchronized movements. The rhythm resumed, and the melodies flowed. Ha ha ha, Gu Dao. Your dancing is utterly atrocious. Let me show you how it's done. No, I think he dances rather well. Keep going, keep going. Ha ha. I never expected you to have a talent for dancing. How about a pole dance for everyone? The crowd from Bingquan Street roared with laughter, as if they had discovered a delightful amusement, pushing the hot and lively atmosphere to a new climax. Just then, a figure pushed open the mansion's door amidst the falling snow and stepped forward. What? Has Ma Gu finally arrived? The crowd turned to look, their gazes fixed on the front yard, only to be struck dumb. It was not Ma Zhong who had arrived, but a youth clad in a bright red theatrical robe, silently traversing the stone path of the front yard, the swirling snow dusting his hair with white. In this pale world, that splash of crimson was striking and fervent. Upon recognizing the visage of that individual, the majority of faces in the room shifted, as if recollections of past grievances and malice surfaced in their eyes. Meanwhile, Qian Fan was momentarily taken aback. He exchanged a glance with the enforcer beside him and rose from his seat. Chunling, my brother, what brings you here? A warm smile graced his face. What a coincidence. Just as you left, the 2nd and 3rd districts have been unsealed. We were planning a celebration to rejoice, and I was just saying that you should have stayed with us this morning. Come, since you are here, let us sit down and share a drink. Chunling offered no reply. He calmly traversed the snow-laden courtyard, his muddy soles leaving deep impressions as he entered the room. No need, he replied coolly. I have come to retrieve something. Retrieve something? What have you left behind? Under the gaze of the crowd, Chunling advanced across the banquet, his eyes fixated on Gu Dao. Oh, I thought it was someone significant. It turns out to be the great enforcer Chun. Gu Dao chuckled drunkenly, releasing the dancer in his grip and shoving her aside. What else with your attire? Are you here to perform for us? With Han Meng deceased and Ma Zhong reigning supreme in the 3rd district, Gu Dao and his cohorts doubted that Chunling would dare to take such risks. Currently, the 2nd and 3rd districts belong to them. Ha ha ha, let him perform. They jeered. Dressed like that, is he going to sing? What will his act be? At that moment, they were emboldened by their own bravado, raising their glasses and casting scornful glances at the figure clad in red. Qian Fan's brow furrowed deeper, an uneasy feeling creeping in. Chunling, if you've lost something, just let me know and I'll fetch it for you. I have lost a heart. Chunling stared intently at Gu Dao's face, adding, in my brother's life. In the next instant, a hand pierced through Gu Dao's chest. Chapter 36. Who among you can punish me? Crimson blood splattered against the screen behind the stage, and the rhythmic beats and melodies of the instruments abruptly ceased. A stunned silence enveloped the crowd, their pupils constricted as the overwhelming scent of blood quelled the alcohol coursing through their veins. They sprang to their feet, disbelief etched across their faces. You! Gu Dao's gaze slowly lifted from his bloodied chest to meet Chunling's countenance, realization dawning upon him. You are that boy's brother? A torrent of blood surged from his throat, rendering his words indistinct, his expression fraught with terror. Do you enjoy extracting hearts from others? Chunling's cheeks were stained with blood, his eyes ablaze with intense hatred and madness. Today, I will extract yours completely. Hand me the knife. Chunling raised his hand toward the void behind him. Suddenly, a sharp dagger at the waist of a resident from Bingquan Street began to tremble violently, as if an invisible hand had seized its hilt, yanking it from its sheath and hurtling it toward Chunling at the center of the stage. The audience, unwittingly participating in his performance, watched in shock. With lightning speed, Chunling grasped the dagger and plunged it into Gu Dao's chest, following the bloodied path downwards, instantly eviscerating him. Gu Dao's mouth gaped open uncontrollably as excruciating pain compelled him to wail, but the blood flooding his throat choked off his cries, leaving only muffled sounds of agony. Blood mingled with organs gushed forth from the gruesome wound, and Gu Dao crumpled to the ground, desperately attempting to push his insides back. But his movements gradually slowed until they ceased entirely. He was dead. In his eyes reflected the bloody stage and his own demise, alongside an overwhelming sense of fear and helplessness. Chunling observed the lifeless form of Gu Dao before him, his expression unchanged. This was his first act of killing, yet amidst the surge of hatred and adrenaline, he felt surprisingly little, save for a faint sense of nausea. He failed to notice that at that moment, a black star faintly illuminated the snow-laden sky above. Chunling, are you mad? As an enforcer, to kill without reason is to invite punishment. Qianfan's pupils dilated in horror as he shouted. Upon the bloodstained stage, the figure in red slowly turned. The youth's cheeks were still smeared with hot blood as he held the dagger. Looking down upon the terrified crowd, his gaze filled with murderous intent and madness. At that instant, the stage backdrop behind him flickered with a dense array of blood, resembling countless crimson eyes awakening in the darkness, seated in the void, observing everything. Who among you can punish me? With a soft sound, all the torches in the courtyard extinguished simultaneously. Punish me? Chunling chuckled lightly, gradually lifting a fingertip to touch his blood-warmed cheek, tracing a crimson line at the corner of his eye. The visage of Chun Yin, once adorned in red, overlapped with Chun Ling's in a moment of disorientation, transforming him into an otherworldly and bloodthirsty presence. He was the specter Chun Ling and also Chun Yin, a solitary performer under the gaze of apocalypse, enacting his tragic play. Who are you to punish me? In the next instant, the figure in red vanished from the stage. A dagger sliced through the void, too swiftly for anyone present to react. A muffled grunt followed, and blood spurted from the neck of a nearby resident from Bingquan Street, who collapsed to the ground. Li Meng, Sun Laolu, and the others were taken aback. They had all faced Chun Ling before and were well aware of his terrifying prowess. The most crucial element was that they had come to celebrate, leaving their firearms behind. At most, they concealed a couple of cold weapons. Even when armed during their previous encounter in the tavern, they had failed to subdue Chun Ling, let alone now. The red specter wove through the gathering, mercilessly claiming lives as the number of casualties mounted. Chun Ling had wholly overcome the shadows of his previous misdeeds, becoming strangely adept at the carnage. Amidst the relentless snowfall, a bloody and surreal massacre unfolded within the courtyard. Meanwhile, 100 meters away from the courtyard, the attention of the divine martial path was drawn. Chu Mu Yun stood beneath a snow-laden tree, his gaze fixed upon the distant courtyard, astonished by the genius of this murderer. Not only the divine martial path. From the void emerged a man cloaked in shadows, slowly materializing. Have you not noticed? The stars of the witch god path are also reacting. Witch god path? Chu Mu Yun was taken aback. What connection did he have to the witch god path? Why was it stirred? I do not know. But do you not find it strange? Strange about what? The integrator. How could he provoke the attention of the divine path? Moreover, he is a bearer of a world-ending integration. There is nothing strange about it. He merely drew attention, as if his innate talent caught the eye of the divine path. However, without truly attaining divine favor, the path will not be granted to a monster. Ah, I see. Nevertheless, this lad is indeed mad and ruthless. Your insight is commendable. Chu Mu Yun smiled slightly, remaining silent. Yet he realized that trouble awaited him. Why? I sensed it. The shadowy man paused for a moment. The enforcer named Qianfan carries the aura of sacrificial vessels. In the courtyard, as Chun Ling's knife descended, 7 or 8 residents from Bingquan Street fell one after another. Lacking firearms, these residents chose to flee, but their speed could not compare to that of Chun Ling, who wielded the dance of slaughter. As they reached the front yard, they were swiftly hunted down. Brother Fan, what should we do? An enforcer exclaimed in panic. He must have already attained divine favor and stepped into the divine path. Qianfan's mind raced back to the scene where Chun Ling had seemingly summoned the dagger from thin air, his expression darkening. Damn it! Which path of the divine is he traversing? Does that mean he is considered an enforcer? Another enforcer's face turned pale. How can we possibly contend with him? Where's Ma Ge? Time is running out. If this continues, not only will Bingquan GF face complete annihilation, but our lives may also be at stake. A fierce glint flashed in Qianfan's eyes as he reached into his bosom, revealing an object wrapped in black cloth. As he gradually unwrapped the cloth, a severed phalanx was exposed to the air. Chapter 37. The Descent of Divine Favor. A sacrificial object? The 2 law enforcers beside him widened their eyes in shock at the sight. As the phalanx was unveiled, an inexplicable heat began to spread both inside and outside the room, the swirling snow being repelled from the courtyard as if an invisible barrier had manifested. Holding the phalanx tightly, Qianfan gazed at the crimson figure wreaking havoc in the distance, his eyes glimmering with murderous intent. This sacrificial object had cost him a fortune 2 years ago in the black market of Wuxiu, rumored to be from the corpse of a law enforcer tainted by the convergence of the Gray Realm. For years, it had served as his trump card for survival, never once utilized. But this time, he had no choice. Seize him, Qianfan roared, driving the phalanx into his palm. as blood flowed over the bone. It seemed to come alive, ravenously consuming Qian Fan as flesh. Simultaneously, a shadow flitted across the surface of the phalanx. In the courtyard, the ground buried under snow suddenly trembled. Chunling felt a momentary blur before the snow beneath him erupted. A pale, rib-like spur shot up from the ground, piercing through his shoulder with lightning speed. Although Chunling had discerned the trajectory of the rib, its sudden appearance left him no time to react. In a moment of desperation, he instinctively twisted his body to evade a fatal blow. The excruciating pain of being impaled surged from his shoulder, momentarily halting his movement. Following this, a second and third rib burst forth from the earth. Chunling's body had already been pierced by the first rib, leaving him little room to dodge. He could only awkwardly shift his body to barely avoid further injury, but this only constrained his mobility further. As the fifth rib emerged, Chunling found himself completely immobilized, like a prisoner trapped within a cage of bones, unable to move. What is this? Chunling directed a grim gaze toward the phalanx in Qian Fan's hand. As flesh continued to be consumed by the bone, Qian Fan's form shrank, resembling a malnourished scavenger. Yet, as the ribs ceased their emergence, his physique stabilized. Witnessing this, Qian Fan promptly withdrew the bone from his body, trembling as he rewrapped it in oil paper, a faint smile gracing his pale lips. Judging by its effect, the investment was well worth it, equating to destructive power on par with the second tier of the divine path. Observing Qian Fan effortlessly subdue Chunling, the other two law enforcers felt a surge of shock. Under their admiring yet fearful gazes, Qian Fan slowly advanced into the courtyard. How does it feel? Qian Fan sneered. Was the slaughter enjoyable? Corpses lay strewn across the snowy courtyard, the flowing blood staining the ground a dark crimson. Chunling remained imprisoned within the skeletal cage. Coldly observing Qian Fan before him, his eerie and blood-soaked visage betraying no hint of emotion. Is obtaining divine favor truly so remarkable? Even if you're a prospective law enforcer, you will ultimately fall into my grasp. Boy, I don't care what grievances you hold against Bing Chuanjia, you are doomed. Do you understand how many interests you have harmed? Qian Fan slowly drew a gun, the dark muzzle aimed at Chunling's forehead, his gaunt face etched with malice. This is bad. I cannot allow him to kill Chunling. Observing this scene from outside the courtyard, the shadowy man's expression darkened as he prepared to intervene. Wait. Chumyun suddenly spoke, a peculiar glimmer flickering in his eyes behind his glasses. Something feels off. The shadowy man paused, confused. What do you mean? Within the courtyard? With a gun pointed at his head, Chunling remained unperturbed, his eyes calm, as if gazing into an abyss. Just as Qian Fan was about to pull the trigger, two stars in the firmament suddenly blazed forth, magnificent divine light crashing down like colossal pillars, enveloping Chunling within the skeletal cage. Boom! The surging aura of the divine path rippled through the void, forcing Qian Fan back several steps, causing him to stumble and fall. He stared in astonishment at the descending divine pillars, disbelief etched across his features. Divine favor. How is this possible? Hasn't he already received divine favor? The black star represented the path of the war god, while the purple star symbolized the path of the witch god. The other two law enforcers were equally astonished. To receive the blessing of two divine paths simultaneously, what kind of monster is this boy? As the three men stood dumbfounded, a bloodied Chunling slightly raised his head, gazing at the two stars radiating ribbons of divine light above him, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. He had already prepared himself to die once more. For his expectation value was sufficient. Even in death, he had a high probability of revival. Yet, he never anticipated that he would invoke divine favor. Moreover, two of them. Reflecting on the moment he had slain the bone knife, he indeed felt an inexplicable sensation, not joy or disgust, but rather a sense that he was destined to engage in such acts. According to Chu Muyun's earlier words, this was his first kill, invoking the favor of the war god, marking him as an unparalleled talent of the war god's path. However, Chunling was perplexed about what the second purple star represented. Just as he pondered, a third star slowly ignited in the sky. This was a vermilion star, shimmering like translucent glass, its ribbon-like divine light piercing through the void, enveloping Chunling alongside the other two divine manifestations. Chunling was stunned. Another divine path? The simultaneous descent of three divine paths. How could this be possible? Wait, which divine path does this star represent? Why does it feel so unfamiliar? Qian Fan and the other two were utterly bewildered. Meanwhile, the two individuals outside the courtyard were equally astonished. Its hue is like cinnabar, and its shape resembles glass. There's no mistaking it. This is the path of the theater god. The shadowy man mused. The path of the theater god? That is quite rare. Chu Muyun frowned slightly, pondering. But what connection does he have to the theater god? Is he adept at acting or singing? As far as I know, he isn't. But the brother he imagined might be. The simultaneous emergence of three divine paths would ordinarily mark him as a top-tier genius. However, the shadowy man shook his head, lamenting that he was a hybrid, destined to be unable to ascend the divine path. With three divine paths manifesting, someone from the direction of Aurora City was sure to have taken notice and would undoubtedly send someone over. No need to wait for Aurora City. The shadowy man slowly turned to gaze in a particular direction within the snowstorm. A law enforcer has been steadily approaching here. He is nearly upon us. I cannot allow him to interrupt this. Chu Muyun turned to move toward that direction. No need. Why not? Someone is already going to intercept him. Chapter 38. The Divine Path Retreats. Amidst the swirling snow, a figure clad in a black trench coat advanced steadily. The black boots left a series of footprints in the snow, blood trailing from the hem of his coat, creating a fine, elongated red line upon the ground. The sound of sparks igniting a cigarette filled the air as he took a deep drag of the thick smoke, exhaling slowly. The cleansing is nearly complete. Only a few remnants remain. This time, let us finish them all at once, he murmured. The blood-stained hem of his coat shimmered with 4 silver patterns. At that moment, 2 stars simultaneously illuminated the gray-white sky, ethereal divine light cascading into the distant courtyard. Upon witnessing this, a slight arch appeared in his brow. Divine favor. Given this direction, it seems a divine-favored individual has emerged among the remnants at Ma Zhong's estate. As he continued to ponder, a 3rd star ignited, and the 3rd divine blessing cascaded down. His astonishment gradually morphed into shock. What kind of monstrosity is this? Unconsciously, he quickened his pace. The snow danced in the air, piercingly cold, as the outline of a distant mansion appeared hazily. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. His brow furrowed tighter with each passing moment. No matter how he walked, the mansion remained shrouded in obscurity, offering no signs of approach, resembling a mirage amidst the heavy snow. Finally, he seemed to sense something amiss and turned to glance behind him. Unbeknownst to him, the footprints he had left on his way had vanished without a trace. The chilling wind wailed in his ears, and in the boundless whiteness, it felt as though he were the sole inhabitant of this world. Who? He spoke coldly. His voice dissipated amidst the swirling snowflakes, as if devoured by some unseen creature, leaving an eerie silence that enveloped him, feigning the supernatural. A glimmer of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. His right hand grasped the handle of the gun at his waist, and an invisible domain suddenly unfurled. He closed his eyes, the cigarette at the corner of his mouth burning silently, as if he were keenly attuned to something. In an instant, he raised the gun with lightning speed, aiming at a certain direction beside him, and without hesitation, pulled the trigger. Bang! The force of deconstruction tore through the void, shattering every snowflake in its path. Simultaneously, everything around him ignited as if set ablaze. The earth, the sky, the snowflakes, and the mansion's outline. He felt as if he were encased in a colossal cocoon, and with the sound of the gunshot, the cocoon shattered. The sense of unreality around him ebbed like a tide, and the distant mansion came into sharp focus once more. A faint exclamation came from the trajectory of the bullet. He turned to look, only to find a boy squatting in the snow, his face obscured by a piece of white paper and holding a twig in one hand. Through the poorly cut holes on the paper surface, his eyes gazed at him with surprise. In the snow before the boy lay a large circle outlined by the twig, with the man now trapped in its center. However, where he had just fired, there was a gap in the circle. I thought you would need a few more minutes to realize, the boy shrugged. It seems I underestimated you. Truly a legendary genius enforcer. Who are you? Han Meng frowned, staring at him. He could sense that the boy possessed an aura even stronger than his own, indicating he had already entered the 5th tier. Yet, he appeared to be merely around 15 or 16 years old. A 15 or 16-year-old at the 5th tier? He had never heard of such a prodigy in the Aurora realm. I've covered my face. How can I tell you who I am? The boy pointed at the white paper on his face, then seemed to find it a bit hard to breathe, casually poking a hole near his nose, and continued. At your age, why isn't your brain working? Han Meng's expression turned ashen. Do you know what crime it is to obstruct an enforcer from carrying out their duty? Enforcer? Is that impressive? The boy chuckled lightly and casually drew a square pattern in the snow with his twig, instantly encircling Han Meng's feet within it. Once you can walk out from inside, I might concede that you possess a fraction of my prowess. A smile appeared on the boy's face behind the white paper. Han Meng looked down, realizing that beneath his feet, the snow had transformed into a gigantic playing card club set. Upon seeing the card's face, Han Meng's eyes widened in sudden realization. Huanghan Society? The mansion. Chun Ling stared blankly at the third star that had lit up in the sky, a hint of confusion in his eyes. He did not recognize this star, nor did he understand why it had chosen to gaze upon him. If the act of killing had drawn the attention of the god of war, what had summoned the other two divine pathways? Chun Ling found it perplexing, and decided to set those thoughts aside. For him, choosing which divine path to embark upon was the pressing issue at hand. As long as he stepped onto a divine path, he could wield extraordinary power. Perhaps one day, he could free himself from the audience's grasp. One cannot tread multiple divine paths simultaneously, just as one cannot be split to walk two roads. Chun Ling regarded the three divine paths before him and hesitated little before making a decision. For among them, he was familiar only with the god of war. Moreover, the impression left by Han Meng's dance of slaughter was too profound. He even believed that the god of war might be the most adept in battle among all divine paths. Just as he prepared to choose the god of war, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. From the void behind him, pairs of crimson eyes suddenly opened, resembling a writhing sea of shadows. The audience began to intervene in the performance. Thud, 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 thud. Within the theater, countless spectators began to stomp on the floor, the dull roar echoing like continuous thunder. Countless gazes shot from the theater towards the three stars in the sky. In that moment, world-ending power emanated from the scarlet pupils, as if an unseen, intangible behemoth was silently roaring at the three stars. They rejected the divine paths. They intimidated the divine paths. In the next instant, the three stars in the heavens trembled violently. The divine radiance enveloping Chun Ling shattered inch by inch, as if a celestial road began to collapse from its very foundation. The divine paths were afraid. They perceived the monstrous presence behind Chun Ling, and their initial favor turned to fear. They were unwilling to allow that monster to tread their paths, much like no one would invite a fierce tiger into their home. Thus, they severed their divine paths, retreating from the brilliance. The divine radiance that had enveloped Chun Ling fragmented, and the path to divinity receded rapidly. In that moment, both Chun Ling and the others present, including Qian Fan, were left in stunned silence. Chapter 39. Despair. What was happening? An enforcer was dumbfounded. Can divine favor truly be revoked? While the simultaneous descent of the three divine paths with divine favor was within their comprehension, the current situation had utterly transcended their understanding. After so many years of life, they had never heard of anyone receiving divine favor, only to have their divine path severed. As expected, outside the mansion, the shadowy man nodded slightly. After finally obtaining divine favor in a dire situation, to watch as it retreated was indeed a pity. Chun Weiyun had stayed at Chun Ling's home for so long and naturally understood Chun Ling's deep yearning for the divine paths, causing a flicker of sympathy to blossom within him. Pity? The shadowy man cast a peculiar glance at him. There are countless individuals in the world who possess divine paths, yet he alone has merged with a world-ending calamity while maintaining his sanity. He is already a unique existence in this world. What is there to regret? Chun Weiyun shook his head, remaining silent. Within the mansion, Chun Ling stared at the rapidly receding divine paths, frozen in place. He had been abandoned by the divine paths. That might have been the only hope in this world for him to break free from the audience's control. He did not understand what had transpired. He only felt a sense of trepidation emanating from the divine paths. Turning to glance behind him, he could vaguely see pairs of eyes gradually disappearing into the void. You again. Chun Ling let out a bitter laugh. He should have anticipated this. The moment he chose to embark on a divine path, it signified a potential escape from their control. How could they possibly allow that? They would prefer him to remain eternally upon the stage, a puppet for their entertainment. Chunling's smile turned increasingly sinister, and in his blood-streaked eyes, profound despair emerged. Even the divine paths retreated in the face of the audience's intimidation. As an ordinary person, he could hardly fathom how to escape them. Rather than live his life as a marionette, Chunling would choose death. The god's favor ebbed away like a receding tide. Clad in red, Chunling found himself ensconced among the bones, laughing in despair and madness. Come on, Qian. Aren't you eager to kill me? Go ahead. Aim for my head. Remember, if you truly wish to kill me, you need to shoot twice. Qian Fan was momentarily bewildered, but he soon regained his composure. He gazed at the seemingly deranged Chunling before him, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Although he was uncertain of the circumstances, he decided that since Chunling had lost his divine favor, he might as well await his demise. He raised the gun once more, aiming at Chunling's head, and pulled the trigger. Bang! This time, no miracle occurred. The bullet penetrated Chunling's skull, instantly snuffing out his life and shattering half of his head. Blood and brain matter splattering onto the ground. The courtyard fell into an eerie silence. Qian Fan and the others stared at the remnants of Chunling's head, finally able to release the tension that had gripped their hearts. It was not out of cowardice. Rather, everything about Chunling had been so bizarre that they had doubted if he was even human and whether he could actually die. But now, regardless of what he was undeniably dead. This fellow was too terrifying. Qian Fan holstered his weapon, spat on the ground, and turned to re-enter the house. Just as he turned, he noticed two other law enforcers standing beneath the eaves, their eyes wide with terror. What are you doing? F. Fanyi, one of the law enforcers stammered, raising a trembling hand. He. Qian Fan furrowed his brow, following the enforcer's pointing finger, and his pupils constricted in horror. The crimson corpse, propped up against the bones, bizarrely straightened its body, its half-collapsed head slowly lifting, the shattered skull and flesh beginning to writhe violently. The remaining eyelid suddenly opened. The blood-red eyeball fixated on Qian Fan. Qian, didn't I tell you to shoot twice? You can't kill me with just one bullet. You can't kill me. The fractured vocal cords rasped in a horrifying manner, and in that moment, even the seasoned Qian Fan and his companions were petrified, nearly collapsing to the ground. Monster! Monster! One enforcer shouted in terror. He is not human. He is a monster. Shoot! Quick shoot! Chunling bellowed. Shoot the other half of my head. Come on. This surreal spectacle left Qian Fan trembling. I know who you are. Qian Fan seemed to have realized something. You are the calamity that descended that night. Upon hearing this, the other two law enforcers snapped out of their stupor, their faces paling further. They were genuinely frightened. It was important to note that the two calamities that crawled out from the Gray Realm were one third tier and one fifth tier, neither of which they could contend with. Gritting his teeth, Qian Fan drew his gun again, shakily aiming at the red-clad creature imprisoned within the bones. At this juncture, he had no choice but to fire. However, just as he squeezed the trigger, the handgun felt as if it were gripped by some unseen force, the barrel twisting grotesquely. Qian Fan felt a tremendous impact strike his chest, sending him hurtling backward like a broken kite, crashing through the doors of the courtyard and landing heavily on the ground. The other two law enforcers stared wide-eyed, fixated on the void ahead, yet they could see no sign of an assailant. There was nothing there. Yet, in Chunling's eyes, it was entirely different. A familiar boy in red stood amidst the swirling snow, slowly turning to face him, tears welling in his eyes. Brother, he said, you can't just die like this. You can't resign yourself to fate. As Chunling's head began to mend slowly, the crimson orb stared blankly at Chunyan, the madness finally subsiding somewhat. He rasped, resign myself to fate? What else can I do? Continue to entertain them? What meaning does that hold? But if you die now, then everything is lost. Even if I don't die, I still have nothing. Even if I survive, they will incessantly meddle in my life. They can create a version of you. They can create a second and a third. One day, they will drive me insane. Brother, as long as you are alive, there will always be hope, won't there? Hope. Chunling looked at Chun Yan's bloodshot eyes, remaining silent for a long time before suddenly laughing. I understand. Chunling turned to glance behind him, his bloodshot eyes seemingly fixated on something. You're afraid. You know that if I die again, I will be truly dead. You fear that if I die, no one will perform for you anymore. So you conjured his image to deceive me into living on, right? Brother, you give me a fleeting hope, watching me chase after it with all my might, only to let that so-called hope shatter just before I reach it. This is what you desire, brother. A roar interrupted Chun Ling's ferocious howls. He turned to see Chun Yin standing there with tear-streaked cheeks, his gaze filled with pleading. Brother, I'm sincere. Trust me, everything I say is true. Chun Ling was stunned for a long moment, a struggle and pain etched on his face. Yin, I know. Chun Yin took a deep breath, wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes, and an unprecedented determination flickered in his gaze. Brother, you are not without hope. His hand reached into his bosom, retrieving a cloth bag. As he opened the bag, glimmering red crystals tumbled out. I will continue the path that you have been severed from. Chapter 40. The twisted path of the divine theater one by one. The red crystals fell onto the snow, shimmering with divine light, resembling scattered stars upon the earth. Chun Ling was taken aback. Brother, do you know? That red star represents the theater. Chun Yin lifted his head, gazing at the divine path retreating in the sky, and began to speak slowly. From the day I began self-studying drama, I would occasionally sense its presence. It wanted to take me away, but I did not wish to leave. Each time it receded, I would leave behind a fragment of it, thinking that once I had enough, perhaps I could take you and our parents to the place it guides us to see what lies at the end of the theater. Unfortunately, I only managed to gather 36 pieces in the end. Now I cannot go. Chun Yin smiled helplessly. Then he gathered all the red crystals and forcefully waved them toward the retreating divine path. In the next moment, countless divine lights erupted from these fragments, weaving together in midair, reconstituting into a ribbon-like, ethereal divine path, pursuing the receding divine path. Brother, you must live on. Will you go see what lies at the end of the theater for me? The two segments of the divine path collided midair, radiant divine light illuminating the heavens. The divine path of the theater was reconnected. The red star in the sky had never anticipated that its divine path could be forcibly retained, its divine light trembling in the air as if attempting to pull it back. On the other end of the divine path stood the young Chun Yin, quietly observing. Though his frame appeared frail and slender, in the realm of the divine theater, he emanated an overwhelming strength, transcendent and steadfast as a mountain. He firmly anchored the starting point of the divine theater before Chun Ling. The divine path had forsaken Chun Ling, but Chun Yin had not. What had transpired? Outside the courtyard, the shadowy man and Chu Mu Yun simultaneously stared in shock at the sky. Beneath the crimson star, a shattered path was rapidly being restored. Why was the divine path of the theater immobilized? It chose Chun Ling? How could this be? Even a usually composed and wise Chu Mu Yun could not help but widen his eyes. The two of them carefully scanned the area surrounding Chun Ling in the center of the courtyard, but found no anomalies in their line of sight. They could see nothing. Wait, something is off. What is wrong? The divine path of the theater is wrong. It has been distorted. I have never seen a divine path like this. If a path is altered, who knows where its final destination lies? Heaven or hell? Are you suggesting? Go stop him. He must not tread upon that twisted divine path. The two figures rushed toward the courtyard with urgency. Chun Ling stared blankly at Chun Yin, who stood upon the divine path of theater. Whether it was an illusion or not, his figure seemed to gradually fade away. Yin. Chun Ling's pupils constricted, and with an inexplicable surge of strength, he managed to pry his shoulder free from the skeletal cage. Sharp bone tips tearing through flesh as crimson blood dripped from his arm, quickly pooling into a puddle beneath him. He gritted his teeth, unable to suppress a cry of anguish, and after several agonizing seconds, finally broke free from the cage, stumbling towards Chun Yin. He reached out towards Chun Yin, but his hand merely passed through the void. Previously, he had always been able to touch him. Brother, this time I truly must depart. A gentle and pure smile graced Chun Yin's youthful face. This path is unlike any other. It will twist and turn your life. Yet perhaps it can liberate you from those burdens. Where are you going? Chun Ling's face turned pale from the loss of blood. Back to where I belong. And in doing so, I shall become the cornerstone of your divine path. Chun Yin stepped back, revealing the divine path entirely before Chun Ling's eyes. His figure nearly faded into nothingness, leaving only a voice that lingered in Chun Ling's ears. Walk this path, and the world shall belong to your brother. Chun Ling, stop. You cannot tread that path. Chu Mu Yun's urgent voice echoed, yet Chun Ling seemed oblivious. Clad in a crimson, theatrical robe, he stood at the starting point of the divine path, slowly raising his right foot before stepping onto it. With a resounding thud, as his foot made contact with the ground, the ethereal divine path solidified, transforming into a blood-red staircase ascending towards the heavens. In the next moment, this celestial staircase rapidly shrank beneath Chunling's feet, ultimately dissolving into nothingness. The distorted divine path appeared to vanish, or perhaps it had already materialized beneath Chunling. As Chu Mu-yun and his companion arrived on the scene, only Chunling remained, head bowed, standing in place. "Chunling, did you not hear me calling you?" Chu Mu-yun frowned as he approached, about to say more when he suddenly halted. "What is it?" the shadowy man inquired. Chu Mu-yun's voice rang out again. The shadowy man paused, turning to look at Chu Mu-yun, only to find the latter had not spoken. "What is happening?" he asked, and then his own voice echoed from ahead. Both turned their gazes forward, a chilling wind sweeping across the snowy ground, revealing the young man in the crimson robe. His back to them, his neck grotesquely twisting backward. "Chunling, did you not hear me calling you? What is happening?" "Chunling, did you not hear me calling you? What is happening?" "Chunling, did you not hear me calling you?" The voices of Chu Mu-yun and the shadowy man intertwined, emanating from Chunling's throat, as his face continuously shifted between the two. Indeed, it was a transition. Chunling's visage appeared as if adorned with a calendar-like mask, each utterance transforming him into the corresponding individual, only to be torn away with the next phrase, morphing him into another's likeness. Every detail, eyes, stubble, moles, voice, was perfectly replicated, sending chills down the spines of both onlookers as they witnessed Chunling's face oscillate between theirs. "What has happened to him?" the shadowy man queried in confusion. Typically, stepping onto the divine path signifies ascending to the first tier, with each elevation granting mastery over corresponding skills. His current appearance is likely a result of the first tier skill of the divine path of theater. The first tier skill of the divine path of theater is face-changing. Block 7 had informed me that most skills awakened at this first tier are thousand faces, a basic ability of actors to alter their appearance. This description aligns closely with Chunling's current condition. But why does he seem so disoriented? His divine path is distorted, and the awakened skill must also be twisted. If I am not mistaken, he has been backfired by his own skill. Now it makes sense. No wonder he has been mimicking our speech. Yet he has ceased. Chu Mu-yun observed, watching as Chunling fell into silence, his brow furrowing with a sudden sense of foreboding. The shadowy man was about to inquire about this premonition when Chunling raised his head once more. A layer of flesh was torn away from his face. From Chunling's neck emerged a large, dark barrel of a gun, locking onto the two. Chapter 41. Beneath the skin, witnessing Chunling's head transform into a gun barrel left both Chu Mu-yun and the shadowy man in a state of shock. Bang! Chunling's vocal cords mimicked the sound of gunfire. A blinding flash ignited from the muzzle, and the two figures standing directly ahead snapped back to reality, swiftly dodging to avoid the shot. With astonishing speed, they darted across the snow for dozens of meters before halting, glancing back to find no bullets had emerged from the barrel, only a persistent shower of sparks erupting from the muzzle, seemingly imitating the act of firing. Did Block 7 mention that thousand faces could transform into a gun barrel? The shadowy man asked, bewildered. No, Chu Mu-yun shook his head. Thousand faces is an ability for altering appearances, limited to changing one's likeness. Yet he seems capable of transforming even objects. That is incredibly abnormal. Is this the power of the distorted divine path? Yet such immense power often comes at a greater cost. Chu Mu-yun gazed calmly at the crimson figure in the snow, who envisioned itself as a gun barrel, his expression growing complex. Bang, bang, bang. Chunling, embodied as a gun barrel, incessantly fired at the void, resembling a soulless automaton, until his barrel caught sight of Qian Fan and the others, who were paralyzed beneath the house. He suddenly halted, as if in contemplation. Does he still retain some rationality? The shadowy man asked in astonishment. It is more accurate to say it is instinct, Chu Mu-yun replied coolly. The instinct for revenge. Meanwhile, Qian Fan and the others, targeted by the gun, turned pale once more, having just witnessed Chunling re-establishing his divine path, tearing apart his body, and transforming into a madman firing incessantly. The successive cognitive shocks had nearly rendered their minds inoperative. Why won't he die? Why are you still alive? Qian Fan roared, raising his gun once again. pulling the trigger repeatedly at the crimson monster. Bullets struck Chun Ling's body, splattering blood. Yet despite his transformation into a firearm, the toughness of his flesh remained largely unchanged, as if only a new skin had been donned. In the next moment, another layer of flesh was torn from Chun Ling's face. The once massive and eerie gun barrel vanished, replaced by a Danjiao visage, resembling the deceased Chun Yan by 8 or 9 parts when examined closely. The vibrant red theatrical robe stepped forward across the snow, appearing as the soul scarlet in a pallid world. The Danjiao's gaze fixated on Qian Fan, lips parting slightly, followed by Chun Yan's melodious and penetrating voice resonating above the courtyard. The little nun, merely 28 in her prime, had her head shaved by her master. Daily, she offers incense and water in the Buddha hall, witnessing several disciples frolicking beneath the mountain gate. The theatrical tones lingered, the red figure leaving behind a trail of shadows. Vanishing in an instant, Qian Fan felt a flash before his eyes, a wrist sliced open by a dagger, and he let out a scream as his firearm slipped from his grasp into the snow. His other hand instinctively attempted to reach into his chest to retrieve another weapon, but a cold gleam flashed, and that hand too was effortlessly severed. I watch you, and you watch me. Beneath the almond-shaped makeup, a pair of hollow pupils fixated intensely on Qian Fan, nearly pressing against his face. Chun Ling, I realize my mistakes. Qian Fan's features twisted in agony, struggling wildly. Yet fear overwhelmed him. Spare me, and I will give you all my money. I will never. A sharp blade pierced through Qian Fan's chin, abruptly silencing his pleas. You and I, we are intertwined. Qian Fan's form fell stiffly into the snow, as the Danjiao slowly withdrew the dagger, casting a glance towards the remaining 2 law enforcers in the courtyard. The 2 individuals gasped, entirely devoid of any thoughts of resistance, and turned to flee towards the grand entrance of the estate. Simultaneously, the figure in the dawn-colored attire danced lightly across the ground, her voluminous sleeves fluttering like butterfly wings. The glint of the dagger carved elegant arcs through the snow, and 2 splashes of crimson followed in its wake. She gradually came to a halt. As the last 2 bodies collapsed, the entire estate was drenched in blood. The figure clad in red stood amidst the sea of corpses, blood dripping from the blade, resembling a demon emerging from the depths of hell. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely as Chun Yan's visage faded away, and Chun Ling reverted to his original form. He stood alone in the sanguine tide, the dagger slipping gently from his grasp, and as a chill breeze swept by, he collapsed to the ground like withered grass. At long last, the turmoil subsided. Chu Mu Yun and another approached from a distance, gazing at the unconscious Chun Ling with a heavy sigh. The integrator of a cataclysmic disaster had embarked upon a twisted path of divinity, destined to be an anomaly henceforth, the shadowy figure remarked. An anomaly? Is that not a splendid thing? Chu Mu Yun's lips curled upward, for the Huanghun Society welcomed anomalies. Are you truly certain you wish to incorporate him into the Huanghun Society? It is not my choice. Chu Mu Yun retrieved an envelope from his coat pocket, pinched between his fingers, the seal emblazoned with a crimson Joyar emblem. It is the Red King. Boom! A thunderous roar resonated from the void as the snowflakes shattered in an instant. Several kilometers away in the desolate wilderness, a boy, idly toying with a branch, suddenly looked up in astonishment. At the center of the snow, a gaping fissure spread wildly. Han Meng's hands emerged from the crack, grasping its edges and pulling with all his might. The fissure erupted, and Han Meng's body fully traversed the void, his black trench coat laden with dust and blood, his appearance utterly disheveled. He truly broke through? The boy exclaimed, covering his mouth, or rather, the large hole in the white paper that represented his mouth. Han Meng's chest heaved violently, seemingly exhausted from the earlier endeavor, and he fixed a steely gaze upon the seated boy, unhesitatingly raising his gun. Do not be so agitated. I admit I underestimated you earlier. I never expected there to be true talent within the Aurora domain. The boy rested his chin on his hand. And you are Han Meng, correct? Would you care to join our Huanghun Society? Not interested. Han Meng's voice was icy and devoid of warmth. A filthy organization comprised of madmen and executioners. How dare they brazenly appear in the human realm? TSK, it seems you harbor deep prejudices against us. That is but a fact. The intangible domain expanded around Han Meng, invoking Article 139 of the Human Covenant. in any domain upon the discovery of a Huanghan Society member. They are to be immediately placed on the highest extermination list, with priority even over the integrators and arsonists. You are mortal enemies of the human domain. Do not speak so. We have committed no heinous acts. The boy retorted, displeased. Is that so? Han Meng's cold laughter rang out. Including the annihilation of an entire human domain? Chapter 42. Secret Eye. The boy raised an eyebrow, poised to respond when a streak of light shot from the estate behind him into the sky. Thus, the world's prejudices against us are indeed substantial. The boy waved his hand dismissively. I shall not converse further. One day, you will understand. Han Meng's eyes narrowed, and he immediately pulled the trigger. The gunfire echoed, a tempest lifting the hem of his coat as the annihilating bullet pierced the boy's body, leaving a gaping void the size of a head. However, as the bullet passed through him, no blood was shed. The boy's form gradually paled, resembling a faded piece of parchment. Han Meng, I shall remember you, should fate allow. We shall meet again. The boy's figure became increasingly flat, within mere seconds transforming into a two-dimensional caricature, swept away by the cold wind that brushed against Han Meng's face. Han Meng frowned deeply, pulling down the caricature to discover the boy, adorned with a white paper mask, seated cross-legged, extending a middle finger toward himself. He tore the caricature into shreds on the spot. The Huanghan Society's emergence in the Aurora domain has created quite the predicament. Han inhaled deeply, casting a glance towards the estate before striding forward. No one obstructed him, and he swiftly reached the estate's entrance. With a forceful shove, the door creaked open, and a scene of carnage greeted his eyes, the ground stained with blood, scattered with 9 silver coins. The Ice Spring Street celebration had claimed 22 lives, none surviving. Chunling slowly opened his eyes. He beheld the spotlight overhead, shielding his gaze with a hand, yet did not rise immediately. He lay on the stage floor, tranquil as a corpse. Within just a few hours, he had endured too much. The disappearance of Chun Yin, the cruel truth, the wrathful vengeance. The redemption he thought he could grasp, followed by despair, and then a glimmer of hope. All of this rendered Chun Ling numb and despondent. How he wished it were merely a dream, awakening to his mother calling him for breakfast, hurriedly donning his clothes and badge to continue as a cog in the theater. Yet what awaited him was still that silent and eerie theater. After a long while, Chun Ling finally sat up slowly, gazing at the countless crimson eyes before him. His emotions profoundly complex. Even if he embarked upon the path of the divine, could he truly escape from this audience one day? Or would he merely become more intriguing in their eyes? Chun Ling had no answers. However, at the very least, he now possessed a tenuous reason to continue living. He rose from the floor and approached the large screen at the center of the stage, a series of characters illuminating his vision. Audience expectation level 1. Audience expectation level 1. Audience expectation level. Current expectation level 77. Connection to actor lost. Performance interrupted. Audience expectation level 50. Current expectation level 27. These changes in expectation levels occurred within the estate. After Qin Fan shot himself, he had lost 1 connection, deducting 50 from the expectation level. Yet perhaps due to the remaining level being above 20, no audience member fled. As long as the total expectation level was managed well. Even in death, he would not encounter the same fate of body snatching as before, a chance at rebirth. However, raising the expectation level above 70 would not be easy. Chun Ling's gaze fell to the corner of the screen, where the pulsating treasure chest symbol reappeared. He gently tapped it, and exhilarating music erupted, synchronized with the stage lights. When Chun Ling turned to look, a table had materialized at the stage's center. Expectation level surpassed 70. Achievement unlocked. Special commendation. You have earned an additional lottery opportunity. Upon use, a random skill from the characters in this performance will be drawn for you to learn. Chun Ling approached the table, where an array of colored and patterned cards appeared, much like before, predominantly white and gray, but the number of blue cards had increased compared to last time. It seemed new characters had emerged, bringing with them additional skill cards. With a flick of his finger, Chun Ling turned the cards over simultaneously, their backs flashing with astonishing speed, and moments later, they settled neatly in place. Previously, Chun Ling had drawn Han Meng's Dance of Slaughter, dramatically altering his fate. Would fortune smile upon him once more, granting him a skill card capable of overturning the battle's tide? After a brief hesitation, Chun-Ling lifted his fingertip and pressed it upon one of the cards. The card flipped over. A hint of blue appeared before Chun-Ling's eyes. Skill. Secret eye belonging to the medical deity path. Blood slaughter. Pathway. First stage. Character. Chu Muyun. Upon seeing the information on the card, Chun-Ling's eyes narrowed slightly. Drawing Chu Muyun's skill card was within his expectations, yet the prominent words, blood slaughter, stirred a sense of unease within him. Is this path truly associated with the Yishan Dao? As Chun-Ling absorbed the tarot cards, the methodology for employing the secret eye materialized within his mind. Unlike the dance of slaughter from the Bing Shin Dao, the secret eye leans more towards being an auxiliary skill designed to aid the user in better capturing, analyzing, and discerning details. A proficient physician can evaluate the severity of a patient's condition through their behaviors and gestures, and even a psychologist can ascertain a person's thoughts through microexpressions, thereby predicting future actions. The secret eye elevates such abilities to their zenith. As Chun-Ling completed the ability draw, the tarot cards on the table vanished. Yet the table itself remained steadfast. What does this mean? Chun-Ling approached and discovered a new sheet of paper atop the table, inscribed with several lines of small text. Congratulations on completing the performance. Initial chapter Wuxin. The audience's highest anticipation level for this performance, 78. You have received one designated lottery draw. After use, you may select a character from this performance to randomly extract their abilities, with the probability of acquiring rare skills related to the overall audience anticipation value of this performance. Upon finishing the text, the spotlight illuminated the table, and suddenly, sheets of paper emerged from the void, displaying countless words. Who am I? Boom. Pale lightning streaked through the ink-black clouds. Torrents of rain cascaded as a divine wrath-like storm drenched the muddy earth. Chapter 43, First Performance. Chun-Ling's gaze swept over the initial lines, and as the pages turned, he beheld many familiar scenes and phrases. As if everything he had experienced over the past few days had been compiled into a script recorded therein. It's you. Behind the wooden table, a man clad in a white coat slightly turned. Coming to fetch medicine for your brother? Hasn't he transferred to the hospital in District 2? Aling, you are already dead. You should not be here. Chun Tan's eyes were bloodshot, gripping an axe tightly, his voice hoarse. No matter what occupies your body, I will liberate you. A deep rumble of thunder passed through the dim sky. Don't be afraid, brother. Chun Yin spoke softly. I buried him for you. Hello, I'm the enforcer Chun-Ling. Are you ready to answer my questions? Rather than live as a puppet for life, Chun-Ling would prefer death. Monster! Monster! A terrified enforcer shouted. He is not human. He is a monster. And the final line was a descriptive phrase. He stood alone in a sea of blood, a dagger gently slipping to the ground. As a cold breeze swept by, he fell backward as if he were withered grass. Upon reading this, Chun-Ling felt a chill run down his spine. Although he had long suspected he was being observed, it was only at this moment that he truly sensed the eerie nature of it all. The most crucial aspect was that what Chun-Ling could see was merely his own role. All that transpired in his absence was obscured by thick black lines. Even the protagonist himself lacked full access to the script. Based on my personal experiences, is this script written? Chun-Ling murmured. As the last line appeared, the sheets automatically bound themselves into a book, landing in Chun-Ling's hands, the cover prominently displaying several lines. First Performance, Initial Chapter Wuxin, starring Chun-Ling, Other Cast, Chun Yin, Han Meng, Chu Muyun, Chun Tan, etc. Simultaneously, in a corner of the stage, a wooden bookshelf materialized from thin air. Chun-Ling gazed deeply at the script in his hands, and after a long moment, he walked toward the bookshelf. Placing the script in the first compartment on the left, the words Wuxin on the spine facing outward, easily visible. Just as Chun-Ling was about to turn and conduct the second designated lottery draw, a familiar voice echoed in his ears. Intermission has ended. Please continue the performance. The black curtains slowly drew back, and Chun-Ling's consciousness drifted away from the theater into the void. Have you awakened? As Chun-Ling opened his eyes, Chu Muyun's voice drifted from beside him. The heating was operating within the room, and Chu Muyun had already shed his woolen coat. Dressed in a shirt and vest, quietly seated in a chair by the window, perusing a medical book. Before he could utter another word, a dagger flashed forth, poised at his throat, a chilling murderous intent instantly extinguishing the candlelight. In the dimly lit room, Chu Mu Yun's eyelids flickered as he gazed at the crimson-clad figure before him, slowly speaking. It seems that the divine path indeed influences your character. Does your desire to kill run so deep? You are well aware that a yin is a fabrication, yet you feigned indifference for so many days. What is your true intent? A fierce light glimmered in Chunling's eyes. I am a doctor. My arrival in District 3 is solely to treat you. Chu Mu Yun closed the book, stating, had I harbored any malicious intent, you would have perished countless times over. Chunling scrutinized Chu Mu Yun. How much do you know? Unfortunately, everything. How much is everything? What do you think? A hint of a smile crept onto Chu Mu Yun's lips as he slightly inclined toward Chunling. I am quite curious as to how you maintain your composure while merging with an apocalyptic calamity. Or rather, how you have managed to find balance. At this statement, Chunling's pupils abruptly constricted. Since their first encounter, when Chu Mu Yun had sought to stay, the latter must have already sensed the anomaly. In the subsequent days, he had been observing Chunling, even subtly probing into Chun Yan's traits. This man, adorned with silver-rimmed glasses, appearing seemingly gentle, was indeed the most scheming. However, Chunling had not anticipated that the very first words from him would unveil his identity as a merger and even the level of the audience. So, what do you intend to do? Chunling retorted, slice open my brain for a glimpse? Hand me over to the enforcers? Or use this as leverage to coerce me into assisting you with something? To be honest, I am quite intrigued by the first option. Chu Mu Yun shrugged, regrettably. My superiors would not permit it. As for the second point, that is even less feasible. If I were to accompany you to the enforcer headquarters, I would be the first to be captured. Your superior? Chunling keenly seized upon the crux. Are you not the divine doctor of Jiguang City? Who is your superior? The director? The title of divine doctor is merely a fabricated identity I constructed to blend into Jiguang City. Then what is your true identity? Have you heard of the Huanghun Society? Chunling shook his head. The Huanghun Society is a clandestine organization established beyond the 9 great realms of humanity, currently reduced to 8. All members are numbered according to the faces of playing cards, secretly infiltrating various human realms to conduct covert operations. It does not sound like a righteous organization. No, we are indeed a righteous organization. Chu Mu Yun adjusted his glasses, smiling, yet in the eyes of the world, our justice represents absolute evil. I apologize, but I have no interest in joining a cult. Chunling had heard numerous accounts of such cults or pyramid schemes in his previous life, which merely brainwashed individuals with distorted ideologies to control their thoughts. Even in this life, despite bearing the calamity, he had no intention of succumbing to depravity. Therefore, we're not a cult. We merely possess ideologies that conflict with this era. Chu Mu Yun patiently explained, furthermore, our remuneration is substantial, approximately 10 times that of becoming an enforcer. 10 times? Chunling glanced at him in astonishment before shaking his head, but money holds little significance for me. Even with wealth, one must possess life to spend it. Had this been his previous life, the prospect of a 10-fold salary would have surely enticed Chunling. Yet now, it was different. His foremost objective was to liberate himself from the audience's control. Everything else was but a fleeting concern. We also have substantial resource channels. Should you encounter obstacles in your ascent of the divine path, you may seek assistance from other members. Do you have many members? Currently, there are roughly 20 still alive. Let us return to our discussion on our justice. Chapter 44, Interrogation. No need. Chunling sheathed the dagger, taking a deep breath, contemplating her next steps. Chu Mu Yun gradually leaned back against his chair, seemingly unfazed by the outcome. He made no attempt to retain her, merely speaking calmly. No problem. Whenever you have made up your mind, feel free to visit Xiao Fong Grocery. I will be here waiting for you all day. As Chunling stood to leave, Chu Mu Yun produced a small silver cube from his pocket and handed it to her. What is this? She inquired. A gift from my superior? Chu Mu Yun replied nonchalantly. Through it, you may gain a better understanding of us. Chunling accepted the cube, examining it for a moment before nodding slightly. Thank you. Also, be mindful of your mental state. Do not allow the distorted divine path to influence your journey. It is quite sinister. Chunling remained silent, having noticed that since embarking on that path, her emotions had become rather peculiar. She needed some time to cool down and reflect. Exiting the room, Chunling ascended the staircase and ultimately arrived at a small convenience store. A woman dozing behind the counter glanced at her before returning to slumber. Ling recalled Xiao Feng Grocery, though it was far from Han Shuang Street. It offered inexpensive goods. In the past, he would occasionally take Yin there to purchase items during the new year. Unexpectedly, this was the stronghold of Chu Mu Yun's organization. With no intention of conversing with the woman, he pushed the door open and stepped outside. The heavy snow continued to fall relentlessly, accumulating beyond his ankles, making movement increasingly cumbersome. Ling oriented himself and proceeded directly toward Han Shuang Street, uncertain of why he felt compelled to return to a place devoid of everything. Yet, apart from Han Shuang Street, where else could he go? He had no answer. The small house on Han Shuang Street was his only sanctuary in this world, even if it had left him with no fond memories. Ling, a voice called out as he neared his home. Wu Yudong approached briskly, gliding effortlessly through the snow. Ling, where have you been? Are you feeling better? What are you doing here? Ling asked, astonished at Wu Yudong's sudden vigor, given he had been leaning on a cane just hours earlier. I came to thank the divine doctor, Wu Yudong exclaimed excitedly. The man who stayed at your house is incredible. I remember talking to him, and suddenly everything went dark. When I awoke, my leg was healed. The doctor at the clinic said I needed to rest for 6 months and might suffer long-term effects. Yet he cured me instantly. I had been injured from heavy labor, and rainy days would bring knee and joint pain, but now I feel nothing. Moreover, the most crucial part is, I feel taller. Ling scrutinized Wu Yudong, noticing that he indeed appeared taller than before. Previously, Wu Yudong's head had barely reached Ling's chin, but now was near his nose. Is Chu Mu Yun truly that remarkable? He has already left, Ling replied after a brief pause, adding, and most likely, he will not return. Wu Yudong appeared momentarily stunned, disappointment evident on his face. All right then, I shall take my leave. After watching Wu Yudong depart, Ling returned to his doorstep, prepared to push the door open when his hand suddenly halted midair. He gazed at the dilapidated eaves, narrowing his eyes as a glint of light flickered within his pupils. The extraordinary observational ability granted by Mi Tong instantly locked onto the faint traces of snow on the eaves. Something was amiss. Someone had entered his home while he was away, and most likely had not exited. With vigilance, Ling retracted his arm and silently stepped back 2 paces into the snow. At that moment, a voice emerged from within the house. Your observational skills are commendable. Come inside. It was Han Meng's voice, as deep as ever. Do you truly believe you can avoid returning home for a lifetime? Realizing that his whereabouts had been uncovered, Ling's brow furrowed. After a moment's hesitation, he forcefully pushed the door open. What are you doing in my house? He demanded, fixing his gaze on Han Meng, who sat at the dining table. Investigating. How does this differ from a trespassing thief? Ling retorted. Law enforcers possess the authority to investigate. Do I really need to explain this to you? Han Meng lightly tapped the table with his fingers. Do not forget, I am merely investigating. Even if I were to set fire to this house, what could you do? Ling's gaze grew increasingly frigid. However, I must admit, I did not anticipate that you knew Chu Mu Yun. How did you come to know him? What does that have to do with you? I am presently questioning you in my capacity as the Chief Inspector of District 3, Ling. Be mindful of your demeanor. Han Meng's eyes narrowed, an unexplainable pressure enveloping the living room. Ling held his gaze for a prolonged moment before slowly responding. It was Dr. Lin from the corner clinic who introduced us. Why did you seek out a doctor? I was feeling unwell. Feeling unwell necessitates consulting Chu Mu Yun? Are you truly unwell? Or have you suffered contamination from the Grey Realm? Han Meng's eyes sharpened, akin to an eagle that perceives the depths of one's heart. Ling felt a tremor within. In Han Meng's presence, he suddenly felt utterly exposed. On the night of the disaster, you spoke with Jiang Qin, mentioning that your brother was lurking at the corner. However, today, while investigating Ice Spring Street in District 2, I discovered that your brother, Chun Yin, had his organs removed and met a tragic end just a few days prior. So who was the brother you referred to that night? I searched the entire house and found traces of only 2 people, yours and Chu Mu Yun's. But why are there 3 bowls in the sink? Who was the 3rd bowl for? Before coming here, I spoke with Wu Yudong. He mentioned that you were alone in the house, lighting candles, and then, enough. Ling suddenly stood, his eyes filled with fury. Yes, I am insane. Is that enough? My mind is unwell. I can see a yin. I feel he is right beside me. Just not long ago, he was building a snowman at the door. He was blowing out candles with me inside. He said he wanted to return to school, to sing at the New Year's Eve show. To me, he is a living person. He is just an ordinary child. He fell ill. He wants to recover. He hopes to one day proudly stand on stage. What wrong has he done? Han Meng, you are here interrogating me aggressively, but where were you when that group from Ice Spring Street killed my brother? Where were you when they colluded with law enforcers, driving ordinary people to their demise? What about your investigative authority, your law enforcement power? Han Meng's body jolted. Chun Ling's chest heaved violently as he fixed his stare on Han Meng, whose previously calm eyes slightly constricted, instinctively avoiding Chun Ling's gaze. He sat silently, his head bowed, resembling a statue. Chapter 45. USB drive time passed, and Chun Ling finally calmed down. He coldly stated, Director Han Meng, if your questioning has concluded, please leave my home. Han Meng did not respond further. He silently rose and walked toward the door. As he pushed it open, swirling snowflakes drifted into the room. His four-striped black coat swayed slightly as he paused momentarily, glancing back at Chun Ling. Whether you believe me or not, I have always been fulfilling my duties. If you truly feel this world lacks justice, perhaps you should become it yourself. You have passed the martial examination as the first in reserve and are now a formal law enforcer. You can report to headquarters tomorrow. Furthermore, you also possess the qualification to enter Bing Dao Gu's song. With that, he stepped into the snow, his black coat gradually vanishing at the end of the street. Chun Ling surveyed the empty room, his expression complex. Once Han Meng had departed, he too left the house, heading toward the rear mountain, the place of unmarked graves. Chun Ling sat slowly in the snow, holding the untouched cake box. Again, I have come. He gazed at the uneven pit he had dug, his voice barely above a whisper. The snowflakes clung to the young man's temples, resembling strands of premature white hair. One by one, he removed the candles from the cake and planted them in the snow. You've already made a wish, so there's no need to light the candles. Let me cut the cake for you. Chun Ling retrieved a plastic knife from the packaging and carefully divided the cake into 2 portions, placing one neatly before the pit while he took his share from a box. The icy wind dusted the surface of the cake with snow as Chun Ling took a bite, unsure if it was cream or ice shavings. As he chewed, he mumbled indistinctly, Again, do you know? This world truly spoils everything. This cake is so dreadful, yet costs 200 copper coins. In my previous world, a $200 cake will be larger and far more delicious. If only I had the chance to take you back. Although I, too, am a cog in a machine, my earnings would suffice for your sustenance. But then again, if you were to accompany me back, you would undoubtedly fare better. You're good-looking, and your singing is enchanting. You could easily become a short video influencer, amassing hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of followers, truly a torchbearer of national culture. Chun Ling's face flushed in the biting wind as he bit into the cake with determination, his gaze drifting towards the sky. However, there are good things here. The auroras are breathtaking, whether by day or night. But beauty has little use, as merely surviving takes all my effort. The path you offered seems formidable, yet might also affect my sanity. Is this what you refer to as adversity? Han Meng has invited me to join the enforcers, but the apocalypse calamity within me is akin to a ticking time bomb. Once it erupts, I will become the target of scrutiny. Given this, does joining that society equate to a swift demise, rather than allowing them to discover and capture me? Would it not be wiser to align myself with their opposition from the outset? Again, how should I navigate the road ahead? Chun Ling murmured to the pit. Just then, an object slipped from his pocket and fell into the snow. He picked it up, revealing the silver cube that Chu Mu Yun had given him, cold as ice in his hand. He recalled Chu Mu Yun mentioning that this object might help him understand them better, but how was it to be used? He fiddled with the silver cube for a while, and with a gentle push of his fingertip, a silver sliding cover detached from the main body, revealing a segment of silver metal adorned with square holes, indistinguishable from standard USB flash drive. Staring incredulously at the USB drive in his hand, confusion overwhelmed him. Since arriving in this world, Chun Ling had presumed its technological level resembled that of the last century, with kerosene lamps and rickshaws. Yet the sight of this USB left him bewildered. Was this device truly meant for this world? Where would one find a computer here? Without a computer, where would this USB be plugged in? A flurry of questions raced through his mind as he inexplicably inserted the USB into the snow beneath him. In the next moment, a series of deep green codes materialized in the snow. ID 129439. Reading completed. Chun Ling's eyes rolled back, and he fainted on the spot. The rush of water sounds filled his ears as he abruptly opened his eyes, as if awakening from a nightmare, cold sweat soaking his back. Somehow, he had left the graveyard and found himself in a small, square space, the sound of a toilet flushing fading away, replaced by a series of urgent knocks on the door. "Hey, are you done yet? I can't hold it any longer." Chunling snapped back to reality, his gaze quickly scanning the surroundings. A restroom? His eyes widened in disbelief. This was not the dilapidated toilet of Han Shuang Street, but rather a clean, bright, modern restroom. The sensor lights above and the Toto toilet behind him evoked a strong sense of familiarity. "Have I returned?" Chunling's eyes brimmed with confusion. "Hurry up and put on your pants. If you don't, I really can't hold it any longer." The man outside sounded anxious. Chunling immediately pushed open the restroom door, and a man in a polo shirt outside beamed with joy, quickly slipping into the stall and shutting the door with a bang, followed by a series of contented sighs. Chunling surveyed his surroundings and instinctively quickened his pace to exit the restroom. The first sight that greeted him was Shicha. Beside were KFC, Muji, Zhou Black Duck, and Nyang dumplings. Upon seeing these familiar brands and the bustling shoppers in the mall, Chunling's pupils constricted slightly. It dawned on him, and he began to sprint through the crowd, dodging the many curious stares, rushing out of the mall, witnessing the towering skyscrapers before him. Only one thought lingered in Chunling's mind. He had truly returned. Was it all a dream? He muttered, cradling his head with his hands. No, if it were a dream, why would I wake up in the restroom? Just moments ago, I was in the graveyard, speaking with the yin, and then I plugged the USB into the snow. And then, was it that USB? As Chunling spoke to himself, the large screen of a building across the street suddenly flickered, interrupting with an urgent news bulletin. This morning at 9 o'clock, a red meteor passed close to the Earth, coinciding with minor earthquakes erupting in various regions. Within 3 minutes, over 100 buildings collapsed, including the Meishang Hotel, Jiangkou Football Stadium, and the Jingqing Grand Theater. Preliminary reports indicate that the death toll has exceeded 2,000. Chapter 46. The Secret of the Huangsuan Society. The Jingqing Grand Theater. Wasn't it the venue where he had worked? Chunling recalled the day he was crushed by the chandelier, seemingly due to an earthquake. So, had he truly returned? Meanwhile, a crowd of pedestrians halted, pointing at the screen. A red meteor? Now that you mention it, I think I saw it this morning. It zipped by in an instant. Sigh, why didn't it collide with Earth? Hurry up and let the world end. I really don't want to go to work anymore. By the way, what is this minor earthquake nonsense? There was no tremor at all this morning, right? Surely it didn't only focus on those few buildings? The news said it was due to magnetic pole shifts. Ah, well, it didn't affect me anyway. As the news segment concluded, the screen returned to advertisements, and the crowd quickly dispersed. Only Chunling remained, standing in contemplation. A red meteor. Could his journey also be connected to this meteor? A bus whisked past him, pulling him from his chaotic thoughts. He noticed a red sign for bus Route 33, as if recalling something, and immediately dashed towards the bus. A fleeting shadow zipped across the sidewalk just as he boarded the bus before the doors closed. You got some speed, kid. The older driver rubbed his eyes. I didn't even see how you got here. Are you a sprinter? Chunling finally registered the moment, looking down at his hands, his brow furrowing deeper. Did I bring back the dance of slaughter? Hey kid, skin a code. The driver gestured towards the payment machine with his chin as he started the bus. $2. Chunling rummaged through his pockets, realizing he had no money. Scan to pay? What money? I don't even have a phone. As he uttered these words, Chunling felt like a primitive savage emerging from a stone age. Oh dear, why make it hard for the kid? I happen to have $2 from earlier. I'll cover him. From the front row, a curly-haired lady pulled out 2 coins and dropped them into the machine with a clink. Thank you, Auntie. Chunling expressed his gratitude politely. You must be a performer, right? I love watching plays. Which role do you sing? Upon hearing the aunt's words, Chunling finally realized that he was still clad in that striking red opera robe, making him particularly conspicuous on the bus. I was just singing casually, Chunling replied awkwardly. The bus seats were already filled to capacity, so he grasped the handrail, swaying lightly with the motion of the vehicle while engaging in a sporadic conversation with the aunt. As they passed one station after another, Chunling's heart began to race anxiously. He glanced at the name of the next stop, gradually making his way towards the back door of the bus. Once the bus came to a halt, he quickly bolted out. Across the street stood a residential complex. Chun-Ling shed the glaring opera robe and walked directly into the complex, navigating the familiar paths with ease until he arrived at a small high-rise. Seeing that the building was intact brought a sigh of relief. This was his home. His greatest fear had been that the earthquake's reach would extend here, leaving his parents to suffer a fate similar to his own. Thankfully, all was well. As Chun-Ling entered the building, he was taken aback to find it draped in white mourning cloth. A sinking feeling gripped his heart as he immediately took the elevator to the 9th floor. The moment the elevator doors opened, the sound of weeping reached his ears. "Kaiyun, please don't cry. If you keep this up, what will happen to your health?" "Yes." If Ling were still alive, he would be heartbroken to see you like this. Ling was a good child, but fate was truly cruel. Chun-Ling stood motionless in the elevator, his gaze penetrating through the partially open door, where he saw many figures surrounding a middle-aged woman, offering condolences and comfort. He recognized them. They were his relatives from Beijing, a veritable assembly of distant aunts and uncles, and the woman in the center was his mother. In her arms lay a black-and-white photograph, her face a mask of grief. The figure in the photograph was none other than Chun-Ling himself. Two relatives whispered in a corner. "Where's his father?" "Still at the hospital, discussing Ling's funeral arrangements. They said Kaiyun should first return to collect his belongings." "Did you see Ling's body?" "I did," one relative nodded. "Poor child, his head was crushed by a chandelier." At the hospital, Kaiyun had clutched Ling's hand and wept for over an hour before being pulled away by his father. "Alas, the heavens are blind. Come on, let's comfort Kaiyun. We need to make arrangements for Ling's funeral." Chun-Ling remained frozen in the elevator, akin to a statue, observing it all. He wanted to step out, but felt utterly lost about how to explain himself to his relatives and mother. Just then, the elevator doors closed automatically, as the metallic doors gradually shut. Chun-Ling's home door was pushed open, and relatives supported Kaiyun as they stepped outside. With a thud, the elevator doors closed, perhaps triggered by someone pressing the button below, and the cabin began its slow descent. "Mom." It was only then that Chun-Ling, lips pale, managed to utter the word in a hoarse whisper. He watched his reflection in the metallic elevator doors, and the image of his mother kneeling and weeping flooded his mind, causing his heart to ache as though it were being torn apart. Taking a deep breath, as if steeling his resolve, he frantically pressed the button for the 9th floor. He yearned to see his mother once more. However, the elevator continued its descent. Meanwhile, familiar deep green characters materialized in the void. ID 129439 time limit exceeded. Reading interrupted. Suddenly, the elevator cabin plummeted rapidly. "Mom!" Amidst the swirling snow, Chun-Ling jolted upright from the ground. He gasped heavily, his pupils involuntarily dilating as he surveyed his surroundings, realizing he was still in a mass grave. "Damn, what on earth is happening?" Chun-Ling snapped back to reality, unable to contain his frustration. Just moments ago, he had almost believed he was truly back, only to open his eyes and find himself in this wretched place again. His gaze fell upon a USB drive in the snow. Through it, you might gain a deeper understanding of us. What exactly is the organization that Chu Mu-Yun belongs to? Why do they possess a USB drive? Can they truly transport one back to a previous life? With his hands supporting his body, Chun-Ling clenched his fists tightly. He inhaled deeply, grasped the USB drive, and turned to dash down the mountain. At Xiao Fang's general store, the woman at the counter lazily stretched while observing the dimming twilight outside. "He might not come." "No, he will," replied Chu Mu-Yun, seated and diligently flipping through a book, exuding confidence. "Why are you so certain?" "Over the years, many have declined invitations from the Twilight Society. The Red King said he would come, so he will." Just as Chu Mu-Yun finished speaking, the store door was forcefully pushed open. Chun-Ling stood outside in the heavy snow, his chest heaving as if he had sprinted from afar. "We need to have a serious conversation." He raised the USB drive, enunciating each word clearly. Chapter 47. Reversal of Time. Chu Mu-Yun was utterly unfazed by Chun-Ling's arrival. He smiled slightly, pulling a chair from the store and gesturing for Chun-Ling to take a seat. "It seems you finally have the patience to hear the truth of our justice. I'm all ears." Although Chun-Ling was eager to uncover the mysteries surrounding the USB drive, he believed that since Chu Mu-Yun had given it to him, he would certainly provide an explanation. So he patiently awaited Chu Mu-Yun to start from the beginning. "What do you know about the Great Cataclysm?" Chun-Ling recalled what Dr. Lin had previously mentioned about a red meteor streaking across the sky, causing a collision between the gray world and this one. leading to calamities emerging from the depths. And then, it was over. At this point, Chunling suddenly remembered seeing the red meteor in the news on a USB drive. It struck him like a revelation, and his eyes widened in shock. Wait, the one on the USB drive is from the world before the Great Cataclysm? Exactly. Chu Mu-yun glanced at him in surprise, seemingly taken aback by Chunling's quick deduction. What you just mentioned is what most people in the 9 major realms know about the Great Cataclysm. However, the reality of the Great Cataclysm is far more complex. What do you mean? It is said that before the Cataclysm, the world was prosperous and thriving, and humanity was able to harness the power of science to achieve many feats, such as soaring into the heavens, resurrecting the deceased, illuminating cities throughout the night, constructing virtual worlds within reality, and even departing this planet to explore the enigmatic cosmos. As Chu Mu-yun spoke, he observed Chunling's expression, noticing that the latter showed no signs of surprise. Unable to help himself, he asked, "Aren't you astonished?" "Huh, is what I said not enough to astonish you?" Chu Mu-yun had grown up in this world, just like everyone else in this era, and had never witnessed the technological advancements prior to the Great Cataclysm. For them, everything described in legends felt insubstantial, akin to modern individuals listening to myths. "Oh, quite marvelous," Chunling nodded expressionlessly. "Isn't it just airplanes, medicine, electric lights, games, and spaceships? These are all commonplace for someone living in a modern city like me." However, if what he referred to as his previous life was indeed the world before the Great Cataclysm, then did that not imply that he had not traversed worlds at all, but rather time itself? In any case, 379 years ago, a red meteor streaked across the sky, after which human material civilization began its decline. Chu Mu-yun recounted this with practiced ease, as if reciting a memorized script. The pinnacle of human technological achievement began to collapse. Photolithography machines, spacecraft, and the superweapons capable of annihilating worlds. Are you suggesting that human civilization is regressing? Indeed, prior to the Great Cataclysm, humanity discovered with dismay that they could no longer fabricate these creations, as if the very foundational scientific principles governing them had ceased to function. Even when meticulously pieced together, the components bore no distinction from their predecessors, yet they remained inert. As time progressed, an increasing number of inventions fell into obsolescence. Mobile phones, computers, high-speed trains, and large-scale power generation facilities. Panic spread throughout human society, as they were oblivious to the extent to which material civilization was regressing. In the grip of this fear, they began to turn on one another. "Wait," Chunling interrupted Chu Mu-yun. "The regression of material civilization is a predicament faced by all of humanity. Why did they not unite to overcome this challenge, instead resorting to infighting?" "They did unite, but to no avail." Chu Mu-yun paused momentarily. "Moreover, I mentioned that they possessed a certain type of superweapon capable of annihilating the world, though not every nation had access to such armaments. Once these weapons became inoperative, technological civilization would regress to a uniform level, disrupting the original balance of power. The strong would no longer be strong, and the weak would no longer be weak. In their desperation to preserve their status, resources, and wealth, the powerful would resort to launching all their superweapons, obliterating the weak nations lacking such capabilities." Chunling appeared to grasp a sudden realization. A world war. Undoubtedly, Chunling understood the significance of nuclear weapons for powerful nations. If they were to learn that all countries would regress to the same technological starting point, they would inevitably initiate conflict first, for the loss of weaponry would equate to a loss of deterrence. Other nations would inevitably covet their oil, wealth, and other resources. You are not entirely mistaken, but the powerful do not solely target the weak. They also engage in conflict amongst themselves. If technological regression were to be severe, then human resources would become the true determinant of a nation's survival. To balance the strength of every nation, they would seek to diminish the populations of those nations that differ in stance. The culmination of humanity's centuries of civilization, under the tide of regression, ultimately devolved into mere machines of slaughter. Chunling remained silent for a long while before slowly articulating. The convergence of the gray realm is not the fundamental cause of the Great Cataclysm. It is humanity's self-destruction, that is. In the aftermath of that Great Cataclysm, the world lay in ruins. Those who survived believed they had established a new order, only to find that mere days later, the gray realm began to intersect with reality. Pollution from the unknown world corrupted the earth, and ferocious calamities slaughtered living beings. The already depleted human society suffered a devastating blow. Afterwards, the world knew no national divisions. Survivors gathered to establish 9 bases. Eventually, they discovered methods to withstand the convergence of the gray realm, and the 9 bases gradually expanded, becoming the present 9 realms. I see. Chun-Ling sighed deeply. Wait, if what Chu Mu-Yun says is true, does that not imply that my own parents perished in the Great Cataclysm? Not just my parents, but all of my relatives, friends, and colleagues will be swept into this catastrophe. How many could possibly survive? Those who stood on the streets watching the news could hardly have imagined that soon the world would face monumental changes. Chun-Ling's eyes quivered slightly as he came to understand everything that transpired in that era. He realized that nearly everyone he cared for would perish. Yet he felt utterly powerless. That era was nearly 400 years ago. Knowing this, what could he possibly do? You share this with me, and then what? Then, it is the singular purpose of our organization, Huang Han Shi, and the justice we uphold. Chu Mu-Yun gestured toward the door. What do you think of the Aurora realm? Images of Wu Yu Dong's limping figure, the disdain of the rickshaw puller toward the enforcers, the cruel and arrogant individuals of Bing Quan Street, and the enforcers colluding with them for profit flashed through Chun-Ling's mind. It is chaotic, he finally managed to utter. What if I told you that? In comparison to other realms, the Aurora realm is actually quite tolerable? Chun-Ling was taken aback. Huang Han Shi is a gathering of those discarded by society, the unfortunate souls. In the eyes of the world, we may appear to be madmen, failures, or executioners. Our only commonality is our utter despair toward this era. Thus we convene, gather together. And then what? Chun-Ling inquired. As the dusky sun began to sink below the horizon, half of Chu Mu-Yun's face became enveloped in shadow. He inhaled deeply and spoke deliberately. Reverse the era, restart the world. Chapter 48. Wuxiang. Reverse the era, restart the world? The 8 words resonated in Chun-Ling's mind. While he understood each word individually, their collective meaning eluded him. It is meant in a literal sense, Chu Mu-Yun explained slowly, to reverse everything from the Great Cataclysm to the present, allowing human civilization to return to the day the Red Star descended. Are you suggesting we travel back in time? Not travel back, but to restart. There lies a significant difference between the two. Chun-Ling gazed at Chu Mu-Yun in disbelief. Is that even possible? Have you not already witnessed it? Chu Mu-Yun pointed to the USB drive in Chun-Ling's hand. Our experimental outcome. Instantly, memories flooded Chun-Ling's mind. His experience of inserting the USB drive into the snow, transporting him back to his previous life. There was no doubt that it was the world he once inhabited, the very era when the Red Star had just descended. Huang Han Shi had flawlessly restored it and encased it within this USB drive. How did you manage to accomplish this? The notion of restarting the world seemed utterly fantastical to Chun-Ling, yet he was an eyewitness to its reality. The process is quite complex. To date, we have only completed a 2-hour archive, but we have discovered a method. One day, we will ensure that this archive replaces history, restarting the world. But if the world can indeed be restarted, why would you, representing justice, be pursued by the 9 human realms? Why not ally with them? Chun-Ling countered. Chu Mu-Yun chuckled softly, adjusting his glasses. In time, you'll understand. After a moment of silence, Chun-Ling nodded slightly. I have shared with you the fundamental philosophy of Huang Han Shi. Chu Mu-Yun's gaze bore into Chun-Ling's. Now, you must make a decision. Will you join us and become the most wanted fugitive across the 9 realms, wandering for life, scorned and feared by society, or will you depart? Chun-Ling's eyes flickered with uncertainty. After a brief pause, he slowly raised his head and spoke with conviction. I will join. Reverse the era, restart the world. For others, the Great Cataclysm was merely a historical description, but for Chun-Ling, it signified the annihilation of everything he held dear. He harbored no affection for this world, nor for this era. He longed to return to where he belonged, to honor his parents and lead a stable life. More than anything, he wished to alter the course of history, ensuring that his father, relatives, and friends could live on. He yearned to go home. Upon hearing these words, Chu Mu-Yun smiled faintly. He retrieved 3 playing cards from his pocket and laid them on the table. Spade 6, heart 6, and club 6. What is this? Joining Huang Han, she signifies a complete severance from one S-pass from many of our members, including their names, families, and identities. They use the faces of playing cards to represent themselves. You may choose one as well. Why are they all sixes? The number signifies seniority. The earlier one joins, the higher the number. For your batch, it starts with 6. Humuyun shrugged. Actually, 6 is quite good. I joined a few years earlier and am only at 7. Why are there only 3 suits? What about diamonds? 2 months ago, a new member joined and took the diamond. Very well. Chunling's gaze swept over the 3 playing cards, and he instinctively touched his chest, feeling an emptiness beneath his skin. I choose heart 6. Chu Mu Yun raised an eyebrow and nodded, pushing the card toward Chunling. Then, I formally welcome you to Huang Hun, she heart 6. The woman who had been silently seated in the corner began to applaud at a most opportune moment. Chunling cast a peculiar glance in her direction, and she yawned before turning her head away. Was she also a member of the Huang Hun Shi? What designation did she hold? Lacking the path of divination or any other abilities, she was merely an ordinary individual, thus relegated to the periphery. Primarily responsible for the dissemination of information, a role found in virtually every realm and city. So what was your designation? Heitao 7. Chunling nodded. He gazed at the Hongshin 6 in his hand, suddenly engulfed by an overwhelming sense of unreality, as if he had carelessly drawn a playing card from a convenience store. Only to find himself a member of the Huang Hun Shi, now wanted across the 9 great realms, when just hours ago, he had been resolute in his belief that it was a cult. The archive was unique. Only 3 copies existed within the Huang Hun Shi, one held by the Red King, another by the Gray King, and the one temporarily entrusted to you, to be opened only once a month, lest the contents suffer damage. What must I do next? Chunling inquired, seeking guidance on where to report, complete the necessary formalities, and which dormitory he would reside in. Chu Mu Yin shook his head in silence. The Huang Hun Shi was a society with exceedingly lax management of its members' personal conduct. You may pursue whatever you wish, provided that when a task arises, you complete it promptly and maintain your disguise, ensuring you're not discovered by the human realms. Speaking of disguise, you should excel in that area. Me? Haven't you embarked upon the path of the drama god? Assuming various roles should be your forte. Chu Mu Yun spoke with an air of certainty, and moreover, your skills seem to transcend the ordinary capabilities of the drama god. The skills of the drama god awakened a memory in Chunling. His fingertips grazed his chin, and with a thought, he tore away his entire facial skin. Under the astonished gaze of the woman, 2 identical Chu Mu Yuns sat facing each other. Indeed, this was it. The Chu Mu Yun on the left nodded. Upon stepping onto the divine path, with each advancement, one automatically acquires a corresponding skill, which varies according to the chosen path. You have embarked upon a twisted divine path, and your skill should indeed be singular. I see. The Chu Mu Yun on the right glanced down at his own body, noticing that even his attire and voice had transformed. Had the woman not known their seating arrangements in advance, she would have been unable to discern which was the true Heitao 7. To my knowledge, the first-tier skill of an ordinary drama god is called Qinmian, allowing for the free alteration of face and voice, though one cannot transform into objects. Yet you can achieve that. Chu Muyin paused. Are you not going to bestow a name upon this unique skill of yours? Qinmian, Chunling contemplated, then declared. In that case, I shall name my skill Wuxiang. Formless and faceless. Form arises from the heart. Your divine path is indeed peculiar. Although your abilities are formidable, the side effects are evident. If all goes as anticipated, each time you advance, you will experience temporary mental disarray, which you must heed with particular caution. Mental disarray? Did I experience that during my advancement? Chunling could scarcely recall the process of transforming into a gun barrel and wreaking havoc alongside Qinyan. Chu Mu Yin succinctly recounted the events, then glanced at the dimming night outside before slowly rising. It is time for me to depart. Where to? Back to Jiguang City. I have tasks awaiting me there. As he spoke, Chu Mu Yin produced an envelope from his bosom and handed it to Chunling. What is this? This is your mission, Chu Mu Yin replied earnestly. A task personally assigned to you by the Red King. Perhaps only you within the Huang Hun Shi can accomplish it. Chapter 49. The Cost of Progress. When Chunling emerged from Xiao Fang's grocery store, darkness had already enveloped the sky. Chu Mu Yin waved goodbye and proceeded directly towards Jiguang City, while Chunling lingered at the store's entrance, watching him depart before turning in another direction. The heavy snowfall had ceased, but a biting chill from the melting ice accompanied it. Chunling traversed the deserted snow-laden path, his breath manifesting as ethereal wisps in the darkness, his right hand rubbing the U-disc hidden within his coat, his eyes shimmering with an unprecedented brilliance. Reboot, taking a deep breath, Chun-Ling resolutely ventured into the darkness. With a clear objective in mind, the shadows cast by the audience seemed to dissipate significantly. What the actors upon the stage? What the interference in life? Unless you kill me, I am determined to return, even if it means dying on the way home. Before that, however, he must grow swiftly while concealing his identity as a member of the Huanghun Shi. Becoming an enforcer appeared to be an excellent choice. The Huanghun Shi does not object to members joining other organizations. In fact, it encourages such actions as they allow members to better mask their identities and even offer assistance to fellow members through their positions. I participate, I cause chaos. I flee. This policy was indeed well conceived. Chun-Ling chuckled at himself. Upon returning home, he ignited the kerosene lamp on the table. The warm orange glow illuminating the vacant room, as the cold wind seeped through the gaps in the wooden walls, producing a low hum. Chun-Ling settled at the table, retrieved the envelope given by Chu Mu-yun, and read it meticulously under the flickering light. Infiltrate the ancient repository of military arts and steal fragments of the foundational principles? Chun-Ling raised an eyebrow in astonishment. The letter contained a detailed depiction of a portion of the map of the ancient repository of military arts, with a corner highlighted in red. If all goes as expected, that is the object the Red King desires him to procure. Chun-Ling finally comprehended why Chu Mu-yun said that only he could accomplish this task within the Huanghun Shi, for he alone was the enforcer, having recently passed the evaluation as the top candidate, thus qualifying for entry into the ancient repository of military arts. Simultaneously, he possessed the skill wuxiang. No one but Chun-Ling could possibly gain access to the ancient repository of military arts. But why does the Huanghun Shi seek the fragments of the foundational principles? Chun-Ling continued reading. The Red King did not elucidate this point in the letter, merely informing him that a member of the Huanghun Shi would meet him to provide support and assist with his movements. After finishing the letter, Chun-Ling pondered momentarily before surrendering the paper to the candle's flame. The parchment curled, the bright firelight illuminating Chun-Ling's face, flickering silently in the darkness. That night, after Chun-Ling fell asleep, he did not enter the theater. He dreamed a dream. He dreamt of returning to the time before the great calamity, standing at the familiar doorstep of his home, gazing at his mother, clutching his memorial portrait, weeping uncontrollably. Chun-Ling felt a profound ache in his heart, even though his chest was hollow. "Mother, I am not dead," Chun-Ling murmured as he stepped out of the elevator, yearning to embrace the family he cherished most. "Mother, I am alive. I want you all to live." Just as his foot was about to cross the elevator threshold, the elevator plummeted. A powerful sensation of weightlessness enveloped Chun-Ling as he flailed helplessly within the cabin, witnessing the elevator shaft seemingly extend infinitely and in the endless descent. He could only see his home receding into the distance. Thud. Chun-Ling collapsed to the ground. It was an endless abyss of darkness. The lights of home seemingly transformed into stars, dotting the unreachable firmament above. Chun-Ling stood in the darkness, like an ant cast into the depths of despair, foolishly extending his hand in an attempt to touch the celestial sphere. Just as despair began to take root in his heart, a blood-red divine path extended from beneath his feet, reaching towards the distant stars. That was the path to his home, a twisted, eerie, crimson road, flanked on either side by countless scarlet eyes observing him, glinting with mockery. At that moment, Chun-Ling found himself standing on the first step, eager to ascend to greater heights. Yet, as he prepared to take the next step, he discovered that his foot could not land on the next step, no matter how hard he tried. Chun-Ling froze, lowering his gaze to the step beneath him, where he found a crooked line of small characters inscribed, completing a performance involving no fewer than 50 participants, while ensuring that none survive after its conclusion. The moment Chun-Ling glimpsed these words, his confusion deepened. Turning back, he suddenly noticed a line of small characters inscribed upon the steps he had traversed, losing the one you love most and becoming them. A line crossed through this phrase, resembling a completed performance checklist, now trodden beneath his feet. Chun-Ling appeared to grasp something profound as he redirected his gaze to the twisted path leading towards the heavens. Terror flooding his eyes. This was a living road, a monstrous road, In the next instant, everything around him shattered. At midnight, Chun-Ling awoke with a start, his complexion ashen, lingering on the bed for a moment before rushing to his desk. Seizing paper and pen, he hastily inscribed the words from the next stone step, as if fearful of forgetting, completing a performance involving no fewer than 50 participants, while ensuring that none survive after its conclusion. Was this the price of advancing on the twisted divine path? Or perhaps a condition? Chun-Ling murmured to himself. He understood that what had transpired moments ago was far from a mere dream. The fact that he had not entered the theater upon falling asleep was itself an anomaly. Could this dream be a hint from his own divine path? Or perhaps it was a yin? This path was unlike other divine paths. It would render one's life convoluted and fraught with hardship. Chun-Ling recalled the words of Chun Yin before embarking on the twisted divine path, falling into contemplation. Other divine paths surely did not impose such a cost. Otherwise, Chu Mu Yun would have alerted him today. Therefore, were these small characters on the steps unique to his twisted divine path? Was this the very convolutedness and hardship spoken of by Chun Yin? Gazing at the words he had inscribed on the paper, Chun-Ling's expression grew complex. Yet now that he had embarked upon this path, it would be his sole means of escaping the audience, and indeed his only option to return home. But even so, how was he to accomplish this terrifying performance involving no fewer than 50 participants? Chun-Ling sat at the desk, deep in thought for a long while. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, he slowly penned 4 characters after the sentence. Bing Dao Good Song. Following this, he inscribed a question mark. The pen lingered at the final dot of the question mark, the inky darkness spreading across the page, while Chun-Ling sat motionless like a statue. The aurora danced in the sky outside, yet he remained oblivious to the shadows seated in the grand theater of his mind, their lips curving slightly, as if in amusement. Chapter 50, Kindness District 3, Enforcer Headquarters. You are Chun-Ling, correct? An enforcer meticulously verified Chun-Ling's identity before handing him 2 sets of black and red uniforms along with an enforcer badge. After changing into the attire, Chun-Ling partook in a meal at headquarters and then proceeded to the square for his induction oath in the afternoon. The series of events granted him an ever-growing sense of returning to modern society. Even after nearly 400 years since the Great Catastrophe, some human customs had endured, offering a glimpse into the shadows of pre-catastrophe civilization. The only surprise for Chun-Ling was that the speaker was not Han Meng, but rather another enforcer he had seldom seen, a second-tier enforcer. Where was Commander Han Meng? Why was he not the one speaking? Questions arose among the enforcers nearby. Did you not hear? I heard the enforcer from District 3 staged a rebellion a couple of days ago. Ma Zhong, along with 2 other enforcers, plotted against Commander Han Meng, and as a result, they were brutally countered. Really? Is that true? Of course it is. It is said that evening, Commander Han Meng, in a fit of rage, executed Ma Zhong and his companions before any official documents could be issued from Aurora City, taking down over 50 enforcers entangled in their interests. Did you not notice the significant reduction in the enforcers present today? Wow, to kill so many in one go. Isn't that crippling the enforcers of District 3? Commander Han Meng is quite ruthless. Now, only 2 enforcers remain in District 3. One is Commander Han Meng, and the other is this Xiranji on stage. Xiranji was personally promoted by Commander Han Meng. Although he is merely a second tier, his background is quite clean. However, I have heard that because Commander Han Meng failed to report promptly and took matters into his own hands, Aurora City is quite displeased and may deal with him soon. So that is why he has not appeared. Alas, what a pity. Hearing the conversation beside him, Chun-Ling's brow furrowed slightly. He suddenly recalled the words spoken by Han Meng in his home yesterday afternoon. After a long silence, whether you believe me or not, I have always fulfilled my duties. If you truly feel this world lacks justice, perhaps you should become it yourself. Previously, Chu Muyun's assessment of Han Meng also highlighted his sense of justice. It seemed that Han Meng indeed possessed some substance. After Xiranji concluded his speech, he began assigning tasks to the newcomers and delineating the streets they would each be responsible for patrolling. As the only enforcer from Han Shuang Street this year, Chun-Ling was naturally assigned to patrol Han Shuang Street. Following Han Meng's purge of the enforcers in District 3, the enforcer ranks had indeed been significantly cleaned up. As Chun-Ling contemplated this, he exited headquarters and proceeded directly towards Han Shuang Street. On his first day as an enforcer, he was required to patrol his designated street. allowing the residents to become familiar with him, serving as a form of asserting authority, a regulation within the enforcer ranks. Ever since donning this uniform and stepping out of the enforcer headquarters, passersby had taken to avoiding him, not even daring to meet his gaze. "Would you like a peach, Commander?" An elderly voice called from nearby. Chen-Ling turned to see a frail old woman pushing a cart laden with peaches, her voice hoarse. "No, thank you," Chen-Ling replied, waving his hand in refusal. "Commander, please try one. I brought these from District 4 this morning. Their peaches are both excellent and inexpensive." She grasped Chen-Ling's collar, her murky eyes filled with pleading. Following her form, he noticed a swaddled infant nestled within the cart, trembling against the biting wind that swept across the ground. "Just take a bite. If it's not good, you won't owe me a thing." She selected the largest peach from the cart, carefully wiping it with her garment before extending it toward Chen-Ling. Chen-Ling refrained from eating, uncertain whether the peach contained anything harmful, such as poison. The thought startled him, for his former self would never have reacted this way. Had it been to him before the great catastrophe, or even yesterday's version of himself, he would have surely lent a hand, purchasing a few peaches as an act of kindness. That had been his compassion and conviction, yet now, those qualities seemed to be gradually fading. Chen-Ling met the old woman's gaze for a moment before finally asking, "How much for the peaches?" "1 copper coin per pound. Then I'll take 2 pounds. Expressionless, Chen-Ling retrieved 2 copper coins from his pocket and handed them to her. The old woman immediately accepted the coins with both hands, repeatedly bowing in gratitude, while she selected the largest peaches to place in a bag. Simultaneously, Chen-Ling spoke up, "That child seems to have a fever. You should take him to get some medicine." With secret eye, Chen-Ling discerned that the infant's condition was concerning and felt compelled to offer a warning. The old woman paused, a look of struggle and guilt crossing her eyes as she glanced at the infant. Yet she said nothing, merely selecting 2 more peaches for Chen-Ling without weighing them. Chen-Ling could tell, even with the naked eye, that these peaches far exceeded 2 pounds. "Thank you, Commander." "Thank you." She expressed her gratitude profusely before continuing on with her cart. Upon encountering the next passerby, she hurriedly approached, pleading, "Sir, would you like some peaches? They're from District 4. The cold wind turned her and the infant's faces crimson, yet did not topple that frail and weary body. Chen-Ling sighed, feeling helpless as he touched his pocket and shook his head. He purchased merely 2 jin, solely because he had only 2 copper coins left in his pocket. The silver coins he had received from Qianfan had long been discarded in the bloodied grounds of the courtyard. As he stepped onto Han Shuang Street, he noticed numerous individuals surreptitiously stationed at their doorsteps, gazing in this direction. Upon seeing Chen-Ling approach in uniform, they began to whisper among themselves. "Oh, there's Officer Chen-Ling." The first shop on the street was the cake shop that Chen-Ling had frequented before. Upon noticing Chen-Ling's arrival, the owner immediately donned a flattering smile. "Officer Chen-Ling, you look quite handsome in that outfit." "Li boss," Chen-Ling replied, smoothly walking to the entrance of the shop. He glanced at the residents of Han Shuang Street and inquired, "What is happening here?" "Oh, everyone is here to see you." "To see me?" "Indeed." The officer who was originally responsible for patrolling Han Shuang Street is said to have been killed by Officer Han Meng. Today marks the day of a new officer assuming office, so everyone is eager to see who will now hold sway over this street. When the list of officers passing the assessment was announced that day, everyone speculated it might be you. After all, you are one of us from Han Shuang Street. And here you are indeed. Chapter 51. Peach. Upon hearing this, Chen-Ling finally grasped the context, nodding slightly. Officer Chen-Ling, Li boss glanced around cautiously, then pulled out a small paper bag from the counter, handing it to Chen-Ling. "This is a small token of appreciation for my shop. Please accept it. If you ever crave a cake, just let me know, and I will personally deliver it to your home." Chen-Ling narrowed his eyes slightly, unwrapping the paper to reveal 2 silver coins still bearing the scent of cream. His brow furrowed immediately, noticing Chen-Ling's frown. The observantly boss felt a pang of anxiety and quickly added, "Officer Chen-Ling, this month has seen heavy rains, blizzards, and calamities, and my shop has truly not earned much. Next month, I assure you, there will be more." Gazing at the 2 silver coins in his hand, Chen-Ling seemed to understand the whispers of the Han Shuang Street residents. Just as he was about to speak, several figures emerged from the surrounding shops. "Officer Chen-Ling. I'm from the tailor shop across the street. You can call me Xiao Su." "Officer Chen-Ling, do you remember me? I repaired the plumbing at your home before. My hardware store is right next door. This is a small token for me." "Officer Chenling, you look truly splendid. Do come by our shop sometime. We have many beautiful ladies there." It appeared that seeing Li Boss extend his hand first encouraged the other shop owners to follow suit, all of them wearing broad smiles, each handing Chenling a paper bag containing 2 silver coins. Judging by the weight, it seemed they had conspired beforehand, as each shop was offering precisely 2 silver coins. Except for the middle-aged woman who suggested that Chenling visit their shop, she stuffed 5 coins into his hands and gave him a knowing look. Within mere seconds, the silver coins in Chenling's grasp had swelled to nearly 20. If converted to pre-catastrophe currency, that would amount to 5,000 RMB. And this was merely the beginning of his stroll down the street. At that moment, Chenling suddenly understood why someone like Ma Zhong could purchase such a lavish residence in District 2. If an ordinary officer could so brazenly reap such benefits from their position, then the profits of Ma Zhong, a powerful enforcer in District 3, must be staggering. Furthermore, his enterprises also involved the shadowy dealings of Bingquan Street. From the reactions of the residents of Hanshuang Street, it seemed that such occurrences were quite commonplace in the Aurora realm. "I'm sorry, I cannot accept," Chenling stated, shaking his head. Upon hearing these 5 words, the faces of the crowd turned pale. After exchanging cautious glances, they hesitantly spoke up. "What do you mean?" "Nothing at all. I simply cannot accept." Chenling placed their offerings on the cake counter, turning to exit, continuing toward the other end of Hanshuang Street. The expressions of the shop owners darkened further. They gritted their teeth and pulled out more silver coins from their pockets, stuffing them into their paper bags, then hurriedly pursued him. "Officer Chenling, our revenue this month has indeed been poor. Please show us some mercy and let us off this time." "Yes, Officer Chenling, we are all neighbors on this street. Please show us some leniency. If you refuse this money, we will be unsettled. What if other enforcers come by? We have no one to protect us." As their voices trailed off, Chenling's heart grew clearer. They were not merely offering money. It was a form of protection fee. They wished to continue their business in District 3, and without protection, it would be untenable. If he refused their money, their anxiety would only deepen. They believed Chenling's refusal stemmed from the amount being too paltry. To accept or not to accept? Chenling narrowed his eyes. A thought suddenly surged in his mind. "You wish to use this as a test for the officers?" He spoke coldly. At this, the other shop owners were left dumbfounded. How much do you want? Please, just name a number." "I have never had any interest in money," Chenling replied. "What do you desire? Just tell us, and we will prepare it immediately." Chenling slowly pulled a peach from the convenience bag and handed it to Li Boss. "I want a truckload of identical peaches." With those words, Chenling turned and departed. If these shop owners were wise, they would inquire where to procure such peaches. It would not be difficult to find the old woman selling peaches on the adjacent street. In this way, they would pay her and secure their own peaches, finding a sense of reassurance. "Yes, this plan is flawless," Chenling thought to himself. As his figure gradually faded from view, the gazes of the shop owners fell upon the peach in Li Boss's hand. 2 of them, their legs giving way, collapsed to the ground. He said to bring him this kind of peach. The hardware store owner, a burly man standing at nearly 6 feet tall, was now so frightened that his lips turned purple. "He calls this a peach." At that moment, in Li Boss's hand lay a fresh, red heart, slowly ceasing to beat. Audience anticipation level 2. Upon seeing these words appear in the snow, Chenling was taken aback. What on earth? Why has the audience anticipation level risen again? Chenling furrowed his brow, replaying all his recent actions in his mind. Yet he could not pinpoint the source of the increased anticipation. Could it be that the audience was causing mischief again? As he pondered in suspicion, he continued deeper into Hanshuang Street, with more and more shop owners stepping forward to forge good relations. Chenling, in turn, offered the peaches from his bag, informing them that he would only accept this, then promptly turned to leave. The effect of distributing peaches seemed to exceed Chenling's expectations. Each time he handed them out, the shop owners ceased their pursuit, presumably off to find places to purchase peaches. Audience anticipation level 2. Audience anticipation level 2. Audience anticipation level. Watching the anticipation level rise increasingly, Chenling's brow furrowed tighter. He seemed to sense something amiss and glanced down at the bag in his hand. Only one peach remained nestled within, smooth and succulent, exuding a delightful fragrance. Chenling picked up the peach, examining it closely for some time, yet found no fault. Thus he cautiously took a bite. Sweet. Meanwhile, Across the street, in a house where the occupants were peering through the window at Chun-Ling, the mistress rolled her eyes back and fainted on the spot. Having finished the peach in just a few bites, Chun-Ling realized he had nearly traversed Hanshuang Street. Noticing the time was getting late, he headed straight toward his alley. Upon reaching his doorstep, he found that the Zhao's breakfast shop diagonally across had drawn down its metal shutter. A bit surprised, as it was customary for Uncle Zhao to keep the door open to prepare ingredients for the next day, even if he wasn't serving customers at this hour. Chun-Ling did not dwell on it, returning home to change out of his black and red uniform and sitting on the eaves in front of his house. Uncertain how long passed, he stared at the empty street, lost in thought. Why hasn't anyone come to deliver the peaches? Chapter 52. The Enforcer of Demons? At that moment, within one of the shops on Hanshuang Street, dozens of business owners gathered, their brows furrowed in unison, as if the world were on the brink of annihilation. Did he truly demand identical peaches? One owner ventured tentatively. Indeed, he mentioned it to me as well. When he handed over that heart, it was still dripping with blood. I nearly fainted from fright. Do you understand? Where on earth are we supposed to procure human hearts for him? Surely, he doesn't expect us to engage in some ghastly human sacrifice? This was indeed bizarre. The previous enforcer, while tyrannical, could at least be appeased with money. But why on earth did Chun-Ling require human hearts? Just today, a neighbor claimed to have witnessed Chun-Ling devouring a heart on the street. At this revelation, every pair of eyes widened in horror, envisioning the ghastly scene of Chun-Ling, grinning wickedly as he tore apart a heart. The temperature in the room plummeted. A nervous swallow echoed in the silence. The more timid business owners trembled visibly. He enjoys consuming human hearts? Isn't that the sort of thing only demons do in storybooks? If he doesn't relish them, why carry such a large bag of hearts around? So, where does he acquire them? Wait, the more we discuss this, the stranger it seems. Uncle Zhao, who had been silently observing from a corner, finally spoke up. I know Ling well. I watch him grow up. He is a good kid. He can't possibly be as sinister as you claim. Are you sure you haven't misjudged him? Impossible. We have all seen it. Should we report this to the enforcers? Have you lost your mind? Report it to the enforcers? Chun-Ling himself is an enforcer. Do you wish to be the next victim, having your heart dug out in public? The owner who suggested the report shivered and fell silent. So, what shall we do now? We cannot truly provide him with human hearts, can we? The conversation continued in a flurry of anxious exchanges, the atmosphere thickening with panic and confusion until, ultimately, silence descended, and they all lowered their heads, contemplating whether to relocate. But even if they moved, where could they go? Could they afford houses in other districts? Let us consider this. An elder owner finally spoke. Offering human hearts is out of the question. Xiao, aren't you in the butchery business? Why not procure a few pig or chicken hearts to send him? Let us see how he reacts. Pig hearts and chicken hearts? Will that suffice? If it doesn't, what can we do? We can't obtain the type of peaches he wants. Let us assess the situation first. Above all, we must not provoke him. I have a feeling he is more ruthless than any enforcer we have encountered before. Understood. As night fell, Chun-Ling was still waiting for the peaches to arrive. What could possibly be delaying their arrival? Was it truly necessary for the acquisition of a few peaches to take this long? Chun-Ling pondered in frustration. Just as he was about to rise and close the door to rest, a figure approached his doorstep. Upon seeing the person's face, Chun-Ling's eyes narrowed slightly. Director Han Ming, why have you returned? Han Ming was not clad in his usual black trench coat, adorned with 4 symbols. Instead, he wore casual attire, which perhaps contributed to Chun-Ling feeling no sense of oppression this time, as if merely standing before an ordinary young man. I have come to deliver documents. Your quota for the Bingdao Guzong has been approved. Han Ming held out a piece of paper, speaking calmly. What? Will you not invite me in for a moment? After a moment's hesitation, Chun-Ling stood aside to allow him passage. Previously, he would not have permitted Han Ming entry, but after hearing certain matters at headquarters today, his perception of Han Ming had shifted. Han Ming naturally took a seat at the table, glancing at the neatly stacked enforcer uniforms beside him. How does it feel to be an enforcer on your first day? The authority of an enforcer is even greater than I imagined, Chun-Ling replied coolly. I find it unsettling. That is quite normal. Many newly appointed enforcers become intoxicated by sudden power and profit, leading to their own downfall. Yet you have not succumbed. I did not misjudge you. How do you know I have not? Han Ming surveyed the still drafty room, remaining silent. Of course, excessive weakness is not ideal either. as it may lead the populace to perceive you as easily bullied. You must establish a certain degree of authority. As Han Meng spoke, a figure on a bicycle rode past Chunling's house. Perhaps the entrance was too slippery, for he suddenly fell to the ground with a thud, cursing under his breath. He prepared to leave, but upon spotting Chunling in the house, his expression shifted dramatically. Sorry. Director, Chunling, I disturbed your rest. I sincerely apologize. Without a moment's hesitation, he knelt and bowed 3 times. Then, scrambling to his feet, he fled into the snow, leaving his bicycle spinning in front of Chunling's home. Han Meng remarked, "Your authority is quite well established." Chunling recognized the man as the shop owner he had encountered earlier in the day, the one to whom he had given a peach. Yet he could not fathom why the man had reacted as if he had seen a ghost upon seeing him. Let us get back to business. Han Meng handed the documents to Chunling tomorrow at noon. Gather at the headquarters in District 3 with several other enforcers. Prepare to depart for Bingdao Gutsong. So soon? It had only been 2 or 3 days since the martial trials concluded, and he had just donned the enforcer uniform. Yet arrangements were already made for him to go to Bingdao Gutsong. Usually, the opening of Bingdao Gutsong occurs 3 months later, but this year is an exception. Pause briefly. Yesterday, Districts 5 and 6 experienced a massive convergence of the Grey Realm, resulting in a 5th-tier disaster creature emerging, leading to the near-total demise of the enforcers in those districts. Another convergence of the Grey Realm? Chunling exclaimed. Wasn't it said that such occurrences are rare within human territories? That was the case previously, but the Aurora Realm has been behaving unusually of late. Chunling recalled that Chu Mu Yun had mentioned something similar. Recently, the unprecedented torrential rain had caused a convergence at the unmarked grave site, and the continuous heavy snowfall in recent days had triggered a large-scale convergence in Districts 5 and 6. It seemed that every chaotic celestial phenomenon provoked such convergences. Is it related to celestial phenomena? Chunling inquired tentatively. Perhaps, Han Meng mused, his eyes narrowing slightly. Moreover, the Twilight Society has emerged. Upon hearing the name Twilight Society, Chunling's heart stirred, and he feigned nonchalance as he asked, "The Twilight Society? What is that?" Chapter 53. The Tribunal, a fanatical and malevolent organization that venerates destruction. Wherever they appear, disaster and misfortune inevitably follow. Is it that serious? You have not encountered them. Though the members of the Twilight Society are few, each is a fanatic. Han Meng recalled his own experience of being toyed with by Meihua 8, his gaze growing colder. Was the incident in Districts 3, 5, and 6 orchestrated by them? Chunling began to probe indirectly. That should not be the case. Han Meng shook his head. They lack the ability to actively summon the Grey Realm. That is a technique of the Jiangtian sect. Then what disasters and misfortunes have they brought to the Aurora Realm? Chunling endeavored to keep his tone innocent, wishing to avoid raising Han Meng's suspicions about his inquiries into the Twilight Society. But Han Meng, being astute, seemed to catch a hint of something amiss. He scrutinized Chunling for a long moment before responding gravely. Chunling, you should refrain from harboring any curiosity about this organization, nor should you engage with them in any form. They are extremely dangerous and adept at brainwashing. You must understand, should you encounter a member of the Twilight Society, keep your distance as far as possible. Do you comprehend? Unfortunately, a newly minted member of the Twilight Society is seated right before you. Realizing that Han Meng had reached such a critical point in his warning, Chunling refrained from further questioning, nodding calmly. In any case, Districts 5 and 6 have suffered catastrophic damage. Preliminary estimates indicate that over 3,000 lives have been lost in this calamity, compounded by the annihilation of the enforcer team. These 2 districts are effectively ruined. Even if Aurora City urgently reallocates enforcers to fill the gaps, manpower remains insufficient. Thus, they advance the opening time of Bingdao Gutsong, seeking to swiftly recover. Indeed, after 3 years of probation, enforcers have an opportunity to enter Bingdao Gutsong, with a chance of being selected by Shundao to become an enforcer and access the ancient vault ahead of time, signifying a rapid influx of new enforcers, albeit of the first tier. This time, 70 enforcers were dispatched from the 7 major zones, along with those sent from Jiguang City. You will need to sail across the frozen sea to reach the outermost edge of the Jiguang realm, where Bingdao Gutsong awaits. Additionally, 3 enforcers from Jiguang City will lead the expedition, ensuring your safety. What is Bingdao Gutsong like? It is expansive, Yet the area designated for your trials occupies only a small fraction. You will understand upon arrival. Hanming glanced at the time and calmly remarked, "It is getting late. Rest early to conserve your strength. Moreover, should you encounter any incidents within the vault, do not be overly cautious. You are an enforcer from our third zone. Even if you stir up some trouble, I will stand by you. Do not bring shame upon our third zone." Upon hearing this, Qinling was momentarily taken aback. Before he could inquire further, Hanming turned and departed. Qinling pondered Hanming's final words, sensing an implicit suggestion. Perhaps this was the true purpose of his visit today. After a moment's reflection, he shook his head and lay down, gradually succumbing to slumber. Damn it, can't I even have a peaceful dream? Qinling opened his eyes to the glaring spotlight above him, sighing inwardly. After last night's dream, he almost believed he might escape the nightly obligation of reporting to the theater and enjoy a restful sleep. Yet here he was again. Rising from the stage, he walked directly to the screen and pressed the treasure chest button in the corner. Following the completion of the first act, he had a designated character lottery opportunity remaining. And as he was soon to embark for Bing Dao Gut Song, acquiring an additional skill for self-defense would be prudent. As the stirring music played, Qinling approached the table, and with a flurry of cards, they elegantly landed face down on the surface. Please write the name of the character you wish to draw on the paper. A line of small text appeared. Grasping the white paper in his hand, Qinling hesitated momentarily before ultimately inscribing two characters, Hanming. Since it was a designated character, he naturally opted for the one with the highest potential. Among those around him, only Chu Miyun and Hanming were Xindao possessors, and compared to the Xindao, the Bing Xindao was certainly more adept in combat, or so he believed. Moreover, with his current possession of Killing Dance, acquiring another skill from the Bing Xindao would create a more synergistic combination. If feasible, Qinling even contemplated replicating an entire path of judgment. In this way, could he not be considered a practitioner of both the Shi Xindao and the Bing Xindao? As the name Hanming materialized on the paper, all the other cards on the table vanished, leaving 12 cards arrayed in a line. These represented all the skills possessed by Hanming, among which one card was gray and, thus, unselectable. To Qinling's knowledge, Hanming was a 4-pattern enforcer, correlating to the 4th tier of the Bing Xindao. Out of these 12 cards, only 4 were blue Xindao skill cards, while the remainder were likely ordinary skills such as culinary tracking. As for the unselectable card, it was presumably the Killing Dance that Qinling already held. A probability of 3 out of 11? No. The screen indicated that based on the overall audience anticipation from the previous act, there would be enhancements. Qinling rubbed his hands together, hesitating before ultimately choosing one of the cards. Skill: Judgment Court Affiliation, Bing Xindao, Judgment Path, 4th tier. Character: Hanming. Here it comes. Upon seeing this skill, Qinling's mind instantly conjured the image of Hanming battling the red paper monster, shattering its form with 3 shots. If all goes as expected, this would be one of the core skills of the Judgment Path. As Qinling absorbed the card, all information regarding this skill flooded his mind. Unlike Killing Dance, this was a domain skill, which would consume the user's mental energy upon activation. It is worth noting that whether employing Wuxiang or Mitong, Qinling experienced no verdance. However, after just a few seconds of using Killing Dance, he felt utterly exhausted. Skills of the 1st to 3rd tiers relied on physical prowess for activation, while those of the 4th tier and above demanded mental energy. Qinling contemplated this. He wondered if his current 1st tier mental energy would suffice to utilize Judgment Court even once. Chapter 54. Upon awakening, Qinling glanced at the time, which aligned closely with his expectations. He walked to the headquarters of the 3rd Zone Enforcers, and as he entered, he spotted a familiar figure approaching. "Qinling, you have finally arrived." Jiang Qin checked the list, stating, "Now we are all here." Qinling remembered Jiang Qin, who had spoken to him on the night the red paper monster ravaged the room, offering assistance for any future issues. He was one of the few enforcers who left a favorable impression on Qinling. Qinling's gaze swept past, and apart from himself and Jiang Qin, only 2 others remained, both from the same group of candidates who had undergone the martial trial, making them somewhat familiar. "Commander Jiang, are we the only ones going this time?" Qinling inquired. The other 2 candidates were among the top 3 in the current enforcer examination, and according to Hanming's agreement, they were indeed qualified to enter Bingdao Gutsong. However, logically, there should be other seasoned enforcers from the 3-year cycle joining them. "Indeed, just the 4 of us." Jiang Qin shrugged. There were originally 5 or 6 of my contemporaries, but a few days ago, their collusion with Mahjong was exposed, and they were dealt with by Munga. Qinling responded, "Our third zone is faring relatively well. Look at the enforcers from the 5th and 6th zones. They're either dead or maimed, and the total number who can go barely reaches 5. Jiang Qin remained quite optimistic. He tucked away the personnel list and led Qinling and the others outside. "Commander Jiang, how do we reach Bingdao Gutsong?" One of Qinling's contemporaries inquired. Qinling recalled the individual S name to be Zhong Yaguang. Bingdao Gutsong lies within the frozen sea at the northern border of the Jiguang realm. To reach it, we must take a boat from the port. Lindong Port? That is quite far. It's not too bad if we take the train. A train? Qinling was taken aback. He had assumed such a mode of transportation did not exist in this era. However, upon further reflection, if it were a steam train, it would indeed require no advanced technology. He simply hadn't heard anyone in Hanshuang Street mentioning it. Indeed, Qinling, have you never ridden one? Zhong Yaguang's eyes brightened. If it's your first time, you will be amazed. It's quite impressive. I haven't ridden one either. The fare is rather steep. The other silent individual chimed in. Do not worry. This time, Mungo will cover the ticket costs. Jiang Qin smiled faintly. The three followed Jiang Qin to the border of the third zone, where a straight iron track extended from the snowy distance, leading to a small, dilapidated platform before them. Though referred to as a platform, it was merely a large canopy built on the ground with several stone steps. Beside a modest ticket booth marked with a prominent number 3. For the vast majority of the residents of the Jiguang realm, especially those from the 7 major zones, there was hardly any demand for train travel. Their entire lives could be spent within their neighborhoods, and the notion of traveling to the other major zones was foreign to them. The development of the 7 major zones had been essentially uniform, rendering all places similar. Thus, the construction of train tracks was more for facilitating the transport of goods within Jiguang City and the 7 major zones, making the simplicity of the platform entirely justifiable. Jiang Qin approached the ticket booth, and after a while, he emerged with 4 tickets in hand. Let us wait a moment. The train will arrive in about 10 minutes. Our timing is just about right. This train runs only once a day, and missing it would spell disaster. The 4 of them stepped onto the platform. The desolate wilderness surrounding them, with only the ticket booth in sight, as they braved the biting cold wind. With the snow just beginning to melt and the platform exposed to the elements, they silently huddled together, craning their necks to gaze towards the distant tracks, eagerly awaiting the train that would deliver them from their plight. "How is it, Qinling? Are you cold?" Jiang Qin's concerned voice broke the silence, glancing at her light attire. "Not cold," Qinling replied, shaking her head. "If it were, I could fetch you a coat from my suitcase. We still have to enter Bingdao Gutsong for training later. You mustn't catch a cold on the way." Before Qinling could respond, Jiang Qin knelt down and opened her hard-shell suitcase, rummaging through it. "Really, you don't have to." Qinling quickly waved her hand. "I have a strong constitution. I can withstand the cold." Ignoring her protest, Jiang Qin produced a deep brown overcoat and, without hesitation, wrapped it around Qinling. "This time, I am the team leader for District 3. Just listen to me." Jiang Qin gently patted her shoulder. "Besides, even if you catch a cold on the way, it won't matter. I brought 4 packets of cold medicine. That should be sufficient." "Thank you," Qinling murmured, enveloped in a thick, windproof coat, momentarily at a loss for words. "No need for thanks," Jiang Qin replied, hesitating for a moment before continuing. "Qinling, some matters are not as you perceive. Mengge is quite amiable, though he can be stubborn and lacks warmth in his work, often too lazy to clarify misunderstandings. I and Mengge have long noticed the actions of Mahjong and the other enforcers from District 3, but we lacked evidence. Moreover, Mahjong has backing in Aurora City. Without proof, Mengge cannot take action against him." Jiang Qin's gaze turned earnest. "We are truly very sorry about your brother's situation." Qinling was taken aback by the sudden admission, falling into silence against the cold wind. "I had suspected as much. If Mahjong didn't have backing, he wouldn't be able to operate his illicit enterprises so brazenly in District 2 and District 3. Mengge, being ostracized by Aurora City, faces immense difficulty in toppling the powerful Mahjong faction. This time, Mahjong brought his own demise upon himself by attempting to assassinate Mengge, which provided us the opportunity to uproot them. Yet, even so, Mengge faced disciplinary action from Aurora City." Jiang Qin sighed deeply. "Do you realize? Had it not been for the large-scale convergence of the Gray Realm in Districts 5 and 6, Mengge would have been imprisoned long ago. Currently, Aurora City is critically short-staffed, which is why he has not been dealt with. Nonetheless, he has been suspended. Imprisoned? Chun-Ling frowned. Isn't he the victim? Many in Aurora City harbor discontent towards Mengge. In this era, those who are too upright and principled often meet unfortunate ends. Just as Jiang Qin finished speaking, a rumbling sound echoed from afar. The train is coming, Zhong Yaoguang exclaimed. So soon? Jiang Qin turned to look at the clock in the center of the platform. It's 10 minutes early? As the thunderous sound drew nearer, a massive black steel beast, exhaling clouds of steam, approached the platform. Zhong Yaoguang nudged Chun-Ling with his elbow, raising his eyebrows. What do you think? Impressive, isn't it? Chun-Ling merely raised an eyebrow and remained silent. Yes, that's the one, Jiang Qin confirmed, glancing at the ticket and nodding slightly at the train's number. It appeared they had indeed arrived early. As the train gradually came to a halt, a conductor emerged, placing a plank between the steps and the train door. For those heading to Lindong Port, please board. At this announcement, the group wasted no time and boarded in sequence. With the whistle's blast resonating once more, the train began to move along the tracks, gradually disappearing into the vast, white horizon. A few minutes later, a figure emerged from the ticket booth. He glanced at the deserted platform, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth, before dragging out a blood-stained black cloth bag from beneath the counter and walking away. Clang, clang, clang. A black steel train traversed the snow, slowly coming to a stop at the platform. A conductor poked his head out from the train, surveying the area before stating, "No one at this stop. Let's go." The steam whistle again echoed as the train vanished into the distance. The three prominent characters painted in red on the top of the dark locomotive unmistakably reading 18. Chapter 55. The theft of faces. Chun-Ling and her companions enter the carriage. This train consisted of 6 carriages, 5 designated for freight and only 1 for passengers. As they boarded, they noticed 4 individuals dressed in enforcer uniforms seated together. They were likely from the same batch heading to Bingdao Gutsang. "A 3 is here," Zhong Yaoguang said, locating their seats according to the signs and taking the window seat first. "What a pity. Had I known, I would have brought some fruit or snacks. The journey would be less dull. If you're hungry, I have some," another colleague offered, pulling a bag of seed from his bag. "Thank you," Chun-Ling replied, lacking interest in the seeds. Since boarding, she had noticed the condensation on the window forming 2 lines of characters. Audience anticipation, 7. Current anticipation, 36. Something is amiss. Each time the audience anticipation inexplicably surged. Chun-Ling felt a tension throughout her being, as this often signified that something was about to transpire. "Chun-Ling, are you not going to eat?" Zhong Yaoguang offered the seeds again. Chun-Ling narrowed her eyes, this time accepting the seeds, crushing them in her hand and watching the fragments scatter on the ground. "Not poisonous," she mused thoughtfully. Zhong Yaoguang's eyelids twitched. "Chun-Ling, even if you don't want to eat, you needn't be so dramatic. You could just say no." From the outset, Chun-Ling's demeanor had been excessively cold, as if she had no desire to engage with them. To be honest, Zhong Yaoguang did not mind her personality, understanding that everyone comes from different backgrounds. But Chun-Ling's behavior felt somewhat excessive. "Be quiet. Let's have some peace," Chun-Ling interjected, her brow furrowed as she meticulously searched for discrepancies, showing no interest in banter. The anticipation had surged abruptly after they boarded, indicating that there must be something wrong with this train. "Chun-Ling," Jiang Qin interjected, "All right, enough of the noise. We are all colleagues from District 3. Why cause a fuss over such trivial matters? Chun-Ling is tired. Let her rest for a moment." "Zhong Yaoguang, are you not bored? How about we 3 play some cards?" At Jiang Qin's suggestion, although Zhong Yaoguang was displeased, he refrained from further comment, accepting that if Chun-Ling did not wish to socialize, he would not pressure her. "All right." Jiang Qin seemed prepared, pulling a deck of cards from his bag, and began playing with Zhong Yaoguang. Chun-Ling scanned the carriage, and even with the enhancement of Secret Eye, she could not discern anything unusual. Given her limited knowledge of trains in this era, it was challenging to gather any useful information. Thus, her gaze fell upon the 4 enforcers at the adjacent table. "Which district are they from?" Chun-Ling suddenly inquired. "Districts 5 and 6, Jiang Qin replied, glancing at their uniform numbers, confirming that only 4 had arrived, just as listed. Noticing Chun-Ling's gaze, the 4 enforcers turned to look at her, briefly meeting her eyes before averting their gaze, calmly staring out the window. Chun-Ling recalled that since boarding, she had not heard a single word from them, not even casual conversation among themselves. Furrowing her brow, she sensed something was amiss, but could not pinpoint it. What about Lindong Port? What's the situation at the border of Districts 1 and 2? Lindong Port should be farther from the other major districts. They had no other means to arrive except by train. Chun-Ling's mind raced. But why were only we and the individuals from Districts 5 and 6 on this train? Jiang Qin paused. Perhaps District 7 is too distant. They traveled there by train yesterday? What about District 4? Both Districts 5 and 6 chose to depart today. It makes no sense for District 4 to miss this train. Where are their people? Zhong Yaoguang spoke softly, suggesting that we simply board the train, indifferent to whether those from District 4 had done the same. Chun-Ling disregarded his words, sensing he had grasped something significant. Commander Jiang, how many from District 4 have arrived? Perhaps 10? As the two conversed, Zhong Yaoguang, growing impatient with the wait, propped his head up with one hand and glanced out the window. Huh? What's wrong? Inquired a colleague beside him. Am I seeing things? Zhong Yaoguang rubbed his eyes and peered intently outside. Where are the tracks? Upon uttering this, everyone froze momentarily. Chun-Ling quickly turned to look outside, where swirling snow was whipped up by the steam train, rendering the world outside a vast expanse of white. Unbeknownst to them, the tracks the train had been traversing had vanished. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain seated and refrain from moving about, announced a female attendant approaching with a black basket filled with snacks and fruit for sale. Extending her hand into the basket, she smiled and asked, "May I offer you something?" Zhong Yaoguang and his companions were momentarily taken aback, about to respond when Chun-Ling's voice suddenly rang out. "Watch out." Bang! The thunderous sound of a gunshot reverberated through the carriage, a bullet piercing the basket and striking Zhong Yaoguang in the head. In an instant, his bewildered head exploded, crimson and white splattering onto the colleague seated beside him, drenching him in blood. This abrupt turn of events left him and Commander Jiang in shock, and before long, the attendant pulled the trigger again. Yet, almost simultaneously, a swift kick sent the basket tumbling. Bang! A second gunshot echoed, the bullet embedding itself into the iron of the train, producing a sharp, piercing sound. Jiang, being an experienced enforcer, reacted swiftly, darting in front of the female attendant and landing a powerful right hook on her temple, sending her crashing into a nearby seat. In a flash, he drew his gun, aiming at the female attendant just as another bullet whizzed in from afar. This time, the gunfire came from 4 enforcers seated by the window in Districts 5 and 6. They remained calmly seated, their eyes narrowed, gazing at Chun-Ling and the others with mocking expressions. The bullet penetrated Jiang's palm, causing him to cry out in pain as his handgun fell to the ground. Simultaneously, figures appeared at both entrances of the carriage. One was a middle-aged man in a train conductor's uniform, and the other a male attendant. They fixed their gaze on Chun-Ling and his companions, sneering, "Nice reaction, but unfortunately, you 1T escape. Number 17, if you don't take action soon, that kid's blood will run cold." The female attendant, who had been knocked down by Jiang, slowly rose, casting a resentful glance at Jiang before moving to Zhong Yaoguang, whose head had been blown apart, and placing her hand over his face. A grayish light flickered, and Zhong Yaoguang's skin and features vanished, leaving behind a bloodied, hollow visage staring blankly at the ceiling. In the next moment, the attendant's face grotesquely contorted, gradually morphing into Zhong Yaoguang-esque likeness. She had stolen his face. Witnessing this, Jiang stared in disbelief. "Thief Path, you are arsonists." Chapter 56. Thief Path, you guessed correctly, the conductor remarked, raising an eyebrow, "but no reward for you." "You dare hijack the train?" Jiang retorted, scanning his surroundings with his peripheral vision. "Do you even know where this train is headed?" "To Lingdong Port, the ancient repository of military doctrine," the conductor said, approaching the attendant who had transformed into Zhong Yaoguang and casually tossing his white gloves into the pool of blood. He chuckled, "Otherwise, why would we steal your faces?" It became evident that their target was indeed the ancient repository of military doctrine. Jiang's mind raced, and he swiftly picked up his handgun, firing multiple rounds at the conductor. "Break the window and run." Bang, bang, bang. At the sound of gunfire, Chun-Ling drew a short knife from beneath his sleeve and forcefully shattered the window next to him, shards of glass mingling with the howling cold wind as he leapt out without hesitation. While Jiang bought time, Chun-Ling had already anticipated his intentions. Now, outnumbered and trapped at both ends of the carriage, their only escape lay in breaking the window. Jiang acted with equal swiftness, shooting the glass beside him and leaping out in the opposite direction from Chunling. As for the other colleague, his wits failed him. By the time he realized Chunling and Jiang had already jumped out, he frantically followed suit. It was this brief moment of hesitation that led a bullet to precisely pierce his skull, causing him to stumble and collapse. The conductor, observing the broken windows, wore a grim expression. He exchanged glances with the male attendant and calmly stated, "I'll pursue the seasoned enforcer. You go after the rookie." Understood. The two figures vanished simultaneously within the carriage. Another attendant approached, covering the deceased enforcer's face with her hand, gradually transforming into his likeness. "The enforcers from District 3 are quite interesting," remarked one of the four enforcers by the window. "Unlike those fools from Districts 5 and 6, who were wiped out without a trace, offering no experience whatsoever. It was that rookie who sensed something amiss." The enforcer facing him replied, "He doesn't seems simple. Number 13 1T fail, right? Fail? What are you joking about? Number 13 is already at the second tier of thief path. That rookie doesn't even have a divine path. How could he possibly fail? Indeed. Enough chatter. Come help me clean up the bodies. There's blood everywhere." It's revolting. Amidst the swirling snow, Chunling crouched atop the train, observing a figure darting chaotically into the snow like a headless fly. His eyes narrowed slightly. Yes, he and T actually fled, although he was uncertain of the mechanics at play, since the train could advance across the snow without tracks. Recklessly jumping down would ensure he could not outrun it on flat terrain, especially while being pursued. Thus, he opted to feign an escape through the broken window, quietly gripping the edge of the train beneath the window and stealthily climbing back onto the roof. The most perilous place is often the safest. Chunling navigated along the train's roof, inching toward the rear. With 6 carriages in total, the last one presented an absolute blind spot. Once the train distanced itself from the pursuers, he could quietly disembark from there and disappear. Did the arsonists also target the ancient repository of military doctrine? As Chunling pondered the events that had transpired, he wondered if they too were aiming for the foundation of the divine military doctrine. He was not particularly familiar with the arsonists, but judging by Jiang's reaction, it appeared that everyone in this organization possessed divine pathways. They were stealing the identities of rookie enforcers to infiltrate the ancient repository of military doctrine, which was quite similar to his own plan. The enforcers from Districts 5 and 6 were likely annihilated, totaling 8 when including the attendants and the conductor. No wonder they only allowed enforcers from Districts 3, 5, and 6 to board. They had calculated the numbers meticulously. He couldn't help but wonder if Jiang would manage to escape. As Chunling traversed the cargo compartment, he had already distanced himself from the passenger area. With the snowstorm raging, he should have entered a visual blind spot. Just as he prepared to leap down from the carriage, a figure gasping for breath climbed up from the far end. "I was wondering why I couldn't find you. You're quite adept at hiding." The male attendant was drenched in sweat, glaring at Chunling with a fierce gaze. Chunling thought, "Oh no, it seems this antagonist is rather clever." Without hesitation, he drew his gun, aiming at the attendant and pulling the trigger. Bang! The gunshot was drowned out by the train's roar and the howl of the wind and snow, while the attendant let out a cold laugh, showing no intention of dodging. As he leisurely walked across the last carriage toward Chunling, the bullet had already left the barrel. A gray flash swept through the emptiness, and he remained unscathed. Chunling's brow furrowed instantly. Through the Meteor, he witnessed the moment the bullet was about to make contact with the opponent, only to vanish. Immediately afterward, a crisp clink resonated as the bullet fell onto the top of the carriage. That elusive bullet, having slipped from the palms of the attendant, struck the steel surface of the train and rolled away, leaving no trace. Chunling, observing the approaching figure, pulled the trigger once more. Bang! 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 The successive gunshots echoed, yet not a single bullet managed to graze the attendant's body. As if by some conjuring trick, they simply evaporated. "Do you think a gun can harm me?" The attendant scoffed. "Boy, the power of the divine path is not something an ordinary person can withstand." Carelessly, he raised his hand, and several bullets fell from it, lifelessly plummeting into the snow. Just as Chunling was about to make a move, the attendant swiftly raised his hand and grasped at the void, causing the gun in Chunling's hand to vanish in an instant. In the next moment, that very gun was now in the attendant's grasp, the dark muzzle aimed squarely at Chunling's brow. Surprise flickered in Chun-Ling's eyes. This was his first encounter with a divine skill beyond the realm of the war god path. It seemed the opponent could steal anything within reach, including high-velocity bullets and a firearm he held. Is this the power of the thief path? Have you gained insight? The attendant appeared to relish the astonishment on Chun-Ling's face, smiling slightly. It was time to set forth. Bang! An orange flash erupted from the muzzle, and a bullet was discharged in an instant. Almost simultaneously, a fleeting shadow darted by, the deep brown coat tracing an arc through the wind and snow. Swiftly traversing half the carriage, the glint of a short blade aimed directly at the attendant. Now you've gained insight. In the wind, Chun-Ling calmly stated, "You two should be on your way." Chapter 57. The blood handprint. The attendant's pupils constricted suddenly, just as Chun-Ling's short blade was about to slice through his throat. A gray flash darted by, leaving his hand empty. Chun-Ling's gust of wind grazed the attendant's neck, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. He staggered back a step and retaliated by stabbing the short blade toward Chun-Ling. He forgot that he could steal weapons. With empty hands, Chun-Ling could only evade helplessly, and this brief moment allowed the attendant to create distance, barely stabilizing himself atop the train. How could he possess such speed? The attendant stared at Chun-Ling in disbelief. Do you also wield the divine path? As a realization struck him, his expression shifted rapidly. No, you're not an ordinary rookie enforcer. Who are you? A disciple of the Jiangtian? Or a member of the Huangwan society? With his identity exposed, Chun-Ling ceased to feign ignorance. He needed to eliminate this man swiftly, for he knew too much. Even without his weapon, Chun-Ling could still engage in hand-to-hand combat, utilizing the lethal techniques he learned from Han Meng, which were no trifling matter. Chun-Ling shifted his steps, closing in on the attendant at incredible speed, but the latter, having tasted defeat once, seemed wary of Chun-Ling's proximity, repeatedly using his handgun and short blade to maintain distance. As Chun-Ling drew nearer, the attendant found himself continually retreating, soon reaching the very end of the train, with nowhere left to escape. The deep brown coat fluttered atop the train. Steam mingled with snow, gradually enveloping their figures. Meanwhile, in the direction the train was heading, a narrow tunnel loomed rapidly. This tunnel was exceedingly constricted, barely a head taller than the train, and as the two combatants caught sight of the swiftly approaching wall, they were both taken aback. In the moment before they would collide with the tunnel, Chun-Ling reached for his chin and tore forcefully. A face skin flew into the air. Virum! The train thundered through the tunnel like a cannonball, the compressed air emitting a low rumble. Disordered lights and shadows flashed by, and moments later, light once again enveloped the train's top, revealing the attendant struggling to rise. Damn it, that was close. Just as he nearly collided with the tunnel, he had to use his skill to steal the sand and mud laden within the freight car, causing the tarpaulin beneath him to suddenly collapse, allowing him to narrowly escape. As he steadied himself, he spotted a blood-red leopard crouching mere steps away, its scarlet eyes fixed intently upon him. A leopard? The instant he saw this creature, his pupils constricted. He had no time to ponder how a leopard had materialized aboard the train before he aimed his gun to shoot, but at that moment, the crimson blur darted across the train's roof like lightning. Its sharp claws sliced through his wrist, sending the gun and his wrist tumbling from the carriage. And then the leopard viciously tore his neck and face, its chilling screams echoing through the wind and snow, soon drowned out by the roaring train. Clang! 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 Time passed, and the leopard finally came to a halt, rising to assume a human form. He lifted his hand, gently wiping the searing blood from his cheek. Beneath the crimson hue lay Chun-Ling's calm, yet frenzied visage. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as he scooped a handful of snow from the train's roof. Rinsed his mouth briefly and spat it out. This skill proved unexpectedly useful, he murmured. This was his first encounter with an opponent possessing divine skills. Though he ultimately triumphed, the opponent's peculiar abilities left a profound impression. However, he surmised that this man before him possessed, at most, second-tier strength. The first-tier skill was to steal items. The second-tier skill was to steal faces, but strictly speaking, these two skills lacked any offensive capability. A thief is still a thief, in terms of direct combat power. They cannot compare to a warrior. Chun-Ling gazed down at the mangled corpse, hesitating for a moment before bending down and stripping it of all clothing, giving the slick body a kick, sending it tumbling beneath the train, where where it would be crushed into fragments by the steel wheels. Subsequently, he crumpled the attendant's uniform and tossed it into a nearby ravine, where it vanished from sight. Apologies. The foundation of the war god path cannot simply be relinquished to you. The arsonist and his target are both ancient treasures of the Way of Arms. Though he was merely first tier and alone, Chunling had no intention of conceding. He planned to take a risk. The arsonist was an enemy, but if utilized well, could perhaps become his weapon. Chunling glanced at the passenger car, a plan forming in his mind, and a glint of madness flickered in his eyes once more. In this moment, he could distinctly feel his distorted divine path rejoicing, his hollow chest pulsing, every cell in his body eagerly awaiting the chance to dance between life and death. He knew that this twisted divine path was reshaping his very character. But this sensation was truly exhilarating. Audience anticipation level 12. Current anticipation level 61. Which do you think will return first, number 13 or number 8? Inside the carriage, Zhong Yaoguang sat beside another fellow student, casually munching on sunflower seeds as he spoke. It should be number 13. After all, the enforcer leading Zone 3 looks quite spry. I believe I heard gunshots earlier, over by the rear. Someone must have met their end. I think it's number 8, given that he is third tier. Once he learned that skill, killing would not pose a challenge for him. Makes sense. Just as the conversation continued, a figure draped in a deep brown coat gracefully descended at the carriage door, stepping in with the falling snow. It's actually number 13 returning first. Zhong Yaoguang chuckled. What took you so long? That kid pretended to escape, but actually hit atop the train, causing me to run around in circles before I found him. I'm exhausted. Chunling grumbled as he casually took his seat. Quite clever, I can tell. After all, he was the first to notice us, replied the other enforcer. Here, have some sunflower seeds. Chunling picked up a couple of seeds, munching as he surveyed the interior of the carriage. The other one hasn't been caught yet? He asked nonchalantly. Jiangqin left at the same time. If he chose the right path, he might have a chance to escape. Chunling was indifferent to the fates of the others, but he hoped Jiangqin would survive. Chunling gazed at her thick, deep brown coat, a sense of unease stirring within her. Uncertain of the circumstances, she decided to investigate. A glimmer flickered in her eyes as she rose and proceeded towards the carriage door. No need, she thought, when suddenly a figure entered the compartment, approaching her with measured steps. Upon seeing the individual, Chunling's pupils constricted slightly. It was Jiangqin, bloodied and dragging a lifeless body, which halted before her. The corpse was another Jiangqin. Jiangqin raised a bloodstained hand and patted Chunling's shoulder, stating, "The operation was a success. Well done." With that, he brushed past her. Chunling stood frozen for a long moment, lowering her gaze to discover a horrifying crimson handprint on her deep brown coat. Chapter 58. The thief Saint the black steel behemoth surged through the falling snow. Within the solitary passenger compartment, 8 enforcers occupied their seats, perfectly replicating the scene as they boarded the train. "We are nearing Lindong Gang," number 8 remarked, glancing outside. "The first phase of our plan has been flawlessly executed. Now, we approach the most critical segment. This usurper, number 8, appeared to be the leader among the 8. Upon his utterance, the previously chattering group fell silent. Chunling, who had feigned slumber, slowly opened her eyes. "Lin Donggong. We shall rendezvous with new enforcers from other districts and 3 escort enforcers from Aurora City. According to intelligence, among these 3 enforcers, there is one of the 5th stripe and 2 of the 4th stripe. Our strength pales in comparison. We must not confront them directly. Conceal your identities well. Prior to our departure, I provided each of you with a brief on the character and experiences of your assumed identities. Ensure you adhere to these disguises and refrain from causing trouble. Understood? What if other enforcers provoke us?" Chunling interjected. "We must endure," number 8 paused, emphasizing the gravity of the task at hand. "This mission is of utmost importance. There can be no mistakes." Hearing this, the other usurpers appeared displeased, but ultimately nodded in agreement. "Must we be this cautious?" Zhong Yaoguang questioned, perplexed. "Wasn't it said that a thief saint would accompany us for protection?" The thief saint, a superlative being of the 7th tier, was a rarity among usurpers. What could those enforcers possibly represent? Chunling's heart sank. The thief saint? 7th tier? Though she did not fully grasp the significance of the title, she understood that the term 7th tier implied proximity to divine status, as the world spoke of the path to divinity in 10 tiers, suggesting that this so-called thief saint was merely 3 steps away from godhood. Thus far, the most formidable deity she had encountered was Han Meng, who was only at the 4th tier. Is it true? Another usurper exclaimed, his eyes brightening. Which one of the 5 colors has arrived? White, replied number 8 calmly. The thief saint is by. Chunling distinctly sensed the collective intake of breath among the group. Upon hearing that name, their eyes sparkled with fervor. Though she was unaware of the implications, she felt compelled to follow suit, her gaze reflecting burgeoning hope. With him here, what is there to fear? We could simply cause chaos in the Bing Dao Guzong. Someone among them suggested. Do you take the Bing Shun Dao lightly? Number 8 shot him a glance. Among the 14 divine paths in this world, the path of ultimate slaughter represented by the Bing Dao Guzong cannot be breached by mere reliance on a thief saint. Silence enveloped the group. No one could force their way into the Bing Dao Guzong. To obtain fragments of the path of the Bing Shun Dao, one had to exploit the trials of the divine path. Otherwise, what could we accomplish? Should anything go awry before entering the Bing Dao Guzong, such as an incident involving the 3 escort enforcers, Aurora City would immediately seal off the Bing Dao Guzong, preventing any of us from entering. Therefore, before we enter the Guzong, conduct yourselves with utmost discretion. Understood. Stealing the heavens and seizing the universe, in the name of the thief god King of Silver. May this endeavor proceed smoothly. Number 8 proclaimed from the center of the carriage, his fingertip resting on his brow in a gesture of reverence. At that moment, all expressions turned serious, as if participating in a sacred ritual, each mirroring his gesture. In the name of the thief god, King of Silver, may this endeavor proceed smoothly. The thief god, King of Silver? Chunling pondered while mimicking the others, committing this title to memory. It seemed to denote a divine being associated with the thief god path, mirroring the faith of the usurpers. Seated, Chunling directed her gaze towards the port, which drew ever closer, lost in contemplation. With the enforcers from Aurora City and the presence of the thief saint, she wondered about the reliability of the associates dispatched by the Huanghun Society to meet her. The train gradually halted in the wilderness, a mere 10 kilometers from Lindonggang. This train was unregistered and could not stop at the station, prompting number 8 to conceal it in an abandoned factory warehouse before they proceeded on foot. As they approached Lindonggang, the number of shops and pedestrians increased, adding a semblance of life to the streets. Hot oil sticks, tea eggs, roasted sweet potatoes, tofu pudding, fresh tofu pudding. Extra, extra. The latest news from Aurora Daily. Districts 5 and 6 have suffered severe post-disaster damage. A merger of the 2 districts may occur, reducing the 7 districts of Aurora to 6. And the top scandal. The 3rd young master of the Aurora City Star Merchants Association marries a renowned courtesan, only to discover she is his long-lost aunt. Hey, brother, give me a copy of that paper about the 3rd young master and his aunt. Sure. The boy's clear voice echoed along the street, instantly attracting a throng of passers-by to purchase newspapers. Chunling noticed the ears of the other usurpers perk up, seemingly unable to resist the urge to buy a copy. Don't cause unnecessary trouble, number 8 warned, casting a glance their way. The group shrugged their shoulders, their enthusiasm tempered. Newspapers, magazines, toys, playing cards. Want to take a look? A languid voice drifted from nearby. Chunling turned to see a woman languidly seated at a shabby newsstand, casually calling out while fiddling with a deck of cards. Prominently displayed on the box was the image of the Heart 6. Chunling's heart skipped a beat as she glanced at the group moving towards the port, choosing not to pause but rather to lightly avert her gaze and continue forward with them. The 8 of them crossed the street, heading directly to the port, where numerous figures donned in enforcer uniforms had already gathered around 3 enforcers in trench coats, just as number 8 had described. One bore a 5th stripe while the other 2 displayed 4 stripes, clearly visible. Greetings, I am Jiangqin, the lead enforcer from District 3. Number 8 stepped forward, respectfully addressing the 3 enforcers as he presented several documents. Enforcers from Districts 3, 5, and 6 participating in the Bing Dao Guzong trial total 8, all present. One of the 4th stripe enforcers scanned the group, picking up the documents to meticulously verify each individual. When they joined the enforcers, they had left a visual record at headquarters, and now the enforcer compared the photographs, inquiring and cross-referencing one by one, their sharp gaze slicing through the faces of the gathered. Finally, he nodded slightly, marking off the names on the list. By the way, how did you arrive? The fourth stripe enforcer inquired suddenly. The people from District 4 haven't arrived by train. How did you get here first? We took yesterday's train. Number 8 replied with a slight smile. They mentioned they had never been to Lindong, so we came a day early to explore. We unexpectedly ran into friends from Districts 5 and 6 on the way. Quite the coincidence, another enforcer from District 5 affirmed. Well then, you may move about the vicinity for a bit. Once the people from District 4 arrive, we can board the ship. Don't stray too far. Stay within a 200-meter radius. Understood. Upon hearing this, the other usurpers exchanged cautious glances and timidly inquired, Commander Jiangqin, may we go buy some newspapers? Go ahead. With that, several of them turned and walked away. Chunling stood silently with his hands in his pockets, discreetly trailing behind them. Chapter 59, The Meeting Point. Chunling walked approximately 40 to 50 meters before suddenly turning, veering into a nearby public restroom. He was well aware of the rendezvous information provided by the grocery stall, yet in the confines of Lingdong Port, beneath the watchful eyes of the 3 law enforcers in Number 8, it was impossible for him to approach the grocery stall owner directly. If he wished to connect with that mysterious member of the Huanghan Society, he needed to adopt a more clandestine approach. Chunling shadowed a fortunate boy, and just as the boy was about to enter a cubicle, he struck him with a swift chop, rendering him unconscious, and quickly dragged him inside, shutting the door behind them. By the time the door swung open again, he had assumed the boy's appearance. Chunling adjusted his slightly disheveled collar and stepped out of the restroom, heading straight for the grocery stall. Do you need newspapers, magazines, toys, or playing cards? If not, I'm closing. Hello, I would like to write a letter to my mother. A youthful voice suddenly chimed in as the woman yawned. She looked down to see a pair of innocent, big eyes gazing up at her with a pleading expression. Little one, my mother has a heart condition, and I want to give her some hope. I only have $6 left. Can I send it? Before the woman could respond, the boy continued. Hearing these words, a flicker of surprise crossed the woman's eyes, but she smiled and pushed paper and pen towards him. Of course, you can write it here. Thank you. The boy seized the pen and swiftly scribbled on the paper. The arsonist has infiltrated the ranks. The thief Saint Baiyi is lurking in the shadows, awaiting support. After finishing the last word, he folded the paper and handed it to the woman just as several law enforcers hurried past him, heading towards the port. The enforcers from District 4 have arrived. Noting this, the boy cast a deep glance at the woman and promptly made his way back to the restroom. The woman was not a member of the Huanghan Society, but merely served as a conduit for information, akin to Xiaofang's grocery store in District 3. Although he did not personally witness the member who came to assist, he was confident that she would relay his message. Thus, the Huanghan Society would be prepared. If not to send an enforcer capable of suppressing the thief Saint Baiyi, at least they could ensure his safe escape. With this thought, Chunling felt a wave of calm wash over him. He returned to the restroom, reverted to his original appearance, and nonchalantly made his way to the assembly point. Meanwhile, the woman at the grocery stall scanned her surroundings with vigilance, cautiously retrieving the paper from beneath the table. As she slowly unfolded it, she froze in place. The large sheet bore only 2 blood-red characters. Go die, the woman. At the sight of these words, Chunling's heart sank. The audience's anticipation had inexplicably surged, and he knew this could only herald trouble. Such was the wisdom he had accumulated over time. He attempted to seek out any clues in the vicinity, but found none. No assassins, no threats. He even took a detour around the ship, wary of anyone stealthily creating a breach in the hull. With the arrival of the District 4 enforcers, the 3 law enforcers called everyone to assemble, boarding the ship in units according to their districts. There are quite a few from Aurora City, almost half. Zhong Yaoguang remarked upon seeing a large batch of enforcers clustered together. Quite normal, another arsonist replied nonchalantly. Aurora City is the heart of the Aurora domain, monopolizing 80% of the region's resources. In the original design, the 7 districts were meant to serve as peripheral factories for Aurora City. It is quite generous of them to allocate so many spots to the 7 districts. Chunling followed their gaze and observed a large group of enforcers waiting at the ship's edge, preparing to board. There were at least 30 of them. They exchanged words among themselves, hardly casting a glance at the enforcers from the 7 districts. Conversely, the enforcers from other districts shot them envious looks. Indeed, just from their demeanor, One could discern the distinction between the enforcers from Aurora City and their counterparts. Their every gesture exuded an air of confidence, rendering the enforcers from the other districts akin to country bumpkins who happened to wear the same outfit. Among the many enforcers from Aurora City, 3 particularly stood out. They were conspicuous not because of their superior numbers, but because they were not clad in the standard black and red uniforms of the enforcers. One wore black attire. Another was adorned in shimmering jewels, while the third wielded a folding fan, elegantly waving it in the frigid wind. Standing at the forefront, they commanded an unapproachable aura. Even the 3 law enforcers from Aurora City made a conscious effort not to position themselves ahead of them. Who are those 3? An arsonist inquired with curiosity. The one in black attire should be Lu Xianming. His father is one of the 5 prominent law enforcers of Aurora City, holding significant power. The one with the fan is Pu Wan, rumored to come from a family of scholars who migrated from another domain. A family of scholars? Then what is he doing in the military? Unknown. And the one bedecked in jewels? Zhong Yaowang hesitated for a moment, as if he had discovered something, then picked up the newspaper he had just purchased, eyes widening. No wonder he looks so familiar. He is the 3rd young master of the Chuanqing Merchant Association, Yin Shitsai. Everyone gasped in astonishment. Chunling narrowed his eyes and deliberately raised his voice, feigning shock as he exclaimed, "Is he the one who sleeps with his aunt?" "Be quiet." Number 8, leading the group, frowned, warning him not to stir up trouble. At that moment, Lu Xianming in black glanced over at District 3, casually stating, "Yin Shitsai, your illustrious deeds have already reached beyond Aurora City. In terms of renown, we cannot compare to you." Yin Shitsai's expression darkened as he shot a fierce glare at the people from District 3. "Damn it. Once I return, I will bankrupt the Aurora Daily. Those scoundrels who kick a person when they are down. You better truly step onto the war god path. Otherwise, even if you return, you will be expelled from your family. What are you afraid of? With Brother Pooh here, I refuse to believe I cannot tread upon the divine path. Enough. Let's board the ship." As the enforcers from Aurora City boarded first, the others followed suit. Compared to the numbers from other districts, the 8 individuals from Districts 3, 5, and 6 appeared rather meager. Once the count was confirmed, a law enforcer nodded slightly, signaling for the ship to set sail. Amidst the resounding blast of the ship's horn, it slowly made its way towards the heart of the frozen sea. As Chunling stepped onto the ship, an undeniable voice called out from the center of the deck. "Hey you." Chunling turned to see Yin Shitsai standing there, his face darkened, beckoning him over. "Yes, I'm talking to you." Upon seeing Chunling being summoned by Yin Shitsai, the most anxious were not Chunling himself but the numerous arsonists nearby, as an ominous premonition washed over them. Observing this scene, a subtle smile flickered in Chunling's eyes. The fish had taken a bait. Chapter 60, Chunling's Plan. The biting cold wind swept in from the surface of the frozen sea, chilling the hearts of the arsonists. Since boarding the ship, the law enforcers had naturally divided into small groups, scattering across the deck. Number 8 had initially hoped to avoid the enforcers from Aurora City to prevent any unforeseen complications, but it seemed the other side had still set their sights on them. Meanwhile, Lu Xianming and Pu Wan turned their attention to this interaction. Under the watchful eyes of many, Chunling finally took a step forward, slowly approaching Yin Shitsai, who was surrounded by a throng of enforcers from Aurora City. "Is there something you need?" he asked nonchalantly. "What is your name?" "Chunling, enforcer from District 3. Yin Shitsai scrutinized him from head to toe. "That overcoat of yours looks quite nice. Take it off and give it to me." "Why should I?" Chunling retorted. The air thickened with tension at his response, the unmistakable scent of gunpowder permeating the atmosphere. For anyone could tell that this 3rd young master was irate, seeking to reclaim his pride at Chunling's expense. Yet, it was evident that Chunling was no pushover. "Hand him the clothes, hand him the clothes. Do not stir up trouble. We are about to enter Guzhong. Do not provoke any issues." The hearts of the many Zuanhuos were in their throats, silently praying. Yin Shitsai casually extended his hand, and immediately, a law enforcer behind him produced a thick stack of silver coins and handed them to him, which he flung carelessly. The sound of clinking resonated as dozens of silver coins fell onto Chunling, then tumbled to the ground like refuse. "Is this enough?" Yin Shitsai lightly blew on his nails and spoke leisurely. "If it's insufficient, I could add a leg of yours." Before he could finish his sentence, the cold muzzle of a gun pressed against his forehead. Yin Shitsai was taken aback. "Not enough," Chunling said, gripping the gun with one hand, his eyes narrowing into a dangerous arc. A click echoed as the bullet was chambered. How about adding your life to the mix? The Zuan-Huos collectively gasped in disbelief. A chilling wind swept across the deck, and in the next moment, the onlookers finally snapped out of their shock. The dozen law enforcers standing behind Yin Shizai turned pale, simultaneously drawing their weapons. Countless gun barrels were aimed at Qinling. Should he dare to fire, he would undoubtedly be shot to bits. Meanwhile, from a distance, Lu Xuanming and Pu Wen also looked on in astonishment. They had considered the possibility of Qinling resisting, for not everyone is a soft target. But they never anticipated that Yin Shizai's mere words would provoke such a fierce response. Surrounded by so many law enforcers from Jiguang City, threatening the life of the third young master of the Qianqing merchants? Was he insane? In that moment, the eighth felt his heart nearly stop. Without hesitation, he rushed forward, pressing down on the gun in Qinling's hand and glaring at him fiercely. Qinling remained expressionless. You. Yin Shizai's face turned ashen. It was the first time in his life he had been threatened so ruthlessly. Do you know who I am? How dare you point a gun at me? The eighth took a deep breath, lowering his stance and apologetically addressing Yin Shizai. I sincerely apologize. Qinling has just ascended as a law enforcer. He is too young and may not comprehend your status. Qinling, this individual is the third young master of the Qianqing merchants in Jiguang City. You should be aware of the Qianqing merchants, as they control 90% of the resource channels across the 7 districts. 60% of the shops in Jiguang City belong to them. Moreover, they're the largest sponsors of the law enforcers' headquarters in the Jiguang realm, the ones who pay the salaries of law enforcers and even the law officers. Do you grasp my meaning? The eighth glared at Qinling, nearly grinding his teeth as he spoke, particularly stressing the latter half of his statement. The Qianqing merchants are the purse strings for all law officers, including the 3 law officers escorting them. They possess the power to terminate the journey at any moment. If you dare harm a hair on Yin Shizai, everyone in District 3 will lose the opportunity to enter Guzhong. Hearing the eighth's flattery, Yin Shizai's expression finally softened somewhat. After all, District 3 is a remote area, and it is quite normal for a young law enforcer to be ignorant of the value of his status. The more ignorant, the more reckless and crude. Just as Yin Shizai was about to say something, the gun was lifted again. Yin Shizai, is it? Qinling spoke calmly. Was it this hand that threw money at me earlier? Under the astonished gazes of all, Qinling did not hesitate to pull the trigger. The sharp crack echoed. Unlike before, this time, Qinling acted with swiftness, showing no signs of hesitation. Everyone expected him to be startled upon recognizing Yin Shizai's identity and then abandon resistance. But who would have thought he would dare to fire? Yin Shizai watched in horror as the gun was aimed at his eye, followed by the sound of the trigger being pulled. He cried out in terror, losing his balance and falling backward to the ground. A bone-chilling wind swept across the deck, and Yin Shizai felt as if his soul had been half-dragged away. He stared blankly at the unresponsive gun muzzle, remaining dazed for several seconds before coming to his senses. There were no bullets in the chamber. The deep brown coat fluttered in the wind as Qinling slowly lowered the gun, a hint of mockery appearing in his gaze as he looked at the disheveled Yin Shizai on the ground. Qinling, what are you doing? The eighth looked at Qinling in disbelief. The people of Jiguang City were merely fortunate, a bunch of good-for-nothings born with silver spoons. Qinling spoke leisurely. Commander Jiangqin, did you not say this to me? The eighth was taken aback. He fixed his gaze on Qinling's face, and after what seemed like an eternity, hoarsely spoke, Are you attempting to rebel? No, you are not. He did not voice the latter part of the sentence. However, all the Zuan-Huos hidden in the shadows seemed to sense something, their eyes filled with hesitation and shock as they looked at Qinling. Commander Jiangqin, do you intend to punish me? Qinling met the eighth's gaze calmly, narrowing his eyes into a subtle arc. On the ship, the eighth was taken aback. To outsiders, this exchange undoubtedly appeared to be a conflict arising between law enforcers of District 3. Only the Zuan-Huos could discern a different narrative. Either the 13th intended to rebel, but the likelihood of that was minuscule, or the man before them was not the 13th at all, but Qinling himself. On that train, everyone believed the 13th would certainly kill Qinling, as one was a second-tier master of the thief's path, while the other was merely an ordinary person who had just become a law enforcer. How could an ordinary person retaliate against the 13th and even dare to assume the other's name, playing a double role along the way? It seemed utterly impossible. Yet, this situation had unfolded. Chenling observed the eighth before him, a slight smile gracing his lips. He was well aware that his identity as a Zuan Huo's had been exposed. But he was unconcerned. This vessel was en route to the Gudao, filled with countless law enforcers and 3 law officers. Even if the Zuan Huos knew his identity, they would certainly not dare to act, let alone reveal it. Maintaining his identity hidden among the Zuan Huos, safely entering the Gudao, and ultimately staging a counterattack at the last moment was indeed a commendable choice. But for Chenling, it held little allure. Since this was a performance, he aimed to elevate the audience's expectations as much as possible, crafting more intriguing conflicts. Chenling had a far more audacious plan. Chapter 61, Gudao, Audience Expectation Level 3. Do you dare to toy with me? Yanshitsai's back was drenched in cold sweat. Regaining his composure, he was seething with rage. He believed he had danced on the edge of death, and then realized this was just a jest played on him by Chenling. In that instant, his life and death were at the mercy of Chenling. You actually dared to fool me. How dare you? Yanshitsai staggered to his feet, his eyes bloodshot, and he bellowed angrily, kill them for me. In the next moment, the law enforcers surrounding Yanshitsai simultaneously drew their guns. More than 10 barrels encircling Chenling and the eighth. A bunch of country bumpkins. You dare to mock me? Yanshitsai seized the gun from a nearby law enforcer and thrust the barrel against Chenling's forehead. What do you have to fight me with? With a single command. I can have half the ship's crew come to kill you. And you. He abruptly turned the gun on the eighth. Yes, I was indeed born under a lucky star. With a single word, I could have you all reincarnated. Not convinced? The eighth was utterly perplexed, having been drawn into this fray by Chenling. He had painstakingly led several Zuan Huos, stealing the identities of law enforcers from 3 districts, and had hidden their identities to reach this point, all to avoid trouble while infiltrating the Gudao. Yet, Chenling's appearance had thrust them into the eye of the storm. He never expected things to escalate to this point. Young master, are you truly going to fire? Asked a relatively calm law enforcer from Jiguang City, cautiously speaking up as Yanshitsai seemed nearly deranged. What is there to fear? Am I unable to handle 2 country dogs? Everyone fire. Wait. Just as Yanshitsai was about to give the order, 3 figures cloaked in black hurriedly arrived. The 3 law enforcers had been in the cabin discussing the upcoming route when they heard the commotion outside. Upon stepping out, they realized that chaos had erupted. Put down your weapons. Do you not wish to enter Gutsong? The 4-pattern law enforcer spoke coldly. The crowd exchanged glances and silently lowered their firearms. Director Li, what do you mean by this? Yanshitsai furrowed his brow, emphasizing that it was they who had provoked him, and he was merely acting in self-defense. Young Master Yin, please do not make things difficult for us. If anyone dies on this ship before entering the Bingdao Gutsong, it must return to accept an investigation from the Aurora City Law Enforcement Headquarters. Hearing this, the anger in Yanshitsai's eyes was somewhat quelled. This was indeed a regulation from the Law Enforcement Headquarters. Had it been elsewhere, he could have killed without consequence. But this ship heading to Bingdao Gutsong held extraordinary significance for the Aurora realm. Yet, even so, Yanshitsai remained unwilling, his gaze fixed on Chenling and his companion, a cold glint flickering in his eyes. One of the 4-pattern law enforcers leaned close and whispered, Young Master Yin, endure for now. It is not too late to take action once we enter the Gutsong. It is common for 1 or 2 to perish in Bingdao Gutsong each year. We cannot bear the consequences of a death aboard this ship. Yanshitsai cast a glance at him, his demeanor easing considerably. He shot a glance at Chenling and his companion. Very well, we shall deal with them once we enter the Gutsong. With Yanshitsai refraining from further aggression, the fire manipulator group finally breathed a sigh of relief, though they sensed that their plans might not unfold as smoothly once they entered Bingdao Gutsong. Number 8 cast a deep look at Chenling, who responded with an innocent smile. Yet for some reason, that smile sent a chill down number 8's spine. As the ship gradually sliced through the azure sea, vast sheets of ice began to emerge around them, the biting cold seemingly penetrating to the marrow. Despite wearing heavy clothing, it offered little protection against the frigid air. Simultaneously, at the horizon's edge, a black sky began to materialize. Even though it was still afternoon, the sunlight above the frozen sea had begun to dim, and the murky waters swirled with thick ice, cascading past the ship as this realm appeared to visibly plunge into darkness. The crowd stood on the deck, gazing up at the sky, most of them having never witnessed such a scene, including Chenling. A black sky above the frozen sea. This was the second time Chen had encountered a large-scale supernatural phenomenon since arriving in this era. The first was the aurora. However, even the ubiquitous auroras within the aurora realm could not penetrate this darkened sky, as if an invisible barrier isolated all light from this realm. The young law enforcers exchanged bewildered glances. The domain of the Bingshan Dao, the four-pattern law enforcer, slowly began. Since the dawn of humanity, we have a history spanning tens of thousands of years. From the moment we began to live in groups, human civilization was born, evolving from the rudimentary acts of gathering firewood, igniting flames, and hunting, to the intricate division of labor and professions that characterize our thriving civilization. The various paths of divinity, be it the art of medicine, the craft of war, or the mysteries of fate, represent fragments of the divine nature inherent in human civilization. The Gutsong of the divine path is the embodiment of divinity among humans, containing the cumulative essence of humanity's journey through countless paths of warfare since our inception. You see that sword? The crowd followed his finger to a colossal black sword piercing the heavens, towering majestically like a mountain. It appeared to descend from the sky, thrusting into the earth, with only the lower half of the blade visible to those on the deck. The other half was shrouded in the pitch-black sky above, invisible to the naked eye. Below that sword lay the Bingdao Gutsong. Are we to go beneath that sword? Indeed, but only to the outermost region. The Bingdao Gutsong is vast, and only a small area will be accessible to you. The law enforcer paused momentarily. The Bingshan Dao, proven through the act of killing. In the Aurora realm, you have no opportunity to take lives, but within the ancient battlefield manifested in the Bingdao Gutsong, you may slaughter at will. When you find resonance through blood and fire, gathering sufficient killing intent amidst the carnage, you may attract the foundation of the Bingshan Dao, granting you the qualification to tread upon the divine path. The crowd stared in awe at the towering sword in the darkening sky, their hearts profoundly shaken. The ship hummed, the cold wind howled, and the garments of those on deck fluttered wildly. In the name of the King of Silver, seek resonance and gather killing intent. Is this the key to attracting the foundation of the Bingshan Dao? Chen etched those 8 words into his memory. He suddenly recalled the moment he received the gaze of the Bingshan Dao in his courtyard, seemingly in a similar state of intense hatred consuming him. Standing before the bone knife, he had never taken a life, yet he used a dagger to pierce another's body. The killing intent within him had slaughtered throughout the estate before it could gradually subside. However, the difference lay in the fact that he had been directly bestowed the divine path by the celestial bodies representing the Bingshan Dao, while the individuals entering the Bingdao Gutsong would be acquiring the divine path from the foundation of Gutsong. In terms of effect, the latter was likely inferior to the former. Before entering the Gutsong, there are 2 rules you must remember. First, all beings manifested in the Bingdao Gutsong may be killed at will, for they are merely projections of ancient killing intent. However, you must not harm one another. While the manifested beings can regenerate, if you die, it is final. At this, he glanced at Yin Shitsai, adding, of course, if you happen to die at the hands of a manifested being during combat, it will be considered an accident. Regardless, you must prioritize your own life. Second, once you enter, the Gutsong will automatically close and will not reopen for 24 hours. During this time, you cannot exit. As previously stated, in the event of an emergency, prioritize your own life. Each year, law enforcers are sent into the Bingdao Gutsong, but fewer than 1 in 10 can tread upon the Bingshan Dao. It is inconsequential if you cannot ascend the Bingshan Dao, but if you die here, everything will be lost. Each word from the law enforcer served as a reminder for the crowd to avoid recklessness and minimize unnecessary casualties within the Gutsong. Meanwhile, Chen fell to gaze upon him. He turned to find Yin Shitsai, surrounded by numerous law enforcers, casting a cold smile in his direction, while the other 7 fire manipulators frowned at him, their eyes glimmering with intent. Chen ignored their scrutiny, his deep brown coat billowing in the wind as he stood at the bow, contemplating the approaching Bingdao Gutsong. Before long, the ship arrived at the base of the immense heavenly sword, docking before a grand portal. There were no walls, no paths. The black door stood solitary upon the frozen sea. Behind it lay an endless void. We have arrived, the 4-pattern law enforcer remarked, glancing at the time. Crossing through that door marks your official entry into the Bingdao Gutsong. The ship will wait here for you for 24 hours. The crowd exchanged glances. then approached the edge of the deck, staring at the black portal standing before the void, uncertain of how to proceed. Just then, Lu Xianming, who had remained silent until now, suddenly stepped forward. He leaped onto the railing, soaring high into the air before plunging into the black portal, disappearing without a trace. Lu Xianming's decisiveness and determination startled those around him, prompting an increasing number of individuals to follow suit. Taking a deep breath, they leaped off the ship and stepped through the door. "Chunling, is it?" Yin Shizai, with one foot on the railing, sneered at Chunling. "I'll be waiting for you in the Good Song." With that, he too leaped down, vanishing without a trace. The 7 usurpers followed closely behind. As the crowd began to disperse, only Chunling remained on the deck, his figure dwarfed beneath the vast black sky. 3 law enforcers clad in trench coats stood behind him. "Enter," the 5-pattern law enforcer spoke slowly. "Even if you choose to withdraw now, once on land, Yin Shizai will find a way to eliminate you. His influence is far more formidable than you can imagine." When they noticed Chunling hesitating, they assumed he was afraid. After all, anyone with sense would realize that once inside the Gut Song, Yin Shizai would unleash all his power to hunt him down. Entering this ancient repository was, for him, akin to walking into the jaws of death. After a prolonged silence, Chunling slowly turned his head, offering a faint smile to the 3 law enforcers. "Who said I wish to withdraw?" Leaning against the railing, he gently arched backward and gracefully fell off the ship, disappearing into the black portal. As Chunling's vision plunged into darkness, he found himself standing upon a precipice when he next opened his eyes. Numerous law enforcers who had entered the Gut Song before him now stood before him in a crescent formation, seemingly awaiting his arrival. Their gazes towards Chunling were filled with a mix of pity, regret, schadenfreude, and sympathy. Anyone aboard the ship who had witnessed the friction between him and Yin Shizai knew that Chunling was doomed. This was the inevitable consequence of provoking Yin Shizai. After all, he was merely a newly promoted law enforcer from District 3, ill-equipped to contend with the powerful Yin Shizai. Among them were enforcers from other major districts, most of whom felt sympathy for Chunling, recognizing that had they been in his position, their fate would not have been significantly different. Yet, they could not speak up on his behalf. Their only relief was that Yin Shizai had set his sights on Chunling and not on themselves. Amidst the encirclement, Chunling's expression remained unchanged. He shifted his gaze to the individuals on the periphery, including number 8 and others. A few usurpers exchanged glances, seemingly disinclined to interfere in Chunling's affairs, lost in their own thoughts. "You truly dared to enter. Should I call you arrogant or courageous?" Yin Shizai, flanked by numerous law enforcers, spoke languidly, his gaze towards Chunling icy and severe. As he raised his right hand, more than a dozen law enforcers from Aurora City simultaneously drew their weapons. The black muzzles pointed at Chunling, leaving him no avenue for escape. Yin Shizai was resolute in his intent to eliminate him here. With bullets poised in the chambers, Chunling faced a dense web of fire ahead and an endless abyss behind. He had no retreat. As he reached for his waist, the moment he drew his gun, the tension among the onlookers peaked. Yin Shizai instinctively gripped the ritual device in his pocket, while Pu Wen stepped protectively closer to him, the aura of the Book of Gods quietly emanating. Meanwhile, all armed enforcers instinctively prepared to pull the trigger. Yet, in the midst of this charged atmosphere, Chunling slowly pressed the barrel of his gun to his mouth. He smiled, his lips curling uncontrollably, madness flickering in his eyes. "Do you think that if I die, everything ends?" Before the eyes of all present, he raised his right hand, delicately tapping his brow as if a fervent devotee, addressing the void, usurped the heavenly path. "Seize the universe. In the name of the end thief god King of Silver, you shall all perish here." Bang! Chunling pulled the trigger. In the instant the bullet pierced his throat, his face flickered, morphing into that of the slain number 13 usurper, before he fell limply into the abyss behind him. Chapter 63. The prelude to chaos. As Chunling committed suicide before the astonished crowd, the world fell into an eerie silence. Everyone stared in disbelief at the empty edge of the cliff, their thoughts momentarily suspended. He killed himself? Yin Shizai was stunned for a long while. I thought his resolve was unyielding. Yet, handed it like this? Something felt amiss. Did you see that? His face transformed the moment he was shot. Yes. What was that about? I found it odd that a law enforcer from District 3 would dare to confront young Master Yin so recklessly. So he wasn't Chen-Ling at all? DS an usurper. Amidst the murmurs, Pu Wen suddenly spoke, his expression grave. Usurp the heavenly path, seize the universe. In thief god, king of silver. This is the creed of the usurpers. Usurpers? At the mention of this term, the expressions of all present changed dramatically. Isn't that the nefarious organization wanted by all human territories? Have they infiltrated the Aurora territory? I've heard that every member of the usurpers is a possessor of the thief god's path. They can easily steal anyone's visage and blend into the crowd. They revel in appropriating everything from others: identity, wealth, memories, emotions, families. They say they can even steal divine paths. So the one who died wasn't Chen-Ling at all, but an usurper disguised among us? They have infiltrated the Bing Dao Gu Song. The atmosphere in the enclosed Gu Song turned suffocating as panic spread rapidly. At that moment, the usurpers themselves were bewildered. They had thought Chen-Ling had killed number 13 and then pretended to be one of them. But after Chen-Ling was shot, he unmistakably transformed into number 13's visage. So, did number 13 not fail? Was everything done just now by number 13 himself? Had he betrayed them? But what was his motive? All the usurpers felt their minds spinning, exchanging confused glances as they sought clarity in each other's eyes. He just said we would all die. Lu Xianming, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke. If Chen-Ling had uttered those words, the crowd would have found it laughable, considering he was merely a powerless law enforcer from District 3. But if it was an usurper disguised as Chen-Ling who spoke those words, the implications were entirely different. Now, as the crowd reflected on Chen-Ling's words, expressions, and smile just before his suicide, they felt a chill run down their spines. But he is dead now. How can he kill us? One of the law enforcers croaked. On what basis can you be certain that only one usurper infiltrated our midst? At this question, everyone's hair stood on end. The usurpers' hearts plummeted. The usurpers infiltrating the Bing Dao Gu Song must have grand designs. Do you think they would send only one person? Lu Xianming's low voice resonated in their ears. From another perspective, if only one of them were present, why would he provoke Yin Shizai, prompting us to attack him? Wouldn't that be a deliberate exposure of his identity, a path to death? Are you suggesting he was trying to draw our attention away to conceal his accomplices? That doesn't make sense. If he dies, we'll know an usurper is among us, making it easier to expose his allies. Could it be that there was infighting among the usurpers? That possibility cannot be ruled out, but I still feel something is off. Chen-Ling had ignited the murderous intent of the Aurora City law enforcers, leaving the usurpers bewildered. And then this mysterious young man, standing at the eye of the storm, simply resolved everything with his suicide, leaving them with endless riddles. Yin Shizai's countenance was exceptionally grim. He had initially believed that upon entering Gu Song, he could exact revenge on Chen-Ling. But he had never anticipated that he would find himself in a more distressing predicament. Thus, has a traitor truly infiltrated our midst? He gritted his teeth and inquired, "Who is it?" The assembly exchanged wary glances, their eyes reflecting a newfound wariness and hesitation. According to Lu Xuanming's earlier assertion, any individual surrounding them could very well have been substituted by the traitor. If memory serves, Chen-Ling arrived on the same transport as the enforcers from Districts 3, 5, and 6. Pu Wen seemed to have an epiphany. There were only 8 of them in total, making them ideal candidates for a swap along the journey. In unison, all heads turned sharply toward those from Group 8. Moreover, they had arrived a day earlier. An enforcer from District 4 interjected, noting their proximity to Lingdong Port, especially District 3. Upon reflection, there was hardly any reason for them to arrive a day in advance, even if they were merely visiting. It was too coincidental to encounter enforcers from Districts 5 and 6, who were also here for leisure. Additionally, during their time on the ship, Chen-Ling's conversation with the captain from District 3 had seemed peculiar. The hearts of the 7 traders grew increasingly tense with each exchange among the others. They could distinctly sense the fear and suspicion in the glances directed toward them, prompting some to hastily distance themselves, with a few even revealing murderous intent. When the world is happening, the 7 traders found themselves at a loss. They had diligently disguised themselves among the enforcers, having done nothing wrong. Yet their identities were on the brink of revelation. Moreover, should Chen-Ling perish, all leads would be severed. As the threat of exposure loomed, The traitors exchanged glances, their expressions darkening with malice. Since their identities were nearly compromised, would it not be wiser to eliminate them all? After all, once inside Gutsong, no matter how ruthlessly they acted, the outside world would remain oblivious. Despite being outnumbered 10-1, the majority of the opposing forces were mere commoners, making it not overly difficult to take them down. Enforcer Jiangxin from District 3, arms crossed, spoke slowly. We need to verify the authenticity of your faces. Do you consent? Suspicion had taken root. Without confirming the identities of this group from District 3, who could confidently navigate the trials within Gutsong. How shall we verify? Group 8 retorted. I have heard that traitors steal faces by layering their flesh over their own. If you allow me to cut your face open, we shall see if another visage lies beneath. In an instant, all weapons were trained upon the 7 traitors. Observing this, the 8th member's expression shifted rapidly. After a prolonged silence, he inhaled deeply and hissed, "Attack." At this juncture, even refusal to verify was pointless. They might as well strike first and eliminate these troublesome enforcers. The moment those words left his lips, the 7 traitors simultaneously transformed, reverting to their original appearances. The onlookers gasped in shock, nearly falling victim to the deception of these traitors. Without hesitation, they pulled the triggers. However, in the next moment, their firearms inexplicably vanished, reappearing in the hands of the 7 traitors. A group of barely matured youths. I have endured you for far too long. The 8th member spat, as the muzzle flash illuminated the cliff's edge. Thus began a massacre. Chapter 64. The performance commences. The sudden theft of weapons left most enforcers bewildered. The majority were novices who had never encountered divine paths and were particularly unfamiliar with the art of divine thievery, originating from beyond the Aurora realm. Stunned, they stood immobilized as their weapons were stolen. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire erupted, and the first line of enforcers fell like straw before the wind. The initial volley claimed over 10 lives, leaving Yin Shizai aghast as he seized one enforcer to use as a shield. At the same time, his right-hand ring released a silver needle, which he plunged into the body of the enforcer riddled with bullets. As the flesh of that enforcer was voraciously consumed, the red jewels on Yin Shizai's ring glowed, releasing a surge of mysterious power from his palm. With a flick of his wrist, Yin Shizai carelessly discarded the drained enforcer aside, and with his right hand, he grasped the air amid the hail of bullets. In the next moment, the stolen firearms were subjected to an unseen force, bending and twisting as the barrels contorted into coils, bullets exploding from the chambers, injuring their hands in the process. A sacrificial artifact? The 8th member's eyes glimmered with intrigue as he raised his hand to seize Yin Shizai's artifact. Just as he was about to claim it, Pu stepped forward, producing a sheet of rice paper from his sleeve and pointing it at the 7 traitors. On the surface of the paper, a forceful, dark script appeared, reading seal. As this character faded from the page, the 7 traitors' movements halted simultaneously, as if their bodies had turned to stone, momentarily paralyzed in place. The divine path of writing, first level sealing character. Witnessing this spectacle, the 8th member's heart sank. He had not anticipated that Pu had indeed mastered the divine path of writing. How then did he secure a place within the ancient military repository? Yin Shizai's association with him was brazenly illicit. In the blink of an eye, a flash of blade light sliced through the darkness, cleaving the neck of a frozen traitor like a crescent moon. Clad in black, Lu Xianming halted, the straight blade already drenched in blood, as a large head rolled from the shoulders of the traitor behind him. One more traitor down. Quickly, Lu Xianming shouted, "Run!" Having slain one, he did not pursue further, but instead sprinted decisively into the depths of Gutsong. We cannot contend with them. Split up. This declaration jolted the other enforcers into action, who swiftly altered their course and scattered. Though they numbered over 70 in just a fleeting moment, they had lost more than 10 to the traitors. While they had narrowly taken down one traitor thanks to Yin Shizai's artifact, Pu's divine path of writing, and Lu Xuanming's unexpected strike, the remaining traitors could easily retaliate once they broke free from the seal. A second later, the 8th member was the first to break free from the seal. He fixed his cold gaze upon the enforcers fleeing in different directions, hesitating for a moment before deciding against pursuit. Damn, number 14 has been decapitated. The other traitors resumed their actions, their faces contorted with rage as they beheld the dismembered body of their fallen comrade. We have underestimated them. The eighth member spoke slowly. Yin Shizai, Lu Xianming, and Pu Wan. These three are influential figures among the younger generation within Aurora City. How could they enter the ancient military repository without means of self-defense? It is primarily that Pu Wan. Zhong Yaoguang gritted his teeth. Had it not been for his divine path of writing, we could have easily seized Yin Shizai's artifact. Next time we meet, we must ensure their demise. Eighth member, do we not pursue? Let's not forget our purpose. Everything revolves around stealing the foundation of the divine path of warfare. The eighth member coldly chuckled, watching the fleeing figures. Even if we allow them to delay for 24 hours, when the repository reopens, what awaits them will not be the three enforcers from Aurora City, but a thief saint. As the other traders envisioned this scenario, smiles crept upon their lips, their hearts steadied by the presence of a thief saint waiting outside. What do they have to fear? Indeed, let them continue to flounder for a while longer. Yet, what that number 13? He remains an enigma, difficult to comprehend. What does it matter? A dead man cannot raise any waves. I simply feel that something is off about all of this. Enough overthinking. Our sole focus must be on stealing the foundation of the divine path of warfare. The 6 remaining traders turned away from the cliff, making their way toward the depths of the ancient military repository, swiftly disappearing beyond the horizon. After an indeterminate amount of time, a blood-red hand slowly clawed its way over the edge of the cliff. The mournful wind howled at the base of the cliff, resembling the wails of lost souls. A figure draped in a crimson theater robe clawed its way up from the abyss. Chunling expelled a shell casing from his mouth, his head, pierced yet visibly mending, surveyed the bloodied corpses scattered around him, seemingly counting. 1, 2, 32, 13. 13 had perished, 64 remained, and the battle had yet to reach its peak. The objective bestowed upon Chunling by the distorted divine path was to ensure that within 24 hours, none would survive here. To achieve this, relying solely on himself to eliminate the remaining 77 was an insurmountable challenge, given the presence of 7 colluding arsonists, along with Yin Shizai, surrounded by enforcers and wielding a sacrificial artifact, as well as Pu Wan, who commanded the divine path of scripture, and the enigmatic Lu Xianming. The silver lining was that the divine path demanded no survivors, but did not require that Chunling deliver the final blows. Thus, he meticulously crafted this script. By using his own death as bait, he could incite conflict among the other arsonists. Amidst their skirmishes, he could not only instigate casualties without shedding blood, but also vanish from their sight, manipulating the chaos from the shadows. The crimson earth was stained as Chunling, crouching slowly, touched his fingertips to his lips before pressing them against the sanguine ground, reminiscent of an actor about to commence a performance, bestowing a kiss upon the stage. His lips curled into an involuntary smile, as if completing an ancient rite, murmuring, "The show begins." Chapter 65. It is that dog of the Qin army. What is happening? Have they pursued us? Yin Shizai distanced himself from the cliff, sprinting several kilometers before halting, panting. At this moment, aside from the ever-loyal Pu Wan, only 8 enforcers from Aurora City remained, as chaos had scattered the others. No, it should be safe now. One enforcer glanced back. Damn it. What are the enforcers of Aurora City doing? How could they allow arsonists to infiltrate? Yin Shizai cursed, demanding accountability. This matter must be addressed. I want a clear explanation. As they spoke, a figure hurriedly approached. Is it an arsonist? Upon seeing the newcomer, Yin Shizai's nerves tensed. No, it's Xiao Jian. Recognizing the face, an enforcer remarked, "He's limping. He runs rather slowly. He has been trailing behind the group. Wouldn't he have been swapped out by an arsonist, would he?" A whisper arose from the crowd, prompting wary glances at the perspiring Xiao Jian as if they feared something. "Young Master Yin, wait for me." Xiao Jian, limping and staggering, approached, his complexion pale. Yet before he could reach them, Yin Shizai coldly commanded, "Halt." Xiao Jian froze in place. "Who are you?" "I am Xiao Jian," he stammered, panic-stricken. "My father is Jian Chonglin, your family's gardener. I served you tea this morning. You don't remember me?" Yin Shizai narrowed his eyes, signaling to the enforcer beside him, who immediately understood. Drawing a short blade from his waist, he advanced slowly toward Xiao Jian. "Young master, I'm just verifying your identity," Yin Shizai said flatly. "You're moving too slowly. We cannot rule out the possibility of you being swapped out by an arsonist. I haven tea, young master. I truly haven tea, shout Jian pleaded. I run slowly because I'm lame. I haven tea been swapped. Whether you have been swapped will be revealed by cutting your face, the enforcer declared, standing before Xiao Jian, the blade's cold gleam reflecting on his face. Xiao Jian's legs buckled, collapsing to the ground. Young master, please don't cut my face. I beg you. I'm already lame. If you cut my face, how will I survive? The enforcer hesitated, glancing back at Yin Shitsai, who dismissively waved his hand. What are you waiting for? Cut. Apologies, brother. The enforcer seized Xiao Jian by the collar, the sharp tip of the knife piercing his cheek, slowly applying pressure downward. A piercing scream erupted from Xiao Jian's throat. His face contorted in agony as crimson blood seeped from the gash, revealing the flesh beneath. Beneath the flesh, no other visage lay hidden. The enforcer sheathed his knife and nodded slightly to Yin Shitsai and the others, confirming his identity. A collective sigh of relief escaped the group. All right, the crisis is averted. Pu Wen glanced toward the cliff. Those arsonists did not pursue us. They must have other intentions. As long as they do not provoke us, their plans are inconsequential. Yin Shitsai spoke solemnly. Once the 24 hours elapse, they are doomed. Before that, we have more pressing matters at hand. To bring you into the ancient song, I have exhausted all my connections and favors. If I cannot ascend the path of the war god, I shall never command the starry commerce. Let me be clear. I can only assist you in seizing the murderous aura through the scriptural divine path. Whether you ascend the war god path is beyond my concern. Pu Wen shot him a glance. I don't need your reminders. Yin Shitsai's eyes gleamed with determination as he waved his hand. Let us move quickly. The group followed closely behind Yin Shitsai, advancing deeper into the ancient song, leaving behind a bloodied figure lying motionless on the ground. Xiao Jian struggled to rise, a horrifying scar marring his face, staring blankly at the departing group, his eyes filled with despair. Moments later, he regained his composure, gritting his teeth and trudging along to keep pace with them. Is this the interior of the path of the war god? Beneath the dim sky, Chunling stood solitary in the wilderness, murmuring to himself. He did not pursue any faction. There was ample time before the path of the war god reopened. During this interval, it was better to let the conflict simmer. He believed that this tumultuous slaughter was far from over. It merely paused temporarily. In other words, let the bullets fly a while longer. Chunling also required time to devise a method to pilfer the foundational essence. He recalled the enforcer leading them had mentioned that when one finds resonance amid blood and fire, gathering sufficient murderous aura through slaughter could potentially attract the foundation of the war god path. How precisely was this to be accomplished? While contemplating, Chunling traversed a small hill. Not far from the hill, a narrow ravine was embedded in the earth, where 10 armored figures stood together, weapons in hand, as if engaged in conversation. Their attire and weaponry appeared incongruous with this era. Could this be the ancient projection of murderous aura the enforcer spoke of? After a moment's hesitation, Chunling descended the hill, approaching the ravine. As he stepped into the ravine's bounds, the 10 armored figures seemed to sense something, abruptly turning to fixate on the crimson-clad Chunling, as if he were their nemesis, bellowing, "It's that dog of the Qin army. Kill!" In the next instant, the 10 surged forward, brandishing their spears with murderous intent. Chunling froze momentarily, instinctively retreating a step, his foot leaving the ground. Immediately, the 10 armored figures halted, as if losing their target, and turned to walk away. They lowered their weapons, gathering together, seemingly discussing something. Chunling was perplexed. He cautiously stepped back into the ravine, and the 10 figures instantly became enraged, charging at him once more. "It's that dog of the Qin army. Kill!" Chunling withdrew his foot, and they fell silent again, turning back. He stepped forward again. "It's that dog of the Qin army. Kill! It's that dog of the Qin army. Kill!" Repeatedly, Chunling cast a peculiar glance at the 10 figures in the ravine. Were they not NPCs? In Chapter 66, Storage Device, Chunling began to grasp the essence of this ancient military repository. The enforcers on the ship had mentioned that the Divine Path Ancient Repository was a manifestation of divine attributes in the mortal realm, encapsulating millennia of human endeavors along a particular path. Initially, Chunling had no clear concept. But the current scene sparked a recollection of a term from the previous era: storage device. The military repository resembled a superlative storage device, aggregating all historical wars and bloodshed, presenting them through a certain logic. The trial area they occupied was likely the periphery of this repository. The ravine before him seemed to harbor a fragment of war history. Once someone stepped into this realm, it would be triggered, and upon exit, the murderous projections would reset automatically. No wonder the enforcer advised them to act within their capabilities. In this mode, as long as the participating enforcers did not act recklessly and fled at the first signs of defeat, their safety was assured, making it an ideal training ground for novices. Chun-Ling took another step into the ravine, this time not retreating, but advancing directly towards the 10 figures. "It's those Qin army lackeys. Kill!" The 10 soldiers shouted, charging at Chun-Ling with their spears. In this narrow terrain, there was no choice but to confront them head-on. The dark blood-stained spearheads sliced through the air but did not touch Chun-Ling. With a swift, crimson movement, he evaded the spear trajectories and, in the blink of an eye, crossed several steps, a dagger glinting with cold light swiftly slashing the throat of the first soldier. Immediately, 3 spears lunged at him. These soldiers were unlike the rabble from Ice Spring Street. They were evidently trained, their coordination and angles of attack exceptionally cunning. Chun-Ling, gripping his dagger, retreated within the ravine, avoiding the frenzied thrusts of the spearheads. Simultaneously, he pushed off the wall with force. He leaped into the air, soaring over the wall of spears, landing in the midst of several soldiers. The hem of his robe swept in an arc, and the white glimmer of his dagger swiftly claimed the lives of 3. In such close quarters, the dagger's agility far surpassed that of the spears. The soldiers could barely react before collapsing one after another. In mere moments, Chun-Ling had slain 4. He turned to gaze at the lifeless bodies lying in pools of blood, an indescribable sensation stirring within him. He was unaware of how he had achieved this. The leap aided by the wall followed by the slaughter of those soldiers felt entirely instinctive, devoid of conscious thought. It was as though he innately understood the most efficient ways to kill. As he dispatched the 4th soldier, Chun-Ling observed their bodies transform into black mist and flow into him. Concurrently, an inexplicable desire surged within his mind. This sensation was difficult to articulate, akin to exiting a gangster film, standing tall, radiating a sense of unearned confidence, viewing everyone as mere insignificant figures. Under the baptism of murderous intent, his soul craved more intense battles, yearning for blood and fire. The ferocity in Chun-Ling's eyes ignited, and without hesitation, he charged towards the remaining 6 soldiers. A flash of red danced amidst the crowd. Under Chun-Ling's agility, the advantage of long weapons dissipated. The 6 soldiers fought and retreated within the ravine, utterly incapable of withstanding the dagger's ingenious assaults. Eventually, under Chun-Ling's relentless offense, their coordination faltered. As the first soldier fell to his strike, more and more succumbed to their fate. Blood soaked the ground, and a chilling aura filled the ravine, all consumed by that flash of red. Lackeys of the Qin army shall not meet a good end. Chun-Ling's dagger pierced the chest of the last soldier, whose blood-red eyes remained fixed on him. Blood surged from his throat, and he uttered his final words before collapsing into the crimson pool. The last shred of murderous intent surged into Chun-Ling. He lowered his gaze to the multitude of corpses, pondering, which war's projection could this be involving the Qin army? Chun-Ling had little knowledge or interest in history. For him, swiftly appropriating the military divine past foundation was paramount. Just as he prepared to depart the ravine, the ground beneath him quaked. In the sky above the military repository, clouds roiled, and the colossal black sword piercing the heavens gradually revealed itself amidst the mist. In the distant sky, a faint light flickered at the sword's hilt, where a dark red gem shimmered like a star. At that moment, Chun-Ling felt the murderous intent within him begin to boil, as if something unseen had locked onto him. Wait, why did this feeling seem so familiar? As Chun-Ling contemplated this, a black satin ribbon extended from the gem in the sword's hilt, slithering through the clouds, heading straight for him. Meanwhile, in another area of the military repository, useless. With so many of you, can't you handle even 3 murderous projections? In a small ravine, 7 enforcers awkwardly wielded their swords, retreating against the assault of 3 armored soldiers. Yen Shizai, and Pooh stood outside the ravine, observing the arduous battle, unable to restrain their frustration. 7 against 3, and you can't even win? How have you all been enforcers these past few years? The 7 enforcers inside the ravine felt tears welling up. They had indeed been enforcers in Aurora City for 3 years, but in this era, enforcers carried firearms, practicing marksmanship far more than close combat. How many of them had even trained with melee weapons? Yet, their firearms had been stolen by the flame thieves. Without guns, they could only resort to nearby cold weapons, but lacking any experience in close combat, how could they possibly battle soldiers seasoned by history? Thus, even when they found a ravine with only 3 murderous projections, their full-scale assaults still left them at a disadvantage, leading to Yen Shitsai's furious agitation. Pooh brother, hurry up and act. If this continues, I might just lose my temper and eliminate this group of useless fools. Yen Shitsai suppressed his anger, addressing Pooh. Pooh nodded, reaching into his sleeve and producing a piece of rice paper. Freeze, he whispered to the 3 soldiers. As the character for freeze vanished from the paper, the 3 armored soldiers were simultaneously immobilized. The other enforcers finally breathed a sigh of relief, gripping their swords and charging toward them. In the chaos, 3 enforcers struck vital points, absorbing the murderous intent left behind by the fallen soldiers. Their eyes brightened, as if something within them had begun to flourish. Their earlier fatigue vanished, and their postures instinctively straightened, exuding newfound vigor. What are you waiting for? Come out, Yen Shitsai urged once more. The group obediently stepped forward. After all this time, we've only absorbed 3 murderous intents. At this rate, when will we attract the attention of the military divine path? Yen Shitsai expressed his dissatisfaction. The attention of the divine path varies from person to person, Pooh explained. Some individuals are naturally suited for the military divine path. Even by killing 1 person, they can attract divine attention. Others may not be suited, and even after gathering dozens of murderous intents, they may fail to do so. I know. Yen Shitsai waved his hand. That is why I asked you to come. If dozens aren't enough, then let us absorb 100, 200. I refuse to believe I, Yen Shitsai, am fated to be disconnected from the military divine path. After speaking, he pointed to the 3 enforcers who had absorbed the murderous intents. Quickly use your abilities to transfer their murderous intents to me. Pooh shook his head. The quantity of absorb is limited. We should wait until their murderous intents accumulate more before using it. Otherwise, the efficiency is too low. All right, let's first seek a location where the aura of killing is more potent, and then proceed gradually. Just as Yen Shitsai's words trailed off, the ground beneath them trembled unexpectedly. Everyone stood in stunned silence as the clouds parted, revealing a black serpent extending from the sword's hilt, descending straight toward the nearby spot. Witnessing this spectacle, Yen Shitsai's eyes widened in astonishment. The path of the war god? How long had they been here? And already someone was about to embark on the path of the war god? This should not be the case. Among the law enforcers this time, such a genius existed? Pooh pondered could be Lu Xianming? Let's go see. Yen Shitsai spoke up immediately. We cannot provoke Lu Xianming, but others might be different. The crowd hurriedly set off towards the place where the divine path descended. Number 8. Someone has already attracted the divine path. A fire manipulator observed the scene from afar and spoke up. I see it. Number 8's gaze followed the black satin ribbon upwards, ultimately resting upon the dark red gem on the sword's hilt. Is that the foundation of the path of the war god? The foundation is on the sword's hilt? How are we to steal it? Climb up? That is impossible. Number 8 shook his head. Our current location is merely the outermost and smallest area of the ancient military treasury. It was chosen as the trial ground of the Aurora realm precisely because of its simplicity and harmlessness. But the closer one gets to that sword, the more perilous the regions become. It is said that deep within the ancient military treasury lie several exceedingly ancient and powerful beings. Not to mention us. Even a thief saint would find it impossible to approach the vicinity of that sword. So how do we steal the foundation? We cannot touch the foundation, but we can wait for it to come to us. Number 8 raised his hand, pointing at the black satin ribbon extending from the foundation. That is our medium to make contact and the only opportunity to seize the foundation. To steal the foundation, we must first attract the path of the war god to come over, so we must gather our killing intent, like those law enforcers, to draw the foundation's attention. This is the most prudent method. As they discussed, they arrived before a larger ravine. In the center of the ravine, over 50 armored soldiers were gathered, arrayed, facing forward. Exudinga Shirinyoha. 7 fire manipulators stood firm at the ravine's edge, exchanging glances and nodding slightly. The next moment, they charged into the ravine simultaneously. The black satin ribbon extended straight above Chunling, and a sudden, oppressive aura descended. The path of the war god? Chunling recalled that when he attracted the attention of the path of the war god in his courtyard, a similar phenomenon had occurred. However, the difference was that the ribbon then had been thicker and more substantial, resembling steps descending from the heavens, while the one before him now extended from the gem on the hilt of that black giant sword. This is what attracted the path of the war god. Chunling exclaimed in disbelief. Is it really that simple? Was it not said that even entering the ancient military treasury and gaining the path of the war god's recognition is exceedingly difficult? Was it not said that less than 1 in 10 can tread upon the path of the war god? Chunling felt somewhat dazed. After all, he had merely casually chosen a 10-man ravine, and before long, he had penetrated through it. He had not anticipated that the path of the war god would be drawn in so easily. Since entering the treasury, less than an hour had passed. Is the path of the war god truly so unreserved? Why does it seem that every time he casually provokes it, it comes rushing over? Thus, is that the foundation of the path of the war god? Chunling's gaze fell upon the source of the black satin ribbon, the gem embedded in the sword's hilt. He attempted to extend his hand, wishing to touch the gem through the path of the war god itself. But before his fingertips could graze the black satin ribbon, it suddenly jolted violently. Immediately, it retreated rapidly as if it had encountered something terrifying. Chunling reached out, but only grasped at emptiness. He glanced back at the void behind him. The blood-red eyes gradually faded, and the audience's oppressive aura had frightened the path of the war god away, leaving him no chance to make contact. Indeed, even upon entering the ancient military treasury, the outcome remained unchanged. The divine path sees me and flees. This poses a dilemma. Chunling furrowed his brows. If he could not even touch the divine path, how could he seize the foundation? Consequently, the only option might be to rob those fire manipulators. It was unrealistic for him to single-handedly take down 6 fire manipulators, but he could only resort to using others to do the dirty work. However, currently, the law enforcers and fire manipulators maintained a non-aggression stance. How could he expedite their conflict to reignite hostilities? As Chunling pondered, a shadow suddenly fell from the retreating path of the war god, descending through the dim sky and landing precisely before him. With a thud, Chunling was drawn to the muffled noise, only to find a blood-stained token quietly resting on the ground. He gazed curiously at the receding divine path and stepped forward to pick up the token, scrutinizing it closely in his hand. This was a token imbued with a strong sense of antiquity. It felt cold to the touch, as though crafted from some metallic material. Through the thick, dark bloodstains, he barely discerned 2 characters beneath. They were not the simplified characters familiar to him, but rather resembled the small seal script. Chunling could not decipher the small seal script, but the first character, from its outline, resembled the character for white. Bai. Chunling immediately recalled the name of the thief saint, Bai Yi, mentioned by number 8 on the train. Yet the second character appeared nothing like it. Moreover, this token bore a significant historical weight, clearly not a modern creation. Chunling fixated on the enigmatic second character, sketching it out on the ground for some time, then hesitantly tracing another character resembling it in simplified form on the gray-white earth. The 2 characters combined to form a name that sent a tremor through Chunling's heart. Bai Qi. Chapter 68. Has it chosen me? The God of Killers, Bai Qi. Chunling had certainly heard of Bai Qi's illustrious name. Even when considering the entirety of human warfare history, this figure held a resounding presence. But why had this token inscribed with Bai Qi's name fallen from the path of the war god? Moreover, both the timing and the location of its descent seemed as if someone had deliberately placed it in his hand. Gazing at the colossal black sword that pierced the heavens, a thought suddenly flickered in Chunling's mind. If the ancient military treasury is a repository of human warfare, could it possibly contain data on certain renowned generals? For instance, Bai Qi. Chunling meticulously examined the token, seeking any further clues, when a voice echoed from a distance. Strange, why has the path of the war god vanished again? It has been controlled by someone, hence its disappearance. However, judging by the location, That person should not have strayed far. There's a ravine here. Inside, there are 10 killing intent projections. That person must have gathered killing intent here to attract the path of the war god. Chen Ling heard Yin Shizai's voice among them. Clutching the Bai Chi token, his eyes narrowed as a thought rapidly formed in his mind. Without hesitation, he tucked the token into his bosom, tore a piece of flesh from his cheek, and instantly transformed into an exact replica of Bai Chi. The token lay quietly in the depths of the ravine. Since Chun Ling had pierced through this 10-man ravine, it seemed the 10 killing intent projections had been refreshed, firmly occupying the entrance of the ravine, while Yin Shizai and his companions were left outside, tiptoeing to glimpse the situation within. Is there someone inside? Yin Shizai inquired. I am unsure. The killing intent projections are blocking the view. Then let us eliminate them first. Yin Xiao, but there are 10 killing intent projections. We cannot defeat them. Useless. With Pu Laudi here, what is there to fear? Charge! Yin Shizai, in a fit of rage, kicked one law enforcer, sending him tumbling into the 10-man ravine. It is that Shin army lackey. Kill! The 10 armored soldiers, without a word, brandished their long spears and rushed forward with great fervor. Seeing this, Pu Wen reluctantly produced a binding talisman, briefly immobilizing the 10 soldiers, while the other law enforcers wielded their blades and swords to follow suit, quickly hacking down 6 of them. Moments later, the remaining 3 soldiers broke free from their bindings and engaged in fierce combat with several enforcers. Faced with a living and moving trio, the onlookers were momentarily thrown into disarray, retreating hastily into the ravine and suddenly finding themselves at an impasse. Do not underestimate the fact that my bindings can only take effect once on the same target in a short span of time. I can be of no assistance to you now, Pu Wen remarked as he sensed Yin Shizai's gaze upon him, shrugging slightly. A bunch of useless fools, Yin Shizai scolded. Today, whoever accumulates the most killing intent upon returning can choose any of the squad from the headquarters of the Aurora Realm Enforcers. But those who accumulate the least, I will strip of their positions. At his words, all the enforcers seemed to be invigorated, charging madly towards the 3 armored soldiers, their sharp spears slicing through flesh and leaving behind gruesome wounds. Yet, despite the reckless assault and overwhelming numbers, the 3 armored soldiers were ultimately overwhelmed and fell to the most aggressive enforcers. 10 strands of killing intent were absorbed by the crowd, their gazes growing increasingly bright. Even the limping enforcer named Xiao Jian, having seized the opportunity to slay one of the armored soldiers amidst the chaos, felt a noticeable improvement in his aura as the gloom in his eyes gradually dissipated, replaced by an unprecedented sense of confidence and power. Is this what killing intent feels like? Xiao Jian curiously examined his hands, beginning to relish this sensation. Witnessing this scene, Yin Shizai's expression finally softened. He hurried into the ravine, peering deeper within. Is anyone there? It appears not. An enforcer stepped forward a few paces, finding no trace of anyone. The one who first obtained the path of the war god must have already departed. A blood-stained token suddenly slipped from a stone and landed before Yin Shizai. What is this? He noticed the bloodied token and bent down to pick it up, his eyes filled with bewilderment. And upon seeing the small seal on the token, his expression shifted in shock. Bai Chi, who is that? He is a legendary ancient general. Pu Wen's eyes fixated on the token, filled with astonishment. Most records of him had been obliterated in the Great Catastrophe, but it is said he was known as the God of Slaughter. The God of Slaughter? Even Yin Shizai, who lacked historical knowledge, was taken aback. He quickly inquired, could it be that he is still alive? Impossible. Pu Wen shook his head. The path of the war god is indeed the embodiment of all warfare and slaughter to date, but historical figures remain in the annals of history. Even if Bai Chi were to truly manifest, it would merely be a projection of a segment of slaughter from the path of the war god. Resurrecting someone from history is simply impossible. Yin Shizai's enthusiasm waned. So, this item is a counterfeit? No. The aura of the path of the war god emanating from this token is too potent. It should not be a forgery, Pu Wen replied uncertainly. Even if it is merely a projection of slaughter, given by Chi's stature, it would undoubtedly be among the most elite within this ancient repository. The appearance of his token here might indicate that the path of the war god is conveying some message to you. The path of the war god is trying to convey a message to me? Yin Shizai held the token tightly, momentarily stunned. And you mean it has chosen me? As he uttered the final words, his voice trembled slightly, and a wave of unprecedented excitement washed over his features. In that instant, all of Yin Shitsai's discontent vanished. It is known that every year, countless individuals enter the ancient repository of the path of the war god. Yet how many are ever truly chosen by it to receive a token? If this token is indeed as Pu described, the value of this by Qi token is sufficient to overshadow any other enforcer who has stepped into the trial. Even if I do not tread the path of the war god, once I return home, this token alone will astonish all the elders in my family. Being chosen by the path of the war god, those words alone can eclipse all competitors among the heirs of the starry commerce. Upon hearing Yin Shitsai's final words, Pu was taken aback. He sensed that Yin Shitsai might have misunderstood his intent, yet upon witnessing the ecstatic expression on his face, Pu hesitated for a moment before saying nothing further. I knew it. I, Yin Shitsai, have suffered misfortunes for so long. Surely, there will come a day of resurgence. That fire usurper even claimed I was merely a fortunate fool. What does he know? Yin Shitsai laughed heartily. By Qi token. By Qi token. With this in hand, who in Aurora City would dare to look down upon me? Suddenly, the ground beneath their feet trembled once more. The dim clouds parted, and the light of the path of the war god illuminated the sword's hilt, as a nebulous stone staircase fell gracefully from the heavens, extending toward a certain direction. Has someone else stepped onto the path of the war god? Pu exclaimed in astonishment, as there are many among this group of enforcers with considerable talent. As Yin Shitsai witnessed the birth of a second possessor of the path of the war god, his earlier joy was significantly diminished. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "Let us continue. We shall wait outside this 10-person ravine. Whenever the killing intent projections converge, we shall strike once more. I refuse to believe that with so many of us, we cannot accumulate enough to create a path of the war god." Yin Shitsai led the group back outside the ravine, and after a brief wait, the 10 armored soldiers reappeared. Charge! Yin Shitsai waved his hand, and the remaining enforcers rushed forth. With Pu's binding support, the familiar scene of battle unfolded once again. It is not that Yin Shitsai wished to seek out a different ravine with more killing intent projections. Rather, managing 10 was already their limit. Should they venture into a 20-person ravine, they would likely be overwhelmed, leaving him as the sole commander. Yin Shitsai cherished the Bai Qi token, observing as the enforcers repeatedly charged through the 10-person ravine. During this time, 2 more paths of the war god extended from the foundation. The path of the war god. Xianlong. Lu Xianming, clad in black, stood within a cleared 15-person ravine, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes as the path of the war god gradually receded. Congratulations, young Master Lu, for stepping onto the path of the war god. The 3 enforcers behind him immediately offered their congratulations. It is merely a Tianlang path. What is there to celebrate? Lu Xianming shook his head. While the Tianlang path possesses no weaknesses, it also lacks distinct advantages, ranking only moderately among all paths of the war god. I had initially rejected the divine favor of the Tianlang path in hopes of obtaining a more powerful path, such as Azura or Judgment. Little did I expect the outcome to be the same even upon entering the ancient repository. Young Master Lu, do not be modest. Divine favor is something many desire, yet cannot attain. Not only have you received divine favor, but you also refused it once. If Yin Shitsai were to learn of this, he would surely be driven to madness with jealousy. Indeed, young Master Lu, the Tianlang path is quite commendable. Your perception of its weakness stems merely from the absence of an absolute stronghold among its ranks. Since that is the case, why not become that stronghold yourself? If I could tread the path of the war god like you, regardless of the path, it would be an immense fortune. The enforcers trailing behind, Lu Xianming, gazed at him with envy. Enough. Do not follow me any longer. There is much time left before the trial concludes. You should find your own places to gather killing intent. Should you reach the path of the war god and ascend to the rank of enforcer, come serve under me. Thank you, young Master Lu. Are you not going to continue accumulating killing intent? I feel that it is quite effective. I also sense that absorbing this killing intent makes one feel considerably more confident and full of strength. Lu Xianming shook his head. Gathering killing intent is merely to attract the attention of the path of the war god. This essence is fundamentally the lingering aura of ancient battlefields. Absorbing too much can affect one's mentality. Only a fool like Yin Shizai would believe that more is better. I see. Then where are you headed? To seek out those fire usurpers and test my Tianlang. Lu Xuanming narrowed his eyes slightly, a flicker of murderous intent dancing within them. The usurper of flames? The crowd gasped in astonishment, yet they all possessed at least 2 skills, both at the 2nd tier, while you have just recently ascended beneath the 4th tier. Aside from the quantity of skills mastered, there is little distinction. Moreover, within this ancient repository, it is inconceivable for a formidable presence of 4th tier or above to emerge. Furthermore, they are merely a band of thieves. Whether in theft of goods or identities, they pose no significant threat to me. Once I locate the isolated usurper of flames, I am confident in my ability to eliminate him. Lu Xuanming, bearing a black blade upon his back, strode away, gradually vanishing from the sight of the others. It is that lackey of the Qin army. Kill. This was a phrase that Qinling had heard countless times, his ears nearly calloused from it, though he currently possessed no ears at all. Despite having transformed into a token, Qinling could still perceive everything around him and noted how much Yin Shizai cherished it, practically seeking a place to enshrine it. 5 or 6 hours had elapsed since Yin Shizai had people repeatedly grind this 10-person trench, reminiscent of scenes from the previous era of online gaming, where countless dungeons yielded treasures. Under the tireless efforts of these enforcers, they had already cycled through 9 iterations, amassing a total of 90 portions of murderous intent. Among them, the enforcer with the highest level of murderous intent possessed approximately 17 or 18, while the least had 6 or 7. Although it appeared that much had been gathered, the average result was akin to the few minutes it took Qinling to complete his own collection. It was unbearable, truly unbearable. An enforcer, battered and bruised, staggered out of the trench and collapsed onto the ground. The other enforcers bore injuries as well, and after 5 or 6 hours of combat, they were nearly drained of their strength. Even with the invigorating effect of the murderous intent, their stamina could not withstand the strain, and they all succumbed to exhaustion on the ground. Observing the sprawled bodies of his comrades, Yin Shizai's eyelids twitched. After a moment's hesitation, he turned to Puwen beside him. "Pu, my younger brother, it should be about time, right?" "About time," Puwen nodded slightly. "If we delay any longer, and one of them possesses extraordinary talent, it could attract the attention of the war goddess Path, rendering the absorbed murderous intent useless. Good. Also, ensure that each of them willingly offers their murderous intent. Otherwise, the word will be ineffective. Rest assured, I've already made the necessary arrangements." At long last, Yin Shizai reached this moment. He solemnly placed the Bai Chi token aside and addressed the enforcers, commanding them to stand. Seeing this, the weary individuals could only drag their exhausted bodies off the ground, aligning themselves before Yin Shizai. Puwen reached into his sleeve and produced 8 sheets of Xian paper, handing them to Yin Shizai. Upon the paper was the same black font. "Affix the paper to your palm when I instruct you to act. Press your palm against their chest." Understood. Puwen formed a hand seal before him, and in the next moment, the character in Yin Shizai's palm abruptly distorted, transforming into an invisible vortex, swirling within the void. "Go," Puwen commanded. Without further hesitation, Yin Shizai placed his palm against the chest of one enforcer, the visible black murderous intent being drawn into Yin Shizai's body through the vortex. After a brief span of 10 seconds, the enforcer's complexion turned pale as if his very spine had been extracted, leaving him utterly weakened, and he crumpled to the ground. Chapter 70. Provocation. Qinling stood aside, witnessing Yin Shizai siphon the murderous intent from the enforcer, his gaze igniting with intrigue. Can it truly be done this way? Qinling was utterly astonished. This was his first encounter with the skills of the book goddess Path. Merely through a single character, it could immobilize the human body and even plunder murderous intent. Though uncertain whether the character could seize other things, the exhibited effect was already grotesquely formidable, rivaling Wu Shang. I wonder, what tier is Puwen indeed? While observing the unfolding drama, Qinling discreetly transformed into a spider and began to crawl out of the trench while everyone was engrossed in Yin Shizai's actions. Having drained the murderous intent from one enforcer, Yin Shizai distinctly felt a surge in his condition, an unprecedented sense of exhilaration and confidence washing over him. He immediately approached the second enforcer, resuming his absorption. 10 portions of murderous intent, 22 portions of murderous intent, 35 portions of murderous intent. With each enforcer that succumbed to the loss of their murderous intent and collapsed helplessly to the ground, Yin Shitsai's eyes visibly reddened, an indescribable ferocity pouring forth from within him. The murderous intent he accumulated grew ever greater, yet the war goddess path remained unresponsive. An overpowering sense of agitation swelling within him. Not enough, still not enough. Yin Shitsai drained another 16 portions of murderous intent, forcefully pushing the recently emptied enforcer to the ground, then seized the next enforcer by the shoulders. How many do you have left? 10, 15. The enforcer trembled, clearly frightened by Yin Shitsai's intensity. Without a word, Yin Shitsai pressed his palm against the enforcer's chest, the murderous intent pouring through the vortex. Frantically surging into his body, Xiao Jian, whose cheek bore a cut from a blade, had the least amount of murderous intent, ranking last among the group. He watched as Yin Shitsai approached, his heart racing. Still not enough. Only one left. After absorbing the seventh enforcer's murderous intent, the war goddess path remained unresponsive. Yin Shitsai lowered his head, his crimson eyes fixed upon Xiao Jian. How many do you have? 7. 7 portions. Just 7. You only have 7? Yin Shitsai's ferocious countenance nearly pressed against Xiao Jian's face. You worthless fool. He delivered a kick, sending Xiao Jian sprawling to the ground. The latter felt a hand pressing against his chest, an overwhelming suction emanating from it. Not enough. Pu Wen's voice suddenly resonated. He had not released his consciousness, allowing the word tun to take effect. Yin Shitsai's pupils constricted slightly as he stomped down hard on Xiao Jian's chest, bellowing, "What are you doing? Spit out your murderous intent." Xiao Jian, battered by Yin Shitsai's kicks, was momentarily dazed, his mind blank. Do you truly wish to abandon your position as an enforcer? Do you believe that with a single word, I could bring ruin upon your entire family? Yin Shitsai's roar pierced through the air, akin to a beast howling in Xiao Jian's ear. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jian's pupils constricted. A flicker of struggle crossed his face, but ultimately, he relinquished his body, allowing the word "ten" to siphon the murderous intent from within him. As the murderous intent rapidly dissipated, so too did his confidence and dignity. An unprecedented emptiness flooding his mind. He felt utterly limp, collapsing onto the ground. Once Yin Shitsai drained the final portion of murderous intent, his eyes were blood red, resembling a butcher emerging from a sea of carnage, a single glance capable of silencing a crying infant. He spat fiercely upon the corpse like Xiao Jian, his gaze filled with rage and resentment. Having utilized the word tun so many times in succession, Pu Wen visibly appeared worn, observing the transformed Yin Shitsai, his brows furrowed tightly. Despite absorbing so much murderous intent, the war goddess path still showed no signs of response. Through this method of plunder, Yin Shitsai surely possessed the highest level of murderous intent within the ancient repository of the war path, and even among past enforcers. Few could accumulate nearly 100 portions within 24 hours. Yet, even so, the war goddess path remained indifferent. It hung high in the clouds, akin to an arrogant and fastidious emperor of slaughter, while Yin Shitsai had never captured its gaze. Yin Shitsai, do you feel all right? Pu Wen inquired. Me? I feel fantastic. Yin Shitsai's eyes were blood red, taking a deep breath as he gazed at the dark red gemstone suspended in the clouds. But I have accumulated nearly 100 portions of murderous intent. Why has it yet to provoke the war goddess path? Perhaps the quantity of murderous intent is still insufficient. Pu Wen paused briefly, or perhaps you're simply not suited for the path of the war god. You speak nonsense. Yin Shitsai's eyes widened in disbelief. I am chosen by the war goddess path. How could I possibly be unfit? It must be that the war goddess path has set its standards too high. His voice abruptly fell silent. He stared blankly at the barren ground, lost in thought for several seconds before regaining his senses. Wait, where's my Baiji Ling? He clearly remembered placing the token on the ground before absorbing the killing intent. How did it vanish in the blink of an eye? Someone shouted, drawing everyone's gaze upward. Not far away on a hill, a familiar figure held the Baiji Ling in hand, glancing back at Yin Shitsai with a disdainful smile. It was the arsonist, number 8. In the next instant, his figure vanished from sight. No one noticed the nearly weightless face that silently floated to the ground in the void behind him. Yin Shitsai's breath became heavy. The arsonist? He gritted his teeth and roared, "You seek death." Yin Shizai had absorbed nearly 100 killing intents, yet still failed to attract the attention of the divine path of weapons. He was already extremely displeased, but fortunately, he still possessed a Baiji Ling. Even if he could not step onto the divine path of weapons this time, he could rely on being chosen by the divine path of weapons to return to Jiguang City and reclaim everything. But now, his sole opportunity to turn the tide was snatched away by the arsonist. What was the difference between this and directly stealing his life? Damn it, when did they set their sights on us? Puis when pondi? Could their target be the Baiji Ling? To hell with the arsonist. Yin Shizai exploded like a fully ignited powder keg, roaring in fury. Do they think I'm afraid of them? Chase after them. Calm down. We're no match for them. Not before. We may not be now either. With so many enforcers stepping onto the divine path of weapons, can I command them? Yin Shizai spoke fiercely. Money can make the devil push the mill. If the arsonist dares to covet my Baiji Ling, I will take their lives. Chapter 71. The gathering of enforcers stopped pretending to be dead. Get up. Yin Shizai kicked each feeble enforcer, forcing them to their feet. Just as they were about to leave, a pair of hands suddenly clutched Yin Shizai's thigh. He turned to find a bloodied Xiao Jian. Young Master Yin, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. You won't really strip me of my enforcer status, will you? Enforcer? Yin Shizai sneered, shaking off Xiao Jian's grasp with a kick. I said from the start, whoever accumulates the least killing intent will be dismissed. What makes you think you deserve to remain an enforcer? You run slowly and can't even kill. You're just like your useless father, a worthless life destined to serve others. Yin Shizai couldn't be bothered to look at him again and turned to walk towards the hill. The other enforcers staggered to their feet, casting sympathetic glances at Xiao Jian before following Yin Shizai. They were all enforcers in Jiguang City, promoted solely by Yin Shizai. Without him, they would not have their current status, and as long as they helped Yin Shizai ascend the divine path of weapons, even if they could not become enforcers themselves, he could use his power to secure them a bright future. Xiao Jian, however, had clearly been cast aside by Yin Shizai. With blood-stained hands clenched, he watched Yin Shizai's retreating figure, despair flickering in his eyes. He had been lame since childhood, and without his father's years of servitude to the Yin family, he would never have become an enforcer. But now, after this trip to the ancient tomb, not only had he been disfigured, but he would also lose his enforcer status. Even if he returned, he would be left as a cripple. He muttered Yin Shizai's name, his despair gradually transforming into deep resentment. Lowering his head, his scarred face, twisted and terrifying, resembled a demon. Young Master Yin, that Xiao Jian is following us again, an enforcer remarked, noticing the staggering figure behind them. Ignore him. Yin Shizai scanned the surroundings and spotted 8 or 9 enforcers gathering in the distance, approaching them. Go, call them over. With a gesture, he instructed someone to relay his message to those enforcers, who hurried toward them. I am Wang Tao, the leader of the enforcers from Area 1. The foremost enforcer respectfully extended his hand. What orders does young Master Yin have? Yin Shizai had no intention of shaking his hand, coldly replying. Has anyone from your Area 1 stepped onto the divine path of weapons? Yes, one has. An enforcer raised his hand. Do you want to enter Jiguang City? Yin Shizai asked directly. Jiguang City? The enforcer who had ascended the divine path of weapons was momentarily taken aback, then elated. Yes, I want to. What orders do you have, young Master Yin? The arsonist is the common enemy of humanity across the 9 realms. Today, you will accompany me to eliminate them, and I will guarantee your entry into Jiguang City as an enforcer there. Yin Shizai waved his hand, offering a temptation that was hard to refuse for all enforcers across the 7 districts. The other enforcers from Area 1, who had not ascended the divine path, were captivated. It is well known that Jiguang City is an ethereal existence for all in the 7 districts. 99 of its residents will never see the inside of Jiguang City, only hearing descriptions from others. The enforcers of Jiguang City were worlds apart from those of the 7 districts. The enforcer who heard about killing the arsonists felt conflicted, as he was somewhat unsure of his abilities. However, thinking of the opportunity to enter Jiguang City, he gritted his teeth. All right, I will go with you. Others who have not ascended can join too. Although you cannot enter Jiguang City, I will provide you with ample resources. Under Yin Shizai's persuasion, all present enforcers chose to follow him. After all, lacking the divine path, they did not need to engage the arsonists directly. Merely skirting around the periphery would yield unexpected gains and attract the favor of the Chuanxing Merchant Association, which was undoubtedly quite advantageous. Quickly gathering a group of over 50, Yin Shizai continued to inquire, "Have you seen any other enforcers?" "I saw the enforcers from Area 4. They just passed by over there." "Let us go," an enforcer reminded. "A group of 7 or more is fine, but those with fewer than 7 must verify their identities." At this moment, it had been quite some time since everyone entered the ancient path, and those who could ascend the divine path had mostly already done so. The remaining enforcers were generally lacking in talent, and under Yin Shizai's recruitment, nearly all chose to join the expedition. Of course, some enforcers were hesitant to take risks. But as they saw more and more people gathering behind Yin Shizai, after a moment of hesitation, they chose to join. Humanity is inherently inclined to follow the crowd. When everyone is engaged in the same endeavor, and they are not, they will become outcasts in the eyes of others. If Yin Shizai successfully eradicated the arsonists and compiled a list afterward, those who did not join would find their future paths fraught with difficulty. Several hours later, Yin Shizai had assembled a formidable force of over 50, including 5 who had stepped onto the divine path of weapons and attained the first stage. With so many enforcers at his command, Yin Shizai stood tall and straight. He turned to Pu Wen and asked, "How much time remains until the ancient tomb opens?" "Less than 3 hours. That should suffice." Yin Shizai gritted his teeth and ordered, "Send people out to search, scour the entire trial ground to find that group of arsonists." As several enforcers departed, Pu Wen's eyes glimmered with a flicker of light, addressing everyone. "The enemy's ability to steal is quite troublesome, so we must not engage recklessly. Everyone must heed my instructions." Achoo! Number 8 suddenly sneezed. "What's wrong?" "Nothing, just a sudden chill at the back of my neck." Number 8 turned to look at the sea of bodies in the 50-man trench, unconsciously frowning. "It shouldn't be. We have accumulated so much killing intent and still failed to attract the attention of the divine path of weapons. Could it be because we have the ability of the thief's path? No, the initiation of attention is unrelated to the presence of the divine path. It is only when the divine path draws near that we can perceive the aura of the stolen divine path emanating from us. The reason for the lack of attention may simply be our own inadequacy," explained a fire usurper. "What should we do then? The time for the ancient treasure must be approaching, right?" Just as number 8 was about to speak, his brow furrowed suddenly as he turned to gaze at a nearby cliff, noticing a law enforcer casting a glance in their direction before hastily retreating. "Have we been discovered?" A fire usurper felt a jolt in his heart. "So what if they have seen us? Even if they recognize us, they wouldn't have time to escape." "Wait." Number 8's eyes narrowed slightly. Something seemed amiss. Chapter 72. The Commencement of Chaos. "I have located them." A law enforcer hurriedly traversed the wilderness, shouting to the assembled Yin Shizai and his comrades. Upon hearing this, Yin Shizai's eyes brightened, and he immediately inquired, "Where?" "To the southwest, in front of a 50-person ravine." "How many are there?" 6 individuals, all gathered together." "Let us go." Without hesitation, Yin Shizai led over 50 law enforcers directly toward that direction. The 5 law enforcers who had embarked on the path of the war god surrounded Yin Shizai like generals, their eyes shimmering with an unprecedented battle intent. Having just commenced their journey on the war god path and acquired their skills, they eagerly awaited an adversary to practice against. And the fire usurpers represented the ideal target. A cloud of dust swirled upon the ground as the crowd departed. The law enforcer who had just delivered the information remained at the original spot, a slight smirk gracing his lips. "Let the slaughter commence." Hongi Chunling murmured amidst the swirling dust. "The time for this performance to conclude has arrived." Audience anticipation level 3 simultaneously. The 6 fire usurpers observed a multitude of figures clad in black and red uniforms emerging from the nearby hills, their expressions visibly souring. They actually came? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There are even 5 more law enforcers who have embarked on the war god path. No wonder they feel emboldened. Initially fleeing was merely a strategy to allow more individuals to ascend the war god path and then encircle us together. This group of law enforcers has never been so united, has it? What should we do now? What are we afraid of? Let us kill them all. Do not be deceived by their numbers. The vast majority are mere targets without divine paths or firearms. Do you truly believe they can harm us? A fire usurper scoffed. As for those few who have embarked on the war god path, they're merely at the first stage. What sort of threat can they pose? Do not underestimate them. Number 8 spoke with a grave tone. Before reaching the 4th stage, combat is a weak point for the stolen divine path. We must particularly avoid being engaged in close quarters by the war god path and strive to deplete them with ranged weapons. On the opposing hillside, Yin Shitsai, flanked by 5 first-stage war god path enforcers, slowly advanced, his blood-red eyes fixated on number 8, wishing nothing more than to see him torn asunder. Hand over my command token, you thieving scoundrels. Command token? What command token? A fire usurper paused in confusion, quietly asking the others, did any of you steal from him? None of us. Don't play dumb with me. Yin Shitsai erupted in fury, pointing an accusatory finger at number 8. In the entire ancient treasure of the warpath, who else but you could have stolen something from afar? I witnessed you refusing to hand it over, so I have come personally to retrieve it. Charge forth. With Yin Shitsai's command, the 5 first-stage war god path enforcers surged forward like arrows, plummeting down the hillside and generating a series of piercing sounds as they broke the air. The remaining law enforcers exchanged glances and followed closely behind, a black and red wave surging toward them. Something feels off. Number 8 observed Yin Shitsai's furious expression, his brow furrowing tightly. What feels off? A fire usurper inquired. Everything feels off. I have an incessant feeling that someone is targeting us. Ever since we entered the war path ancient treasure, the 6 of them have been gathering murderous intent, preparing to steal the foundation of the war god path, without having any contact with law enforcers. Yet Yin Shitsai claims that he witnessed us stealing his belongings? Ever since we entered the ancient treasure, no. Ever since they stole the identities of the law enforcers from Districts 3, 5, and 6, it seems they have been led by the nose, with everything occurring beyond their control. He feels as though an unseen hand is orchestrating the actions of everyone involved. Now that we have come this far, why concern ourselves with anything that feels amiss? A fire usurper's face twisted with malice. Let us eliminate them all, and everything will return to normal. Although number 8 was perplexed, at this juncture, further contemplation was indeed futile. His gaze grew increasingly frigid as he issued the order. Then let us kill. The 6 fire usurpers raised their hands in unison, each gripping firearms. The dark muzzles aimed at the oncoming black and red tide, and they opened fire in succession. Bang, 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 bang. Upon entering the ancient treasure, they had pilfered all the law enforcers' weapons, possessing an almost inexhaustible supply of ammunition. In contrast, the enforcers on the other side were empty-handed, having no choice but to press forward through the hail of bullets. Fortunately, there were only 6 fire usurpers, each wielding 2 guns, totaling merely 12 weapons. The 5 first-stage war god path enforcers, leading the charge, bellowed, their skin darkening as if clad in armor, and the multitude of bullets struck them, leaving only shallow indentations. What on earth is this? A fire usurper exclaimed in astonishment. It is iron armor. Number 8 spoke in a low voice. Most first-stage skills along the war god path are iron armor, which greatly enhances one's defense and strength. However, its weakness is that before reaching the 4th stage, iron armor cannot fully cover the body. Under the onslaught of the fire usurpers, apart from the 5 first-stage war god path enforcers at the forefront, the other enforcers rushing forward fell one after another, struck down. Crimson blood stained the earth, and the law enforcers hiding behind the crowd turned pale upon witnessing this. They spun around to flee. Yet before they could take a few steps, Yin Shitsai's vicious and grim visage blocked their path. He struck down the fastest fleeing law enforcer with a single punch, the ruby ring on his finger embedding itself into the opponent's body, instantly absorbing a copious amount of flesh and blood, its surface glowing with an eerie red light. Advance or perish. Yin Shitsai raised his hand, gesturing toward the panicked law enforcers, and clenched his fist in the air. Crunch. Several law enforcers' necks seemed ensnared by an invisible hand, and with a violent wrench, their bodies twisted into contorted shapes, collapsing to the ground. This sight utterly stunned the fleeing law enforcers, and coupled with Yin Shitsai's palpable murderous aura, they hesitated for a moment before ultimately choosing to turn back toward the fire usurpers. With death awaiting them both ways, there was a greater chance of survival by moving forward. Simultaneously, the 5 first-stage war god path enforcers had already broken through the barrage of gunfire. their bodies hurtling toward the 6 fire usurpers like cannonballs, seeking death. A fire usurper's eyes flared with murderous intent. He raised his hand and grasped at the void. The first stage law enforcer rushing toward him suddenly found the ground beneath his feet giving way, the solid earth yielding to the grip of the usurper, creating a large pit. As the first stage law enforcer lost his footing, the fire usurper swiftly seized a short blade, the sharp tip aimed directly at the opponent's throat. Chapter 73. The Clam and the Heron Struggle Clang. The blade tip struck the throat of the first stage law enforcer, akin to piercing steel, producing a jarring clash of metal. The fire usurper felt a tingling sensation in his hand, a foreboding feeling washing over him, and in the next instant, the unbalanced law enforcer suddenly twisted, a black fist hurtling toward his jaw, the tremendous force sending him soaring through the air. Shattered teeth mingled with blood, scattering across the desolate ground, and the blow left the fire usurper dazed. Instinctively, he raised his hand to seize the opponent's weapon, only to find himself grasping at nothing. He could not steal the force of another's fist. The law enforcer himself hadn't anticipated that the frontal combat capabilities of these thieves would be so lacking. His confidence surged wildly as he unleashed a swift kick. Just then, darkness enveloped his vision. Having lost his goal and direction, he found himself kicking at the void, nearly losing his balance and falling to the ground. What was happening? How did I lose my light amidst such chaos on the battlefield, causing this newly initiated law enforcer to panic? He raised his hands like a blind man, groping in the darkness, calling out in terror. Suddenly, he felt a chill at the nape of his neck, as if something were pressing against it. Bang! The sound of a gunshot echoed. His head exploded in an instant, blood and brain matter splattering onto the ground like a blossoming bouquet. A wisp of smoke drifted from the barrel as the figure known as 8, holding the gun in one hand, stood expressionless behind the fallen body. I warned you not to underestimate your opponents. The usurper with a shattered jaw struggled to rise, his eyes filled with agony. 8's gaze shifted to the battlefield nearby, where 4 warriors from the Bing Shun Dao and 4 usurpers were embroiled in a fierce fight. In close combat, the Bing Shun Dao held a clear advantage, overwhelming the other usurpers, who could only barely maintain their ground by continuously stealing weapons. Among the 7 usurpers who had entered the Bing Dao Gut Song, only 8 had reached the 3rd tier. He snorted coldly, intending to make his way toward that battlefield when a voice called out from afar, "Fire!" A piece of rice paper unfurled in the wind, and a blazing fireball shot forth from the character Hua, hurtling straight toward 8's face. 8 furrowed his brow and immediately retreated, the intense flames erupting at his previous location nearly engulfing him. Just a first-tier Shu Shun Dao, truly courting death. A glimmer of cold light flashed in 8's eyes as he abandoned the idea of assisting the other usurpers and charged toward the hillside where Pu Wen stood, his expression grave. Without hesitation, he pulled out another piece of rice paper from his sleeve, ready to unfold it, only for it to vanish into thin air. At the same time, 8 tore his rice paper into shreds and coldly declared, "Having stolen your characters, what else can you do?" As 8 approached, Pu Wen instinctively took a step back and shouted to the side, "Yin Shi Tsai, what are you waiting for?" At this exclamation, Yin Shi Tsai, who had been watching from the sidelines, finally sprang into action. He raised his hand adorned with a ruby ring, and a cold word escaped his throat, "Crush." An invisible force erupted from the void, causing 8's hair to stand on end. Without hesitation, he dodged to the side, yet his right hand was still caught within it. The sound of bones breaking resonated as 8's arm visibly twisted, hanging limply, and he let out a pained roar. His eyes filled with fury as he glared at Yin Shi Tsai. In that moment of eye contact, Yin Shi Tsai turned and fled without a second thought. Indeed, Pu Wen's eyes sparkled with understanding, realizing that Yin Shi Tsai's thievery had limits. While he could steal his rice paper, he could not take Yin Shi Tsai's ring, the maximum distance being less than 50 meters. 8's heart raced as he regarded Pu Wen with newfound seriousness, realizing he had underestimated these young men. This fellow had long since devised a plan against him. 8 exchanged a glance with a nearby usurper, who immediately understood and swiftly stole several weapons, pursuing Yin Shi Tsai's fleeing direction. Although there were many law enforcers still uninitiated in that path, upon seeing 10 charge in with murderous intent, they gasped and scrambled to the sides, clearing a path for him. "You are clever, but what does it matter? 8 turned around, speaking ominously. Your teammate does not seem so reliable. He has fled. How will you survive? Puwen remained silent, not retrieving any rice paper, but instead formed a hand seal before him, softly uttering, "Wind." Simultaneously, a life-saving piece of rice paper beneath his clothing rapidly faded away, and a whirlwind erupted from the void, causing his robes to billow. With a flicker of his form, he accelerated astonishingly, fleeing into the distance. He still has rice paper? 8 gritted his teeth and quickly pursued. He realized that this young man of the Shu Shandao was Yin Shizai's strategist and the most formidable opponent. 10 had already set off to hunt down Yin Shizai. It should not be difficult to steal the opponent's ritual tool and slay him. Once Pu Wen and Yin Shizai were eliminated, this ragtag group of law enforcers would stand no chance. Meanwhile, Yin Shizai sprinted away with 2 law enforcers. Yin Xiao, are you not going to help Pu Xiao as planned? One enforcer asked in confusion. How can I help? If I don't run now, soon they will steal my ring, and then how will I defend myself? Yin Shizai clutched the precious ring tightly. It was far too valuable to fall into anyone else's hands. The 3 of them ran for hundreds of meters before stopping to catch their breath. Just as Yin Shizai was about to speak, he suddenly felt his hand grow light. He paused, looking down. The red ring had vanished without a trace. At last, I have caught up to you. A voice came from not far away. Yin Shizai turned to see the usurper known as 10 playing with the red ring, sneering at the 3 of them. Why have you stopped running? Yin Shizai's face turned pale instantly. Without hesitation, he shoved the 2 law enforcers toward 10, turning to flee down the hill. The 2 law enforcers, caught off guard by Yin Shizai's ruthless push, collided head-on with 10. With a cold grunt, 10 drew a short sword, sidestepped, and swiftly slit one enforcer's throat. The other, realizing too late, screamed and attempted to escape, only be slain by 10's sword as well. The 2 bodies fell to the ground, bloodied, as 10 gazed coldly in the direction Yin Shizai had fled. Chapter 74. Carnage, damn it. What were those law enforcers doing? So many of them couldn't even stop a few usurpers, and now they are letting them chase after me? Puwen's plan was utterly futile. He is nothing but a fool who can only talk big. Damn it, damn it. Bai Qi Ling is gone, and the ring is lost. I'm truly doomed this time. Yin Shizai poured every ounce of his strength into sprinting up the hill, cursing as he ran. He dared not look back, fearing that if he did, his head would meet the ground like the others. He did not wish for such an end. His head was far too precious. In his panic, Yin Shizai misstepped, tumbling down the hill like a ball. Mud and debris coated his body, leaving him dizzy. When he finally regained his senses, he crashed heavily to the ground. Pain radiated from all over his body as he groaned, opening his eyes to the unchanging gray sky, oppressive like lead. Yin Shizai attempted to sit up, but failed. His body bore multiple fractures. Moving even slightly caused him to grimace in agony. He had never experienced such pain. Lying there like a corpse, his chest heaving as mist escaped into the air, his heart filled with despair. He was truly frightened. He feared dying within this ancient repository, for that would mean losing everything. His revenge plan, his family's business, and the fortunate circumstances he had fought so hard to secure. Who knew what he would become in his next life? Perhaps a wretched beggar. A rustling sound came from nearby. Yin Shizai's heart leaped to his throat, and he widened his eyes, staring in terror at the sky not far away, fearing to see the demonic visage of 10, for that would signify his doom. To his surprise, it was not 10 who appeared, but a face he recognized somewhat. It's you, Yin Shizai exclaimed, his eyes widening in delight. It was a young man with a scarred face, limping as he walked, Xiao Jian. Quickly, get me out of here. Yin Shizai's heart soared with joy, and he called out, carry me on your back. As long as I survive and escape, I guarantee you will continue as a law enforcer. Moreover, you will live a life free of worries. Yin Shizai was unable to move any longer, yet he could ask Xiao Jian to carry him away. As long as he could escape this place and find a hiding spot, he could survive until the ancient treasure of Guzhong reopened. Xiao Jian glanced at Yin Shizai's imposing figure and, after a moment's hesitation, slowly shook his head. I'm sorry, Yin Xiao, but I am a cripple. Upon hearing this, Yin Shizai's voice abruptly ceased. Indeed, Xiao Jian was a cripple, a person who found it difficult to walk unaided. How could he possibly carry Yin Shizai to evade the pursuers? Realizing this, the flicker of hope that had just ignited in Yin Shizai was instantly extinguished. He gazed at the frail, unattractive Xiao Jian, and a torrent of resentment and fury surged from deep within him. He glared with bloodshot eyes and unleashed a barrage of curses. Damn it! At this point, you're still a useless waste. My life rests in your hands, along with your wealth and glory. How can you be so incompetent? Why did I have to drag along such a burden? Can you accomplish even a single task? I must be incredibly unlucky. Yin Shizai was completely unhinged, never expecting that his promising life would ultimately succumb to a cripple. Regret consumed him. He lamented his decision to accept this inept individual into the enforcers. He should have dealt with both him and his father decisively back then. Xiao Jian lowered his head, enduring Yin Shizai's tirade. Under the gloomy sky, a glint of cold determination began to flicker in his eyes. The humiliations he had endured, the indignities his father had faced. All the past injustices flashed through his mind as he stared at Yin Shizai's grotesque, twisted face, his fists clenched tightly. You are just like your father. Both of you are worthless. If it weren't for my father giving him a meal, he would have long since. Shut your mouth. Xiao Jian roared, mounting Yin Shizai and throwing a punch at his cheek. Yin Shizai's words halted abruptly as he stared in disbelief at the fierce-eyed Xiao Jian. After a moment, he could hardly believe his ears. You dare hit me? You actually dare to strike me? I hit you, so what? Xiao Jian delivered another blow, then another, his fists raining down relentlessly. What gives you the audacity to be so arrogant? My father entered your household through his own merit. Who do you think you are to insult him? My crippled leg was broken because of your drunken violence. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have ended up like this. Xiao Jian's punches were hard, honed from years of labor. He relentlessly hammered Yin Shizai, who struggled to form a coherent sentence in response. Finally, when Xiao Jian grew weary, a bloodied Yin Shizai managed to gasp for breath, glaring at Xiao Jian with a murderous intent. You dare strike me. You will pay for this. I will pay. Xiao Jian scoffed, suddenly drawing a short knife from his waist and plunging it into Yin Shizai's lung. Who will be the one paying? Yin Shizai shrieked in agony, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. If you kill me, your entire family will perish. Kill you? Who can testify to that? A chilling glint radiated from Xiao Jian's eyes. The usurpers had infiltrated the ancient treasure, slaughtering indiscriminately. Would the death of a Yin Shizai truly be a surprise? Upon hearing this, terror seeped into Yin Shizai's features as he stared at Xiao Jian's scarred face, as if seeing him for the first time. Xiao Jian withdrew the knife and viciously stabbed Yin Shizai repeatedly, the blade entering and exiting, becoming increasingly drenched in crimson. Blood flowed across the desolate earth, creating a pool that gradually enveloped both men. Yin Shizai's life ebbed away furiously. He attempted to bargain for his life with resources or promises, but he could not utter a single coherent word. Blood gushed into Yin Shizai's throat as Xiao Jian mumbled, "My name is not Xiao Jian." Gripping the knife tightly, he lifted it high. For the first time, his eyes, which had always been filled with humility and servility, shone with newfound ferocity. "My name is Jian Changsheng." With a decisive thrust, the blade pierced Yin Shizai's throat. Yin Shizai's body convulsed violently before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Xiao Jian's chest heaved as a smile involuntarily crept across his blood-splattered lips, a wave of unprecedented exhilaration and clarity washing over him, as if a nightmare had been shattered, and he was embracing rebirth. Meanwhile, high above, the heavy clouds parted to reveal the radiant Tao foundation of the war god. At this moment, someone had garnered the war god's acknowledgement. Number 8, who was pursuing Pu 1, abruptly halted. He watched as the black silk ribbon extended from the Tao foundation and descended toward a nearby hill, a glimmer of intrigue igniting in his eyes. The plan to attract the war goddess attention through the accumulation of killing intent was evidently unfeasible. Thus, to seize the fragments of the war god Tao foundation, they would have to act beneath the shadow of another's divine path. The proximity of this divine path was fortuitous. If they acted now, they might still succeed. Without hesitation, Number 8 abandoned the pursuit of Pu 1 and charged toward the black ribbon cascading from the heavens. At the hill's edge, a figure in red witnessed Xiao Jian brutally slaying Yin Shizai, raising an eyebrow with a faint smile. How fascinating. Chapter 75, Transformation or God. Upon seeing the straight black ribbon soaring toward him, Jian Changsheng paused momentarily. He staggered to his feet, glancing down at Yin Shitsai's mangled corpse and the bloodied knife in his hand, his expression a mixture of complexity. Fate, it seemed, was truly remarkable. The war god's path converged before him, intertwining into a staircase leading to the heavens. Jian Changsheng hesitated but ultimately stepped forward. As his foot touched the ground, the divine path solidified. A torrent of information and power surged into Jian Changsheng's mind, leaving him in a stupor for quite some time as he gazed at his hands. War God's path, first stage, the path of Shura. A look of astonishment crossed his face. Having been an enforcer for so long, Jian Changsheng was well aware of various war god paths, and Shura was undoubtedly one of the most formidable paths, rumored to be unattainable even for Lu Xianming. Yet here he was, awakening this path? Perhaps I am truly a prodigy of the war god's path? As Jian Changsheng mused, he began to move his body, realizing that since embarking on the Shura path, his crippled leg was no longer a hindrance. He felt an unprecedented lightness, an invigorating surge of power coursing through him. This sensation was far more addictive than merely gathering killing intent. He closed his eyes, meticulously moving every muscle and bone in his body, producing a satisfying crackle. Taking a deep breath, he exhaled the murky air slowly. When his eyes opened again, they sparkled with a fiery brilliance. I must indeed be a genius. Jian Changsheng's lips curled upward uncontrollably as he spat at Yin Shitsai's body, that muddy weight that had hindered his life for over a decade. Now, he felt as though his life had finally returned to the right path. Perhaps it was the years of suppressed personality, but at that moment, Jian Changsheng was brimming with confidence, akin to a suddenly affluent individual. He desperately sought a target to test his newfound strength. An astonished voice broke the silence as number 10 appeared at the hill's edge, gazing down at Jian Changsheng and the corpse of Yin Shitsai. He was actually killed by someone else? As Jian Changsheng caught sight of the usurper, his eyes brightened. Gripping the bloodied knife, he charged up the hill without hesitation. His speed was remarkable, each step drenched in crimson. To number 10, he appeared as nothing more than a fleeting shadow rushing toward him. Another who has embarked upon the war god's path. Number 10 felt a chill run down his spine, instantly on high alert. He had never witnessed the first stage skill of the Shura path, but it was evidently different from the iron body of others. Number 10 flipped his palm, revealing a handgun, and aimed it at the rapidly approaching Jian Changsheng, pulling the trigger repeatedly. 3 bullets were fired in quick succession, all striking Jian Changsheng. Unlike the formidable skin of the Tai, his flesh was easily penetrated by the bullets. Is that all? Number 10 was taken aback, but in the next moment, he realized something was amiss. After being shot 3 times, Jian Changsheng not only did not falter, but instead moved with even greater speed, resembling a wraith as he traversed dozens of meters. Before number 10 could fire again, a flash of cold light appeared before him. With a startled cry, number 10 activated his theft ability, causing Jian Changsheng's short blade to vanish into thin air, leaving only a fist to strike the back of number 10's ear. The force was so terrifying that it left him momentarily deaf, blood immediately oozing from his ear. How could this guy, who had been shot 3 times, still move so swiftly? Moreover, his strength was even more extraordinary than that of the Tai, enduring the excruciating pain and dizziness. Number 10 grasped a short blade and stabbed Jian Changsheng 3 times in the abdomen, each thrust sinking deep into flesh. Yet after the 3rd stab, Jian Changsheng showed no sign of pain. Instead, he became more emboldened. With bare fists radiating immense power, he unleashed 5 rapid strikes to number 10's chest within half a second, so swift that crimson afterimages lingered in the air. Number 10's chest visibly caved in. His ribs nearly shattered. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, soaring several meters through the air like a broken kite before collapsing to the ground. Blood continued to seep from Jian Changsheng's wounds, yet he appeared utterly oblivious, stepping forward with each foot leaving a bloody footprint as he slowly approached the fallen number 10, his blood-red eyes gleaming with satisfaction and arrogance. Is this the path of Xiaoluo? So potent, so different from any other path. Jian Changsheng could not help but laugh heartily, realizing that he was indeed a genius. Number 10 gazed in terror at the approaching figure, a blood-red demon. This guy, whether shot or stabbed, seemed impervious to pain, and the more wounds he sustained, the fiercer he fought. he was truly a human-shaped beast, lying in a pool of blood. Number 10 desperately attempted to retreat, but Jian Changsheng placed a foot on his chest, causing him to scream in agony. The more he screamed, the more pronounced Jian Changsheng's smile became. A usurper of flames? Merely this. He crushed Number 10's ribs with a single stomp, the shattered bones piercing his heart. Number 10's pupils constricted before he helplessly fell to the ground. The cold wind swept across the blood-soaked earth as Jian Changsheng stood alone, like the sole victor of this battlefield. His gaze gradually shifted from the corpse beneath him to the chaotic battlefield in the distance. A renewed glint of killing intent flickered in his eyes. "Let me bring an end to all this," he sneered, his blood-stained footprints traversing the hill and gradually disappearing into the wilderness. After a considerable time, a figure clad in red emerged from the shadows. Chun-Ling watched Jian Changsheng's departing silhouette thoughtfully, murmuring to herself, "The path of Xiao Luo? That skill appears rather impressive." Chun-Ling had not anticipated Jian Changsheng's transformation. She had long observed the limping figure trailing behind Yin Shizai's group, witnessing how he had been humiliated and beaten by Yin Shizai. However, she had assumed he would continue to endure in silence. Little did she know that beneath that seemingly humble and frail exterior lay a soul brimming with ferocity. No wonder he had caught the attention of the god of war. In previous years, Jian Changsheng would undoubtedly have been the dark horse of the military ancient repository, having endured a half-life of hardship only to finally unleash everything here, turning the tables on the towering mountain above him and acquiring a powerful path. One could only imagine how smooth his journey would be from now on. He was the quintessential male lead. Alas, this dark horse was destined to meet an untimely end here, just as Chun-Ling was about to head toward the battlefield nearing its conclusion. A rustling sound suddenly emanated from the side. She turned her head and saw the already mangled corpse of Yin Shizai emanating a faint blue glow from his chest, where a petal-like sacrificial object was radiating a breath of life. As the petal gradually withered, a surging wave of life energy flooded into Yin Shizai's body. The rhythmic thumping of life energy gathered in his chest, striking his heart, which had fallen silent, causing it to beat once more. The fatal wound on his neck healed at a visible speed, restoring much of his vitality within mere seconds. Yin Shizai suddenly opened his eyes as if waking from a nightmare. "Don't kill me," he cried out in a dreamlike state. But the only response was the mournful sound of the wind and the distant roars of battle. After lingering in the pool of blood for some time, he finally regained his senses, feeling around his chest with both hands until he found a single shriveled petal. This thing is indeed useful. Upon realizing that he had been revived by the petal, a look of euphoric relief spread across Yin Shizai's face. "It seems the old man truly cares about me. The heavens will not forsake me. I, Yin Shizai, have returned." This petal was a treasure that Yin Shizai's father, the president of the Chuanxing Chamber of Commerce, had acquired from an unknown source. When he handed it to Yin Shizai, he did not explain its purpose, only instructing him to keep it close and never remove it. Now, Yin Shizai finally understood the petal's efficacy. As he recalled everything that had just transpired, the joy in his eyes swiftly faded, replaced by boundless resentment and fury. "Jian Changsheng, ha ha ha! A worthless wretch dares to kill me? Once I escape, I will annihilate your entire family. My name will not be Yin." Cursing, Yin Shizai staggered to rise from the blood pool. He glanced at the distant battleground and immediately turned toward the entrance of the ancient repository. After all, there was little time left before the repository opened. As long as he could find a place to hide until the enforcers arrived, who could harm him then? Just as Yin Shizai took a step forward, a thought struck him, and he hurried back to the corpse of the usurper of flames, searching earnestly. "Where's my ring? Where's my ring?" After searching for a long time without finding it, he frowned in confusion. "Are you looking for this?" A voice echoed from behind. Yin Shizai jumped in shock and turned to see a figure clad in a bright red costume standing in the blood pool, casually toying with a ring, a smile dancing on their lips as they regarded him. The moment he saw that face, Yin Shizai's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he had encountered a ghost. "Why you? How could I be here? Am I dead or alive?" Before Yin Shizai could utter another word, Chun-Ling leisurely completed his line and began to approach him. Yin Shizai stood frozen in place, dumbfounded. Chun-Ling's smile gradually faded as she looked down at Yin Shizai. After a moment, she coldly uttered two words, kneel. In an instant, the cold gleam of a dagger flashed, and Chun-Ling severed Yin Shitsai's Achilles tendon. He screamed in agony, collapsing to the ground, curling up in the pool of blood. "This is impossible. You were clearly dead." Yin Shitsai clutched his legs, his face pale as a ghost. "If you require 2 deaths to truly perish, why should I be any different?" Chun-Ling replied calmly. "I told you, all of you will die here. Did you really think you could escape, young Master Yin? Chun-Ling, spare me. Please grant me a path to survival. I promise. I won't speak of anything that has transpired here. We share no deep enmity, do we? I can apologize to you on the ship. I truly will. I can even bow down before you. I can escort you to Aurora City, and you may choose any position among the enforcers. I guarantee you endless wealth and glory." Yin Shitsai begged desperately, having exhausted all his means of survival. If he were to be killed by Chun-Ling again, he would truly be dead, losing everything. Chun-Ling leisurely slipped the ruby ring onto his finger, seemingly ignoring Yin Shitsai's pleas. He examined the ring for a moment before abruptly interrupting Yin Shitsai, inquiring, "How does one utilize this item?" Yin Shitsai was taken aback. "Did you not say you would bestow all your treasures upon me?" Chun-Ling pressed again. "How does one use this?" Hearing this, a flicker of hope ignited in Yin Shitsai's eyes. Chun-Ling's interest in the ring suggested he might have the opportunity to barter for his life. This artifact has a storied history. It is said to have been acquired from the Ashen Realm during a 7th-tier calamity invasion. Yin Shitsai immediately elaborated that by allowing it to consume spiritual energy, one could manipulate a limited space. However, if the user's spiritual force is below the 4th tier and insufficient for consumption, fresh flesh and blood could serve as a substitute. Only those of the 4th tier can use it without cost. Indeed, only a 4th tier can command the domain. Before attaining a domain, spiritual force is nearly non-existent. How does one allow it to consume flesh and blood? There is a mechanism on the side of the ring. Simply touch it, and when the needle pops out, pierce into your body. Before Yin Shitsai could finish his sentence, Chun-Ling swiftly seized his throat with one hand, driving the ring's needle into his skin, which began to ravenously devour Yin Shitsai's flesh. Under the ring's voracious appetite, Yin Shitsai's once robust body visibly withered. Much like when Chun-Ling first witnessed Qian Fan wielding a ritual artifact, albeit this ring consumed at a seemingly faster pace. Gripped by Chun-Ling, Yin Shitsai yearned to wail but found himself utterly voiceless, only able to glare desperately at Chun-Ling, pleading for mercy. Finally, just as Yin Shitsai was on the brink of being drained, Chun-Ling relinquished his hold. Coughing violently, Yin Shitsai collapsed to the ground, his frail form resembling a skeleton shrouded in skin, hardly recognizable from his former self. "So it is," Chun-Ling mused, gazing thoughtfully at the softly glowing ruby. "It is yours now," Yin Shitsai gasped. "Chun-Ling, you can let me go now, right?" "Very well," Chun-Ling replied, patting his shoulder, rising slowly from the pool of blood. "By the way, did you not express admiration for my attire? I cannot give you that garment. But what do you think of this one I wear?" Yin Shitsai glanced at Chun-Ling's crimson theatrical robe and quickly shook his head. At this moment, he dared not act like he did aboard the ship. Besides, his interest in Chun-Ling's ragged clothing was merely a pretext to provoke him. "No, I do not need it. Such a pity," Chun-Ling remarked as he turned to walk away. Seeing Chun-Ling depart, Yin Shitsai finally felt a weight lift from his heart. He awkwardly crawled through the blood-soaked ground, inching toward the entrance of Gutsong. He could finally return home. Just then, a chill swept past the hem of his crimson robe. As Chun-Ling continued forward, he casually raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. In an instant, Yin Shitsai's form twisted grotesquely, and his feeble life force vanished without a trace. He lay in the blood, his vacant gaze fixed upon the sky, as if draped in a robe of the same vibrant red as Chun-Ling's. Chapter 77. Assassination of the Arsonist. Where have they gone? Pu Wen traversed the wilderness, his gaze darting around in search of the figure of number 8. According to their original plan, 5 enforcers of the Divine Warrior Path were to confront 5 arsonists, while he and Yin Shitsai would conspire to eliminate the leader, number 8. However, unexpectedly, Yin Shitsai had fled under pursuit from an arsonist midway through the plan. Just when he thought he would have to contend with number 8 alone, the latter also vanished. As this conflict unfolded, both allies and foes seemed to disappear, leaving Pu Wen alone. Suddenly, a slight tremor resonated from the heavens, drawing his attention upward, where he was met with astonishment. Beneath the clouds, a black ribbon was retreating towards the base of the divine warrior path, but upon that ribbon, a figure clung desperately, as if struggling to break free. Was that not the arsonist? Number 8 swiftly ascended from the ground, his eyes alight with excitement and madness as he gazed at the approaching base of the divine warrior path. His hand plunged into the black ribbon, grasping at the void multiple times, yet he caught nothing but emptiness. Undeterred, he continued his frantic attempts at theft. Finally, after many attempts, a dark red shard landed in his hand. This fragment was roughly the size of half a palm, akin to a stone sliding down a mountainside when compared to the complete base of the divine warrior path, yet represented his utmost capability. As the fragment fell, the entire ancient repository of the divine warrior path trembled violently. The black ribbon shattered into nothingness, and the unsupported number 8 plummeted towards the earth. Was his target the base? Puwen's expression hardened at this sight. Though he lacked knowledge regarding the base, he knew that every ancient repository housed a corresponding base. Yet they had never had the opportunity to engage with it. It seemed crucial to the repository, and the arsonist's audacity to steal from it would undoubtedly trigger a series of repercussions. Puwen did not believe that the entities residing deep within the divine warrior path would permit their departure from this domain. The arsonist who had stolen the base fragment was of the 3rd tier. Now that Yin Shizai was missing and Lu Xuanming's whereabouts were unknown, he was left to face this alone. Glancing towards the direction where number 8 was falling, and then at the chaotic battlefield still raging nearby, he felt a headache coming on. The clash between the enforcers and arsonists was nearing its conclusion. 3 of the 5 enforcers of the divine warrior path had perished, while 2 arsonists had also fallen, with countless ordinary enforcers suffering casualties, leaving only a handful still fighting amidst a sea of corpses. Puwen calculated that of the 70 or so who had entered the ancient repository, fewer than 10 were likely to still be alive. In nearly a century, the trials within the ancient repository had never witnessed such devastating losses. The enforcers from Aurora City had hoped to seize this opportunity to cultivate more enforcers and restore their strength. Yet they had not anticipated that all their seedlings would perish within the repository. Should the ancient repository open, the 3 enforcers would surely be frightened to death. Shaking his head, Puwen cast aside his disordered thoughts and charged towards the direction where number 8 was falling. At this critical juncture, unless he dealt with the most troublesome arsonist, none would escape unscathed. Meanwhile, as number 8 descended from the sky, he clutched the base fragment tightly. Reaching out towards the ground below, the solid stone was instantaneously stolen away, leaving only the soft earth beneath, upon which he fell heavily, sending dust swirling into the air. Despite the softness below, the impact still jarred number 8 considerably, and he staggered to his feet, feeling as if his very insides were in turmoil. Yet upon glancing at the base fragment in his hand, joy illuminated his countenance. Mission accomplished, having stolen the fragment of the divine warrior path space. His rank should rise significantly upon returning, perhaps even into the top 5. Just as number 8 reveled in his triumph, a whistling sound sliced through the air behind him, sending a chill down his neck. Without hesitation, he rolled forward. A long blade grazed number 8's scalp, severing a substantial portion of his flesh. Before he could ascertain the identity of his assailant, the blade once again struck with astonishing speed. Thoughts raced through his mind as he lifted a finger, causing the imminent cold gleam threatening his brow to vanish in a thin air, only to be grasped in his palm. However, that hand seemed to have anticipated the disappearance of the weapon. The attack did not cease, but instead transformed, its palm becoming a blade covered in iron-like darkness, striking towards number 8's face with lightning speed. With a swift strike, 8 swung his blade, the edge of the knife sparking against his palm. Yet, the terrifying force still sent him flying several meters away. The depth of 8th's combat experience was evident as he adjusted his posture mid-air, ultimately landing steadily on the ground. He gazed ahead, where a young man clad in black stood, coldly shaking his crimson-stained hand. Had he evaded the attack? Lu Xuanming's brow furrowed with gravity. Is it you? The glint in 8th's eyes flickered with coldness. Lu Xuanming's sudden assault had come as a shock, almost as if he had been lurking nearby, waiting for the moment when 8th's guard was at its lowest. Had it not been for 8th's extensive combat experience, his head might have been severed in an instant. However, Having narrowly escaped this peril, and with both parties now at a distance, the scales of victory could no longer tip in Lu Xuanming's favor. A mere novice enforcer dares to ambush me? Eighth straightened, gripping his long knife tightly. Indeed, you are the son of that renowned enforcer. Commendable courage, but alas, your chance has slipped away. With a frown, Lu Xianming stomped the ground and charged at Eighth like a ferocious beast. Eighth remained composed, extending his right hand forward. Grasping at the void, steal the light. Instantly, darkness enveloped Lu Xuanming's vision. The target vanished, the surroundings faded, and this abrupt transformation caused Lu Xianming to hesitate. In that moment, a slashing blade aimed at his neck. It was his own knife. Without a second thought, Lu Xianming activated his iron garb. But the sharpness of the blade pierced through the resilient armor, knocking him off balance. As he instinctively rolled to mitigate the impact, a distinct sound of a bullet being chambered echoed. Cursing under his breath, Lu Xianming felt a surge of dread. The next instant, a crimson blossom erupted from his thigh. Chapter 78, The Final Victor? Using the airflow created by the knife's cut through the air, Lu Xianming could discern the origin of the attack and prepared his iron garb for defense. Yet he could not anticipate the bullet's trajectory. Consequently, he was struck. The bullet pierced his thigh, causing him to lose his center of balance. A powerful force surged from his chest, propelling him backward. Dust swirled as the disoriented Lu Xianming crashed to the ground. He instinctively sat up, but he was utterly lost, unaware of where the enemy might strike from. Blood flowed from the bullet wound in his thigh, painting his face a ghastly hue. Was this the oppressive sensation of the third tier? Even a thief not skilled in combat could not contend against it at the first tier. On the desolate plains, Eighth approached Lu Xianming, one hand wielding a knife and the other a gun, his expression devoid of emotion. He silently raised the gun, aiming at the center of Lu Xuanming's forehead. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, a voice resonated from the side. Is this the last one? Startled, Eighth turned to see Jian Changsheng, bloodied and fervently fixated on him, his scarred face brimming with excitement and desire. Killing this one should be quite an achievement, right? He let out a hearty laugh, his form darting toward Eighth like a blood arrow. Another who has embarked upon the path of the war god. 8th's brow tightened. Jian Changsheng moved with astonishing speed, so swift that even Lu Xianming, clad in iron garb, could not hope to catch him. In the blink of an eye, he had traversed several dozen meters and stood before Eighth. Alarmed, Eighth fired multiple shots. The bullets struck Jian Changsheng, yet his speed only intensified, and a bloodied fist hurtled toward Eighth. Steal the light. Without hesitation, Eighth activated his skill once more. Suddenly deprived of vision, Jian Changsheng flailed about like a headless fly. Just as Eighth began to relax, a fist as heavy as stone crashed into his chest. This blow shattered 2 of 8th's ribs, causing him to spit blood and collapse to the ground. Lu Xianming, eyes closed, found himself beside Eighth, a dark fist poised in the air, coldly directed at Eighth. Your voice revealed your position, he spoke calmly. Ignoring the pain, Eighth struggled to rise, malice glinting in his eyes. At that moment, a piece of rice paper drifted silently above him. Bind. The character sketched in blood gradually faded away, and Pu Wan, with empty hands, stood nearby, forming a hand seal. 8th's form became frozen in place, akin to a statue. The 2 enforcers lost in sight, one immobilized by the fire thief, entered an eerie silence on the battlefield. Moments later, Lu Xianming broke free from his blindness, launching himself at Eighth like a cannonball. After half a second, Eighth also escaped his immobilization. One hand snatched away Lu Xuanming's vision while the other raised the gun, firing 3 shots in quick succession. Damn it, is his theft unlimited? Lu Xianming cursed internally. The bullets whizzed into his body, 2 of them deflected by the haphazardly activated iron garb, but the last pierced his shoulder, causing his previously clenched fist to drop. Eighth attempted to fire again, only to discover his magazine was empty. Reluctantly, he discarded the weapon, but a sudden pain surged from his abdomen. Jian Changsheng's punch had shattered 8th's kidney, and he seized 8th's waist, forcefully slamming him to the ground. Now, let us see how you escape. He sneered. Although Jian Changsheng had yet to regain his vision, he followed the sound of the gunfire, delivering a blow that devastated 8th's insides as he mounted him. Ultimately, Eighth found himself outnumbered, despite having injured Lu Xianming. Jian Changsheng flanked him, and with a fierce glare at the tightly shut eyes of Jian Changsheng, he gritted his teeth and seized his dagger, furiously stabbing it toward his opponent. Jian Changsheng, heedless of 8 Teach's counterattack, laughed maniacally, his bloodied fists relentlessly pounding against 8th, clearly intent on trading wounds for wounds. Initially, 8th managed to stab him several times, each strike aimed at a vital spot. However, as he endured several punishing blows, his consciousness began to blur, and he ultimately lay on the ground like a rag doll, subject to a relentless onslaught of fists. Each punch landed with bone-crushing force. Having exhausted all his rice paper, Pu Wen gazed at the blood-soaked scene before him, his brow furrowing involuntarily. He recognized Jian Changsheng. Yet he could not fathom what had transformed this once timid lackey into such a reckless fiend. Enough, Pu Wen called out. Jian Changsheng, seemingly deaf to his words, continued to rain down blows, flesh and blood flying. Enough, Pu Wen stepped forward, calling out once more. Only then did Jian Changsheng cease, glancing down at the battered 8th beneath him, gradually rising to his feet. It's over, he declared. This fire thief is mine to slay. The merit is also mine. He looked at Pu Wen, as if to assert some kind of dominion. No one will take your credit, Pu Wen replied, surveying the surroundings. By the way, have you seen Yan Shizai? I have. He was slain by a fire thief. Upon hearing this news, Pu Wen's brow furrowed, and he locked eyes with Jian Changsheng, as if attempting to see through him. The latter met his gaze fearlessly, his scarred face revealing no discernible emotion. Nearby, Lu Xianming exhaled deeply, unsteadily rising to his feet. Once his vision returned, he climbed a nearby hill to survey the scene. They're all dead. What? All dead. Lu Xianming surveyed the battlefield, now strewn with corpses. Only the 3 of them remain alive. Pu Wen and Jian Changsheng paused, then ascended the hill, and before them lay a vista drenched in blood and bodies. Be they fire thieves or enforcers, no one stood upright. In this chaotic melee, the enforcers ultimately triumphed, albeit with grievous losses. 3 blood-stained figures stood side by side on the hilltop, their garments fluttering in the gentle breeze. Shilai Tianling and a scholar, they were the last victors of this realm. Pu Wen's expression was somewhat grim. Although he harbored disdain for Yan Shizai, he was nonetheless employed by him. With Yan Shizai's demise in the ancient military repository, word would surely incite chaos upon its return to Jiguang City, and he himself could very well face accountability. Lu Xianming, on the other hand, displayed little emotion, though perhaps due to the excessive blood loss from his injuries. His complexion was as pale as parchment. As for Jian Changsheng, he surveyed the corpses scattered across the landscape, and, after a few moments of silence, began to laugh. The final victor is I. Suddenly, amidst the profound stillness, a crisp applause resounded from behind. The 3 were taken aback and turned to see a figure clad in a crimson theatrical robe, seated atop the blood-stained rock. Smiling down upon them, his hands, adorned with ruby rings, clapped gently, resembling an audience member genuinely expressing admiration. I seem to grasp the joy of being an observer, he remarked. Chapter 79. 1 against 3. The appearance of the figure in red nearly caused the trio's hearts to halt. They gazed at the familiar visage, their eyes filled with astonishment and confusion. Even a usually composed Lu Xianming appeared somewhat unnerved. Chunling, that usurper of flames? Was he not dead long ago? A torrent of bewilderment surged through their minds, leaving them feeling mentally overwhelmed. Only Pu Wen was quick to react, his gaze fixed intently on Chunling. His voice hoarse. I knew it felt strange. You orchestrated all of this from behind the scenes. To be frank, I am rather reluctant to explain myself. Chunling paused momentarily, for villains often meet their demise through excessive verbosity. The 3 responded with confusion. Chunling slowly rose, his gaze looking down upon them, his crimson robe billowing in the wind like a bloodthirsty specter, a manic smile curling at the corners of his mouth. You 3, come me together. The trio exchanged glances, their expressions darkening, yet Jian Changsheng was the first to charge forward, rushing at Chunling like a rabid dog, while Lu Xianming swiftly drew his long blade from the ground, following closely behind. Pu Wen remained rooted to the spot, biting his finger to hastily inscribe runes upon the ground. His prior reserves of the character seal had been entirely depleted. The last inscription had been a hasty creation. Now, he was compelled to act once more. Standing atop the towering rock, Chunling leisurely extended his finger to his cheek and gently tore it off. A piece of flesh floated away with the wind. Simultaneously, the Chunling standing there seemed to vanish into thin air. Jian Chongsheng and Lu Xianming were momentarily stunned as a dark shadow zipped past them, a black falcon. What kind of skill is this? Lu Xianming had never witnessed anyone transform into an animal. Even the notoriously shape-shifting Shishan Dao could only change faces. Was this the work of the sorcerers? The falcon flew past them, morphing back into Chunling midair, plummeting like a crimson meteor toward the ground below. Just as Pu Wen was about to complete his inscription, he sensed something flash before him. Amidst the flying debris, his wrist was firmly seized. He stared incredulously at the face so close to him, only for Chunling to press the muzzle of his gun against Pu Wen's forehead, smiling faintly. A commendable skill, but alas, your preparation was too slow. Bang! A gunshot rang out. Pu Wen fell lifeless. Chunling had been observing from the shadows for long enough to discern everyone's abilities. Pu Wen's Book of God was indeed formidable, comprehensive in its strengths, but each invocation required prior preparation. If there was no paper, one was forced to write on the spot. Had Chunling entered the ancient repository earlier, he would never have dared to challenge 3 opponents at once. However, Pu Wen had exhausted all his paper, and Lu Xianming was severely injured. With one hand and one leg rendered useless, his combat effectiveness drastically diminished. Eliminating Pu Wen first was crucial to Chunling's strategy. Otherwise, should he manage to unleash his seals later, Chunling could easily find himself countered. Watching Pu Wen fall to Chunling's precise strike, Lu Xianming and Jian Chongsheng's pupils constricted. They exchanged a knowing glance and turned, swiftly closing in on Chunling from opposite sides, with Jian Chongsheng racing ahead like a streak of crimson lightning, reaching Chunling in the blink of an eye. Yet, Chunling plunged the red ring into Pu Wen's corpse and slowly rose, waving his hand dismissively. Crush! With remarkable speed, Jian Chongsheng evaded the moment the space warped. But even so, one of his shoulders was crushed into a mist of blood. He let out a muffled groan, his eyes blazing with fury. However, losing an arm severely disrupted his balance, especially at such high velocity, causing him to tip precariously to one side, nearly falling to the ground. In that brief moment, the figure in the crimson robe clashed with Lu Xianming, who was clad in black. The dagger and long blade clashed, creating dazzling sparks in the air. Lu Xianming, seeing the ring on Chunling's hand, spoke coldly. You killed Yin Shizai? What of it? Feeling a tremendous force transmitted through the blade's tip, Chunling retreated, dissipating the power, his form as graceful as a fluttering butterfly, instantly appearing behind Lu Xianming. Lu Xianming possessed iron garb, boasting immense strength and defense, making it impossible for Chunling to confront him head-on. He could only rely on the agility of Slaughter Waltz to engage. As long as his speed was sufficient and his angles unpredictable, Lu Xianming would be unable to activate iron garb in time for defense. Lu Xianming, already hindered by the effects of the 8th seal, could only wield his blade with one hand, struggling to keep up with Chunling's relentless assault, forced to retreat and wait for Jian Chongsheng to provide support. However, Chunling had no intention of granting him that opportunity. Like a wraith, Chunling evaded Lu Xuanming's counterattack, swiftly plunging his ring-adorned right hand into Lu Xuanming's wound, an insatiable force of devouring energy emanating from it, visibly draining Lu Xianming's vitality. Lu Xianming reacted swiftly, immediately swinging his blade at Chunling's wrist, only for his dagger to intercept it midair. After a brief struggle, Chunling was forced back several steps. Before Lu Xianming could retaliate, Chunling lightly waved a finger at him. Crush! A localized distortion of space precisely struck Lu Xuanming's hand, gripping the blade, causing his bones to shatter, forcing him to release his long knife. In a flash, a shadow darted toward him, the cold gleam piercing his chest. Lu Xianming let out a muffled groan, his gaze fixed on the near figure of Chunling moments later. He collapsed to the ground. Meanwhile, a whooshing sound erupted from behind Chunling. He nimbly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the short sword that grazed his cheek. Jian Chongsheng's eyes glinted with ferocity as the dagger and short sword clashed with astonishing speed in midair, neither gaining the upper hand. After a furious exchange of explosive power, Both opted to create distance, standing on opposite sides of the battlefield, glaring at one another. Regardless of whether you are human or ghost, you shall die today. Jian Changsheng clenched his teeth. He could sense Chunling's overwhelming strength, having witnessed the demise of both Pu Wan and Lu Xianming. Yet, he had fought hard to reach this point and could not afford to perish here. His will surged, the aura of slaughter enveloping the surroundings as he roared, charging at Chunling like a bolt of crimson lightning. Chunling, expressionless, raised his gun, aiming at the swiftly approaching figure, and slowly spoke, "For the rebirth of human civilization, I pronounce your death." Chapter 80. You did well, child. At the moment Chunling's words fell, an aura of judgment surged into the gun's barrel. Simultaneously, Chunling felt his spirit rapidly wane, as if he had poured everything into his grasp. In the depths of his consciousness, a force seemed to lock onto the approaching Jian Changsheng through the muzzle of his gun. Jian Changsheng, feeling an unprecedented sense of danger, sensed every hair on his body standing on end as he beheld the dark barrel drawing near, akin to the gaze of death itself. Instinctively, he knew he must evade this assault, yet his body could not respond in time. Bang! Chunling squeezed the trigger. The power of deconstruction transformed into a bullet that silently shot forth from the muzzle, devoid of sparks or explosive sounds, as quiet as a voiceless arrow, instantly piercing through Jian Changsheng's chest. Jian Changsheng felt a sudden lightness in his body, only to discover a gaping blood hole the size of a fist in his chest. Looking down, he could even see the ground behind him, everything struck by the bullet fading into oblivion, including his own heart. He could no longer control his body, staggering a couple of steps before collapsing at Chunling's feet. After firing that shot, Chunling too felt darkness encroaching, the overwhelming strain on his mental fortitude nearly causing him to faint. He gritted his teeth to keep himself upright, narrowly avoiding collapse. Indeed, unleashing the fourth-tier skill, Judgment Court, at the first tier proved to be exceedingly strenuous. Moreover, judging by the outcome, he had been unable to manifest a domain like Han Meng had at the time. Instead, he could only condense it into a minuscule domain near the muzzle, releasing the destructive power of the deconstruction bullet, which was merely the size of a fist. It should be noted that Han Meng had fired 3 shots that obliterated the body of the red paper monster, each shot possessing a lethal range many times greater than Chunling's current capability. Even if he could unleash a skill exceeding his tier at the first level, its potency would be significantly diminished, confined to the corresponding tier, Chunling pondered. Yet, reality proved that even a weakened Judgment Court was sufficient to annihilate nearly all foes of the same rank, as exemplified by Jian Changsheng. "You're a monster." A faint voice emerged from the fallen Jian Changsheng's throat. Perhaps due to his own skills, even with his heart pierced, he did not perish instantly. Instead, he stared intently at Chunling, as if to assert, "I should not die here. I have only just begun. I refuse to accept this." His voice dwindled, ultimately succumbing to silence. Yet even in death, his eyes remained fixed on Chunling, as if striving to etch his visage into the afterlife. He died with his eyes wide open. Only after confirming Jian Changsheng's demise did Chunling finally exhale in relief. This fellow was remarkably difficult to kill. Instead of succumbing to pain, he seemed to grow fiercer in battle. Chunling suspected that had he not employed the Judgment Court skill for a quick kill, he might not have been able to contend with Jian Changsheng in a protracted fight. Chunling paused momentarily to regain his composure, gradually recovering from the brink of faintness. His gaze swept across the surroundings, and he cautiously approached number 8, who lay amidst the pool of blood. At this moment, no. 8 had been so thoroughly battered that he bore no discernible human form. Chunling rummaged through the flesh and blood for a while, before finally locating the shard of the divine weapon Dao that number 8 had clutched tightly in his hand. Just as he intended to take it, he discovered that number 8 still clung to the fragment, refusing to let go. "You're still alive?" Chunling exclaimed in astonishment. Although number 8's body had been shattered, a flicker of life remained within him, and the one remaining eye glared at Chunling through the blood-soaked mire, his palm firmly grasping the shard, a testament to his final defiance. The 8 of them, the usurpers of fire, had traversed great distances from another realm solely for this shard of the divine weapon Dao. To obtain it, they had even faced total annihilation. It was the fruit of their sacrifice, and how could they allow Chunling to benefit in the end? Release it, Chun-Ling sighed. Everyone is dead. Do you truly believe you can turn the tide? A flicker of despair crossed number 8's remaining eye, yet he still did not relinquish his grip. Chun-Ling refrained from prying the shard from number 8's hand. Instead, he gently placed his palm on number 8's bloodied face, while his other hand drew his gun, pressing it against number 8's temple. Chun-Ling sensed a tremor in number 8, though he could not discern whether it stemmed from fear, rage, or defiance. All right. Chun-Ling, draped in a crimson theatrical robe, crouched beside the mangled remains, soothingly reassured him as one would a child. You did well, my child. Bang! The bullet pierced through number 8's skull, and he completely lost his breath. Chun-Ling withdrew his hand. Number 8's eyelids had been forcibly closed, as if he had departed this world in peace. Chun-Ling used a dagger to pry open number 8's stiffened hand, retrieving the bloodied shard of the divine weapon Dao. He stood slowly, as a gentle breeze caressed the hem of his blood-stained robe, swirling in the silent wilderness like a flame from the netherworld. Is the performance not yet concluded? After a moment of contemplation, Chun-Ling realized, indeed, he was not yet dead. He was the last victor, the sole survivor upon this stage. The ultimate condition of the performance was no one survives. Chun-Ling glanced at the blood-soaked ground, where words were inscribed. Current anticipation value, 65. Since the performance commenced, the audience's anticipation had gradually increased in tandem with the unfolding events. However, the truly impactful moments that garnered anticipation were when he transformed into Bai Qi-Ling, instigating a battle between the law enforcers and the usurpers of fire. Merely by eliminating Yan Shizai, seizing the ring sacrifice, and confronting Jian Changsheng and his two companions, who foolishly believed in their victory, he had harvested nearly 30 points of anticipation. Just moments ago, claiming number 8's life added another 5 points. With everyone perished, where could he possibly acquire another 5 points of anticipation? Chun-Ling felt a headache coming on. Had he known, he should have crafted additional scenarios to coax more anticipation from the corpses. His gaze swept over the sea of bodies, ultimately resting on the depths of the ancient weapon vault, where an unknown and mysterious darkness lay. This was the only path left. Checking the time, he noted that there remained a brief interval before the ancient weapon vault would open, and he promptly set forth toward its depths. 5-man trenches, 10-man trenches, 15-man trenches, 20-man trenches, 50-man trenches. As Chun-Ling delved deeper, the soldier respawn points around him grew increasingly vast. Upon passing the 50-man trench, he beheld a prominent stone tablet standing tall upon the grayish-white earth. Trial boundary. Entry strictly prohibited. Crossing this tablet would mean departing from the trial area delineated by Aurora City, entering the depths of the ancient vault, an area evidently not intended for newcomers like them. Chun-Ling paused momentarily before the tablet, then continued forward. The instant his foot crossed the trial boundary, a faint warmth surged from his chest. Chun-Ling was taken back. Reaching into his bosom to retrieve the warm object, it was none other than Bai Qi-Ling.